During the clandestine meeting, I inadvertently kicked the table, which provoked the wrath of both Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. Despite my seemingly insignificant stature, I dared to overturn the table and openly challenge the notion of unifying the entire shinobi world. More importantly, the hard-won peace achieved through the distribution of tailed beasts was once again threatened by my actions, plunging the shinobi realm into chaos. Consequently, the two titans of the shinobi world, Hashirama and Madara, conspired to ambush me after the meeting that I in their desperate attempt to defeat me. They unleashed a legendary ninjutsu that they had never previously collaborated on the Susanoo. Faced with their formidable combined technique, I felt not a shred of fear. Instead, I was filled with exhilaration. Having recently traversed into the world of Naruto, I had awakened two extraordinary abilities. One granted me immortality and the power to summon spirits, while the other was a black golden finger that allowed me to absorb and release all forms of energy. Although I ascended to the position of Hokage in less than 3 years, relying solely on my physical and ninjutsu prowess, and was even recognized alongside Hashirama and Madara as one of the 3 legends of the shinobi world, I found no joy in this achievement. Initially, I had intended to survive using my immortal traits until the story's end, but the system compelled me to unify the shinobi world or face dire consequences. Reluctantly, I overturned the table during the meeting, and to my utter disbelief, the notorious Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama joined forces to ambush me. As I gazed upon the two of them, a mocking expression crossed my face. Are you truly intent on battling me? Little Hashirama and little Madara, be cautious should you falter. Your newly established Konoha could very well become my domain. Upon hearing the term little Madara, Uchiha let out a disdainful snort, while Hashirama, with unwavering resolve, stated that we would not allow my escape today. A merely scoffed Hashirama was notoriously single-minded. Since I could not sway their convictions, I resolved to settle matters through combat. If it were only Hashirama, I was confident he could not hinder me. However, with Madara in the mix, I sensed a hint of danger. Although many recognized my immense strength and reputation, overshadowing even the likes of Hashirama and Madara, they remained oblivious to my vulnerability against Jinjutsu, as my black golden skill, capable of absorbing any energy, offered little resistance against illusions. What brought me some solace was that, thus far, no one had discovered this weakness. Typically, high-level Jinjutsu users possessed poor physical abilities, and I could easily dispatch them with a single blow. Yet as I discreetly raised my gaze to meet Uchiha Madara's eyes, a wave of frustration washed over me. Madara, a character I admired in my previous life, not only lacked weaknesses in ninjutsu and illusion, but also possessed a keen intellect that kept him several steps ahead. However, as I silently critiqued in my heart, an unexpected brilliance emanated from both Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. With a sudden display of prowess, Uchiha Madara swiftly clasped his hands together, executing the hand signs for the fire release. Great fire annihilation in a fraction of a second. Instantly, a colossal wave of flames surged toward me. Simultaneously, Senju Hashirama propelled himself off the ground, transforming into a mere afterimage that vanished into thin air. Before me, the sky was engulfed in a tempest of flames, and I couldn't help but express my astonishment. This brank ninjutsu, employed by Madara, was astonishingly more formidable than an ordinary rank technique. Yet, rather than evade, I allowed the overwhelming inferno to envelop my entire being. In less than a second, the flames began to dissipate rapidly. Impressive flames indeed. I pondered what other jutsu you possess, little Madara, as I absorbed the fire, a light chuckle escaping my lips. However, Uchiha Madara paid no heed to my words. Instead, a cold smirk graced his features. In the next moment, a faint thud resounded from behind me. The terrifying force of Senju Hashirama's punch crashed into my back, yet my body remained utterly unmoved. Got you, I said, without turning around, a faint smile adorning my face. But in the following second, my back erupted in a torrent of flames, instantly consuming Senju Hashirama. These flames were, after all, Uchiha's ninjutsu great fire annihilation. Then, with a powerful stomp on the ground, I appeared before Uchiha Madara in the blink of an eye. That punch of yours belongs to Senju Hashirama, I remarked with a hint of sarcasm. With a terrifying force, I unleashed a strike aimed at Madara's chest, catching him completely off guard. Yet in the next instant, his body transformed into a piece of wood. I shrugged my shoulders, realizing it was a substitution technique. Without delay, I shifted from my position, and indeed, as I moved, countless wooden stakes erupted from the ground. This was precisely as the intelligence had described. Senju Hashirama spoke with rare solemnity, his eyes gleaming with interest. Uchiha Madara nodded in agreement. My information had already filled a room in Konoha. However, despite the abundance of data, neither Senju Hashirama nor Uchiha Madara placed complete trust in it. After all, only through actual combat could the veracity of the intelligence be tested. In the next moment, two dull thuds resonated simultaneously as Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama transformed into streaks of light, charging toward me. In an instant, they grasped one of my arms, immobilizing me firmly in place, and then simultaneously thrust their fists toward my face. However, the terrifying force of their punches dissipated entirely upon contact with my skin. Impressive fists, but unfortunately, they fall short. I grunted, utilizing the absorbed power from their blows to yank them away with great force. But that was not the end. I formed hand signs with both hands simultaneously, unleashing water release, exploding water shockwave and water release, water colliding wave technique, the two ninjutsu. Techniques were executed almost instantaneously, striking simultaneously. However, in the very next moment, two thunderous shouts resounded in unison. Susanoo, and wood release, wood dragon technique. A resonant roar of a dragon echoed from the direction of Hashirama Senju. Suddenly, a tremendous explosion reverberated, and the ground erupted, giving rise to a colossal wood dragon soaring into the sky. Hashirama stood majestically atop the dragon's head. Meanwhile, a cerulean energy enveloped Uchiha Madara firmly, and another giant of similar stature materialized before my eyes. It seemed that the two of you had forsaken the use of ninjutsu. I tilted my head, observing the two individuals standing on Murong and Susanoo, respectively. Yet, Uchiha Madara wore an expression of disdain upon hearing this. One trial of ninjutsu is sufficient. Your bloodstained realm is indeed astonishingly powerful, but I do not believe you can fully evade taijutsu. At that moment, numerous ninjas from the Mist Village, who had been watching from a distance, could not suppress their astonishment upon witnessing the two towering giants and Murong. Are those the two strongest figures of the pastoral realm? How terrifying! Will Lord Chakra God be all right? As my subordinates expressed their concerns, I chuckled and cracked my neck. Do they really think they can intimidate me for lacking a trump card? If that's the case, let us create a commotion. I fully unleashed my black and yellow abilities. The ground quivered slightly, and the energy in the air began to rapidly converge into my body. The once clear sky was instantly shrouded by ominous clouds, and fierce winds howled. Thunder roared above, and soon a chilling aura emanated from me. Noticing this, both Hashirama and Uchiha Madara's pupils constricted simultaneously, for Hashirama distinctly sensed the sage chakra permeating the air, surging towards my body. With full force, such a chaotic and fragmented energy, if it were to coalesce within a single individual, would surely lead to utter annihilation. Yet my body showed no signs of sage transformation. As I felt the absorption of energy reaching a bottleneck, I casually struck my fists together, producing a resounding sonic boom. Who will be the first? In the next moment, I forcefully stomped, causing the ground beneath to crack and explode. In the blink of an eye, I vanished from my position. At that instant, Hashirama suddenly bellowed, "Behind you!" Upon hearing this, Uchiha Madara's Sharingan spun wildly. "I can see you, Lil Madara, but what of it? Your body cannot keep pace." I smiled gently, then, leveraging the upward momentum, I floated to the head of Susanoo. In an instant, I unleashed a powerful punch, shattering the air itself. The next second, Susanoo's head crumbled like paper beneath my strike. Madara reacted swiftly the moment I appeared. He had already shifted from Susanoo's head to its chest. Though he narrowly avoided disaster, the ease with which I shattered his system left him visibly shaken. Uchiha Madara was taken aback once more to tea that moment. A sudden roar of a dragon reverberated through the air, as a colossal wooden dragon surged forward, clamping its jaws around me, and then crashing violently into the ground. A thunderous explosion echoed, and although the earth erupted in a tumult of dust and debris, I remained unscathed. However, Senju Hashirama's eyes gleamed with realization. He noticed a slight stiffness in my body, confirming his suspicions. Simultaneously, a faint smile crept across Uchiha Madara's lips, revealing that my weakness lay in sealing techniques. This was the sole gratifying discovery amidst our fierce battle, as Uchiha Madara's expertise lay predominantly in ninjutsu, while I was virtually immune to all forms of it. The Black Emperor's abilities, aside from being incapable of absorbing Jinjutsu, also lacked any power over sealing techniques. Thus, the wood release posed a certain degree of constraint upon me, albeit merely as a limitation. I clenched my fists and unleashed a barrage of strikes against the wooden dragon that had ensnared me. Wood splinters flew in every direction, and despite Senju Hashirama's relentless attempts at restoration, he could not keep pace with the destruction. At that moment, Uchiha Madara's eyes widened as he activated his complete body Susanoo. A formidable power emanated from his Sharingan, manifesting as a suit of ethereal blue armor that enveloped the Susanoo. Two colossal swords, forged from pure energy, materialized in his grasp. Uchiha Madara then commanded the Susanoo to bring the two swords together, transforming them into an even more potent weapon, a terrifying energy giant. With a fierce shout, he raised the sword and aimed it directly at me. At that instant, I found myself momentarily restrained by Moron, rendering me incapable of movement. As I beheld the gargantuan sword descending from the sky, I couldn't help but curse aloud. The sheer magnitude of Uchiha Madara's sudden surge of power was overwhelming, far beyond my capacity to absorb. At that moment, that my expression darkened, realizing that movement was no longer an option. I would have to endure it. The massive energy sword plummeted from above, its terrifying pressure sweeping through the surroundings as if clearing the land. Yet, when Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama observed the scene below, their pupils constricted in shock, for I had managed to catch it using only one hand. The sight before them resembled an ant bracing itself against the foot of a giant. One understood the force of that previous strike better than Uchiha Madara. Even Hashirama would have been forced to evade it. However, at that moment, blood trickled from the corner of my mouth, revealing that I was not entirely unscathed. Uchiha Madara let out a low growl as surging energy gathered within him. The Susanoo gripped the sword tightly, exerting tremendous force downward. Yet no matter how hard he pressed, the blade showed no sign of yielding. This moment, I grasped the colossal energy sword tightly with my left hand, fervently absorbing all the energy it possessed. It was indeed a fearsome strike. However, as long as this blow did not slay me, it would signify your demise. A glimmer of madness flickered in my eyes, and suddenly I raised my empty right hand high above my head. In the next instant, a ghostly azure radiance erupted forth from my palm. Though it had barely reached 100 meters, it continued to swell uncontrollably. Witnessing this, Senju Hashirama bellowed at Uchiha Madara, urging him to retreat. "He's absorbing your chakra." As he spoke, Hashirama clapped his hands together, summoning dozens of wooden dragons that soared into the air and descended upon me with ferocity. Senju Hashirama evidently hoped to curtail my absorption capabilities using the sealing power of the wooden dragons. Yet, Uchiha Madara's expression darkened considerably, for he was acutely aware that I was incessantly siphoning his chakra. That moment, he discovered with alarm that his entire body had become immobile. As beads of cold sweat dripped from his forehead, the energy sword in his hand visibly diminished in size. Meanwhile, the energy sword in my right hand was expanding rapidly. This massive sword was not solely infused with Uchiha Madara's chakra, it also contained various energies from within me, as well as a portion of Senju Hashirama's power. To say the strength of this energy sword was formidable would be an understatement. Even I was uncertain of its true potential. Before long, as the colossal energy sword fully materialized, I suddenly felt a surge of determination. I swung my right hand with great vigor, and in an instant, the dozens of wooden dragons that had encircled and restrained me were shattered into fragments. Yet, I did not pause for a moment. I leaped into the air, soaring several dozen meters high, and raised the energy sword to strike at Uchiha Madara. A piercing explosion echoed across the sky as the fully realized Susanoo, towering hundreds of meters, was cleaved in two beneath my strike. A torrent of blood gushed from Uchiha Madara's chest, draining the color from his face. Had he not reacted swiftly, this blow might have been sufficient to sever him completely. However, I realized that my strike had not vanquished Uchiha Madara. With no hesitation, I raised the energy sword once more, determined to eliminate him, for his Genjutsu posed a significant threat. Observing this, Senju Hashirama's expression shifted dramatically. He formed hand seals once again and uttered a low growl. Would release, would golem technique. With a resounding crash, a gigantic wooden figure materialized before Uchiha Madara, clasping its hands together to intercept the descending blade. Simultaneously, Senju Hashirama flashed forward to stand in front of Uchiha Madara, his hands emanating a verdant glow as they pressed against Madara's chest, channeling the life force of the wood element to this moment. Pushed to the extreme, in what seemed like the blink of an eye, the massive scar on Uchiha Madara's chest had completely healed. Rarely, Madara uttered a thank you, yet Senju Hashirama paid it no mind, his expression grave. Right, his power indeed surpasses my expectations. My wooden golem cannot endure much longer. Just then, Uchiha Madara inexplicably burst into laughter. Hashirama, after our recent battle, have you noticed something peculiar? Why is your wood release technique a threat to him? Why does he always prioritize attacking me over you? Seeing the flicker in Madara's eyes, Hashirama suddenly clapped his fists together, realization dawning upon him. It's an illusion technique. They have gathered extensive data about me, yet they failed to recognize that I seldom encounter masters of Genjutsu in battle. Even when I do, I typically eliminate them with a single strike. If that is the case, we have only one opportunity. Hashirama's expression turned solemn. Simultaneously, with a tremendous crash, the colossal wooden figure blocking their path was cleaved in two by my energy blade, and the ground beneath was marred by a deep fissure. At that moment, both Hashirama and Madara abruptly retreated. Utilizing wood release techniques, Hashirama swiftly formed hand seals, and in an instant, countless trees surged from the earth, charging towards me in a frenzied rush. However, I remained indifferent, merely lifting my massive energy blade and sweeping it casually, clearing swathes of forest in an instant. Yet at that moment, an overwhelmingly terrifying chakra erupted from the front. My expression shifted, and I gazed forward, but upon seeing Hashirama's demeanor, my pupils involuntarily constricted. Right Do's expression changed as he looked ahead, and when he saw the demeanor of Senju Hashirama, his pupils slightly constricted. Sage mode? Finally ready to get serious. Roar! Roar! A huge roar echoed throughout the world, filled with chaos and the killing chakra that permeated the surroundings. Uchiha Madara's eyes spun wildly into Sharingan, his feet standing on a nine-tails body. Make your move! Senju Hashirama shouted loudly, and at the same time, the speed of his hand seals turned into afterimages. Sage art, wood release, true thousands of hands. Boom! The entire earth rumbled as a gigantic Buddha statue with countless arms slowly rose from the ground. The wooden figure summoned earlier by Senju Hashirama, hundreds of meters tall, was dwarfed by the head of this huge Buddha statue. Armor, Susanoo. On the other side, Uchiha Madara also let out a loud shout. The massive Susanoo enveloped the nine-tails like a suit of armor, possessing the strength of the nine-tails chakra along with the absolute defense of the Susanoo armor. This was not inferior to Senju Hashirama's true thousands of hands ultimate move. Both Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara unleashed their full power simultaneously, and the terrifying pressure swept across the surroundings. For a moment, even Right Do felt an immense pressure. Boom! Accompanied by a muffled sound of the earth. The Buddha statue of true thousands of hands moved thunderously. It was so large that even if Right Do wanted to dodge, there was no place to hide. Right Do, take my strike. Top transformation into Buddha. Senju Hashirama slammed both hands onto the top of the gigantic Buddha statue. Thousands of colossal arms struck down like lightning, all hitting Right Do in an instant. The massive energy blade in Right Do's right hand didn't last long before being shattered by this terrifying force. Even with energy absorption, Right Do was still violently smashed to the ground by thousands of arms, causing the entire earth to tremble. Meanwhile, Uchiha Madara showed no mercy, manipulating the nine-tailed Susanoo to continuously bombard the area where Right Do had landed. Chapter 6. The self-destructive tactic. The bombardment lasted for several dozen minutes before finally coming to an end. Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara simultaneously stopped their attacks, looking towards the spot where the two had been striking. Before them, what was once a flat expanse of land had transformed into a vast, bottomless pit spanning several dozen kilometers. Thick clouds of dust obscured the entire crater. For a moment, the battlefield fell silent as Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara intently observed the movements within the pit. With the strength of Youto, such a bombardment wouldn't be enough to kill him, Uchiha Madara stated solemnly. Senju Hashirama nodded, slightly closing his eyes to carefully sense the life force within the deep pit. In sage mode, Hashirama's perception was enhanced severalfold. Inside the enormous pit, Youto lay with his eyes closed on the uneven ground, his clothes tattered and revealing patches of varying sizes of dark purple bruises on his body. The combined attack from Hashirama and Madara had been too rushed. Even if he could absorb that energy, Youto couldn't take it all at once. He could only absorb part of it while enduring the rest. At this moment, both Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara were at their peak fighting states. Reminiscent of the timid battles seen in anime, further demonstrating the terrifying strength of these two. Youto was waiting. Suddenly, a very subtle chakra entered Yuto's perception. It's here. Youto abruptly opened his eyes, slammed his hands against the ground, and his entire being seemed to transform into a streak of light, shooting directly out of the pit and soaring into the sky. Sage art, gate of the bright god. Senju Hashirama formed hand seals and shouted loudly. Boom, boom, boom. Massive gate-shaped objects descended from the sky, crashing towards Youto. Each enormous gate was covered with various seals. Seeing this, Youto quickly turned his body and fiercely punched the air ahead, producing a powerful sonic boom that instantly echoed, using the recoil to rapidly retreat in the opposite direction. The Gate of the Bright God had been used by Hashirama to forcefully suppress the movements of the Ten Tails, even temporarily restraining Madara during his Edo Tensei. If hit by this technique, escaping would be quite troublesome for Youto. However, he didn't realize that the direction he was retreating towards was precisely where Uchiha Madara stood. Boom! Tail Beast Bomb. The Nine Tails roared, and terrifying black chakra rapidly gathered at the mouth of the Nine Tails, forming a massive energy sphere several dozen meters high in the blink of an eye. Accompanied by the Nine Tails roar, the Tail Beast Bomb shot directly towards Youto. Little brat, I know the energy consumption is high. Thank you for delivering energy to me. Watching the incoming Tail Beast Bomb, Youto felt joy rather than fear and reached out both hands to directly plunge into the oncoming sphere. There was no explosion as imagined. The Tail Beast Bomb rapidly shrank at a visible speed. In the blink of an eye, the several dozen-meter-wide Tailed Beast Bomb was completely absorbed by Youto. However, just as he finished absorbing the Tailed Beast Bomb, a wave of deathly aura surged into Yuto's heart. Ahead, Uchiha Madara, who had been a distance away, had taken advantage of the Tailed Beast Bomb's cover to appear just a short distance in front of Youto. Uchiha's eyes widened, the unique and eerie pattern of his Sharingan reflecting directly into Yuto's eyes. Not good, it's an illusion. By the time Youto realized Madara's intentions, it was already too late, his entire being froze in place for an instant. At the same time, the energy absorption of the Black Emperor also momentarily halted. Both Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara's eyes lit up. Their suspicions were confirmed. Boom, boom, without holding back in the slightest. A terrifying barrage of attacks descended in an instant. Blood sprayed everywhere. Youto was injured. This was the first time he had been hurt since acquiring the Black Emperor's abilities, and it was a wound that could very well cost him his life. Upon realizing he had fallen victim to Uchiha Madara's illusion, Youto instantly summoned a ghost while forcefully disrupting the flow of chakra within his body. The purpose of summoning the ghost was not to block the attack from Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. In the world of the Iron, although the ghost's combat power was quite formidable, it was still within the realm of ordinary people. In the world of Naruto, the ghost's strength would barely reach the level of a Chunin. Using a ghost to block attacks from Hashirama and Madara would likely result in it being obliterated instantly. Yuto's purpose in summoning the ghost was to attack himself. Toof! The ghost extended its claws the moment it appeared, piercing through Yuto's entire body. To counter the illusion, Youto had rehearsed this scene countless times. A sharp pain surged through him, bringing him back to a semblance of clarity. And coupled with the complete disruption of his chakra flow, Youto forcefully broke free from Uchiha Madara's illusion. This self-destructive tactic to break the illusion, injuring oneself while harming the enemy, was likely something only Youto would dare to employ. Although the Black Emperor's ability was interrupted for just a moment, for masters like Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, a moment was enough for them to strike dozens or even hundreds of times. A torrent of blood continuously poured from Yuto's mouth, and at this point, half of his body had already disappeared from view. Youto, you've lost. Senju Hashirama spoke in a tone devoid of emotion as he observed Yuto's state. The moment you revealed your weakness, you lost all hope of victory. Uchiha Madara crossed his arms, a hint of regret in his voice. For those who have reached their level, even the smallest weakness can be magnified infinitely in their eyes. The gazes of Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama towards Youto held a trace of admiration, but more so, an unabashed intent to kill. The era of Youto was coming to an end. Chapter 7. This era does not belong to the Mist Ninjas, but to Konoha. Cough, cough. A large amount of blood continuously flowed from Yuto's mouth. In Yuto's current state, even without the attack from Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, he could not hold on for much longer. Therefore, it was not urgent for the two to attack. After all, who knew what kind of trump cards Youto still had hidden? What if Youto made a counterattack right before dying? They did not possess Yuto's immortal body. Senju Hashirama and the others were waiting. They were waiting for Youto to commit suicide. They naturally understood the ability of Yuto's immortality. This ability was deemed unsolvable and quite terrifying, but it was not as dreadful as everyone imagined. With the intelligence in the entire room, plus the think tank of the entire Konoha, Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara could analyze many things. For example, Yuto's immortality seemed perfect, but it had a flaw that wasn't exactly a flaw. That is, after Yuto's death, it took 1 to 3 seconds for him to fully resurrect. And the resurrection time depended on the severity of his injuries. As long as Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama sealed Youto dozens of times the moment he died, Youto would fall into an infinite cycle of death. Although they could not completely kill Youto, at that time, Youto would be no different from being dead. Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama were waiting, and Youto was also waiting. You too, so confident that you can win. Youto gasped for breath and said this, rolling his eyes in pain. Hearing Yuto's words, Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara frowned at the same time. They sensed a hint of confidence in Yuto's words. Madara. Senju Hashirama called out to Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara nodded. No matter what Youto was thinking, the dead would not come back. The Mangeki Sharingan began to spin wildly again. Uchiha Madara intended to cast an illusion on Youto again to completely eliminate this trouble. Boom! Boom! At that moment, 2 loud noises suddenly came from afar. Ice release, ice sealing all things. Bone release, early fern dance. 2 loud shouts came simultaneously from behind Youto. The previously warm air suddenly became extremely cold, and large areas of ice instantly covered the entire ground. Everything that the ice touched seemed to be frozen. Poof, poof, poof. At the same time, in the area where the ice was, large and sharp bones crazily drilled up from the ground, instantly combining with the ice to form a bone forest resembling ice crystals. Every piece of bone was incredibly hard, like steel. Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara raised their eyebrows and jumped into the air to dodge this attack. Bai Lian from the Mizuki clan and Ju Yi from the Takakurai clan, Uchiha Madara glanced at the 2 people who suddenly appeared beside Youto and spoke. These 2 people and their clan were Yuto's staunch supporters. So their appearance here did not surprise Uchiha Madara. Youto looked at the huge jars in the hands of the 2 and smiled slightly. Bai Lian, Ju Yi, I need your help. Lord Youto, we will accompany you in the upcoming battle. Bai Lian said firmly while looking at Youto. Although the name Bai Lian sounded a bit feminine, Bai Lian was not a woman. He was just an old man. Youto waved his hand and took the giant jar, which was as tall as a person, from the 2's hands. The surface of the jar was covered with various talismans. You 2 must leave here immediately. The upcoming battle is not something you can participate in, Youto said seriously. But, my lord, Bai Lian and Ju Yi both showed anxious expressions. Leave immediately. This is my order as Mizuki. Among all the Mist Ninjas, there are only the 2 of you with shadow-level combat power. If anything happens to you, the Mist Village will face unprecedented turmoil. Youto interrupted their conversation directly, his tone conveying an undeniable authority. Bai Lian and Ju Ye's bodies trembled simultaneously. They had sensed a hint of farewell in Yuto's words. The 2 wanted to say something, but a look from Youto made them close their mouths again. Bai Lian gritted his teeth, took Ju Ye's hand, and quickly fled into the distance. Why not stay? Maybe we can help the Lord create some opportunities. Ju Yi angrily pulled his hand away from Bai Lian. Don't forget that the Lord possesses an immortal body. Even if he loses, so what? Lord Youto will eventually return. We may not see that day, but the Mist Village will see that day. What we need to do now is to protect the Mist Village in the coming days. Accumulate enough strength, wait for Lord Yuto's return, and then unite the entire ninja world. This is not just my idea. It is also the plan that Lord Youto and the higher-ups of the Mist Village have prepared in advance. Bai Lian's tone was filled with unprecedented seriousness and weight. Hearing Bai Lian's words, Ju Yi trembled. Did Lord Youto already anticipate that Konoha would attack him? At the center of the battlefield, Yuto's eyes sparkled with unprecedented excitement as he unsealed all the talismans on the jar. Roar! A breath filled with chaos and slaughter surged skyward from the jar. Not good. It's the three tails. Uchiha Madara was stunned, his expression changing dramatically. Senju Hashirama also reacted, instantly realizing something, and shouted, "Stop him." It was too late. A smile filled Yuto's face as he watched the three tails sealed in the jar begin to revive with the unsealing. This era does not belong to the Mist Ninjas, but to Konoha. But even if he knew the outcome, Youto still wanted to fight against the heavens. Chapter 8: The Final Struggle. Whether it is Senju Hashirama or Uchiha Madara, their strength has transcended this era. The Uchiha clan, relying on the copying abilities of a Sharingan, possesses countless ninjutsu as their foundation, and with the evolution of a Sharingan to the Meijiki Sharingan, a variety of terrifying abilities awaken. It is not an exaggeration to say that the Uchiha clan is the strongest clan. As for the Senju clan, in terms of physique, no one in the entire ninja world can compare to them except for the Uzumaki clan. Regarding would-release ninjutsu, there are not many awakened individuals from the Senju clan. At least, Ryudo has not seen many, and the would-release techniques of these individuals cannot be compared to those of Senju Hashirama. In Ryudo's opinion, the Senju clan cannot be compared to the Uchiha clan. However, there emerged an anomaly from the Senju clan. Senju Hashirama, with his own strength, managed to overpower the Uchiha clan. Ryudo once doubted whether the Sage of Six Paths, that old immortal, had given Senju Hashirama some special treatment. The power of the Uchiha clan's growth is at least visible, evolving from one tomo to three tomo, then to the Meijiki Sharingan, and finally to the eternal Meijiki Sharingan. In contrast, the growth of Senju Hashirama's strength is too terrifying. The so-called Sage Mode and various Sage techniques are absolutely not something that the Senju clan's foundation could produce. Otherwise, the Senju clan would not only have one Senju Hashirama. One is the reincarnation of Indra, and the other is the reincarnation of Ashura. The two of them actually appeared in this era together, in Konoha. To coexist in the same era with these two is a tragedy for all the other ninja villages aside from Konoha. Ryudo's eyes sparkled with an unprecedented light as he plunged his only hand into a jar taller than himself. Roar! An angry roar came from within the jar. Just as the seal was broken, the three tails had not yet had the chance to rejoice in breaking free from the jar's confines. A terrifying pulling force came from above, making the three tails feel as if its chakra was uncontrollably rushing towards the direction of the suction. No matter how the three tails struggled, it could not escape the devouring power unleashed by Ryudo. The ability of the Black Emperor can absorb any energy, and the tailed beasts themselves belong to a form of energy. Sensing the desperate struggles of the three tails, a cold smile appeared on Ryudo's lips as the suction in his hand involuntarily increased once more. These tailed beasts, which are incredibly terrifying in the eyes of ordinary ninjas, are merely tools that can be used at any time in the eyes of Senju Hashirama, Ryudo, and others. As the chakra of the three tails was continuously absorbed by Ryudo, the frequency of the three tail struggles decreased more and more. A feeling of extreme satisfaction surged into Ryudo's heart. The chakra of the three tails was indeed exceptionally vast. Ryudo estimated that once he absorbed all of the three tails chakra, he could reach half of his body's limit. Ryudo directly reconstructed the lost half of his body with chakra. Aside from looking somewhat unsightly, it did not differ at all in flexibility from his original body. Ryudo, stop! Senju Hashirama quickly rushed towards Ryudo from a distance, shouting angrily. On the other side, Uchiha-Madara's face was already so dark it could drip water, once Ryudo completely devoured the chakra of the tailed beast. The so-called Jinjutsu would be completely ineffective against Ryudo. It's too late. Ryudo let out a cold laugh, extending the other arm, made of chakra, towards the direction of Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. Violent chakra began to gather, accompanied by small black lightning that spread around. Tailed Beast Bomb. Ryudo launched a Tailed Beast Bomb with an arm made of chakra. However, it was not over yet. After firing the Tailed Beast Bomb, the raging chakra gathered once more, and a new Tailed Beast Bomb was formed and launched again. Boom, boom, boom. The huge explosion echoed across the entire battlefield, and the Tailed Beast Bombs were launched by Ryudo as if they were free. Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara did not possess Ryudo's absorption ability. If they wanted to advance, they could only endure it. After using the Tailed Beast Bombs to slow down the two, Ryuto's speed of absorbing the Three Tails chakra increased. Eventually, the chakra surrounding Ryuto became almost viscous. Roar. Accompanied by the last, unwilling roar, the Three Tails was completely absorbed into Ryuto's body. Three Tails, the next battle will trouble you. Ryuto thought to the Three Tails he had absorbed into himself, without a hint of embarrassment. Three Tails, MMP. The Three Tails did not want to speak at all. It only wanted to huddle in a corner of someone's body and draw a circle to curse that person. Seeing the Three Tails not responding, Ryuto didn't care. Just like the Nine Tails was enslaved by Uchiha's Mangeki Sharingan, the Three Tails was also directly enslaved by Ryuto, whether it agreed or not. It was not up to the Three Tails to decide. Little Pillar, little Madara, I told you not to be too confident. The Real slaughter is about to begin. This ninja world is not your family's backyard. Ryuto let out a roar, and terrifying chakra filled the surroundings. In the next moment, Ryuto transformed into a black lightning bolt and disappeared. Ryuto knew this was his final struggle, although he did not quite understand what Ryuto's last words meant. Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama did not slow their movements and attacked as well. Boom! 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 The enormous rumbling and collision sounds exploded across the battlefield. Just as Ryuto said, the real slaughter has begun, for at this moment, Ryuto had no weaknesses at all. The battle continued. The roar echoed throughout the land. 3 days. This battle lasted a full 3 days. The terrain within a radius of tens of thousands of kilometers was directly altered, and the entire land was left in ruins. Chapter 9, The Final Middle Finger. Exiled to another dimension, the battle involving Youto and others caused a tremendous stir throughout the entire ninja world. The terrifying chakra, the endless ninjutsu, the ability to easily alter the landscape with every movement. These directly refreshed the understanding of the entire ninja world. Everyone knew that Senju Hashirama, Uchiha Madara, and Youto were formidable, but how formidable were they? The entire ninja world didn't have a clear concept of this. But the 3-day-long battle made everyone understand the gap between both sides. Konoha Village, Kirigakure, Suna, Kyomo, Iwagakure. Numerous powerful figures from the 5 great ninja villages hid outside the battlefield, secretly observing the scene at the center of the battle. Even with their intelligence, they could only vaguely see the 3 entangled figures at the center. It wasn't that they didn't want to get closer, but even the residual waves could kill them countless times. They were simply not on the same level. Among the 5 great ninja villages, aside from the complex expressions of the people from Konoha and Kirigakure, the faces of the others were unusually calm. Regardless of who won or lost, it didn't matter much to them. All they could do was accept the result. As for resistance, if they didn't want their villages to be destroyed, they shouldn't entertain such thoughts. Boom, boom. The rumbling sounds continued to erupt from time to time, and the noise had diminished significantly compared to the initial thunderous sounds. Just then, an angry roar shot into the sky, but this voice did not last long before it completely disappeared. At the same time, the explosions and rumbling sounds at the center of the battlefield also came to a halt. The expressions of the onlookers outside the battlefield tightened simultaneously, and a thought arose in everyone's minds. It's over. The people from Kirigakure, who were hiding far away to watch, showed a pallid expression on their faces. They knew all too well that the angry roar belonged to their Mizukage. Youto. Hide. Wait for Lord Yuto's return. Messages were quickly relayed back to the village by the people of Kirigakure. At the center of the battlefield, the state of Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama could only be described as tragic. Their clothes were reduced to mere scraps that barely covered the critical areas. Both of them were covered in countless wounds, continuously bleeding as if they had fallen into a pool of blood. Opposite them, Youto stood there with a straight posture. Though his life force had almost vanished, with his remaining hand, he held up a middle finger towards Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. This guy, even in death, wants to disdain us both. Senju Hashirama wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, revealing a bitter smile. Having such a person as an opponent was truly exhilarating. If he had been allowed to prepare instead of casually attracting the 3 tails into his body like this, who would win or lose was still uncertain. Uchiha Madara looked at Youto with a gaze filled with regret and relief. A proud person like him could not feel a shred of pride in front of Youto. Thinking of Yuto's counterattack before his demise, both Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts. If they hadn't both kept some trump cards, Youto might have seriously taken one of them down with him. It's over. Hashirama, before he revives, used the sealing technique of the Uzumaki clan. Uchiha Madara covered his chest with one hand and spoke in a slightly subdued tone. Senju Hashirama nodded, gently tapping the ground. Using the last remnants of his chakra to summon a coffin entirely made of wood release, firmly enclosing Youto within it. Senju Hashirama bit his finger and casually slapped the ground, directly summoning a huge scroll about a meter high. He opened the scroll and, with a powerful flick towards the coffin, countless black lines and mysterious patterns seemed to come alive, jumping out of the scroll and swiftly imprinting onto the coffin made of wood release. After doing all this, Senju Hashirama slowly sighed and sat down on the ground without any regard for his image. Seeing Youto completely sealed inside the coffin, Uchiha Madara's eyes still flashed with a hint of unease. He quickly formed hand seals, and with a rumble from the earth, countless mud and sand flowed over the coffin. Following that, a massive fireball erupted from Uchiha Madara's mouth. The originally soft mud and sand quickly solidified, and Uchiha Madara continuously used the same ninjutsu dozens of times until a giant hard lump appeared before them. Only then did Uchiha Madara stop. Hashirama, where do you intend to place Yuto's body? Uchiha Madara frowned, his tone serious. Let us exile it to another dimension. There's south no place safer than there, and it's also quiet enough. Looking at the massive, solidified earth lump in front of him, which was about 100 meters in size, Senju Hashirama couldn't help but twitch his mouth. This earth lump had been refined by Uchiha Madara dozens of times, and had probably become harder than steel. Not to mention that Youto was already sealed in the coffin. Even if he weren't, escaping from this iron lump would not be easy at all. To prevent Yuto's energy absorption, once solidified, the nearly 100-meter earth lump contained no chakra, so even if Youto wanted to absorb energy, he couldn't. As soon as Senju Hashirama's words fell, the earth lump, like a small mountain, suddenly burst into white mist and vanished. 1 year before Konoha, the 3-day-long battle of the legendary Three came to an end, with the fall of the first Mizukage Youto, marking the beginning of Konoha's rise to prominence. 3 years later, Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara erupted into the battle at the Valley of the End, where Uchiha Madara was defeated, and shortly after returning to Konoha, Senju Hashirama passed away. With the death of the last of the legendary Three, Senju Hashirama, the entire ninja world, which had been repressed for so long, began to show signs of an impending storm. However, the events that followed had little to do with Youto. Chapter 10. The Restlessness of Terumi Mei. The Hidden Mist Village. Affiliated with the Land of Water, it is located deep in the mountains, close to the sea, due to being shrouded in thick fog for many years. Along with the brutal rule during the reign of the fourth Mizukage and the title of the Village of Bloody Mist, the Hidden Mist Village has become the most mysterious of the 5 great ninja villages. Bright sunlight poured down from the sky, accompanied by a gentle sea breeze, dispersing some of the fog that enveloped the entire Hidden Mist Village. After several days of hazy weather, the arrival of sunlight improved everyone's mood in the village. Mizukage Office, one of the most famous buildings in the Hidden Mist Village, with emerald green eyes and long, wavy brown hair that partially covered her right eye. Terumi Mei was a very beautiful and mature woman. Sitting in the Mizukage's dedicated office, she slightly squinted her eyes and lazily stretched her back. Top, top. A faint knocking sound came from outside the room. Shortly after, a young man with short gray-blue hair and a somewhat shy demeanor entered, holding a large stack of documents that needed to be processed. Seeing this, Terumi Mei rolled her eyes and slumped onto the desk, weakly saying, "Ch. Jur, where on earth did you find so many things to do?" Ch. Jur gently placed the large stack of documents on the desk, a hint of embarrassment on his face. "Sorry, Mizukage-sama. During the previous Mizukage's administration, there were too many policies that need to be amended and changed. All of these matters require your decision, Mizukage-sama." As soon as the previous Mizukage was mentioned, Terumi Mei's anger flared up, gritting her teeth as she said, "That guy, Yagura, as a dignified Mizukage, was actually controlled by someone else. It's simply a disgrace to the Hidden Mist Village. The title of the Village of Bloody Mist is, in Terumi Mei's eyes, a complete insult to the entire Hidden Mist Village. Since Terumi Mei took office, the entire Hidden Mist Village has greatly improved, and even the smiles that were once rarely seen in the village have increased significantly, all thanks to Terumi Mei's efforts." Ch. Jur said seriously. Terumi Mei did not respond, but instead walked to the window, looking outside at the lively scene, her gaze flickering with a hint of yearning as she said, "I really want to witness the prosperity created during the reign of the first Mizukage, Lord Yagura." Ch. Jur's expression became serious. The name Yagura held a status in the Hidden Mist Village that was even higher than that of Hashirama Senju in the Leaf Village. Over the years, the Leaf Village has continuously weakened Hashirama's influence over the village, while the opposite was true for the Hidden Mist Village. After all these years, Yagura's reputation in the Hidden Mist Village was not lower than it was back then, but rather even greater. Perhaps ordinary villagers were unaware, but the successive Mizukage and high-ranking officials all knew a piece of news, that Lord Yagura was merely sealed away and not dead, as the Leaf Village claimed, having perished at the hands of the combined forces of Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha, when Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha were alive. The people of the Hidden Mist Village did not dare to make any rash moves. They could only wait for the deaths of the two before the Hidden Mist Village began to mobilize its strength to search for the place where Yagura was sealed. Unfortunately, until the outbreak of the First Shinobi World War, the Hidden Mist Village had no leads. Since the appointment of the second Mizukage, Kahaku H. Getsu, every Mizukage has mobilized their strength to search for the location where Yagura was sealed. However, it seemed as if the entire Hidden Mist Village was targeted by other ninja villages. During the First Shinobi World War, the second Mizukage, Kahaku H. Getsu, died in battle. After the outbreak of the Second Shinobi World War, the third Mizukage died shortly after the war ended due to severe injuries. It wasn't until the fourth Mizukage, Yagura, took office with his extraordinary talent and perfect control over tailed beasts that he unexpectedly did not die. However, shortly after taking office, he was controlled, sealing off the entire Hidden Mist Village and implementing the Village of Bloody Mist. If it weren't for Terumi, Mei accidentally discovering that their Mizukage was being controlled, Yagura, without any external attacks from other villages, could have easily led the entire Hidden Mist Village to ruin. Although the previous Mizukage had died or been controlled, did it achieve something? At least one thing accomplished by the third Mizukage was determining a piece of information. Lord Yagura's sealing location was not in the entire ninja world, but in a different space. And this different space could only be summoned by Hashirama Senju using summoning techniques. Though this was not exactly good news, it was certainly better than searching aimlessly throughout the entire ninja world. Terumi Mei's eyes flickered as she recalled an important piece of intelligence that Ao had conveyed to her not long ago. If that information was true, then what successive Mizukage had failed to accomplish would be fully realized in her hands. What kind of person was the legendary Lord Yagura? Terumi Mei thought to herself. Whoosh! A sound of breaking air echoed, and then a figure suddenly appeared in the Mizukage's office. Looking at this figure, neither Terumi Mei nor Seichijur showed any surprise. Rather, Terumi Mei's eyes sparkled with excitement. Oh, have you found Orochimaru? Terumi Mei asked, her gaze sharp as she looked at the man who suddenly appeared. Although it took some effort, it was not in vain. My subordinate has made contact. Ao nodded heavily, his voice unusually tinged with excitement. Hearing Ao's affirmative reply, Terumi Mei let out a sigh of relief. Seichijur stared blankly at Terumi Mei and Ao, wondering if these two had some important matter they hadn't told him. Chapter 11 Secret Meeting with Orochimaru. Seeing the unabashed excitement on Terumi Mei and Ao's faces, Seichijur blinked and showed a puzzled expression. By the way, isn't Orochimaru a rogue ninja from Konoha? What does that have to do with us? It originally had nothing to do with them, but now it does. Ao smiled slightly, a strong light flickering in his eyes. Seichijur, seeing Ao's expression and the approving look from Lord Mizukage beside him, confirmed one thing. These two were definitely hiding something from him. At that moment, Terumi Mei's voice reached Seichijur's ears. All right, Seichijur. There is a task that requires you to do. Seichijur's expression became serious, and his body immediately stood straight. Seeing Seichijur's solemn expression, a hint of amusement flashed in Terumi Mei's eyes, but her face remained calm. For now, you will be responsible for the matters of the Mist Village. If anyone asks about my whereabouts with Ao, just find some reason to brush it off. After saying this, Terumi Mei didn't wait for Seichijur to react and instantly transformed with Ao into two afterimages, disappearing without a trace. Huh. Seichijur's expression changed dramatically, and he hurried to the window, looking at the two afterimages quickly heading toward the gate of the Mist Village. In a dense forest, two figures were swiftly moving forward at a fast pace. Lord Mizukage, why not take Seichijur and the Shadow Guards with us? After all, having them would ensure your safety, Ao said with a hint of confusion on his face. If the three of us leave, who will oversee the affairs of the Mist Village? Let those old geezers handle it. Moreover, the entire Mist Village knows that you and Seichijur are my trusted subordinates. If we're all absent, those old geezers will definitely know that I left the village without permission, which will lead to some trouble. Terumi Mei spoke in a calm tone, while glancing back at Ao, continuing to look ahead. Orochimaru is a rogue ninja from Konoha. No matter what, the fewer people that know about our meeting with him this time, the better. Terumi Mei and Ao moved quickly, and, as they sped along, the surrounding trees rapidly retreated. After more than an hour, they arrived. On Ao's face, one of his Byakugan eyes had opened, frequently scanning the surroundings. Terumi Mei stepped onto a thick branch and said coldly, "Did you find anything?" "Just a few little ants," Ao replied with a slight smirk, suddenly speaking toward a certain direction ahead. "Since we've already come, why hide?" Orochimaru. Swish, swish, accompanied by the sound of rustling leaves. A pale-skinned man wearing a kimono with a large purple rope not on his back appeared leisurely before the two. "I never expected that the Mizukage of the Mist Village and the Byakugan Killer would personally come. I am truly honored," Orochimaru said, glancing at Terumi Mei, licking his lips, his eyes filled with excitement. "Orochimaru, I don't have time for pleasantries. The things you want are here. Now fulfill your promise." Terumi Mei had no intention of wasting words. Reaching into her ninja pouch to take out a scroll and directly throwing it to Orochimaru, showing no concern that he might back out. Seeing the scroll thrown directly at him, Orochimaru was slightly taken aback, and the smile on his face grew even wider. This Mizukage named Terumi Mei was more straightforward than he had imagined. However, if he could truly lift the seal of that legendary figure, then this little thing would mean nothing to the Mist Village. Youto. This name is a taboo in every other village besides the Mist Village, and nearly all information related to him has been destroyed. Even in the Mist Village, after the reign of the fourth Mizukage, Y2's information had been largely erased. Orochimaru licked his lips again, his eyes burning with desire. Even without the Mist Village's resources, he was still quite interested in this legendary ninja. If it weren't for the fact that his teacher was the third Hokage and that he secretly collaborated with Danzo, how could he know about such a closely guarded secret? The true immortal body, a bloodline limit that devours any energy, the kind of being that could only be defeated by the combined forces of Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. Each of these facts was enough to make Orochimaru obsessed. Since the Byakugan Killer is here, then my few subordinates naturally have no need to hide. Orochimaru suddenly smiled and clapped his hands. Whoosh, 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 with the sound of 4 gusts of wind.
For figures hidden in the dense forest turn into afterimages and disappear from the locations, reappearing behind Orochimaru. The sound for Zakuken, Dosu, and Jirbi.
Looking at the sudden appearance of these 4, Ao's expression remained unchanged. He had already detected them in his Byakugan's vision. However, Ao still carefully observed the 4 individuals. Noting their nin level, Ao frowned slightly, clearly not understanding what Orochimaru wanted with these 4. As for Terumi Mei, an impatient expression had already begun to appear on her face. She didn't even glance at these 4, as her only concern was Orochimaru himself. The others were just cannon fodder. A smile appeared on Orochimaru's lips. Even without cooperating with the Mist Village, he intended to witness the legendary 3 legendary shinobi of the Warring States period, although he had not personally witnessed the strength of Senju Hashirama and others. Orochimaru's lab possessed cells of Senju Hashirama. Just the cells could achieve such immense power. One could only imagine how terrifying the real Senju Hashirama was. And how terrifying was Youto, who could only be defeated with the joint effort of Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. What kind of presence did he possess? Chapter 12. Impure World Reincarnation. Moreover, there's the legendary immortal body. How enticing that body is. However, there was a hint of disbelief in Orochimaru's eyes. He had seen the so-called immortal bodies before. In the Akatsuki organization, there were 2 individuals who claimed to possess immortal bodies, but unfortunately, in Orochimaru's eyes, these 2 had various flaws in their immortality. Orochimaru licked his lips and glanced at Mei Terumi and Ao. Youto had been sealed for nearly 60 years. And in an empty space with no energy, whether the so-called immortal body was real or had flaws, probably no one in this era knew. The reason Orochimaru collaborated with the Mist Village was not only to obtain something, but also to be cautious. If Youto was truly not dead, then with the Mist Village's people here, Orochimaru might not have to worry. After all, for such decisive monsters from the Warring States era, if they saw someone from another village, they would probably not hesitate to act first, regardless of whether that person was a savior or not. For ninjas of that era, eliminating any threat in its cradle was the most correct approach. And if Youto was indeed dead, a hint of greed flashed in Orochimaru's eyes. With the sound 4 here, they could probably hold off Mei Terumi and AO for a while, and that would be enough time for Orochimaru to take Yuta's body away. Orochimaru, you're daydreaming. Be careful, or I will kill you. Mei Terumi had appeared behind Orochimaru at some point, a shuriken pressed against the heart area of Orochimaru's back, her tone cold. Orochimaru-sama. At this moment, the Sound 4 realized what was happening and hurriedly surrounded Mei Terumi, each of them sweating slightly, having not seen when Mei Terumi had appeared. Orochimaru maintained a faint smile, spreading his hands in a helpless gesture. It seems that Lord Mizukage is getting a bit anxious. Should I? Before Orochimaru could finish his sentence, Mei Terumi had already twisted Orochimaru's neck. Mei Terumi cast a cold glance at the Sound 4 and turned her head to a spot not far behind. Orochimaru, don't play tricks in front of me. Suddenly, a mound of earth bulged up on the flat ground, and Orochimaru emerged directly from the soil. Tiske, was I discovered? Seeing this scene, the Sound 4 surrounding Mei Terumi quickly scattered and then regrouped behind Orochimaru. AO, standing on a branch, moved slightly and appeared beside Mei Terumi using a body flicker technique. Orochimaru, I hope what you said is true. Otherwise, we wouldn't mind sending information about the Sound Village to Konoha. By the way, I heard you've been getting closer to the Sand Village lately. AO's face was filled with a cold smile, his tone dripping with undisguised threat. A fleeting glint of killing intent flashed in Orochimaru's eyes, but he still wore a faint smile. I suppose no one wants to know that the dignified Mizukage is meeting with a rogue ninja like me. Upon hearing Orochimaru's words, both Mei Terumi and AO's expressions slightly soured. Both sides had something to gain from each other, so they naturally wouldn't let things escalate too much. At that moment, AO suddenly laughed, his tone carrying a hint of skepticism. You know, that other space can only be summoned by Senju Hashirama? With AO's words, the previously tense atmosphere eased up momentarily. Although AO's words seemed to question Orochimaru's abilities, they were actually providing both sides with a way out. Orochimaru's expression remained calm as he glanced at Jurubu from the Sound 4. Jurubu immediately understood and took out a large scroll he had been carrying on his back, slowly unfurling it in front of everyone. Boom! As Jurubu formed hand seals with both hands, a living person bound and gagged appeared in the center of the scroll. Seeing this scene, everyone present remained calm. They were all ninjas and naturally knew what would happen next. After doing all this, Jurubu respectfully retreated behind Orochimaru. Orochimaru wasted no time, quickly forming hand seals and letting out a low shout. Forbidden technique, impure world reincarnation. A large amount of dust instantly buried the living person, starting to form the image of another person. In the blink of an eye, a brand new figure appeared before everyone. Mei Terumi and AO's pupils constricted sharply, revealing expressions of disbelief as they watched this scene. Senju Hashirama. Although the two had never seen the real Senju Hashirama, they had seen images of him. Not to mention, the faces of every Hokage were carved on the Hokage rock in Konoha. This ninjutsu can actually manipulate the dead. Mei Terumi and AO exchanged glances, the same thought flashing through their minds. Orochimaru is too dangerous. Where's this place? I remember I was dead, right? Senju Hashirama slowly opened his eyes, a look of confusion in his gaze. In the next moment, Senju Hashirama seemed to sense the condition of his body, his brows furrowing. Tobarama, you really developed this technique? Hello, Lord Senju Hashirama. I apologize for abruptly summoning you from the Pure Land to the real world. Although Orochimaru's words expressed an apology, there was no hint of remorse in his tone. Instead, the excitement on his face was unmistakable. Senju Hashirama looked at the forehead protector on Orochimaru's head, which bore an unfamiliar symbol, a small ninja village. However, when Senju Hashirama looked at the forehead protectors on Mei Terumi and AO, his expression changed dramatically. Just by seeing the forehead protector of the Mist Village in his current state, Senju Hashirama understood what had happened. Lord Senju Hashirama, the next task will trouble you. Orochimaru walked behind the reincarnated Senju Hashirama, directly inserting a kunai inscribed with seals into the back of Senju Hashirama's head. Senju Hashirama's body stiffened, and his consciousness quickly faded away. Let's begin, Orochimaru said, excitement evident on his face as he controlled Senju Hashirama. Chapter 13. I am back under Orochimaru's control. Senju Hashirama's body began to swiftly form hand seals, and then he slammed his hands down onto the ground. Bang! A loud muffled sound echoed, and a massive clump of earth several hundred meters in size appeared out of nowhere before everyone. Although it was made of dirt, it emitted a metallic luster under the sunlight. This clump of earth not only had no trace of chakra remaining, but also exceeded Orochimaru's expectations in terms of hardness. Orochimaru stepped forward, gently touched it, and narrowed his eyes slightly. Is it really just composed of ordinary earth release and fire release? Truly astonishing. Kagami Mei's eyes flashed with excitement, her tone barely containing her thrill. Ao nodded heavily, activating his Byakugan to look at the clump of earth. After a while, Ao's body suddenly trembled. Found it. There seems to be some kind of sealing technique inside. Although I can't see the appearance of the person in the coffin, I can confirm that the coffin is made of wood release. It seems to be much simpler than expected. Orochimaru licked his lips, his tone filled with an inexplicable emotion. Water release, water wave. Ao quickly formed hand seals and shouted. A torrent of water surged forward like a waterfall, crashing down on the clump of earth before them. However, to everyone's astonishment, Ao's ninjutsu did not leave even a single crack on the clump of earth. A look of interest flashed across Orochimaru's face as he muttered to himself. Is it even harder than I imagined? But how will you resolve this? Orochimaru's gaze shifted toward Kagami Mei. Step aside. Kagami Mei took 2 steps back and coldly shouted at everyone standing around. Dissolution release. Dissolution monster technique. A large amount of highly viscous and corrosive acidic liquid spewed from Kagami Mei's mouth, enveloping the clump of earth several hundred meters in size. The intense corrosion seemed to even erode the air itself. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The sounds of corrosion echoed across the entire clump of earth. In a short time, the originally hard surface was corroded into various holes of different sizes. The 4 sound ninjas standing behind Orochimaru all shrank their pupils. This woman is very dangerous. Seeing this scene, Kagami Mei showed no signs of joy. Instead, her brows furrowed. The clump of earth was about 300 to 400 meters in size, and if they wanted to dissolve it all, it was hard to estimate how long it would take. They didn't have time to waste. Lord Kagami Mei, I can see the position of Lord Youto inside. We can definitely dig a hole here. Ao's voice rang out, reminding Kagami Mei. Kagami Mei's eyes lit up. This method was much more efficient than her previous one. Orochimaru, you come over and help. Kagami Mei turned to Orochimaru without reservation. Orochimaru shrugged, but obediently walked over, secretly thinking, this woman has a certain feel of Tsunade. Under Ao's Byakugan, Kagami Mei quickly found a spot closer to the coffin inside. Ao was responsible for scouting directions to prevent mistakes, while Kagami Mei used ninjutsu to dissolve the hard stone in front of her, digging out a nearly 3-meter deep hole, with Orochimaru assisting her. With Orochimaru helping, the 4 sound ninjas naturally wouldn't be idle. The 4 of them were responsible for the most laborious task, cleaning up all the dissolved residue. Even with everyone working together, it took them a full hour to reach the center of the clump of earth that Uchiha Madara had casually formed with ninjutsu. Crack! As the last piece of the stone wall dissolved, a wooden coffin over 2 meters high, covered in various complex seals, appeared before everyone. Finally found you, Lord Youto, Kagami Mei exclaimed excitedly as she looked at the gigantic coffin over 2 meters tall. Not only Kagami Mei, but Ao standing beside her also had an equally excited expression. Under the gaze of the prominent figures, Kido Maru and Jirobo, with expressions of despair, obediently carried the over 2-meter-tall wooden coffin outside. Is this the sealing technique that Senju Hashirama used to seal Lord Youto back then? Ao's expression turned serious as he carefully examined the black seals covering the entire coffin. Who would have thought that Senju Hashirama personally sealed Lord Youto, and now he was personally unsealing him? Kagami Mei looked at Senju Hashirama, who was controlled by Edo Tensei, and let out a cold laugh, her tone tinged with mockery. Under Orochimaru's control, Senju Hashirama unhesitatingly walked to the wooden coffin, quickly forming hand seals. And with the last seal, the dense black seals on the coffin began to visibly fade at an astonishing speed. Crack! Without the support of the seals, the wooden coffin, without chakra to maintain it, shattered into pieces and fell to the ground. Boom! A surge of murderous intent exploded forth, a terrifying aura spreading around. It was as if a sea of corpses and rivers of blood appeared before everyone's eyes. Kill! 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 A faint cry echoed in the ears of everyone present. Everyone froze in place for a moment. The 4 sound ninjas were particularly overwhelmed, drenched in sweat, and collapsed to the ground. The first to react were Kagami Mei, Ao, and Orochimaru, who had been on the battlefield before. The 3 of them simultaneously showed horrified expressions. Merely the murderous intent had plunged them into a similar illusion. After shaking off the overwhelming murderous intent, Kagami Mei and the others solemnly looked at the figure that had been sealed for so many years. What appeared before them was an extremely youthful young man, his Warring States-era clothing tattered to the point that it barely concealed the most private areas. His body was covered in countless wounds, with not a single part intact, and half of his body had even vanished. Despite such severe injuries, the young man still stood upright, his remaining hand raised in front of him, giving a middle finger. Although it looked somewhat humorous, even Orochimaru, who was originally from Konoha, couldn't find it funny at all. Just by seeing the scene before them, one could imagine the brutality of the battle that had occurred. Lord Youto Kagami Mei murmured, her gaze filled with admiration. A glint of greed and fear flashed in Orochimaru's eyes, although he faced nothing but a corpse. He felt an inexplicable sense that the other party could awaken at any moment. As the sealing technique was lifted, no one noticed that a large amount of black particles suddenly surged from Yuto's body. Thud! A faint sound rang out. This sound was extremely weak. But whether it was Kagami Mei or Orochimaru, they both raised their heads and looked toward the position of Yuto's heart. That was the sound of a heartbeat. The next moment, under the incredulous gaze of everyone, Yuto's originally incomplete body began to rapidly recover at a visibly fast pace. Even the injuries on his body disappeared in a short time, as if he had never been harmed at all. The faint smell of earth in the air penetrated into Yuto's nose. It felt as if he had slept for a long time. Yuto lazily opened his eyes, and what greeted him was the somewhat dazzling sunlight. Yuto raised his head and looked at the scorching ball of fire in the sky, slowly speaking. I'm back. Chapter 14. Troubled times. A calm voice echoed through the forest. Right, Do. Although it was just 4 words, it exuded an unparalleled dominance and confidence. The 5th Mizukage, Terumi Mei, knelt halfway to the ground, her voice filled with uncontrollable excitement and respect. I pay my respects to the 1st Mizukage, Lord Right Do. The captain of the Miss Shinobi assassination team, AO, also knelt, saying, I pay my respects to the 1st Mizukage, Lord Right Do. As the captain of the assassination team and a ninja himself, AO could no longer hide the excitement on his face and the fervor in his eyes. Hearing these 2 voices, Right Do expressionlessly lowered his head, assessing the people before him. Terumi Mei, Orochimaru, and the 4 sound ninjas. Such familiar yet strange figures. Who would have thought they'd been sealed away for so many years? Huh? Is that the reincarnated Senju, Hashirama? Seeing Hashirama, Right Do paused for a moment, but quickly understood what had happened. With this thought, Right Do couldn't help but raise an eyebrow slightly. Speaking of which, Senju Tobirama had indeed done him a great favor. Is it already the 5th generation of Mizukage? I thought I would be revived during the era of the 2nd or 3rd Mizukage. Things are really getting worse. Right Do spoke in a calm tone, a hint of dissatisfaction in his voice. Right Do had no intention of intimidating Terumi Mei. His discontent was genuine. His main mission was to unify the entire ninja world, but achieving this required more than just great strength. Timing, location, and people were all crucial. In the entire Hokage world, unifying the ninja world during 2 specific time periods was extremely difficult. The first time period was the Warring States period. During this time, unifying the ninja world would inevitably lead to a confrontation with Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. Against these 2 formidable figures, no matter how strong one was, a single burst of power from them could easily end you. The second time period was after the plot began. This period appeared to lack powerful figures. Yet it was the most stable and prosperous time for the ninja world, with all the ninja villages building their strength. If one wanted to unify the entire ninja world during this time, they would face a joint offensive from all the other ninja villages. Furthermore, during this period, new formidable figures, Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke, would emerge, and the old powerhouses, Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, could show up at any moment. Adding to that, there was Kagaya, who had been plotting for 1,000 years in the shadows. Thus, in Right Do's view, this period was actually the most troublesome, even though he was unclear about the exact timeline. However, he knew that the 5th Mizukage was Terumi Mei, and standing honestly behind Orochimaru were the 4 sound ninjas. With this information, Right Do had a general idea of which time period he was in. The easiest time to unify the ninja world was during the 2nd and 3rd Shinobi World Wars. Only during these 2 periods could the monopoly of Konoha be broken. The rest of the time belonged to Konoha. This was also the reason for Right Do's dissatisfaction. Having experienced the Warring States period, where human lives were as insignificant as grass, Right Do's temperament was no longer that of the shy and naive boy from his previous life. even though the people before him were familiar figures from the anime of his past. And Terumi, Mei was one of his favorite female characters from that time. Upon seeing them again as real living beings, Raito found that his heart stirred not at all. It felt as if he was facing something extremely ordinary. This was due to his strength, status, and temperament being on entirely different levels. The so-called familiarity was merely a lingering affection for his past life. If someone else had said that the Mist Village was getting worse, Terumi, Mei, and Ao would have acted without hesitation. However, in front of the first Mizukage, Lord Raito, both Terumi, Mei, and Ao showed expressions of shame, bowing their heads even lower. Compared to the era of Lord Raito, the current strength of the Mist Village could indeed be described as weak. Among the 5 great ninja villages, the Mist Village and the Sand Village could now be said to be evenly matched, competing for the last and second-to-last places. However, compared to the Sand Village, which was left with nothing but sand, the Mist Village at least had the mountains and the sea behind it, providing relatively rich resources. Yet because of this, the Mist Village had somehow ended up in the last 2 positions, which made it easy to imagine how poor its overall strength was. Seeing the shame on their faces, Raito couldn't help but smirk, feeling as if he had hit the nail on the head. Get up. As the Mizukage, you may feel shame for the village, but there is no need to kneel before anyone. Raito looked at Terumi Mei, his tone carrying an undeniable authority. Terumi Mei's face flushed, and she hurriedly stood up straight, her posture as stiff as if she had done something wrong. Ao, kneeling beside her, found it amusing. It was the first time he had seen Terumi Mei display such a girlish demeanor. As Terumi Mei stood up, Raito seriously examined the 5th Mizukage before him. She was very tall, only half a head shorter than him, and even more beautiful than she appeared in the anime. Noticing Terumi Mei's nervousness, Raito suddenly smiled. Thank you for your trouble. After saying this, Raito didn't look at Terumi Mei's expression and made a gesture for Ao, who was still kneeling on the ground, to get up. At the same time, Raito stepped forward and his entire body vanished from sight. When he reappeared, he was already standing in front of Orochimaru. Such speed, there was no fluctuation of chakra. Was that pure taijutsu? Orochimaru's pupils involuntarily constricted as he looked at Raito, who had suddenly appeared before him. Looking at the snake uncle before him, Raito suddenly broke into a charming smile. What is your name? Chapter 15. The Path of Orochimaru. Seeing the sudden smile on Yuto's face, Orochimaru felt a chill in his heart and suddenly had a bad premonition. Orochimaru, the rogue ninja of Konoha. His eyes flickered slightly, but he still answered honestly, even putting more emphasis on the term rogue ninja. Although he was unclear about Yuto's personality, being sealed by the people of Konoha likely left him with little affection for them. However, with Senju Hashirama here, Orochimaru felt a bit more confident. Orochimaru had already controlled the reanimated Senju Hashirama, and in case of any unexpected situation, he could directly manipulate Hashirama to attack. A rogue ninja from Konoha? Not bad at all. The smile on Yuto's face remained unchanged as he suddenly turned to look in the direction of Senju Hashirama and said softly, in this state, Senju Hashirama probably doesn't even possess 1/10 of his strength. Rather than saying it's Hashirama, it's more like a puppet of Hashirama. You see, at this point, Youto snapped his fingers. Rip! It sounded like a piece of cloth being torn apart. Under everyone's gaze, Senju Hashirama was instantly shredded to pieces. Without consciousness, he couldn't even evade the most basic attack. Youto shook his head lightly, a hint of regret flashing in his eyes. When? How strange. Bloodline limit? Orochimaru's body felt cold and tense. In his perception, he still did not sense any chakra fluctuations. However, beside him, Karui and Ao showed signs of excitement. It was said that Lord Youto could summon spirits that ordinary people could not see to fight. The shredded Senju Hashirama before them was likely the work of that spirit. Don't be nervous, it's just a little trick. Bloodline limits like Byakugan and Sharingan, which can enhance ocular power, can see it vaguely. Of course, those 4 little guys behind you, if they use that special chakra within them, should also be able to feel it. Youto looked at the tense Orochimaru and turned his gaze to the 4-sound ninja, chuckling lightly. Orochimaru's pupils contracted. The special chakra Youto referred to must be the power of the cursed seal. Can he even sense this? However, through Yuto's gaze towards the 4-sound ninja, Orochimaru vaguely guessed something and calmly said, Lord Youto, if you need anything, just speak up. Hearing Orochimaru's words, Youto nodded slightly, giving him a knowing look. Having been sealed for so long, the power within you has probably been nearly exhausted. Do you mind if I absorb some chakra? A glimmer of urgency flashed in Orochimaru's eyes. No one understood better than him the power and side effects brought by curse seal transformation. As for the claim of being sealed for a long time and nearly exhausted power, Orochimaru did not believe it. Since Yuto's resurrection began, Orochimaru had been observing seriously whether this legendary immortal body had any side effects. So far, he had yet to see any signs of side effects. His body showed no signs of weakness, and his mental energy was also exceptionally full, as if he had simply taken a nap. Even now, Youto had not made a move, but Orochimaru could still deeply sense the overwhelming and terrifying power within Youto. This was the reason Orochimaru remained compliant. Recalling the information he had found about Youto in Konoha's secret archives, Orochimaru licked his lips. He also possesses a bloodline limit that can absorb all energy. Perhaps he could witness it. As the gazes of the two big shots, Youto and Orochimaru, focused on them, the four-sound ninja felt a simultaneous shiver. A sense of despair flooding their hearts once again. The four-sound ninja increasingly felt that coming here might have been a wrong decision. Although they thought this in their hearts, their bodies still obediently walked in front of Youto. You four little guys, just use the power within you, Youto said to the sound ninja calmly. In the final battle against Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, Youto discovered something. Although he hadn't had the chance to confirm it at the time before being sealed by those two, now he could confirm it. The four-sound ninja exchanged glances and turned their gaze toward Orochimaru. Seeing Orochimaru nod slightly, their hearts stirred, and the power of the cursed seal was instantly activated. Boom! For cold, evil auras suddenly erupted from the four of them. Strange black, twisted lines instantly enveloped their bodies. Although the patterns on each person were different, their auras had directly elevated from the level of ordinary Chunin to the level of elite Chunin. Seeing this, Karui and Ao's expressions changed. They did not expect Orochimaru to hide such a trump card. Ao's face looked somewhat grim, clearly understanding that Orochimaru was not just after that scroll of information. He likely had other purposes. If it weren't for Lord Youto, they might have truly fallen into a trap. Karui licked her bright red lips, a hint of barely perceptible killing intent flashing in her eyes. Just when Karui and Ao thought this was over, the energy from the four-sound ninja, which had been gradually stabilizing, erupted once again. The strength of the four had forcefully risen another notch, directly reaching the level of Jonin. This aura was even colder and more evil, and the eyes of the sound ninja were filled with a hint of madness. At this moment, the appearance of the sound ninja could no longer be considered human. Karui and Ao's expressions completely changed, not because of the sudden increase in strength of the sound ninja. Although their cursed seal-enhanced power was indeed impressive, it didn't pose much of a threat to Karui and Ao. The reason for their grim expressions was Orochimaru's displayed strength so far. Whether it was the ability to manipulate the dead or the obviously mass-producible curse seal that could enhance strength, it forced Karui and Ao to take Orochimaru seriously. Chapter 16. Right Do's speculation, the second form of the curse seal, transformed the appearances of the sound four completely. Although they became uglier, their strength increased as well. It seemed that due to the influence of the cursed seal, combined with the sudden surge in power, the eyes of the sound four flickered with a brutal aura as they stared at Right Do. A thin thread of killing intent emanated from the four of them. Oh! Sensing the killing intent from the four, Right Do raised an eyebrow slightly. He stepped lightly on the ground, and his body vanished like teleportation, appearing in front of the chubby Zerobang in the blink of an eye. Before Zerobang could react, Right Do's finger had already tapped on his forehead. Zerobang seemed to suffer an unimaginable heavy blow, collapsing directly to the ground and creating a pit about half a meter deep beneath him. At the same time, the cursed seal on Zerobang began to fade rapidly. In just a blink of an eye, Zerobang had reverted to a normal state and fainted on the spot. Right Do's figure flashed again, performing the same action in front of the others. Without any resistance, what was merely a finger seemed to the sound for like an insurmountable chasm. By the time 4 pits had been created in the ground, Right Do's figure had already returned to the spot where he had been standing earlier. I am quite sensitive to killing intent. In our era, revealing killing intent meant a fight to the death. However, for your sake, I'll let it go. Right Do looked at Orochimaru and spoke cheerfully, as if he regarded Orochimaru like a junior he had high hopes for. Orochimaru's eyelids twitched violently, forcing an ugly smile onto his face. However, the next moment, his expression suddenly stiffened, and he couldn't help but murmur, "The sensing has disappeared?" Orochimaru immediately used a body flicker technique to appear in front of the unconscious Sound 4. Crouching down, he turned Zerobang's neck over. And when he saw that the cursed seal that was originally on Zerobang's neck had vanished, he was momentarily stunned. Orochimaru quickly moved his body and checked the other 3 individuals' necks, discovering that the cursed seals on them had also completely disappeared. Kursetseal. Orochimaru's eyes were filled with disbelief. Until now, nothing could remove a cursed seal. At most, it could only be sealed. Even if sealed, if the host's emotional fluctuations were too great, the power of the cursed seal could easily break through the seal. You mean the cursed seal? I absorbed it. Compared to the term cursed seal, it has another name. Sage transformation. This power is indeed a pretty good form of chakra. Unbeknownst to him, Raito had already stood behind Orochimaru and spoke softly. Sage transformation and sage mode are 2 completely different powers. Sage transformation is more inclined towards physical enhancement like that of Zonwu. Orochimaru turned his head slightly rigidly to look at Raito, still unaware of when the other had appeared behind him. A hint of deep apprehension flashed in Orochimaru's eyes. This person had devoured the amount of cursed seal from 4 individuals without any apparent issue. This was something that was impossible for an ordinary person. The cursed seal is indeed good, but unfortunately, it pales in comparison to sage mode. Raito muttered to himself. The next moment, a chilling and evil aura suddenly surged from Raito. This aura was identical to the one that the Sound Four had suddenly unleashed earlier. Beside him, Terumi Mei's expression changed, thinking that Raito had encountered some problem after absorbing this chakra. However, a glimmer of joy flashed in Orochimaru's eyes. Sure enough, recklessly consuming the cursed seal from 4 people could not possibly come without issues. But when Orochimaru looked at Raito, he found that Raito showed no signs of change at all. No, Orochimaru squinted slightly, noticing a small black diamond-shaped mark appear at the center of Raito's forehead, similar to the mark Tsunade had when she hadn't unsealed her Yin seal. Raito clenched his fist compared to other aspects. The cursed seal mode did indeed provide a greater enhancement in power. What about sage mode? Raito's thoughts shifted, and the chakra from the cursed seal mode quickly receded. Amid the stunned expressions of Terumi Mei, Ao, and Orochimaru, a calm yet exceptionally domineering chakra erupted from Raito's body. The black diamond symbol on Raito's forehead transformed back into a circle. Compared to the cursed seal mode, which significantly enhanced strength under the chakra of sage mode, Raito felt that his overall abilities had been improved to a certain extent, but the enhancement in strength was not as strong as that of sage transformation. This chakra of sage mode was what Raito had absorbed during his battle with Hashirama Senju. It had remained stored in Raito's body without being used until he was sealed. Raito's eyes brightened. This was the matter he wanted to confirm. Now, within Raito's body, there were 3 types of chakra. One belonged to Raito himself. One was the chakra from the recently acquired cursed seal mode, and the other was the chakra of sage mode. Through the earlier experiment, Raito had confirmed that his thoughts were correct. The ability of the Black Emperor not only allows one to absorb the opponent's energy into their body, but, more importantly, it can convert the absorbed energy into energy that one needs. Raito had not paid much attention to this point before. After all, before fighting Hashirama Senju, the chakra he had absorbed from other ninjas was just ordinary chakra, which naturally did not need conversion. Although the chakra of sage mode and the chakra of cursed seal mode within Raito's body were scarce now, and even casting a few ninjutsu would deplete it, Raito could completely convert his chakra into these 2 types. Once successful, it would allow Raito to directly master both sage mode and cursed seal mode. In previous battles, Raito generally relied on the energy absorption and release of the Black Emperor. Now, if he mastered these 2 modes, Raito's strength would definitely increase another level. The ability to switch the energy type within his body at what could be called Black Emperor mode. What do you think? Raito stroked his chin and spoke to himself. Chapter 17, Should I Join the Mist Ninja? Yuto smiled lightly. If we talk about who possesses the most chakra modes, it certainly isn't him. One of the protagonists of Naruto, Uzumaki Naruto, has 4 types of chakra modes: Sage mode, Nine Tails chakra mode, Kurama mode, and Six Path Sage mode. And he even has a power that fuses Sage mode with Kurama mode. What does it mean to cheat? Uzumaki Naruto shows everyone what it means to cheat for a moment of excitement, and to keep enjoying it endlessly. However, the fact that Uzumaki Naruto can fuse Sage mode and Kurama mode reminds Yuto of something. Take the tailed beast, for example. From 1 tail to 9 tails. Each tailed beast has its own unique chakra characteristics. If Yuto gathers the 9 types of chakra from the 9 tailed beasts within himself, could he potentially fuse them into a 6 paths chakra without becoming the Ten Tails Jinchuriki? After all, in the original work, Uzumaki Naruto successfully entered Six Paths Sage Mode by relying on the chakra of other tailed beasts, but that is only one aspect. The most important point is that the gift from the Sage of Six Paths is what enabled Uzumaki Naruto to enter Six Paths Sage Mode. Without the power of the Sage of Six Paths, it is hard to say whether he could have succeeded. However, for Youto, this is definitely worth a try. Gathering the chakra of nine-tailed beasts into his body is undoubtedly a crazy endeavor. Even Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Obito only mastered Six Paths level power after becoming the Ten Tails Jinchuriki. Youto does not believe that Uchiha Madara never thought about this issue. After all, this world is never short of smart people, which only indicates that the success rate of this endeavor is terrifyingly low. The reason why Uzumaki Naruto succeeded, Youto speculates, is not only because the Nine Tails, as a big boss, helped suppress the other 8 types of tailed beast chakra within him. More importantly, Naruto gained the goodwill of the other tailed beasts, and they had no intention of causing trouble. Yuto's eyes flickered slightly as he temporarily suppressed the thoughts in his mind. For now, Youto still has a certain level of confidence in his own strength. But when facing Six Paths level combat power, Youto believes that he is not yet a match. Bringing his thoughts back, it is still too early to consider those matters. What is currently in front of Youto is how to master Sage Mode and Curse Seal Mode. Some preparations will have to be made after returning to the Mist Ninja Village. Youto retracted the power of Sage Mode and raised his head, just in time to meet Orochimaru's fiery gaze. This gaze was like a beggar who hadn't eaten for more than 10 days, suddenly seeing a piece of cooked meat in front of him. Standing not far behind Youto, Terumi, Mei, and Ao also had expressions of astonishment. The two powers that Youto had just displayed could each be described as terrifying. However, the two were more excited. The stronger Youto became, the better it was for the Mist Ninja Village. How does Orochimaru feel about those two powers just now? Youto looked at Orochimaru's fiery eyes and spoke casually. I'm very familiar with the power of the Curse Seal. It's cold, evil, and also difficult to master. However, from the situation just now, it is clear that Lord Youto has already mastered this power. Orochimaru spoke with a hint of seriousness in his tone. No one knows better than Orochimaru how low the survival rate of Curse Seal transplantation is. After a moment of silence, Orochimaru continued. As for the second power, it is stronger and more complete than the Cursed Seal. Orochimaru paused here, leaving unsaid the fact that this power is very similar to the one they studied in the laboratory, Senju Hashirama's power. So, do you want to become stronger? Would you like to join the Mist Ninja Village? Youto wore a faint smile, looking at Orochimaru, and spoke in a calm tone. Anyone who has watched Naruto knows that although Orochimaru has a somewhat unpredictable personality, he is indeed a talent. If someone like him could join the Mist Ninja Village, it would undoubtedly be a great joy for Youto. After all, with Orochimaru's addition, the pace of unifying the ninja world has quickened. Hearing Yuto's words, Orochimaru's expression became somewhat strange. It sounded like something he often says. But Orochimaru was indeed tempted. The power of Sage Mode is something that anyone would find hard to refuse. At this moment, Orochimaru, having been easily defeated by Itachi, was obsessively pursuing the Sharingan and immortality. The power of Sage Mode presented a safer path for him. I'm sorry, Lord Youto, but I have some matters to attend to, so I must take my leave first. After a moment, a flicker of struggle crossed Orochimaru's eyes, but he still refused. As soon as Orochimaru's words fell, his movements were exceptionally quick, summoning a giant snake. The giant snake opened its mouth and swallowed the 4 sound ninjas who had been knocked out by Youto. With a bang, the giant snake disappeared without a trace. After doing all this, Orochimaru used Earth Style to quickly vanish in one direction. He feared that if he stayed here any longer, he might really be unable to resist agreeing to Yuto's request. The doors of the Mist Ninja Village are always open for you. Watching the direction in which Orochimaru disappeared, a hint of regret flashed in Yuto's eyes as he waved his hand and shouted loudly. Standing behind Youto, Terumi, Mei, and Ao couldn't help but exchange glances, both seeing a hint of helplessness in each other's eyes. Taking in a rogue ninja from Konoha, especially someone as dangerous as Orochimaru, is likely something that only Lord Youto could do. Let's go, Mei, it's been so long. I wonder how the village is doing. Youto stretched lazily, turned his head, and looked at Terumi Mei. Terumi Mei suddenly let out a sharp scream and quickly turned her body, her face flushed. Chapter 18. The wandering CHR at the entrance of the Mist Ninja Village. Upon seeing Terumi Mei's appearance, Ryuto was momentarily taken aback. a look of confusion appearing on his face. Ryuto, sir, your clothes, Aoi said somewhat awkwardly, lowering her head and speaking softly. Hearing Aoi's reminder, Ryuto blinked and looked down, and in the next moment, his face slightly flushed. The clothes he wore, tattered from the final battle, seemed to be on the verge of falling apart after several movements, looking like they would drop any moment now. Cough! Ryuto gently cleared his throat and pointed at Aoi. Aoi immediately understood and quickly took off her blue robe, respectfully handing it to Ryuto. Ryuto casually put on the robe, and at the bottom of it, he tore off a long piece of fabric and tied it around his waist. All right, let's go, Ryuto said. Although the robe was somewhat oversized, it did not hinder his movement, and as for whether it looked good or not, Ryuto did not care. At this moment, Mei turned around, secretly glancing in Ryuto's direction, a slight blush rising on her face. Whoosh! Accompanied by the sound of wind, 3 figures transformed into afterimages, quickly disappearing from the spot. In the dense forest, the 3 figures sped off in a certain direction. Ryuto frowned slightly. Moving at this speed was indeed too slow. Having been sealed for so many years, he wanted to quickly understand the current situation of the Mist Ninja Village and a specific point in time to make corresponding plans. As for why he didn't ask Mei and the others, it was because each village calculated time differently. Other villages naturally would not use the time of Konohagakure as a reference. However, the timeline of the Naruto world is calculated based on the establishment of Konohagakure. For instance, 60 years in Konoha marks the beginning of the first part and the time when the young ninjas graduated one after another. If this year were placed in other villages, who knows how many years it would be. As for Ryuto, although he was the first Mizukage, he was mostly engaged in warfare at that time. And who would care about the specific year? Even if it had been mentioned, Ryuto probably wouldn't have paid attention to it. Where are we now? Ryuto suddenly asked Mei, as he was unaware of their current location after just being revived. Ryuto-sama, we are still in the land of water. For safety, the meeting location with Orochimaru is set on a small island to the west of Mist Ninja Village. Mei replied respectfully, though with a hint of confusion. Ryuto nodded, extending his hands, one grabbing Aoi and the other grabbing Mei, speaking in a calm tone. Hold on tight. Boom! With a muffled sound, Ryuto transformed into a streak of light, rapidly heading east. Mei and Aoi, who were grabbed by Ryuto, felt everything around them suddenly retreating at an incredibly fast speed. However, neither Mei nor Aoi felt any shaking, not even the slightest resistance from the front. Aoi's eyes widened, a look of disbelief on his face, as he understood the terrifying speed they were moving at. The faster one goes, the greater the resistance, which is common knowledge. Yet the resistance in front of them seemed to have vanished into thin air, and even the sound of wind was almost non-existent. In contrast to Aoi's shock, Mei's expression did not change much. As the Mizukage, she knew much more than Aoi. Many people believe that Ryuto's devouring ability could only consume chakra, but there was a forbidden technique scroll, accessible only to the Mizukage, which contained a general introduction about Ryuto's abilities. At the entrance of the Mist Ninja Village, Jur wore a conflicted expression, pacing back and forth at the entrance. The fact that the Mizukage had left the village without permission was a serious matter, as the Kage could not be constrained by anyone's actions. However, the elders had learned about this matter, and, just moments ago, they sent someone to find Jur, saying there was something important that required the Mizukage's presence. Since the Mizukage was not there, Jur could only find a reason to stall for time. However, from the tone of the elder's messenger, Jur already knew that the elders were aware of the Mizukage's departure. The purpose of the elder's messenger seeking him out was probably because they thought that as Mei's trusted aide, he must know where she was now. Unfortunately, Jur truly did not know. Helpless, Jur could only wait at the entrance of the Mist Ninja Village for Mei, and Aoi to return. Now, Jur just hoped that the Mizukage would come back quickly. Otherwise, he would definitely face the elder's reprimand. Just then, Jur suddenly noticed a black dot in the distance, approaching an incredible speed. Jur's expression changed, and just as he was about to signal the village's guards, the black that had already appeared right in front of him, without any sound of wind, and even at such high speed, there was not a single roar, as if it were a true ghost. If Jur hadn't seen the trajectory of the black dot himself, he might have thought it had appeared out of thin air. Aoi, Mei-sama. Upon recognizing the sudden appearance of the two, a look of surprise crossed Jur's face. Releasing the hands that held Mei, and Aoi, Ryuto looked up at the familiar entrance of the Mist Ninja Village, a hint of nostalgia flashing in his eyes. After all these years, it still looks the same. Hearing Ryuto's words, Senju also noticed the figure standing between Aoi and Terumi Mei. A wave of inexplicable familiarity surged in his heart, but for a moment. He couldn't recall when he had seen this person before. Chapter 19. The pink purse and shopping since he couldn't remember. Senju didn't dwell on it and quickly walked up to Mizukage Terumi Mei, speaking softly. Lord Mizukage, the elders have already sent someone over. At this point, Senju paused and didn't continue. Terumi Mei's eyes flickered, and a troubled expression appeared on her face. She could already foresee the scene she would face after dealing with that old man. Thinking of this, Terumi Mei turned her head and said to Yud with a hint of respect in her tone, Yud, if you have something to do, you can go ahead. I happen to want to take a look at the Mist Village. Yud waved his hand to interrupt Terumi Mei, casually saying. Senju's eyes widened as he stared blankly at Yud. This was the second time he had seen someone directly interrupt Lord Mizukage. It's worth noting that the first ninja who did this was still lying in bed at home, thinking of what would happen next. A chill rose in Senju's heart, but when he saw Lord Mizukage's expression, he was somewhat dazed. Even when talking to the elders, Lord Mizukage had never been this respectful, and sometimes even flipped tables. Yet, the current Lord Mizukage not only showed respect, but also a hint of reverence on her face. Should I send someone to guide you, Lord? Also about your identity, is it? Terumi Mei didn't mind Yud interrupting her, looking at him with a hint of reverence in her eyes. There's no need. I plan to familiarize myself with the current Mist Village. As for my identity, inform all the high-ranking Mist Ninjas. They will have their work cut out for them. However, do not tell the common people about this, Yud said after a brief pause. Speaking, it wasn't that Yud didn't want the common people to know about his resurrection. It was just that even in peacetime, the ninja world had its own intelligence channels among the various villages. The news of his resurrection would be extremely sensitive for the entire ninja world. Given the current strength of the Mist Village, if they faced the other 4 great ninja villages, the outcome would only be one: annihilation. As for Orochimaru, Yud felt quite at ease, knowing that Orochimaru had witnessed his strength and likely wouldn't offend him for no reason. To unify the ninja world, one needed not only formidable strength, but also sufficient manpower. Otherwise, even if Yud defeated everyone in the ninja world, what would it matter? Unifying the ninja world was indeed a troublesome task. Yud couldn't help but think to himself. Hearing Yud's words, Terumi Mei's eyes flashed with delight, and she nodded heavily. She turned around, preparing to walk into the village. However, at that moment, a light cough suddenly sounded, causing Terumi Mei to pause. Can I borrow some money for the time being? Yud asked somewhat awkwardly, looking at Terumi Mei. Terumi Mei was taken aback, a hint of amusement flashing in her eyes. Thinking to herself, Lord Yud isn't as serious as I imagined. Although she thought this, Terumi Mei still wore a respectful expression and quickly took out a purse from her bosom, placing it in Yud's hands. As Terumi Mei pulled Senju over, her feet moved and she jumped toward the village, saying, Now, tell me what happened in general. Seeing Terumi Mei quickly leave, Senju promptly bowed respectfully to Yud and turned to follow the direction Terumi Mei had disappeared. Watching the 3 leave, Yud smiled lightly. Judging by Senju and Aoi's reactions, it showed that Terumi Mei was doing quite well as Mizukage. Lowering his head, he looked at the pink purse with a cute little animal design in his hand, revealing a peculiar expression on his face. He hadn't expected the seemingly mature Terumi Mei to use a purse that looked like something a little girl would carry. On a street in the Mist Village, Yud held a skewer of fish balls in one hand and a cup of hot tea in the other, wearing a contented expression. The street was not as bustling as he had imagined, but there were still quite a few pedestrians and vendors calling out. Yud followed the flow of people, surveying his surroundings and buying any delicious food he saw. Compared to his time, the Mist Village had changed a lot, with some tall buildings now existing. However, through his earlier observations, Yud noticed that the population of the Mist Village didn't seem to have increased much. He guessed it was likely related to the policies during the 4th Mizukage's reign and the Blood Mist period. Thinking of this, a deep killing intent surfaced in Yud's eyes. If he encountered Uchiha Obito again, he would definitely give him special treatment. Yud had deep feelings for the Mist Village, whether it was the friends who fought alongside him back then or the civilians who selflessly helped them during the war. For Yud, these were all profound ties. Haruka, slow down. Don't bump into anyone. A helpless voice came from the front of the street. Accompanying this voice was a little girl around 5 or 6 years old, who was bouncing and dodging through the crowd, running toward Yud. Every few steps, she would turn her head and stick out her tongue at the people behind her. Suddenly, while the little girl was running, she accidentally tripped over a raised stone on the ground and fell forward. Haruka! A panicked voice came from the front upon seeing this scene. A young girl, about 16 or 17 years old, rushed toward the direction of the little girl with a look of alarm on her face. Unfortunately, although the distance between them wasn't too far, there were still quite a few pedestrians on the street, and by the time the young girl reached her, the little girl would have already fallen to the ground. The little girl was so frightened that she closed her eyes, but after a while, she realized she didn't feel herself hitting the ground. Slowly opening her eyes, she found that she had somehow ended up in the arms of a big brother. Chapter 20. Apple Rain. Yuli, seeing the little lowly in his arms staring wide-eyed at him. Youto found it somewhat amusing. He gently placed the little lowly on the ground and chuckled. Little one, you need to be careful when walking in the future. I'm not a little one. My name is Haruna. Haruna let out a soft huff and spoke to Youto in a tone that mimicked an adult. With a quick run, a girl around 16 or 17 years old dashed in front of Youto. Seeing that Haruna was unharmed, the girl visibly sighed in relief. Haruna, you mustn't run around like that, she said seriously. Haruna pouted. Although her little face showed dissatisfaction, she didn't argue back. Thank you for your help just now. The girl bowed deeply to Youto, her tone filled with gratitude. It's nothing, just a small matter. Youto waved his hand casually and spoke softly. Sister, I want to eat the fish balls in Big Brother's hand. Haruna exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she pointed at the skewers of fish balls Youto was holding. The girl was slightly taken aback and hadn't spoken yet when she saw Youto already handing the fish balls to Haruna, who didn't hesitate to start eating them. The girl's face flushed red, and she quickly bowed again, saying, I'm very sorry. Haruna is still so young and doesn't understand. It's fine. I still have plenty of fish balls anyway. By the way, if you two aren't busy, could you show me around nearby? I can treat you both to fish balls, Youto said with a gentle smile, reaching out to pat Haruna's little head. Upon hearing Yuto's words, Haruna's eyes lit up, and she eagerly lifted her little head to look at her sister. Compared to Haruna, the girl's eyes flashed with a hint of caution. From the beginning, she felt an inexplicable familiarity with the young man before her, but she was very certain that she had never seen him in the village. Now hearing Yuto's invitation to show her around, the girl determined that this young man was not from the Mist Ninja Village. As for the sense of familiarity, perhaps she had seen someone with a similar appearance at some point. What truly concerned her was the faint hint of danger emanating from him. If you're worried about anything, you can rest assured. I'm not a bad person, Youto chuckled, thinking the girl was concerned about something. Don't look at my sister like that. She is a genius and a very powerful ninja, Haruna said with admiration, pouting at Youto. My name is Ringo Amayuri. I'm quite familiar with this area, so if you don't mind, I can be your guide. Ringo Amayuri stepped forward and gently pulled Haruna behind her. Seeing the girl's actions, Youto raised an eyebrow, a hint of helplessness appearing on his face. It seemed he was being suspected. However, the name Ringo Amayuri felt familiar to him, but he couldn't recall why. Whether or not a ninja acted as a guide didn't matter much to Youto. He wasn't planning to gather any important intel, just wanted to see the current living conditions of the common people in the Mist Ninja Village. Having someone as a guide was much better than wandering around aimlessly. Although Ringo Amayuri was somewhat cautious of him, with little lowly Haruna around, the atmosphere remained pleasant. The only thing giving Youto a headache was that Haruna had a tendency to want to feast on him. In a dark, underground secret room, Orochimaru wore a rare look of excitement as he glanced casually at the scroll that Tsunade had handed him in exchange. If this had been some time ago, Orochimaru might have been keen to study the contents of the scroll. However, now he had something more worth researching. This is a small snake, about the thickness of a thumb, slowly crawled out from Orochimaru's sleeve down his arm. After reaching the palm of Orochimaru's hand, the snake suddenly opened its mouth and spat out a small piece of flesh. Looking at the small piece of flesh in his hand, Orochimaru licked his lips, his tone filled with excitement. The secret of the first Mizuki's immortality is simply irresistible to want to explore. Orochimaru had naturally prepared for Yuto's resurrection. Before it began, he had arranged for this little snake to be positioned beneath where Youto would be resurrected. At the moment the seal on Senju Hashirama was broken, Orochimaru commanded the little snake to burrow up from the ground and bite a small piece of flesh from Youto. This act was carried out very discreetly, and combined with the fact that Tsunade and Ao's attention was mostly focused on Youto, a small snake without any chakra fluctuations would naturally be overlooked by the two. As for Youto, The piece of flesh bitten was from before his resurrection, and after his resurrection, Youto would naturally not notice any abnormalities in his body. Knock, knock. A soft knocking sound echoed. Come in. Orochimaru replied coldly, without turning his head. The four sound ninjas slowly walked in, their faces showing a faint hint of fear. It seems you've awakened. How does it feel to be without the cursed seal? Orochimaru smiled slightly as he turned to look at the four. As soon as Orochimaru finished speaking, the four sound ninjas knelt halfway on the ground and spoke in unison. Please, Lord Orochimaru, grant us the power of the cursed seal once again. In the entire Sound Village, power was everything. Even knowing that the cursed seal had severe side effects on the body, the four sound ninjas still couldn't give up this power. The next moment, screams echoed in the underground secret room. Have Kimimaro come over later. It probably won't be long before he has to leave for a while, Orochimaru's voice, with a hint of shadow, echoed in the room. Chapter 21. Elder of the Mist Ninja Village. Master Yuan. Master Yuan. The Elder of the Mist Ninja Village in the Land of Water holds powers equivalent to that of the Mizukage. He is responsible for making major decisions for the entire Mist Ninja Village, and all significant matters must consult this elder's opinion. In comparison, the three members of the Konoha Village Elder Council are merely figureheads, while the Elder of the Mist Ninja Village is a true power holder. Although Mizukage Terumi may appears to have control over the entire Mist Ninja Village, in reality, more than half of the authority rests in the hands of Elder Yuan. This is also why, despite her dissatisfaction with Elder Yuan, Terumi Mei has no choice but to come to him. Of course, deep down, Terumi Mei still holds a degree of respect for Elder Yuan, or rather, all the villagers and ninjas of the Mist Ninja Village harbor a slight respect for him. He is an old man who truly cares for the well-being of the entire Mist Ninja Village. In a spacious conference room, an elderly man with a spirited gaze sits at the front of an oval conference table. Terumi Mei, do you realize how much impact your unauthorized departure from the village will have on the entire village? A voice filled with authority and deep resonance echoes throughout the conference room. Terumi Mei casually sits on the table, a dismissive smirk on her face, seemingly indifferent. After all, this is not the first time. She's about to face a lengthy lecture, and as long as she doesn't interrupt, perhaps Elder Yuan will finish sooner. Seeing this scene, Elder Yuan's eyes flash with helplessness. He has no objections to Terumi Mei's strength, but when it comes to her temperament, she still has a long way to go. If it weren't for the fact that Terumi Mei is the only capable ninja the Mist Ninja Village can rely on, he would have allowed her to become the Mizukage. The current Mist Ninja Village is simply too weak, with ninja strengths varying greatly. And due to the policies of the fourth Mizukage, Yagura, there's a direct gap in the younger generation. The large Mist Ninja Village has no combat power to speak of. Enough. Tell me, what is the reason for your sudden departure from the village? You're not the type to act so carelessly, Elder Yuan sighed, raising his head to look at Terumi Mei, and said lightly. Hearing Elder Yuan's words, Terumi Mei was slightly taken aback, clearly not expecting him to be so accommodating today. She jumped down from the table, unusually showing a serious expression. I actually intended to tell you about this. My sudden departure from the village is related to news about Lord Youto. Elder Yuan, who had been calm, suddenly trembled upon hearing Terumi Mei's words and immediately stood up from his chair. Such an important matter. Why are you only telling me now? This matter happened too suddenly, and there are too many uncertain factors. Considering various aspects, I went personally with Qing, Terumi Mei said flatly, not allowing Elder Yuan to speak further. She continued, this time with a hint of excitement and reverence in her voice. Lord Yuto's exact words. All high-ranking officials of the Mist Ninja Village should be prepared. You will have a lot to do next, and also, do not let the news of his resurrection leak to the civilians for now. As Terumi Mei's last words fell, Elder Yuan's breathing became rapid, his eyes filled with fiery enthusiasm, and he seemed to become several years younger in an instant. After a long pause, Elder Yuan finally slowly uttered a single word, yes. Elder Yuan's face still bore a hint of disbelief as he looked at Terumi Mei and asked, where's Lord Youto now? I don't know the exact location. I only know he is currently in the Mist Ninja Village. You don't need to ask me what Lord Youto is doing. His thoughts are beyond my comprehension. Terumi Mei shrugged, her expression indifferent. Elder Yuan slowly exhaled, his gaze fixed deeply on Terumi Mei. After a long while, as Terumi Mei felt increasingly uneasy, he suddenly burst into laughter. Mei, you've done well, very well. The hopes of several generations of the Mist Ninja Village can finally be realized in your generation. I never expected that before I die, I would still see Lord Youto. My life has not been in vain. At this moment, tears streamed down Elder Yuan's cheeks. The Mist Ninja Village has been in decline for far too long. Now that Lord Youto has returned, it is like a shot of adrenaline for the entire Mist Ninja Village. On a bustling street, Youto looked helplessly at Haruka, who was stuffing her face with food. This little girl truly took him for a soft touch. Spending a little money didn't bother Youto, but the money he had was not his. It belonged to Terumi Mei. Fortunately, although Haruka ate a lot, it was mostly inexpensive food, so it didn't cost Youto much. Meanwhile, beside them, Ringo Yuli's face was slightly flushed. Encountering a gluttonous little sister was also a helpless situation for her. Ringo Yuli held Haruka's hand while her eyes flickered with curiosity as she glanced at the young man in front of her. After observing for a while, Ringo Yuli noticed that this young man seemed to have no ulterior motives and was simply out for a stroll. Moreover, he did not appear to be too unfamiliar with the Mist Ninja Village. In some places, he seemed to know them better than she did, as if he had lived in the Mist Ninja Village before. Although she felt no malice from the young man, Ringo Yuli did not dare to relax, and had secretly informed the village's jonin. "Sister, Haruka is full," Haruka said contentedly to Ringo Yuli in a low voice. Ringo Yuli's face turned red again, unable to help but roll her eyes. After eating so much, if she still wasn't full, they really couldn't afford to raise her. "Big brother, you are so nice. Back at home, my sister never lets me have enough to eat," Haruka said, giving Youto a big wink with a happy expression. Hearing Haruka's words, Youto was slightly taken aback, squatting down a bit with a light smile. "Your sister is a ninja. Missions come with substantial rewards. Isn't she able to ensure you have enough to eat? Although being a ninja is quite dangerous, it is also one of the few high-paying professions. A jonin can easily support a small family." Just as Haruka was about to speak, Ringo Yuli pulled on her hand and then said softly to Youto, "Thank you for treating Haruka to so much food. If there is a chance next time, please come to the Ringo Yuli family as a guest." Noticing Ringo Yuli's little gesture, Youto maintained his expression and smiled. "Definitely." Whoosh. Just then, a sudden gust of wind sounded, and Qing's figure appeared in front of the three of them. Seeing Qing, Ringo Yuli was momentarily stunned, and then a hint of joy flashed in her eyes as she quickly bowed. "Lord Qing." Chapter 22. The defection of the Six Tails, Jinchuriki Ringo Amuri thought that it was already quite good for the village to send an ordinary Nin to meet her. She didn't expect that the person who came was actually Aoi, a confidant of Lord Mizukage. After Aoi appeared, he gave Ringo Amuri a faint glance, and then respectfully bowed his head to Youto, saying, "My lord, I've finished my tour. Please take me to the Mizukage's office. Goodbye." Kamitsuna and Miss Ringo Amuri. Youto spoke to Aoi in a calm tone, simultaneously turning to wave goodbye to Ringo Amuri and Kamitsuna with a smile. Watching Aoi, who stood behind Youto with a respectful expression, gradually disappear from her view, Ringo Amuri's astonishment lingered for a long time. Who exactly was this young man they encountered today? It should be noted that in the entire Kirigakure, those who could match Aoi's status would not exceed 10 people. Moreover, Aoi was also a confidant of the current Mizukage, Terumi Mei, which made his status even higher. From Aoi's demeanor earlier, it seemed he held considerable respect for that young man. Glancing down at Kamitsuna, whose mouth still bore traces of oil, Ringo Amuri couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Did she do something wrong? On the way to the Mizukage's office, Yuto's expression was slightly somber. Although Ringo Amuri was somewhat guarded during their stroll, Youto only acquired some basic information about Kirigakure. However, this basic information was exactly what Youto wanted. As for important intelligence, regardless of whether Ringo Amuri knew it or not, Youto could just ask directly. From the simple information gathered, Youto had already roughly analyzed the current situation in Kirigakure. Sensing Yuto's somewhat low mood, Aoi's expression also became serious, and he spoke cautiously along the way. "What is the situation with the village elder, Genki?" Youto asked expressionlessly without looking back. Throughout their outing, all the commoners had high praises for Terumi Mei and Elder Genki. If it were just the commoners, that could be one thing, but even ninjas like Ringo Amuri seemed to hold Elder Genki in high regard. This indicated that Elder Genki was indeed an elder who considered the interests of Kirigakure. Unlike someone like Danzo from Konoha, who was filled with ambition. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gained everyone's admiration. However, this raised a problem. Regardless of whether he was thinking about Kirigakure's interests, as the saying goes, a mountain cannot have two tigers. Youto was very clear on this principle. Especially for those in power, when a faction has two voices, whether they like it or not, there will inevitably be mutual constraints between the two parties. This has nothing to do with whether the person is good or bad or whether they care about the faction. Moreover, Youto remembered that he was the one who initially proposed the position of elder. However, the elder's duty was only to assist the Mizukage, at most to offer suggestions, and did not have the power to check the Mizukage. Suddenly, upon hearing Yuto's words, Aoi's body trembled, and a look of surprise flashed in his eyes. As expected of Lord Youto, just by casually strolling through Kirigakure, he discovered the most challenging problem currently facing the village. During the tenure of the fourth Mizukage, a special incident occurred, which led to the elders beginning to gain power to suppress the authority of the Mizukage. In order to prevent similar situations from happening in the future, a hint of embarrassment appeared on Aoi's face as he lowered his head and spoke. The events during the Yagura era were an incredibly embarrassing matter for any ninja from Kirigakure, especially in front of the first Mizukage. Although Aoi did not elaborate, Youto was more aware of it than anyone else. A strong killing intent suddenly surged from Yuto's body, but it quickly vanished. Cold sweat broke out on Aoi's forehead. Although the killing intent only appeared for a moment, he realized his back was already soaked. Youto spoke calmly, "Let's go." Upon hearing Yuto's words, Aoi quickly continued to follow. Mizukage's office. Youto sat on a sofa, casually flipping through the documents in his hand. Nagatu walked up to Youto, his eyes filled with unabashed admiration. Holding the documents in his arms, and excitedly said, "Lord Youto, this is the document you requested." Nagatu had already learned of Yuto's identity from Aoi. As someone who had admired Youto since childhood, how could he not be excited? Youto nodded and smiled lightly. "Thank you, Nagatu. You don't need to be nervous." Nagatu quickly shook his head and nervously replied, I'm not nervous." Youto smiled gently and did not speak further. Through the documents provided by Nagatu, Youto had already roughly understood the time point he was in. A document regarding Konoha mentioned that in 3 months, Konoha would hold the CH Nin exams, and it was currently Konoha's 60th year, which meant the plot had just begun. Youto found it somewhat amusing. His awakening time was neither early nor late. Top, suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps approached, followed by the office door being swung open. Terumi Mei entered, slightly breathless. "Lord Youto, you're back. Why didn't you notify me?" With Aoi and Nagatu here, it was sufficient. Moreover, you are the Mizukage. There are many matters that require your attention. It seems my affairs should have already been communicated to them. Youto smiled lightly and replied, "Indeed." Terumi Mei nodded slightly, her tone carrying a hint of killing intent. Elder Genki is fine, but some smaller clans are showing some resistance. Youto wore a knowing expression and calmly said, "That's normal. After all, my appearance will inevitably disrupt the current situation in Kirigakure, which is probably what most people do not want to see." Bang, bang. Suddenly, a knock on the door echoed, and Youto and Terumi Mei exchanged surprised glances. Nagatu quickly stepped forward and opened the door. A ninja with an anxious expression rushed in, and upon seeing Terumi Mei, he quickly half-kneeled. "Mizukage, the Six Tails Jinchuriki has defected." "What?" Terumi Mei's expression changed, revealing disbelief. In contrast to Terumi Mei, Yuto's expression was much calmer as he looked at the ninja and said indifferently, "When did the Six Tails Jinchuriki defect?" The ninja looked at Youto in confusion, and noticing that Terumi Mei remained silent, he responded, "Based on the timeline, it happened this morning. 2 Jonin on duty in Kirigakure have already died, and the Six Tails Jinchuriki should have escaped for half a day. However, they probably haven't left the land of water yet. Should the Mizukage dispatch someone to pursue?" Youto raised his head, glancing at Terumi Mei's grim expression, and gently shook his head, replying calmly, "Notify all high-ranking officials of Kirigakure to hold a meeting tomorrow morning." Boom! A gust of wind suddenly surged through the office, and in the next moment, Yuto's figure had vanished without a trace. Chapter 23 found you seeing Youto leave directly. Terumi Mei was slightly stunned, her eyes flashing with a hint of astonishment. She did not expect Lord Youto to come personally. Was it disappointment in the current Kirigakure or dissatisfaction with her incompetence as the Mizukage? In any case, the escape of the Jinchuriki was inextricably linked to her position as the Kage. "Mizukage, should we send someone to assist Lord Youto?" Chudru, who was beside her, spoke cautiously, revealing a worried expression. "Lord Youto doesn't need to worry. It's others who should be concerned now." Terumi Mei regained her composure, a hint of coldness flashing in her eyes as she looked at the kneeling ninja and said in an icy tone, "You said the Six Tails Jinchuriki escaped this morning. But it has already been half a day. Why did it take you so long to come and deliver the message? You were supposed to be the one monitoring the Six Tails Jinchuriki during this time. The report to the Mizukage is that the Six Tails Jinchuriki's master, Haruame, said they were going to perform some kind of ceremony, so they did not monitor him during this time. The ninja said, a nervous expression on his face. But because his head was lowered, Terumi, Mei, and the others did not notice. Hearing the ninja's words, Terumi Mei's previously grim expression suddenly turned calm. But her gaze grew even colder. She licked her lips and cast a faint glance at Chujuru. Chujuru's expression hardened, the shyness on his face disappearing in an instant. In the next moment, he had already appeared behind the ninja. Before the ninja could react, Chujuru raised his hand and struck the back of the ninja's neck, causing him to roll his eyes and faint. Take him to AO, Terumi, Mei said coldly. Chujuru nodded without saying a word, grabbing the unconscious ninja and walking outside. From what he knew about the Mizukage, it was clear that she was angry. After a long while, a knock on the door sounded again. AO and Chujuru entered simultaneously, with Chujuru still wearing a faintly shy expression, but both of them had a hint of a bloody aura about them. AO took a step forward, his tone serious as he said to Terumi Mei, the time of the Six Tails Jinchuriki's escape was not this morning, but last night. The interesting part is that they originally wanted to report it, but suddenly received news of Lord Yuto's resurrection, which delayed them for a while. An expression of realization crossed Terumi Mei's face, but she still raised an eyebrow. They? AO nodded, speaking coldly. Kinoshi to Jairu and Sachita Masamitsu. It has been almost a day since last night, and the land of water is so vast that if the Six Tails Jinchuriki truly wants to hide, it won't be easy to find him quickly. Tomorrow's meeting, Chujuru looked up at the setting sun outside the window, worry etched on his face. The meeting will proceed as usual tomorrow. You too. Immediately send someone to notify all the high-ranking Mist Ninja. Terumi Mei interrupted Chujuru, her face still confident despite knowing there were inside forces at play. No one understood the power Lord Yuto possessed better than Terumi Mei, the Mizukage. In a dense forest, Yuto stood atop a large tree, his brows furrowing slightly. He had searched a large area nearby, but still had not found any trace of the Six Tails Jinchuriki. Although he did not get the direction of the Six Tails Jinchuriki's escape from the ninja's mouth, analyzing it was not difficult for Yuto. As a ninja, analyzing intelligence was fundamental. Kirigakure was located at the easternmost point of the entire territory, with a vast ocean to the north and some uninhabited islands to the south. If the Six Tails Jinchuriki escaped towards either of those locations, the chances of being discovered would be very high. As for the east, the Jinchuriki had just escaped from Kirigakure, so he would not return. The only possibility was to the west, where the complex terrain and vast forest provided an excellent hiding spot. Moreover, once he crossed the border of the land of water and traveled a bit by water, he would be facing the land of waves. At that point, he would truly be free as a bird. Unfortunately, the faint hint of tailed beast chakra in the air reminded Yuto that the Jinchuriki had definitely not left this range yet. Having absorbed the chakra of the three tails before, Yuto was quite familiar with the chakra of tailed beasts. Where is he? Yuto murmured, unable to help but complain. Not on the ground. Could he be in the sky? Wait, in the sky. Yuto's eyes lit up. He almost forgot that the Six Tails Jinchuriki, named Bubble, had a technique that allowed him to use bubbles. The opponent could easily use ninjutsu to sit in a bubble and float in the air. Yuto raised his head, looking at the darkening sky, and smiled lightly, crossing one hand over his chest and quickly forming several hand seals. Secret technique, rain cutter. As the ninjutsu activated, a light drizzle suddenly began to fall from the sky. At this moment, about 30 meters above the dense forest, a bubble was quietly suspended in mid-air, appearing empty from the outside. However, inside the bubble, a handsome man in a blue-green robe was lazily lying within it. I didn't expect the response from Kirigakure to be so slow. As long as I can drag it through tonight, it should be fine, Bubble said, resting his head on his hands, speaking lightly. Is it raining? Bubble looked outside as the drizzle began to fall, a hint of confusion in his eyes, but the next moment, his expression suddenly changed. Suddenly, ripples appeared on the surface of the originally calm bubble. Bang! With a light sound before Bubble could react, the huge bubble he was sitting in burst. Immediately after, Bubble fell straight down from the sky. Damn it, they caught up. As he fell, Bubble hurriedly took out a bamboo stick from his pocket, placed it to his lips, and gently blew, creating a large number of bubbles that surrounded him, slowing his descent. Found you. Standing on a large tree, Youto watched the figure falling from the sky, a smile appearing on his lips. Youto slightly crouched down, and the next moment, he jumped up like a spring, transforming into an afterimage as he rushed towards the floating bubble. Just as Bubble was blowing bubbles to maintain his descent speed, a faint voice suddenly rang in his ears. Your descent speed is too slow. Let me help you. Chapter 24. Did I hit a bit too hard? A faint voice echoed beside Foam's ear, and his expression changed dramatically. Before he could react, a sharp pain struck his stomach. Bang! Accompanied by a dull sound. Foam was punched down from the sky by Right Do. The strong impact sent Foam crashing down, knocking over countless trees and creating a human-shaped pit in the ground. A trace of blood appeared at the corner of Foam's mouth as he awkwardly crawled out of the pit, cautiously surveying his surroundings while quickly forming hand seals with both hands. Water release. Foam clone. A humanoid Foam was instantly separated. This clone not only looked exactly like Foam, but would also explode upon defeat, causing secondary damage to the opponent. Water release. Void technique. Foam moved without pausing, forming hand seals again, as his figure slowly became fainter and gradually disappeared. Hiding himself and letting the clone attract the enemy's firepower was a technique Foam excelled at. A faint sound of wind arose, and the next moment, Foam's clone seemed to suffer an invisible heavy blow and exploded into thin air without making any movements. Just as Foam had hidden himself, he was blasted out by the sudden explosion of the clone. Where? Foam's face turned ugly, and he quickly jumped backward to try to escape the spot. Bang! A heavy muffled sound came, and Foam's eyes widened as he spat out a mouthful of blood. His body, suspended in midair, bent like a shrimp that had been overcooked. At that moment, Foam realized why his clone had suddenly exploded. Something invisible was attacking him. The Phantom's kick landed solidly on Foam's stomach, sending him flying and crashing into a large tree. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. For sound of something breaking through the air rang out. For branches, each the thickness of a finger, flew in from the forest, splattering blood. The 4 branches pinned Foam's hands and feet to the tree, leaving him in a crucifix position. Foam hung his head, blood trickling from his mouth, disbelief in his eyes. Even without the support of a tailed beast, Foam's strength could reach the level of a high ninja, yet he had already been defeated in such a short confrontation. He hadn't even seen what his opponent looked like. Tap, tap. The sound of light footsteps echoed, and Foam slowly lifted his head, looking at the young figure stepping out from behind a nearby tree. After stepping out, the youth casually glanced at him, then found a protruding tree root and sat down with a lazy expression. No need to look around, it's just me. Right Do raised his head, looking at Foam pinned to the tree, and spoke indifferently. Although he didn't want to make a move, you just defected from your village. So I guess you're not in the mood to listen to reason. Right Do shrugged, a look of helplessness on his face, and continued. Foam raised his head, staring fiercely at Right Do, anger in his eyes. Who are you? The Mist Ninja Village shouldn't have a strong person like you. Who I am isn't important. What's important is that the playtime is over, and you need to go back. Right Do shook his head and spoke softly. Hearing Right Do's words, Foam's anger intensified, and he shouted at him. Go back? Are you asking me to die? I'd rather die somewhere else than there. Right Do fell silent for a moment, sometimes struggling to understand the logic of ninjas in this world. As a Jinchuriki of a tailed beast, not only was he a top force in the village, but he could also exert a certain deterrent effect on other ninja villages. If Right Do were managing such a person, he would definitely treat him well, instilling concepts of love every day. While it might not make the Jinchuriki love the village to the point of life and death, at least it could make them become like Naruto Uzumaki, who was determined to be Hokage, which wouldn't be a problem. The guys in the Cloud Ninja Village did pretty well in this regard. As for other villages, it was the complete opposite. They would rather Jinchuriki die quickly while hoping the tailed beast would protect their village. Yes, capturing or sealing tailed beasts would indeed cause some casualties. But where in the world can you get something for nothing? You can't expect the protection of a Jinchuriki without paying a certain price. With me here, no one will take your life. Right Do stood up from the tree root and looked at Foam seriously. You think I'll believe you? Foam roared angrily, and a torrent of violent chakra surged from his body. In an instant, a layer of red chakra cloaked him, and a tail made entirely of chakra swayed behind him. Foam, who had been pinned to the tree, easily pulled himself free with the help of the tailed beast chakra, casually yanking the branches off his hands and feet. Roar! A beast-like roar erupted from Foam's mouth. Boom! Accompanied by a dull sound from the ground, Foam charged rapidly toward Right Do. As expected, It has to be resolved with fists. A helpless expression appeared on Right Do's face as he spoke lightly. Wrapped in a layer of chakra, foam was fast. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Right Do, raising his fist to strike. Right Do casually extended a hand to block in front of him, effortlessly stopping Foam's explosive punch under Foam's incredulous gaze. Not bad strength, but still far from someone. Right Do twisted his wrist and easily grabbed one of Foam's arms. Before Foam could react, Right Do punched him directly on the head. Bang! With a large pit forming in the ground. Half of Foam's body was directly hammered underground by Right Do's punch. Did I hit a bit too hard? Seeing Foam momentarily unresponsive, Right Do spoke with some concern. Roar! Roar! An angry roar came from underground, and the previously somewhat violent chakra erupted. One tail, two tails, three tails. Until the layer of chakra surrounding Foam revealed three tails, the exploding chakra gradually calmed down. Right Do loosened his hand, and Foam, half buried in the ground, exploded out. Three tails flailing behind him, his entire body emerging. At this moment, Foam had transformed into a small-tailed beast, showing no trace of his human form. Chapter 25, Is This Thing Even Capable of Killing? Right Do raised his head, looking at the bubble that had transformed into a 3-meter-tall, fully tailed beast, and said softly, "This is really troublesome." He lifted his foot and gently tapped the ground, causing a wave of air to form beneath him, and in the next moment, Right Do disappeared from his spot. Roar! The tailed beast bubble let out a roar, its crimson eyes scanning the surroundings. When the bubble saw Right Do charging towards it, it raised a hand wrapped in chakra, which had a strong corrosive property, and reached out to grab him. At the same time, the three tails behind it moved in unison, transforming into three long whips that lashed forward, creating sonic booms in the air as they passed. Seeing the scene, Right Do remained calm. His figure, which was rushing forward, suddenly halted, effortlessly dodging the bubble's grasp. He casually glanced at the three chakra tails coming at him, allowing them to strike against him. Such terrifying power, upon contact with Right Do, vanished into thin air, not even causing a wrinkle in the clothes he wore. With a blank expression, Right Do walked step by step towards the tailed beast bubble as it continued to attack him. "Do you know? This is the gap in strength," he said lightly, observing the disbelief on the bubble's face. The bubble still wanted to struggle, but Right Do lifted his foot and kicked the bubble away. The immense impact caused the bubble to crash into countless trees before finally stopping. Cough! The bubble coughed up a mouthful of blood. Even with the powerful regenerative ability of tailed beast chakra, the force of that kick still made the bubble feel as if its organs were shifting. "Do you want power? Let me out. I can defeat him. I can give you power." A faint voice echoed in the bubble's ears, and at the same time, a violent chakra aura began to rise from the bubble. The bubble knew this was the voice of the monster inside him, and he also knew that three tails were his limit. If the chakra continued to spread, he would surely lose consciousness. But thinking of the power of the young man before him, the bubble gritted its teeth. If this continued, defeat was inevitable. "Since that's the case, don't blame me," the bubble thought to itself. Roar! The raging chakra instantly engulfed the bubble, and at the moment it lost consciousness, its originally small figure rapidly expanded. In the blink of an eye, a giant slug over 100 meters tall, with 6 milky white tails appeared before Right Do. Six-tailed rhinoceros, even more disgusting than imagined. Seeing the viscous liquid on the six-tailed rhinoceros, Right Do's face showed a look of disdain. "Finally, it has come out. As a reward for letting me out, you will die." The six-tailed rhinoceros looked in Right Do's direction and let out a huge roar. Dense chakra began to gather at its mouth, forming a massive high-density black energy ball at the edge of its lips. The six-tailed rhinoceros emitted a terrifying aura, swallowing the high-concentration black energy ball in one gulp, then opened its mouth again, unleashing a terrifying beam of energy straight at Right Do. Watching the massive black-purple energy column coming at him, Right Do slightly parted his lips and charged directly forward. A wave of refreshing sensation surged into his heart, making him feel as if all the cells in his body had come alive, and he couldn't help but exclaim, as expected of the tailed beast ball, "The power is abundant." The tailed beast ball was actually absorbed. How is this possible? The six-tailed rhinoceros shuddered, its viscous liquid splattering everywhere, producing corrosive sounds. Suddenly, the six-tailed rhinoceros recalled a person mentioned by the three tails long ago. According to the three tails, that person was even more terrifying than Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. Back then, the three tails had a look of fear, which made the six-tailed rhinoceros very curious. But no matter how he asked, the Three Tails refused to speak. He only said that if he ever encountered a man who could absorb chakra, specifically one who could easily absorb tail beast balls, he should run away immediately. After all, who would share the experience of being directly swallowed whole? It was likely that Right Do had directly swallowed it into his body without any sealing techniques, leaving a psychological shadow on the Three Tails. The six-tailed rhinoceros looked towards Right Do and suddenly spoke awkwardly. "You're the first Mizukage, Right Do? You know me?" Right Do was momentarily taken aback, a curious expression on his face. Among the nine-tailed beasts, aside from the Nine Tails and the Three Tails, he had never encountered the others. During the first Five Kage Summit, although Senju Hashirama proposed to distribute the tailed beasts to maintain balance among the ninja villages at that time, Senju Hashirama, Right Do, and the other three Kages had not yet captured the tailed beasts. They only made a simple plan. The Fire Country would get the strongest nine tails, while the other four countries would each receive two. The Water Country would get the three tails and six tails. The Wind Country would get the one tail and seven tails. The Lightning Country would get the 8 tails and 2 tails. And the Earth Country would get the 4 tails and 5 tails. In Right Do's and the others' view, capturing tailed beasts was a matter of when, as they were essentially in their pocket. They just needed to decide on the ownership issue first. In Senju Hashirama's words, "Can this thing even kill?" As for later events, due to the main storyline tasks of the system, Right Do opposed everything Senju Hashirama said, ultimately leading to the collapse of the Five Kage Summit, where Right Do and Senju Hashirama flipped the table. At that time, Right Do had already anticipated that the summit would collapse, so he had his subordinates, Bai Lian and Jie, prepare in advance to capture the Three Tails near the Water Country as a backup plan. What followed was the outbreak of that great battle. Seeing Right Do acknowledge it, the six-tailed rhinoceros' two enormous compound eyes twitched violently. The next moment, to Right Do's astonishment, the six-tailed rhinoceros turned and fled into the distance. "Damn it, you can't run." Right Do couldn't help but curse loudly. When did tailed beasts become so spineless? Right Do moved his body and transformed into an afterimage, chasing after the fleeing six-tailed rhinoceros. Fortunately, the six-tailed rhinoceros was enormous. Such an obvious target was impossible to lose track of. It wasn't long before Right Do stood on the head of the six-tailed rhinoceros. As an important combat force of the Mist Ninja Village, you can't just leave so easily. Right Do looked down at the six-tailed rhinoceros, which was desperately trying to shake him off, and said, Chapter 26. Unexpected gains from the cursed seal, the six-tailed Shikaku was thrashing wildly, trying to shake Ryuto off. Now, the six tails regretted coming out, and couldn't help but curse inside. Isn't that guy Isabu supposed to have been sealed by Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama? What was happening now? Unfortunately, no matter how much the six tails twisted its body, Ryuto seemed to be nailed to it, completely motionless. It was about time to end this. Looking at the darkening sky, Ryuto spoke to himself. After speaking, Ryuto reached out and pressed directly on the top of the six tails' head, and the terrifying suction of the Black Emperor erupted instantly. The body of the six tails, which was thrashing and trying to escape, stiffened, and in the next moment, it felt the once surging chakra within it rapidly depleting. No matter what methods the six tails tried, it couldn't stop the chakra from flowing away, and as time passed, the rate of depletion only increased. At this moment, the six tails finally experienced the kind of fear that the three tails Isabu had felt. This ability was simply a natural nemesis for tailed beasts. The six tails even felt as if it were facing the 10 tails, unable to resist or stop it, only able to watch itself being devoured. With a hint of fear in its eyes, the six tails would rather obediently stay inside the bubble as a Jinchuriki than be directly consumed by Ryuto. Even knowing it wouldn't die, no one wanted to experience the feeling of being controlled by others, especially a proud-tailed beast. As Ryuto continued to absorb, the six tails let out cries for mercy, but Ryuto's expression remained unchanged. It wasn't until he absorbed 1/3 of the six tails chakra that Ryuto finally stopped. It wasn't that Ryuto didn't want to absorb more, but if he continued, the Jinchuriki in the bubble would probably be in danger, because the life of a Jinchuriki was closely tied to the tailed beast. Once the chakra absorbed by Ryuto reached about half, the consciousness of the tailed beast would start a transfer, which in some ways was no different from directly extracting the tailed beast. Feeling the terrifying suction stop, the six tails let out a deep sigh of relief. However, the next moment, a cold voice entered the six tails' ears. You now have two choices. One is to obediently return to the bubble, and the other is. Before Ryuto could finish his sentence, The chakra of the six tails began to rapidly return to the bubble, its once massive form shrinking at a visible rate. In the blink of an eye, the injured and unconscious bubble appeared before Ryuto. Ryuto raised an eyebrow, surprised that the six tails was more sensible than he had imagined. With some time left before tomorrow morning, and since there was no rush, he could take this opportunity to experiment with the massive chakra of the six tails. Ryuto's thoughts shifted, and he spoke to himself. Thinking of this, Ryuto directly sat cross-legged, his eyes slightly closed, and mobilized the Sage Mode chakra within him. As the Sage Mode flowed throughout his body, a small black circular shape appeared on his forehead. Night had fallen. A gentle breeze blew, bringing a hint of coolness from the horizon. Even without doing anything, Ryuto felt his perception rapidly expanding under the enhancement of Sage Mode. After quite a while, Ryuto finally mastered the state of Sage Mode. If he were to use a metaphor, it was as if he had added a pair of Sharingan. Everything around him and its trajectories were much clearer than before. However, this meant nothing to Ryuto. The reason for mastering Sage techniques was that in the late stages of Naruto, if he didn't even have a Sage technique, he probably wouldn't be able to break through others' defenses. The defenses and attacks formed by the truth-seeking orbs were utterly ineffective against regular ninjutsu. Perhaps taijutsu could work, but touching the truth-seeking orbs with pure physical strength would only bring trouble upon himself. The power level of the Black Emperor was classified as Alpha, while Ryuto guessed that the strength of the six paths had already touched the realm of Omega. Even Kagaya Otsutsuki, in Ryuto's view, should have reached the Omega level. After all, the ability to create space at will was not something an alpha-level power could possess. In any case, mastering Sage Mode was a fundamental necessity. As for why he didn't go to a place like Mayaboka Mountain to learn, with the Black Emperor's power as a cheat, why waste time learning? Ryuto slightly closed his eyes, his thoughts shifting, and the tailed beast chakra he had just absorbed was directly mobilized, beginning to transform into Sage Mode chakra. As time passed, until the bright moon hung high, Ryuto slowly opened his eyes. The amount of Sage Mode chakra was already sufficient, although the conversion rate was shockingly low. However, this could be considered a shortcut. As long as there was enough chakra within him, he could directly enter Sage Mode without preparation. Feeling the power within him, Ryuto spoke to himself. Next, Ryuto's gaze flickered, and Sage Mode rapidly faded, a cold aura spreading from his body. The power of the cursed seal. With the emergence of this power, the originally circular mark on Ryuto's forehead began to disappear, transforming into a black diamond-shaped pattern. Ryuto closed his eyes again, and the tailed beast chakra within him began to convert, but this time it was the power of the cursed seal. The coolness of the night began to dissipate, and the dark sky, along with a hint of dawn appearing in the east, slowly started to brighten. Is it dawn? Ryuto opened his eyes and said lightly. He extended his arm, channeling the power of the cursed seal into it. His arm, which was originally of normal human size, suddenly became thick, with spines forming along it. Ryuto's thoughts shifted, and his arm quickly returned to its original state. Then it began to slowly flatten, transforming into a curved blade shape, with a faint cold gleam emanating from the blade. A hint of interest appeared on Ryuto's face as he gathered the power of the cursed seal at his back. With a whoosh, a pair of wings grew from Ryuto's back. Under his will, the wings transformed into bat-like shapes one moment and bird-like shapes the next, with at least 7 or 8 variations in total. Ryuto discovered that he could completely change the shape of his wings according to his thoughts, even forming some scientifically impossible shapes. This power of the cursed seal was quite interesting, though not very useful for him. However, he could bestow this ability upon his subordinates. Compared to Orochimaru's notoriously high failure rate seals, the cursed seal transformed by the Black Emperor's ability had a greatly reduced failure rate, yet its power remained undiminished. This was simply a powerful tool for creating soldiers. Ryuto's eyes lit up, his tone filled with excitement. This was truly an unexpected gain. Chapter 27. The tense atmosphere before the meeting the cursed seal state was cancelled, and the wings behind him quickly disappeared as well. Truly, the chakra of the tailed beast was abundant. Even with a frighteningly low conversion rate, the remaining chakra of the six-tailed rhinoceros was still about 1/3. Enough for Youto to unleash 1 or 2 tailed beast balls. A smile appeared on Yuto's face. The cursed seal was indeed an unexpected delight. Lowering his head to look at the still unconscious foam, a hint of surprise flashed in Yuto's eyes. Given the recovery strength of a Jinchuriki, he should have woken up by now. Could it be that he absorbed too much chakra from the six-tailed rhinoceros? With this thought, Youto gently shook his head. However, having the unconscious foam was much more convenient. The sky was getting bright, and he needed to head back. Youto glanced up at the gradually brightening sky, picked up foam, and threw him over his shoulder. In the next moment, Yuto's figure had already vanished from the spot. In a solemn hall of the Mist Village. This hall was located directly opposite the Mizuki's office building, and rarely had anyone passing through it on normal days. The entire hall was primarily decorated in black, embedded with faint water blue accents. Even those who usually laughed and played would involuntarily become solemn upon entering this hall. This hall had not been used for a long time. It would only be open for significant matters concerning the entire Mist Village. The last time this meeting room was opened was during the tenure of the 4th Mizuki. In the center of the hall stood an oval table about 5 meters long. Apart from this table, there were no other decorations in the hall. At this moment, there were 10 figures seated around the table, each wearing a serious expression. Occasionally, someone would sneak a glance at the empty chair at the head of the table. Normally, this chair would be occupied by the Mizuki of the Mist Village, but currently, the highest authority in the village, Mizuki Terumi Mei, and Elder Yuan-Shi were sitting on either side of the empty chair. However, no one present had any doubts, as everyone knew that the Lord had returned, having broken free from the seals of the legendary Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, and was resurrected. If initially, the higher-ups of the Mist Village had doubts about the long-circulated legend, now there was no one who held any skepticism. The Mist Village was an extremely exclusionary village. Even though there were some changes after Terumi Mei took office, the deep-rooted exclusion was not so easily altered. The 10 individuals present were either clan leaders or managers holding significant power in the Mist Village, each having their own channels for information. Although they had only received specific news about Lord Youto last night, they had already begun gathering intelligence the moment Terumi Mei and AO brought Lord Youto to the village's gate. Even an ordinary ninja, Ringo Yuri, had doubted Yuto's identity due to his unfamiliar face and secretly notified the village's jonin. What's more, as the upper echelons of the entire Mist Village, they had more to consider. After all, the village's leader had secretly left the Mist Village and returned with a strange man, showing a respectful attitude. Anyone would be perplexed. Although no one spoke in the entire hall, the atmosphere was slightly oppressive. It was clear to any observant person that the attendees were visibly divided into 2 factions. One faction was led by Mizuki Terumi Mei, while the other was led by Elder Yuan-Shi. If Yuto's return had the greatest impact on any faction, it was undoubtedly the one led by Elder Yuan-Shi. Suchida Masakazu's expression was slightly grim. As the vice-captain of the Mist Village's Umbu, he naturally belonged to Elder Yuan-Shi's faction. After all, the Umbu's captain, AO, was a staunch supporter of Mizuki Terumi Mei. Since last night, Suchida Masakazu had been continuously sending information to Elder Yuan-Shi, but even now, he had yet to receive any feedback from him. For a moment, Suchida Masakazu found it difficult to grasp Elder Yuan-Shi's thoughts. Suchida Masakazu subtly glanced in Elder Yuan-Shi's direction, noticing that Elder Yuan-Shi had his eyes closed, seemingly on the verge of dozing off. Suchida Masakazu had a faint sense of foreboding. Ahem, everyone. I believe you all should be aware of the news about the Six Tails Jinchuriki's defection yesterday. I heard that Lord Youto personally went to pursue him. Mukinoshita Jiro lightly coughed and spoke up. Seeing the indifferent expressions on the faces of those present, Mukinoshita Jiro was not embarrassed and continued. Although the Jinchuriki's strength is formidable, I believe it should be no problem for Lord Youto. However, the Six Tails Jinchuriki has an extremely cunning personality and is particularly skilled in concealment ninjutsu, so it may not be easy for Lord Youto to find his whereabouts right away. Instead of sitting here waiting, we might as well temporarily halt the meeting and send someone to assist Lord Youto. The Mukinoshita clan is ready to depart at any time. Seeing Mukinoshita Jiro's righteous demeanor, a middle-aged man with white hair and purple eyes, sharp teeth, seated across from him suddenly laughed, his voice laced with mockery. Oh, the Six Tails Jinchuriki should be near your Mukinoshita clan station, right? Why did I hear about the Jinchuriki's defection almost a day later from you? Hearing this man's words, Mukinoshita Jiro's face showed a hint of embarrassment. This was indeed our oversight. However, at that time, the Jinchuriki's master, Oyuki, mentioned some secret technique, making it inconvenient for our Umbu to observe. Moreover, the vice-captain of the Umbu, Lord Suchida Masakazu, can vouch for us. Sitting nearby, Suchida Masakazu nodded and calmly stated, "We did find traces of Haruyuki using a secret technique on site." As soon as Suchida Masakazu finished speaking, The expressions of those present varied. A cold glint flashed in Terumi Mei's eyes. Pushing everything onto a dead person was indeed flawless. Elder Yuan Shi, sitting opposite Terumi Mei, slightly twitched his eyelids. But his eyes remained closed, although a hint of disappointment appeared on his face. Mukino Shida Jiro wore a faint smile, looking at the white-haired man across from him, narrowing his eyes slightly as he chuckled. TSK. Speaking of which, your Kirigakure clan is really declining more and more. You can't even manage a junior. That kid named Kirigakure Sujetsu not only secretly left the village, but even took away the summoning scroll that your clan uses to summon the 7 ninja swords. Chapter 28. Excited Terumi Mei hearing Muji Xia Zhilong's words, the leader of the Akatsuki clan, Hozuki, instantly turned pale. This matter was already a disgrace for the Hozuki clan, and now being brought up in front of them by Muji Xia Zhilong was like a slap in their face. If it weren't for the inappropriate setting, the two clan heads would definitely have fought by now. The already tense atmosphere suddenly grew even more strained with the conversation between the few people. Just then, a slow and steady footstep sounded from outside the main door. Although the footsteps were not loud, everyone could hear them clearly, and some perceptive ninjas present showed shocked expressions. There were 2 powerful chakras. One chakra seemed to be slightly constricted as if it had sustained severe injuries, while the other exuded an exceptionally terrifying aura, as if it could erupt at any moment and destroy everything in front of it. Creak! With a light sound from the door, Raito entered, one hand carrying a large bag of fish balls, with a fainted foam on his shoulder, swaggering in. Hey, good morning, everyone. Would you like to have some fish balls? I bought quite a few, Raito said with a light smile, looking at the tense crowd in front of him. Bang! War Raito! Everyone instantly stood up, their faces filled with respectful tension as they spoke. The elder marshal, who had seemed to be asleep on the side, moved swiftly, and the excitement on his face was unmistakable. Seeing the crowd's reaction, Raito scratched his head and said helplessly, everyone doesn't need to be so tense, just sit down. Treat me like an ordinary ninja. Upon hearing Lord Raito's words, Terumi Mei's eyes flashed with amusement. If someone really dared to do that, they would definitely be sprayed to death by the ninjas present, regardless of their feelings. All the ninjas in the entire Mist Village had almost grown up listening to the legends of Lord Raito. His status in the hearts of all ninjas in Mist Village could be said to surpass everything. Hearing Lord Raito's words, everyone sat down again. But each person sat up straight, wearing serious expressions. Raito smiled helplessly, casually tossed the fainted foam on the ground, and directly took a seat in the front. The people present saw this scene, their pupils slightly constricting. It was expected that Lord Raito could defeat the Six Tails Jinchuriki. However, when they saw that Raito's clothes had no wrinkles at all, they realized that even though they had high expectations for Lord Raito's strength, they had still underestimated him. As for whether the Six Tails Jinchuriki, casually thrown on the ground by Raito, would suddenly wake up and escape, a hint of disdain flashed in everyone's eyes. Not to mention that Lord Raito was right here. The people present could be considered the highest combat power in the entire Mist Village. If under such circumstances, the Six Tails Jinchuriki could escape, they might as well go home and farm. Just as Raito sat down, Terumi Mei quickly took out a scroll and a booklet, cautiously placing them on the table in front of Raito. Raito smiled gently at Terumi Mei, who immediately lowered her head. Raito felt somewhat speechless. Was he really that terrifying? Casually flipping through the booklet in front of him, Raito's eyes brightened when he saw the contents. The names and detailed information of everyone present were all in this booklet, and there were even some personality analyses, clearly indicating that Terumi Mei was worried that Raito wouldn't recognize the people present and that there might be an awkward situation. Raito glanced at Terumi Mei with satisfaction. This little girl was quite good. As for the scroll placed under the booklet, Raito did not look at it for the time being. He raised his head and looked at everyone present, lifting the fish balls in his hand. Does anyone really not want to eat? Upon hearing Raito's words, everyone looked at the fish balls in his hand, their eyes twitching slightly. After a while, when no one responded, Raito put the fish balls down with a look of regret. Since no one was eating, he felt awkward eating in front of everyone. The elder marshal beside him showed a hint of surprise in his eyes. He clearly felt that with Lord Raito's words, the originally serious and tense atmosphere had noticeably lightened. Speaking of which, although I haven't been revived for long, I do understand some general situations in Mist Village, Raito said with a faint smile, speaking lightly. To be honest, the current situation in Mist Village is not particularly good, even worse than I had imagined. Among the 5 great ninja villages, in terms of geographical location, except for Konoha Village. Mist Village should have the best position. The other 3 ninja villages can't compare to Mist Village in this regard. Speaking of bloodline limits, Mist Village also has the most bloodline limits besides Konoha. The Hozuki, Ice Release, Lava Release, Boil Release, and I remember there's also a small clan that is very similar to my bloodline limit, called the Mei Release. Although it has certain flaws, it has helped me a lot. At this point, Right Do chuckled lightly, but everyone present had their heads bowed so low they could barely look up. Once the 3 great clans of Mist Village, the Mizunokuni clan and the Take-Torai clan, had been exterminated, and as for the last Hozuki group, it was now nearly withered. By the way, the small clan that I mentioned earlier that could use Mei Release must also have been exterminated. Of course, we are currently slightly better than Konoha in one aspect. When it comes to rogue ninjas, our Mist Village is the best. Right Do still wore a smile, but everyone could hear the coldness in his tone. If Right Do didn't know that his former staunch supporters, the Mizunokuni and Take-Torai clans, still had 2 members alive, he would have probably already lost control and started a massacre against the Akatsuki organization. Right Do paused here and quietly looked at everyone present. For a moment, the entire hall was silent. Only the sound of everyone's breathing could be heard. Elder Marshall sighed slowly, his eyes filled with guilt. Suddenly, Right Do laughed, a relaxed smile on his face as he waved his hand. Everyone doesn't need to be tense. I don't mean to blame anyone by saying this. Of course, these matters aren't your fault. Ultimately, most of the responsibility lies with me. Due to my existence, the other ninja villages must have targeted Mist Village. At this point, Right Do's tone carried a hint of apology. Bang! With the sound of someone slapping the table, Terumi Mei suddenly stood up in the astonished expressions of everyone, excitedly saying, "How could this possibly be Lord Right Do's fault? If it weren't for the uncertainty of when Lord Right Do would revive, other ninja villages would definitely have targeted Mist Village even more." After speaking, Terumi Mei felt the astonished gazes of everyone, and her face turned bright red as she hurriedly sat down. Chapter 29. Becoming an elder for no reason. Terumi Mei's face was flushed with embarrassment, wishing she could find a place to hide. Her earlier behavior was too unbecoming of the Mizukage. Cough, cough. Youto gently coughed, redirecting everyone's attention away from Terumi Mei, and continued. The reason I mention this isn't for any other purpose. I just want everyone to understand the current situation in the Mist Village. I do not wish to see any sabotage among us. At this point, Youto glanced lightly at the unconscious foam beside him. Everyone present immediately understood. Clearly, Lord Youto was somewhat displeased with the matter of the Six Tails Jinchuriki's defection. However, 2 individuals in the room breathed a sigh of relief, as it seemed that, for now, Lord Youto did not intend to cause them trouble. Seeing the crowd tense up again due to his previous remarks, Youto chuckled softly. I've already said enough for today. Let's leave the next part to Lord Mizukage. After all, this is her territory. After speaking, Youto returned the scroll that had been next to the booklet to Terumi Mei's front. Although he did not open it to look at its contents, it was easy to guess that it contained orders. Terumi Mei was momentarily taken aback when she saw the scroll being placed back by Lord Youto. She knew that he did not want to undermine her reputation, which was why he did this. A slight smirk appeared at the corner of Terumi Mei's mouth. It seemed Lord Youto underestimated her. She had become the Mizukage and had a certain reputation among the common people, not just due to her strength. Moreover, this matter had the support of Elder Gensher. Thinking of this, Terumi Mei subtly glanced in Elder Gensher's direction. A trace of a smile flickered in Terumi Mei's eyes. What she was about to do would likely astonish even Lord Youto. The thought of seeing the surprised expression on Lord Yuto's face later filled her with a sense of excitement. Cough, 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 cough. At this moment, Elder Gensher, who had been half asleep with his eyes half closed, suddenly began to cough violently, drawing the attention of everyone present. A middle-aged man sitting next to Elder Gensher's expression darkened with great sorrow, his tone filled with concern as he spoke to the elder. Teacher, your health is deteriorating. This can't continue. You need to rest more. As soon as this middle-aged man's words fell, those with keen senses among the attendees immediately noticed something unusual. Youto, sitting nearby, showed a hint of confusion as he glanced at the middle-aged man. Terumi Mei's booklet contained an introduction to this man, whose name seemed to be Ken, a trusted aide of Elder Gensher. The reason for Yuto's confusion was that he felt as if Kim's words were directed at him. Cough, cough, yes, old man. My health is failing. Elder Gensher nodded in agreement with Kim's words, wearing a look of lament. Bang! With a light sound, except for Terumi Mei, who remained calm. Everyone looked bewildered at Ken, who suddenly stood up. Lord Mizuki, you must be aware of the teacher's health. I ask you to make a prompt decision. With that, Ken sat back down, a worried expression on his face as he looked at Elder Jinshur, as if the elder might pass away at any moment. Youto couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth at Ken's overly dramatic display. Elder Jinshur was indeed getting old, but judging solely by his spirit, Youto could tell that this old fellow could live for another 3 or 4 years without any issues. A faint sigh escaped Terumi Mei's lips. With a reluctant and worried expression, she slowly addressed the crowd. Actually, previously, the elder had submitted several applications, but I had rejected them. However, considering the elder's health, I must make the following decision. With Terumi Mei's words, even those who were slow to react could tell that the Mist Village was about to undergo a major upheaval. From today onwards, Elder Jinshur will voluntarily withdraw from his position as elder. At the same time, he has recommended Lord Youto to become the new elder. This scroll contains the elder's letter of recommendation and my official signature as Mizuki. Terumi Mei slowly spoke, unfolding the scroll for everyone to see. At the bottom of the scroll were the signatures of Elder Jinshur and Terumi Mei. In the section for the elder's appointment, Yuto's name was written. Seeing the contents of the scroll Terumi Mei had displayed, everyone's faces showed signs of shock. Even Youto couldn't help but reveal a hint of astonishment. Who would have thought that Terumi Mei, without a word, had teamed up with Elder Jinshur to accomplish such a significant matter? Moreover, as the appointed person, Youto hadn't even known in advance. For a moment, Youto felt both amused and helpless. He had initially worried that his arrival would affect Terumi Mei's reputation as Mizuki. But now it seemed that concern was completely unnecessary. This little girl had not only plotted against him in silence, but also, starting today, he had become her subordinate. At the conference table, Kimura Yashir and Tsuchida Masamitsu's expressions changed drastically. Such an important matter, and Elder Jinshur had not consulted them at all.
Not even given them a hint. The thought that they had been abandoned crossed both Kimura Yashir and Tsuchida Masamitsu's mind simultaneously. Tsuchida Masamitsu's face darkened,
A hint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. As one of the management, he could naturally raise objections. However, before he could voice his dissent, Elder Jinshur gently coughed and stood up quietly. Elder Jinshur nodded slightly to Youto and Terumi Mei, then turned to look at everyone with indifference, saying, "The position of elder is different from other positions. Those who can serve as elders must be the best in terms of identity, seniority, and loyalty to the village. Currently, among the entire Mist Village, only Lord Youto meets these criteria." With Elder Jinshur's words, even Tsuchida Masamitsu, who wanted to refuse, found himself unable to come up with a reason to object. In terms of identity, Lord Youto was the first generation, and no one in the Mist Village had a status surpassing his. In terms of seniority, that was even less of an issue. Lord Yuto's seniority likely surpassed that of Elder Jinshur. In terms of loyalty, no one could match Lord Youto, as from a certain perspective, the Mist Village was established by Lord Youto himself. Chapter 30. Traitor Ninjas, Kill Without Mercy. With Elder Yuan's words, the previously noisy conference room fell silent once more. The people present exchanged complex glances at Yuan and Terumi Mei. From their expressions, it was clear through Lord Yuto's demeanor that the two had not consulted him before making such a significant decision. If it were just Elder Yuan, it might be acceptable, but Terumi Mei showing such boldness was unexpected. This not only elevated the crowd's opinion of Terumi Mei in their hearts, but also left them in awe. "Lord Youto, do you have any questions regarding the appointment of the elders?" Terumi Mei asked, looking at Youto. Although her face was calm, she felt a bit anxious inside. Before this moment, she was a teen nervous, but suddenly she felt a pang of anxiety. Youto rolled his eyes, wondering why they were asking him now, after the decision had already been made. However, this matter posed no disadvantage to him. It not only resolved his current awkward identity situation on the surface, but also, in name, granted him the right to utilize the power of the Mist Ninja Village. Although he could still use that power without the title, it would seem more like he was attempting to manipulate the village. Now, with the title of Elder, no one could question his authority to mobilize the village's resources, since that was the right of an elder. Thinking this through, Youto glanced seriously at Elder Yuan. This move was not only beneficial for him, but also posed no harm to Terumi Mei. It was no surprise that someone who had lived this long could come up with such a plan. Seeing Terumi Mei's anxious expression as she awaited his response, Youto couldn't help but smile. "No problem, Lord Mizuki." Upon hearing Yuto's address, a hint of embarrassment flashed in Terumi Mei's eyes, but her face remained serious. Seeing Yuto's agreement, Elder Yuan, who had been quietly standing by, visibly sighed in relief. He wasn't entirely sure whether Youto would agree, but things seemed to be going more smoothly than expected. Before Lord Youto takes office, please allow this old bone of mine to issue one last command. The following matter requires the assistance of Lord Mizukichi. Elder Yuan respectful addressed Terumi Mei. Terumi Mei nodded slightly without speaking. From now on, due to the actions of the Umbu deputy captain Tsuchida Masakazu and the head of the Muki family Muki Yashir, who allowed the Jinchuriki of the Six Tails to escape, resulting in the deaths of 2ch Nin and causing significant losses and panic for the village, I hereby declare these two as traitors and order their immediate execution. Elder Yuan stated coldly. What? How is that possible? Tsuchida Masakazu was stunned, his face filled with disbelief. The next moment, he stood up from his seat and shouted angrily at Elder Yuan. Elder, you have such a cruel heart to kill just like that. Elder, I am the head of a clan. How dare you declare me a traitor? Are you not afraid of the Muki clan rebelling? Muki Yashir also stood up, shouting in anger. Noisy. Terumi Mei coldly snorted, her feet shifting as she charged towards Tsuchida Masakazu. Tsuchida Masakazu's face changed dramatically. He expected Terumi Mei to attack without hesitation. He quickly pulled out a shuriken from his ninja pouch and threw it at Terumi Mei while simultaneously retreating. Then, he quickly formed hand signs and shouted, Earth release, Earth wall. In an instant, a massive earth wall rose in front of him. Tsuchida Masakazu's expression eased. His purpose for using this jutsu was not to block Terumi Mei's attack, but to escape quickly using the wall as cover. However, before Tsuchida Masakazu could make a move, a soft chant suddenly echoed in front of him. Boil release, under the skillful mist. A large amount of white mist spread rapidly, and the earth wall that was supposed to protect Tsuchida Masakazu turned to dust upon contact with the mist. In the blink of an eye, the white mist had completely surrounded Tsuchida Masakazu. Oh! A piercing scream escaped his lips as, in front of everyone's eyes. As soon as he came into contact with the white mist, his body was corroded beyond recognition, and in an instant, he was completely gone. This was a technique that could even create a large hole in Uchiha Madara's Susun. Although it seemed like a short time had passed in battle, it actually all happened in an instant. Youto felt a chill rise in his heart at the sight. Terumi Mei's melt release and boil release were techniques capable of dissolving a person completely, making them the perfect choice for erasing evidence. Run. On the other side, Muki Yashir, hearing Tsuchida Masakazu scream, had no desire to fight. However, before he could take a few steps, he saw a figure blocking his path, filling his face with bitterness. He knew he could not escape. Standing in front of him was none other than Lord Youto. It was impossible to flee in front of Lord Youto. Youto slightly waved his hand to Terumi Mei, who was poised to strike at Muki Yashir. By the way, does everyone in the Muki clan have golden hair? Youto curiously asked, looking at Muki Yashir's golden locks. Muki Yashir was visibly stunned at Yuto's question, realizing the absurdity of such a query in the current situation. However, at least he wouldn't die right now, so he quickly responded. After learning that everyone in the Muki clan had golden hair, a mischievous expression appeared on Yuto's face. In a flash, he appeared behind Muki Yashir, who hadn't even registered what was happening before he fainted. Take Muki Yashir to the prison for close monitoring, and have someone secretly observe the entire Muki clan. If there's any abnormal action, kill them, Youto said, looking toward a certain direction in the conference room. As soon as Youto finished speaking, two masked members of the Umbu, dressed in black ninja attire, suddenly appeared in the conference room. The two bowed respectfully to Youto, directly carrying Muki Yashir away, and Youto flashed back to his seat. At this moment, the others present finally reacted, their faces filled with shock, their bodies trembling in fear. Just moments ago, they had shared the same space with their superior, who had just died or been taken away. Chapter 31. The concerns of the mentor at this moment. Among those present, the one who felt the most deeply was probably the head of the Ghost Lantern clan. Just moments ago, he had been overshadowed by Moon no Shida Jalaro, who was so easily taken away by the Umbu, leaving no room for resistance whatsoever. While everyone present was shocked, they quickly analyzed the current situation. As for Tsuchida Masamitsu, that was to be expected. He was merely a deputy captain of the Umbu. Although this position was important, there were plenty of people who could replace him. The real concern lay with Moon no Shida Jalaro, compared to the power of an entire clan. Jalaro's personal strength was rather secondary. Even if the mentor were to handle this matter, it would undoubtedly be quite tricky. However, precisely because of this, everyone present understood the mentor's attitude and determination even more. On the surface, this situation had two benefits. One was that accountability for the defection of the six-tailed Jinchuriki was necessary, as two Chunin had died and the village had suffered losses. Someone needed to be held responsible. And that person could not be the six-tailed Jinchuriki. The existence of the Jinchuriki was already a focal point of severe conflict within the village. And if this matter were to be pushed onto the Jinchuriki, it would likely have the opposite effect. The second benefit was paving the way for Terumi Mei. Although Terumi Mei was the Mizukage of the village, a significant portion of the villagers were still discontented, as previous generations of Mizukage had achieved great military feats during wartime, while Terumi Mei's qualifications in this regard were evidently lacking. The presence of the mentor, however, made the hidden dissatisfaction dissipate into thin air. On the surface, the mentor's power was a check on Terumi Mei, but it also served as a balancing act, with the benefits far outweighing the drawbacks. If one thought that was all there was to it, they would be greatly underestimating the elder mentor. Most of the people present had reached their positions because they were no fools. Upon careful consideration, the attendees quickly realized that the mentor's true objective lay with Lord Youto. In the next moment, a layer of cold sweat broke out on everyone's foreheads. At this point, everyone finally realized that the current Mist Shinobi village was no longer the Mist Shinobi village of the past. The ties from Lord Yuto's era had long since vanished with the passage of time. Even the Mizuki clan, which could have been passed down, was exterminated due to the policies of the fourth Mizukage. As for the surviving Ghost Lantern clan, their existence had always been relatively neutral throughout the reigns of successive Mizukage. This clan had been almost transparent. Of course, this was also one of the key reasons why this clan had survived to this day. In this era, there was no one or nothing left for Lord Youto to be concerned about. Cough, cough. The mentor, feeling his age and lack of energy, lightly coughed a few times and patted his shoulder. At the same time, he raised his head to look at Terumi, Mei, and Youto, expressing a hint of apology. Mizukage, Lord Youto, if there are no further matters, I shall take my leave first. Sitting next to the mentor, Kanpei was taken aback and quickly stood up to support him. Seeing Kanpei's actions, a trace of helplessness flashed in the mentor's eyes. He had merely said that, not that he truly couldn't walk. No need, just stay seated. The mentor waved his hand and spoke lightly, picking up the cane beside him and walking towards the door. I'm not at ease with you going alone. I'll escort the mentor back, Youto suddenly said with a light chuckle, and after finishing, he stepped forward. As Youto and the mentor exited the hall, the previously heavy atmosphere instantly lightened considerably. Terumi Mei's expression remained unchanged as she looked at the crowd below whose eyes flickered, and she said, "The meeting continues." Yes, Mizukage. Everyone's expression turned serious as they spoke in unison. Most did not notice that their voices unconsciously carried an air of respect that had not been there before. At this time, the sun had already risen high in the sky. However, for the Mist Shinobi village, the sunlight was not as abundant, as the surrounding mist had yet to fully dissipate. Breathing in the slightly fresh air, Youto and the mentor walked side by side down a street. Occasionally, passers-by walked by, but no one recognized the two. There was no need to elaborate on Youto, and although the mentor held a prestigious status, he had rarely appeared before the common folk. So naturally, no one could recognize him. It seems the fish balls in the village really suit Lord Yuto's taste. The mentor observed as he watched Youto happily devouring a bag of fish balls, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes, and he chuckled lightly. Now the mentor even suspected that Lord Youto had come out solely for the purpose of eating fish balls. They're indeed quite good, even after all these years. The taste remains the same. Youto nodded in satisfaction after swallowing a fishball. The mentor smiled, fell silent for a moment, and suddenly said, "Today's events may have amused Lord Youto." Amused? The methods of Elder Mentor have impressed me greatly. You have done a great favor for that little girl, Terumi Mei. Youto replied, his mouth full of fish balls and his words somewhat unclear. The mentor gently shook his head. I am not helping her. I am merely assisting the Mist Shinobi village. It's just that, at this point, the mentor did not continue, but there was a hint of heaviness in his expression. Rest assured, the concerns you have will never occur, nor is there any necessity for them to. Youto said lightly as they walked. Upon hearing Yuto's words, the mentor's body shook, and a smile suddenly appeared on his face, making him seem much lighter. I suddenly feel a bit hungry. The mentor glanced at the fish balls in Yuto's hand and chuckled. Youto rolled his eyes and reluctantly handed a skewer of fish balls to the mentor. The mentor happily accepted the fish balls from Youto, resembling a cunning old fox. The Muno Shida clan was not a small family, If the Mentor suddenly declared their leader a traitor, it could lead to considerable trouble if not handled properly. Youto suddenly turned to look at the Mentor and said with a light chuckle, for a clan to grow rapidly in a short time, normal means won't work. The Munoshita clan has too many handles in the old man's hands. This matter is merely a hassle for me. Since they are disobedient and have become a stumbling block under the Mizuki's feet, then let's change the clan leader. However, compared to this, I'm more curious as to why Lord Youto spared Mu no Shida Jalaro's life. The Mentor looked at Youto with a curious expression. It was clear that the Mentor did not understand Yuto's decision to spare Mu no Shida Jalaro. Chapter 32. From today on, the monitoring of the Jinchuriki is cancelled. Hearing the words of Master Yuan, Youto blinked and couldn't help but think to himself. This old fox seems to have treated Mukanashita Kichiro as dead. I bet the next clan leader of the Mukanashita family has already been chosen. Youto shrugged and said, I never said I would spare Mukanashita Kichiro's life, but there is something he is more suitable for handling. By the way, it seems we might need the strength of the Mukanashita clan recently. Need to use the strength of the Mukanashita clan? That's not a problem. But the clan leader just became a rogue ninja, so getting them to cooperate might not be easy, Master Yuan said, a hint of amusement flashing across his face. However, he did not ask Youto what he wanted Mukanashita Kichiro for. He naturally knew what to ask and what not to ask. Reputation is actually the easiest thing to resolve. Is it a rogue ninja from the Mist Village or a hero of the Mist Village? What difference does it make from Mukanashita Kichiro right now? Youto suddenly chuckled, looking at Master Yuan. Master Yuan was slightly taken aback, and then a look of realization flashed in his eyes as he laughed as well. Whether a rogue ninja or a hero, Mukanashita Kichiro's fate was already determined. However, whether he dies as a rogue ninja or a hero makes a difference for the Mukanashita clan. For a moment, two lewd laughs echoed down the street, like two foxes. Just then, hurried footsteps approached from the front of the street. When a figure passed by Youto and Master Yuan, they suddenly froze. Master Yuan. The figure stopped abruptly, bowing to Master Yuan. Oh, little Yuli, are you going on a mission again? Master Yuan looked at the suddenly stopped figure with a kind expression, standing beside him. Youto raised an eyebrow upon seeing the familiar figure. Wasn't this Ling Guiyu Yuli? Yes, Master Yuan, I just received a B-rank mission. Ling Guiyu Yuli lowered her head and replied respectfully. Master Yuan chuckled. The old man doesn't have any urgent missions. You should hurry and get busy. Ling Guiyu Yuli raised her head and was about to say something, but suddenly saw Youto standing next to Master Yuan and froze. Wow, long time no see. Miss Ling Guiyu Yuli. Youto smiled gently, flashing a grin. Ling Guiyu Yuli's face involuntarily darkened. From Lord Qing's attitude towards this young man last time, it was clear that this young man was of no ordinary status. Now that this young man was walking alongside Master Yuan, it further indicated the problem. Could this young man be the son of the daimyo of the Land of Water? Ling Guiyu Yuli couldn't help but speculate, and upon thinking of this, her expression turned even more bitter. That girl Haruna not only had a meal with him, but also secretly informed him. Would this young man hold a grudge against her? Master Yuan, I'm leaving. After saying this, Ling Guiyu Yuli quickly turned around and disappeared in the midst of Youto and Master Yuan's stunned expressions. Lord Youto, that girl Ling Guiyu Yuli seems to be quite afraid of you. Master Yuan turned to Youto with a curious expression. Youto rubbed his nose. He was also a bit confused. It was just a meal. It shouldn't be that serious, right? Seeing that Youto was silent, Master Yuan looked at the place where Ling Guiyu Yuli had disappeared with a look of appreciation and sighed. This little girl is quite a good seedling in the Mist Village. She has the title of a genius ninja with lightning release in the village. It's a pity that one of the 7 ninja swords, the lightning blade, along with the rogue ninja, Black Ho Thundertooth, has gone missing. Otherwise, Ling Guiyu Yuli would definitely be the perfect successor to that sword. Lightning blade, one of the 7 ninja swords. Ling Guiyu Yuli. Yuto's previously vague memories suddenly became clear. So it's her, in the conference room. At this time, the meeting had ended. Apart from Terumi Mei, who was still sitting in her original place, everyone else had already left. Terumi Mei was seriously looking at a scroll in her hand, a hint of seriousness appearing on her face. Can you really develop such a technique? Although it hasn't succeeded, this technique indeed has feasibility, but the danger is too high. A faint groan came from the side. Foam had just opened her eyes and felt an overwhelming pain coursing through her body. Where is this? It's not the forest. Foam's eyes widened, disregarding the intense pain and jumping up from her spot, her body rapidly swelling. At the same time, Foam continuously surveyed her surroundings, observing the environment. After a while, seeing a red-haired woman quietly flipping through a scroll while sitting in a chair in front of her. Foam finally confirmed that there was only one person in this place. Terumi Mei closed the scroll, raised her head to look at the nervous Foam standing at a distance, and spoke. "There's no need to be so nervous. There's only me here." "You are Mizuki." Foam looked at the woman who had raised her head, her pupils contracting sharply. "Since you know who I am, don't do anything foolish. This is the center of the Mist Village. You can't escape," Terumi Mei said, licking her lips and speaking. "Indeed, have I lost?" Foam thought to herself. Even summoning the Six Tails Shibaken didn't defeat her. For a Jinchuriki, in my opinion, monitoring and isolation are the best methods. However, it seems Lord Youto doesn't agree with my viewpoint, Terumi Mei said, a helpless expression appearing on her face as she shrugged. "From today on, Jinchuriki Foam, aside from not being able to leave the Mist Village freely, you have the same rights as ordinary ninjas. And the monitoring on you will be lifted. As for where you live, that's up to you. You can go back to your old place or live somewhere else in the village, as long as you have the money." Terumi Mei spread her hands and, through the scroll she had just looked at in Foam's direction, saying, "The contents of this scroll are the secret techniques your master Chunyu has implemented on you. There are detailed explanations of the specific functions of the secret technique in it. By the way, remember to either destroy this scroll after reading it or return it to the Mizuki's office." After saying this, Terumi Mei did not look at Foam's expression, formed a hand seal, and with a bang, she disappeared. Foam stared blankly at the direction Terumi Mei had disappeared for a long time, seemingly digesting the information she had just heard. With trembling hands, Foam slowly opened the scroll and carefully read the introduction and effects of the secret technique. Drip, drip. After a moment, tears fell from Foam's cheeks to the ground. "Master, Chapter 33 My Dream." Unified ninja world on a rooftop some distance away from the meeting room. Terumi Mei stood at the edge, gazing toward the distant meeting room, and spoke softly. "How is it inside? Although the emotions of the bubble are somewhat unstable, the chakra is indeed calm, so there shouldn't be any tailed beast transformation." Oh, with his Byakugan wide open, stared in the direction of the meeting room. After a while, he respectfully spoke up. Terumi Mei nodded. What she said was not a lie, but there was one thing she hadn't mentioned. If Bubble still thinks about escaping from the Mist Ninja Village after seeing that scroll, then there is only one outcome: a new Six Tails Jinchuriki. And a Jinchuriki who loses their tailed beast will naturally die. If this matter were to happen in the past, Terumi Mei wouldn't even dare to think in that direction, knowing how many lives could be lost concerning the tailed beasts. But now, with Lord Youto here, let alone just one tailed beast, even if both the Six Tails and the Three Tails had problems at the same time, they wouldn't cause much of a stir under Lord Yuto's command. Would canceling the isolation of the Six Tails Jinchuriki and allowing him to move freely in the village pose any danger? Chojuro asked with a worried expression. There may be danger, but I believe Lord Youto and Lord Mizuki have already thought of a solution. Ao put the black eye patch back over his Byakugan and turned to Chojuro with a light smile. Terumi Mei continued to look in the direction of the meeting room without speaking, her gaze somewhat profound. After a moment, Terumi Mei lazily stretched, her curvy figure appearing before Chojuro and Ao. The already shy Chojuro quickly turned his head away, his face filled with embarrassment. Ao slightly lowered his head and murmured, "Speaking of which, it's about time Lord Mizuki got married." A cool breeze blew through the air. Ao suddenly felt a chill on his back, sensing a wave of killing intent enveloping him. A bitter expression appeared on Ao's face as he couldn't help but want to slap himself for speaking out of turn. Terumi Mei smiled, her eyes slightly squinting, and said lightly as she chuckled, "Be careful, or someone might end up dead. Lord Mizuki, Lord Youto should be waiting for us in the office now. We shouldn't keep him waiting too long." Ao forced himself to speak quickly, stammering. Terumi Mei, who had been clenching her fist, paused slightly, then patted Ao's shoulder a few times and said calmly, "Let's go." Mizuki's office. Youto was lazily half reclining on a sofa, looking utterly disinterested. Talking to the elder was exhausting. If their essay next time, Youto would definitely avoid that old fox. No, there one TBA next time. Click. With a soft sound, the office door opened, and Terumi Mei walked in slowly. Arriving so early, it seems things went smoothly on Bubble's side. Seeing Terumi Mei walk in, Yuto's eyes lit up, and he chuckled. As expected of Lord Youto, it's almost exactly as you predicted. Terumi Mei nodded, her voice tinged with joy. The issue with the Six Tails Jinchuriki has been resolved, and the problems on the elder side have also nearly been sorted out. Now, The entire Mist Ninja Village has truly united as one. Youto looked at Terumi, Mei and smiled. The transition of power has always been the most perilous. Terumi Mei understood better than anyone that without Lord Yuto's presence, this morning's meeting would not have been so calm. I will work hard to be a good Mizukichi. Terumi Mei secretly vowed. Taking advantage of the free time, she thought it would be good to rest a bit because in a few days, there would be a lot to do. Youto leaned back on the sofa, resting his head on his arm, and spoke lazily. While we're at it, let's take a good rest. Terumi Mei was momentarily stunned, a flash of brilliance passing through her eyes. Just as she was about to ask, Yuto's voice rang out. Before discussing these matters, there is something even more important. Youto stood up from the sofa, his gaze fixed intently on Terumi Mei. Sensing the seriousness on Yuto's face, Terumi Mei also became serious, waiting for what Youto would say next. If I can't find a place to stay before sunset, I might have to sleep on the streets tonight, Youto said with a serious expression. Terumi Mei looked bewildered. Huh? On a street in the Mist Ninja Village. Terumi Mei and Youto walked out of a house with helpless expressions. Speaking of which, as an elder with such a prestigious position, do you really have no money? Youto asked Terumi Mei again, seemingly unwilling. The position of elder is different from other positions. It does not require accountability to anyone and thus belongs to a separate system. Terumi Mei spoke softly, continuing, but don't worry, Lord Youto, I'll take care of all the financial matters. Upon hearing Terumi Mei's words, Youto sighed. He initially thought that Terumi Mei, as the Mizukichi, would be somewhat wealthy, but it turned out that while she had some money, it was still a far cry from being a rich lady. They had just inquired about that house, which was already the 7th one. These houses were either too expensive or only available for rent. As a dignified elder, Terumi Mei naturally wouldn't let Youto live in a rented house. Of course, there are benefits for elders. They are supposed to have a property, but the original property is currently occupied by the elder. And Youto neither intends to live with that old fox, nor can he drive them out. As for a new property, even if construction started now, it would likely take at least half a year. Lord Youto, if you don't mind, how about you temporarily stay in my place? My house is quite large, and I have some empty rooms. Walking down the street, Terumi Mei suddenly spoke softly. Upon hearing Terumi Mei's words, Youto blinked. A lonely man and woman sharing a room. That doesn't seem appropriate. Moreover, Youto strongly suspected that Terumi Mei was just trying to save money. Yuto's face showed signs of struggle, and after a moment, he sighed. Fine, but my room needs to be big. With the housing issue resolved, both Youto and Terumi Mei relaxed. On the street, passers-by greeted Terumi Mei with respectful expressions, bowing slightly, but no one dared to disturb her. Similarly, Terumi Mei responded warmly, nodding and greeting the crowd. Terumi Mei, what is your dream? Youto asked curiously, observing the scene on the street. My dream? I hope to become someone like Lord Youto who can protect the village and earn the respect of the world. What is Lord Yuto's dream? Terumi Mei tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, equally curious as she replied. To unify the ninja world. Youto spoke lightly. Chapter 34. Discovering the Rogue Ninja. Black Hole Leah recently. The Mist Ninja Village has been somewhat unsettled, with many civilians occasionally spotting ninjas, who are usually not seen, frequently jumping around on rooftops. At the same time, various rumors have been circulating among the civilians, although most of them do not take these rumors seriously. For instance, it is rumored that the esteemed elder, Yuan Shi, has stepped down, and the newly appointed elder seems to be a very young man. There are also rumors that a young man has moved into the home of the Mizukichi at some unknown time. Compared to the civilians of Mist Ninja Village, the impact on the ninjas during this period has been much greater. All the Jonin vaguely know what kind of existence the young man sitting in the elder's position is. While all the Jonin are stirred with emotions, they also almost secretly conceal this information. The true identity of Youto is classified as the highest level of confidential information in the entire Mist Ninja Village, aside from the Jonin. The Chunin and Genin are completely unaware. At the same time, a secret message has emerged from the Mizukichi's office. All high-ranking officials and Jonin are to prepare for war. From the moment they learned of Lord Yuto's identity, everyone was already prepared. After all, the reason Lord Youto was sealed away is something that the entire ninja world is aware of. Unifying the ninja world can be said to be the greatest wish of all ninja villages in the world of Hokage. Every ninja village has dreamed of unifying the ninja world, but so far, no ninja village has accomplished it. The word war may be somewhat resistant to most people in the ninja world, but two ninja villages would not feel that way. One is the Sand Village. As their location is incredibly impoverished, and the village must break out to develop, which is why the Sand Village has always been somewhat unruly. The second is the Mist Ninja Village. Since the First Great Ninja War, the entire village has been targeted, especially the fact that the fourth Mizukage was controlled by someone, which is probably a source of shame for all the ninjas in the village, igniting a fire in everyone's hearts. As for the other three villages, the Reikage A from the Cloud Village has a fiery personality and is inherently hawkish. On the other hand, Noki from the Stone Village, an old antique still alive today, while not belonging to the hawkish faction, certainly cannot be considered dovish. As for the Leaf Village, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Tsurutobi, is a staunch dovish leader. But his political methods are too soft, allowing someone like Danzo to form a faction with two opposing voices. Danzo's faction, though granted by Hiruzen, is perhaps where Danzo looks down on Hiruzen the most. As for the peculiar theory of roots buried underground and leaves growing on trees, Youto finds it nothing short of a joke. Every faction has its bright side and its dark side, yet as a leader, Hiruzen Tsurutobi only thinks about placing himself in the light while leaving all the dark matters to Danzo. Such an odd leader does not qualify as a competent one. As for Danzo, Youto also considers him peculiar. One is not thoroughly good, and the other is not thoroughly bad. In Yuto's view, there have only been two truly qualified leaders in the history of the Leaf Village, Senju Tobirama and Namikaze Minato. Although these two men have different personalities, their methods of doing things are equally decisive. Currently, while the ninja world appears calm, the relationships between ninja villages have become quite delicate. It has been many years since the last Third Great Ninja War, and all the ninja villages have nearly restored their strength. What is now lacking is a spark to ignite the conflict. In the original story, Akatsuki served as that spark, but later characters were so powerful that the 5 major ninja villages had to unite against them. Otherwise, after dealing with Akatsuki, what awaited them would be a chaotic battle among the 5 ninja villages. On a high rocky outcrop, Youto sat at the edge, dangling his legs, a thoughtful expression flashing across his eyes. Suddenly, Yuto's eyes brightened as if he had thought of something. Whoosh, whoosh, a faint sound of wind came from the front, and a palm-sized, sky-blue butterfly flew in front of Youto, spinning a few times before dissolving into a cloud of mist and disappearing. It seems there is news. A smile appeared on Yuto's face as he chuckled softly. In the next moment, Yuto's figure had vanished. In Mizukage's office, Mei was continuously looking at various pieces of information laid out on the table, a hint of worry etched on her brow. Hey, what could be bothering the Mizukage so much? A light, teasing voice reached Mei's ears. A flicker of joy crossed Mei's eyes as she quickly looked up to see Youto, who had unknowingly taken a seat on the sofa. Lord Youto, you're here, she exclaimed. Youto nodded, casually picking up an apple from the table and taking a bite before asking, have we received any news? Mei picked up a scroll from the table and tossed it in Yuto's direction. Watching Youto catch the scroll, she spoke softly. According to the information provided by Lord Youto, our people have indeed discovered a village near the border of the Water Country and the Fire Country where funerals are held quite frequently. The Umbu used Jinjutsu to control a villager and extracted some intelligence. According to the information provided, the rogue ninja Black Hole Leah is in that village. A look of joy spread across Mei's face. Among the former Mist 7 swordsmen, aside from Chojuro still being in Mist Ninja Village, the others either died or became rogue ninjas. Finding the whereabouts of Black Hole Leah is considered good news for Mei. Youto glanced at the information on the scroll in his hand. Sure enough, Black Hole Leah still enjoys holding funerals for others, just like in the original story. However, these funerals are not for the deceased. Instead, Black Hole Leah personally kills living people before holding a funeral, crying profusely during the ceremony. One cannot deny that in this regard, Black Hole Leah is quite a pervert. By the way, Lord Youto, how did you know that Black Hole Leah would hide in a village with many funerals? Mei looked at Youto with curiosity. They had no idea how many people they had sent to search for traces of these rogue ninjas, but unfortunately, they had found nothing. Yet now, with just one word from Lord Youto, they had directly located the target. Nothing much. A few days ago, when I was looking at information about Black Hole Leah, I found that he often attended funerals. So I thought of this, Youto replied nonchalantly. Chapter 35. Rebuilding the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. Upon hearing Raito's words, Mei's eyes flashed with a hint of admiration, inwardly thinking that it was no surprise that Lord Raito could analyze so much from just a little information. Right Do continued to look through the information in front of him, and suddenly his eyes lit up when he saw that it mentioned Hei Leia often carrying a child on his back. If the storyline hadn't changed, this child should be Lan Wan, who possesses the bloodline limit of red eyes. This ability can counter the Byakugan and is even stronger than the Byakugan in terms of observing chakra. A smile appeared at the corner of Right Do's mouth as he raised his head to look at Terumi, Mei, and said lightly, "The child that Hei Leia carries on his back is indeed quite intriguing." Hearing Right Do's words, Terumi, Mei nodded in agreement. A ninja like Hei Leia would definitely not carry a burden. This means that the child on Hei Leia's back possesses talents that even he values. Now that the village has stabilized, the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist should be re-established. Terumi Mei's expression turned serious as she spoke softly. Since she took over the forces of the original master, the problems that have been hidden beneath the surface have completely surfaced. The current situation of the entire Mist Village is much worse than Terumi Mei had imagined. Right Do smiled gently, finding that Terumi Mei's thoughts coincided with his own. The Mist Village currently does not lack high-end combat power. As long as he is there, the Mist Village can outclass all other ninja villages in terms of high-end combat strength. However, in terms of mid and low-end combat power, the Mist Village lags behind the other 4 ninja villages significantly. Therefore, the re-establishment of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist is imperative. As for the task of dealing with the rogue ninja, Hei Leia, who should be sent to execute this mission, Terumi Mei spoke softly, her eyes flashing with thought. Hei Leia is an experienced Jainin, and since this also involves one of the 7 ninja swords, the Thunderblade, Terumi Mei is naturally cautious. "I have 2 good candidates," Right Do said, looking at Terumi Mei's contemplative expression with a gentle smile. He quickly formed a few hand seals with both hands. A ball of water mist began to condense in Right Do's hands, slowly transforming into 2 water blue butterflies. Right Do gently pushed with his hands, and the 2 water blue butterflies flew out the window. This ninjutsu is not considered high level, nor is it a secret technique. Even a genin could learn it after practicing for a while. However, no one bothers to learn it, as this ninjutsu has no offensive power. Its main function is communication, notifying the person who receives the butterfly to go to the Mist Ninja office. Therefore, naturally, no one would be bored or bold enough to learn this ninjutsu. In a not-so-large courtyard, a petite figure was continuously forming various hand seals. Unfortunately, this figure seemed somewhat distracted, and the sequence of hand seals was a complete mess. "Haruka, if you're going to be so distracted, you can forget about lunch today." A dissatisfied voice came from behind Haruka, followed by a small stick hitting her head. "Ow, sister. I've been training for so long. Can I take a break?" Haruka said, rubbing her head and speaking in a negotiating tone to Lin Yuri. "Break? You've only been training for 10 minutes. Lin Yuri said, her face darkening as she suppressed the urge to hit her, gritting her teeth. "I never said I wanted to be a ninja," Haruka muttered quietly while touching her little head. Lin Yuri narrowed her eyes and said lightly, "Oh, are you saying you don't even want to eat dinner?" "No, I will definitely become a powerful ninja like you, sister," Haruka said with determination. Hearing Haruka's words, Lin Yuri showed a satisfied expression on her face. Phew! A water blue butterfly flew from a distance towards this direction. It circled in front of Lin Yuri before transforming into a puff of water mist and disappearing. Lin Yuri was taken aback and turned to Haruka, saying, "You need to train properly and not slack off. Otherwise, you know what will happen." Lin Yuri raised her fist, stomped on the ground, and quickly jumped to the roof, heading towards the water shadow office. In just a few jumps, she had disappeared from Haruka's sight. Haruka watched Lin Yuri leave, pouting, and then dashed outside. "Training? What's that? Can it be eaten?" On the eastern edge of the entire Mist Village, compared to the bustling crowds and lively scenes in the center of the village, the people living here could be described as sparse. Naturally, it was much quieter here. Against a sturdy tree, a figure named Foam leaned back against the trunk, half reclining on a thick branch, looking relaxed but with a hint of subtle sadness in his brow. Although Terumi Mei said he could walk freely in the village, Foam had no interest at all. The villagers were full of disdain for him, and he naturally wouldn't seek trouble. Moreover, his personality preferred quiet places, so he was not as adaptable to the bustling center of the village. Leaning against the large tree, a hint of melancholy flickered in Foam's eyes. Initially, he was filled with hatred towards his master, but now, the more he had once hated his master, the more guilty he felt. This place was where Foam had trained with his master, and perhaps out of nostalgia or other reasons, he chose to stay here. Quiet with no one watching or bothering him. For someone like Foam, who had a reclusive personality, this was the perfect place. As for boredom, blowing bubbles or chatting with the six-tailed rhinoceros dog inside him were both good methods. Thinking of a young man who easily defeated him, a slight change appeared on Foam's calm face. Through chatting with the six-tailed rhinoceros dog, Foam naturally knew Raito's identity. The legendary figure from the Mist Village. What a terrifying man. Foam muttered to himself. Foam, who had been drowsy, slowly opened his eyes and looked at the water-blue butterfly fluttering in front of him, a look of surprise flashing in his eyes. He naturally knew what this water-blue butterfly represented. Mission. As a Jinchuriki, Foam previously had no way to leave the village, and the missions in the village would naturally not involve him. This meant that as a Jainin, the missions Foam had done could be disregarded. The Water Shadow Office. If that's the case, then I should go take a look, but I need to find out where the Water Shadow Office is first. Foam watched as the water-blue butterfly transformed into a puff of water mist, then got up from the tree and floated away. Chapter 36, A Rank Mission Terumi. Mei looked at Youto with curiosity, clearly intrigued by who Youto had chosen for this task. The difficulty of the task was not low. After all, it involved an experienced jonin and a child with unknown abilities. Although she was curious, Terumi Mei did not ask, instead showing a look of interest on her face as she quietly awaited the two individuals who were about to arrive. Since Youto moved into Terumi Mei's home, she had discovered that the legendary Lord Youto was not as serious as she had imagined. Rather, he was quite casual. Except for one thing, he spent a lot of money. In recent days, Lord Youto often took money to the seaside, and each time he returned, he brought back a large haul of fish, to the point that they had been eating fish for several days straight. Thinking about the fish they had at home that could last them for nearly half a month, Terumi Mei couldn't help but sigh. Knock, knock. At that moment, a gentle knock sounded at the door. Following that, under Terumi Mei's gaze, a red-haired girl walked in. Ringo Wairi approached the Mizuki's office, and upon seeing Terumi Mei sitting at the desk looking at her, she showed a nervous expression and quickly bowed respectfully. Say Mizuki-sama. Ringo Wairi, a talented ninja from the Mist Village in recent years, was skilled in lightning release techniques and would do well against Kuratsuchi Raiga, who was also adept in lightning release. The moment Terumi Mei saw this red-haired girl, Ringo Wairi's name and profile appeared in her mind. This task requires two people. So besides you, there is another person, Terumi Mei said with a faint smile to the somewhat nervous Ringo Wairi. Understood, Mizuki-sama. Ringo Wairi replied, momentarily taken aback before responding. Hey, long time no see, Miss Ringo Wairi. A light chuckling voice reached Ringo Wairi's ears at that moment. Hearing this slightly familiar voice, Ringo Wairi quickly turned her head in the direction of the sound and saw Youto sitting on the sofa beside her. Ringo Wairi was initially stunned, then quickly bowed again, a hint of embarrassment on her face as she said, Lord Youto. Seeing Ringo Wairi's respectful demeanor, Youto showed a slightly bored expression, having assumed that she was unaware of his identity, but it seemed she already knew. A hint of curiosity flashed in Terumi Mei's eyes, noticing that it seemed the two already knew each other. It seemed Ao had reported to her that when Youto first arrived in the Mist Village, a girl had guided him. At that time, she hadn't paid much attention, but it appeared that this girl was Ringo Wairi. Knock, knock. Just then, a new knock sounded, and Foam walked in with a calm expression. Apart from Yuto's expressionless face, the expressions of Terumi Mei and Ringo Wairi both changed simultaneously. Ringo Wairi's body instinctively tensed up, and her hands unconsciously moved back slightly. Realizing her actions, a hint of embarrassment flashed in Ringo Wairi's eyes, and she relaxed her body, but her face still carried a tense look. Foam, the six-tailed Jinchuriki, was the most dangerous individual in the entire Mist Village. While not many ninjas might have seen him, it was almost impossible for anyone to be unaware of him. Upon entering, Foam naturally noticed Ringo Wairi's subtle movements, but maintained a calm expression, having seen similar scenes far too often. Compared to the nervous Ringo Wairi, Foam was much more composed. He scanned the people present, and when he saw Youto sitting beside him, his pupils involuntarily constricted. In that instant, Foam clearly sensed the tailed beast chakra within him shrink slightly. Could it be that even the terrifying tailed beast had something it feared? Hey, Foam, Youto said with a faint smile, greeting him. Foam's expression stiffened, and he spoke somewhat awkwardly. Lord Youto. Terumi Mei cast a deep glance at Youto, not expecting that the second person Lord Youto had brought was Foam. Furthermore, this task involved leaving the village. although various thoughts flashed through her mind. Terumi Mei still wore a faint smile. Now that everyone is here, I will explain the task. Although she had some guesses since Foam walked in. Hearing it from Mizukage still left Ringo Y. Ri in disbelief that her partner would be a Jinchuriki. Your task is an A-rank mission. As for the specific mission details, you can find them in this mission scroll. Terumi Mei continued, snapping her fingers, causing a mission scroll to fall into Ringo Y. Ri's hands. A-rank mission. Upon hearing the mission rank mentioned by Terumi Mei, Ringo Y. Ri's eyes brightened. The rewards for an A-rank mission were considerable. She hurriedly opened the scroll to look at the final reward. Ninja mission ranks are generally divided into 6 levels. Super S rank. International level top secret missions. These involve requests from other countries and personal needs, generally escalating to the level of national interests beyond monetary rewards. S rank. National level secret matters, with rewards generally exceeding 1 million Rio. A rank. Tasks related to national or village movements, with rewards typically between 150,000 and 1 million Rio. These include escorting important individuals, subduing ninja forces, etc. B rank. Personal tasks, entered upon personal request, with rewards between 50,000 and 150,000 Rio. These involve protecting individuals, with potential for combat due to hostile ninja involvement. C rank. Personal tasks, entered upon personal request, with rewards between 10,000 and 50,000 Rio. These involve protecting individuals, generally without combat, delivering confidential documents, etc. D rank. Generally consists of small tasks like running errands or doing odd jobs. When Ringo Y. Ri saw the numbers for the reward, a hint of disappointment flashed in her eyes. Although the total reward was not low, it would be less when split between 2 people. However, compared to the previous B-rank mission, this reward was much more generous. After looking at the reward, Ringo Y. Ri turned her attention back to the mission content. The next moment, a scream echoed throughout the office. This is Raikiri Raiga. Seeing Ringo Y. Ri's excited expression, Terumi Mei felt somewhat baffled, but still said, "That's right. Your target this time is the rogue ninja Kuratsuchi Raiga, one of the 7 ninja swords, Raikiri. You must bring it back. Kuratsuchi Raiga has a child with him, so try to bring her back to the village as well." Youto gently rubbed his ears, looking at the excited Ringo Y. Ri, and said with a slight smirk, "The village will soon hold a selection for new members of the 7 ninja swords. If you're interested, you can participate." Ringo Y. Ri was momentarily stunned, her face filled with excitement. "I will definitely bring Raikiri back." In contrast to the excited Ringo Y. Ri, Foam, who stood beside her, appeared much more indifferent. At that moment, a hand suddenly reached out in front of Foam. Foam's eyes flashed with surprise as he looked at Ringo Y. Ri, who had extended her hand towards him. "Please take care of me," Ringo Y. Ri said, slightly grinning, revealing somewhat sharp teeth. Foam looked at the outstretched hand, and deep inside, he couldn't help but tremble slightly, but his face remained expressionless as he turned and walked toward the door. As the figure of the bubble was about to reach the door, a faint voice entered Lin Qingyu Yuli's ears. "Hurry up and complete the task. I want to get back early." Lin Qingyu Yuli pouted in dissatisfaction and quickly followed suit. Chapter 37. The Land of Rice Fields. Sound Ninja Village. The door to the Mizukage's office closed again. With the departure of Lin Guoyu Ri and Foam, the entire office fell silent once more. Seeing the worried expression on Terumi Mei's face, Youto smiled gently. "If you're worried about the Jinchuriki, you can rest easy. Since Foam has decided to stay, his character won't allow him to betray us again." After saying this, Youto stretched and casually continued, "Since they have set off, I should also get moving." Hearing Yuto's words, Terumi Mei was momentarily taken aback and didn't respond right away. "How many of Orochimaru's hidden bases have you found?" Youto suddenly asked. "Not many, and none of them had Orochimaru's presence." Terumi Mei shook her head, a hint of curiosity flashing in her eyes, clearly puzzled as to why Youto suddenly asked this. "Give me the addresses of those few bases. Consider it a meeting gift for Orochimaru." Youto smiled lightly and spoke casually, knowing that Orochimaru wouldn't be in those small bases. However, if there were some of Orochimaru's research results, that would be an unexpected bonus. Others might not know where Orochimaru was hiding, but how could Youto not know? "Lord Youto, what about the matter of Kinoshita Jiro?" Seeing Youto preparing to leave, Terumi Mei quickly spoke up. "Since the last incident, Kinoshita Jiro has been locked up in prison, and without your command, no one dares to touch him. But keeping him locked up is quite difficult for the Kinoshita clan. After all, As long as Kinoshita Jiro is alive, they cannot select a new clan leader. Haha, the Kinoshita clan is silent right now. Why should we rush? We need to put some pressure on them. Youto chuckled, as if he had some wicked idea. A glint of intelligence flashed in Terumi Mei's eyes. Although Kinoshita Jiro was in prison now, in a way, he had become a sword hanging over the Kinoshita clan's heads. Because of Youto, Kinoshita Jiro couldn't dare to die, and the Kinoshita clan couldn't let him die either. It seemed that Lord Youto had his eyes on the Kinoshita clan and wanted them to do something. For a moment, Terumi Mei felt a bit sorry for Kinoshita Jiro. If he were just the leader of a small clan, or just an individual like Tsuchida Masamitsu, perhaps he could die more easily. If anyone were to blame, it would be Kinoshita Jiro himself for choosing the wrong path and hiding the fact that the Six Tails Jinchuriki had defected alongside Tsuchida Masamitsu. Chosen by the original master, he became a stepping stone for Terumi Mei. Politics has no right or wrong, only winners and losers, and Kinoshita Jiro was clearly a loser. Boom! An explosion echoed through a dense forest. After brushing off the dust that had splattered onto him, Youto looked at the marked location on the scroll and drew a big X. This was the last secret base he had destroyed. These bases were basically abandoned, clearly having been discovered by the Mist Ninja Village during their search. Although he felt a bit disappointed at not finding anything useful, it was within Yuto's expectations. Sound Ninja Village, huh? Youto said with a faint smile, and in the next moment, he had vanished. The land of rice fields, located near the land of fire. At the intersection of the land of earth, the land of lightning, and the land of fire. Due to its unique location, ninjas from other villages rarely appeared in the land of rice fields. Therefore, it seemed that no one was aware of the sudden emergence of a ninja village known as Sound Ninja Village. Or perhaps they knew but didn't care much. Who could have imagined that this small ninja village was established by Orochimaru? In fact, the entire land of rice fields had already been firmly controlled by Orochimaru. Sitting on a thick branch of a tree about 7 to 8 meters high, Youto observed the Sound Ninja Village established by Orochimaru with great interest. The entire Sound Ninja Village was not large. At least Youto could see the end of it at a glance, and the buildings were scattered about. The whole ninja village could be described as desolate. It's no wonder the 3 great ninja villages didn't pay attention to this suddenly emerged Sound Ninja Village. Given the scene before them, there was no need to investigate further. Compared to a normal ninja village, there were almost no civilians in Sound Ninja Village. Even if there were, these people were merely Orochimaru's experimental subjects. Calling it a ninja village, in Yuto's view, it was merely a larger base for Orochimaru. Whoosh! Just as Youto was examining the Sound Ninja Village, a sound of something slicing through the air suddenly came from the side. A kunai shot from a hidden position toward Yuto's heart. Youto glanced at the kunai nonchalantly and flicked his finger lightly. The moment his finger made contact with the kunai's sharp blade, the entire kunai shattered in midair. A man hiding in a patch of grass changed his expression, disbelief flashing in his eyes. That was a kunai, and it was shattered. Who was this intruder in the Sound Ninja Village? The man's eyes flickered as he realized he was no match for Youto and shouted, "Dostina, attack!" Boom! An invisible sound wave erupted from the front and enveloped Youto. At the same time, the man jumped out of the grass, quickly forming hand seals and shouting, "Void slash!" An invisible attack formed from chakra, sliced toward Youto. With a faint smile on his face, Youto watched the 2 individuals who had initially been hiding but had now jumped out. One had a head of gray-black hair and wore a yellowish outer garment with the word death written on it. The other was even more peculiar, with his face wrapped in bandages, revealing only his left eye, and his arms adorned with a porous armor-like equipment. If it were just the first one, Youto might not have remembered who he was, but seeing the second person jump out, he instantly recognized them. Dostina and Sakudu. They were 2 of the trio representing Sound Ninja Village in the original work during the Chunin exams. Although they were minor characters, they were among the few who could deliver a beating to Konoha's lower ninjas, making it impossible to forget them. As he watched the 2 attacks coming toward him, Youto remained seated on the branch, not even making a move to evade. The unique sound wave attack of Sound Ninja Village combined with the void slash. And in the surprised gazes of Sakudu and Dostina, both attacks struck Yuto's body. However, the next moment, their expressions changed. There were no screams or explosions as they had imagined. Their attacks seemed to vanish the moment they made contact with the enemy. Chapter 38. Orochimaru's speculation feeling the power he had absorbed, Youto slightly curled his lips. This power was utterly weak. Looking at the dazed Doshi and Sakuraji, Youto casually waved his hand forward. The void slash wave he had just absorbed was enhanced a bit by Youto and released again. Boom! A void/wave, dozens of meters wide, appeared out of thin air. Rather than calling it a void/wave, it was more accurate to describe it as a massive slash. Sakuragi and Doshi's eyes widened, and a single word filled their minds: escape. Without a moment's hesitation, they turned and retreated rapidly, accompanied by a loud roar. The massive slash directly cleaved out a several-meter-deep pit where the two had just stood. Seeing the scene behind them, Doshi and Sakuragi exchanged a glance, both feeling a lingering fear. Youto's expression remained unchanged as he lightly snapped his fingers, releasing the sound wave attack he had also absorbed moments ago. Compared to the tangible attack of the void/wave, the sound wave attack was almost imperceptible. Standing still, Sakuragi and Doshi suddenly felt a wave of dizziness wash over them, and then both of them simultaneously spat out a mouthful of blood. The next moment, they had lost consciousness and collapsed. Youto lightly jumped down from the tree and walked into the quiet Sound Ninja village as if taking a stroll. Looking at the eerily calm village, a hint of mockery appeared on Yoto's face. He didn't believe that such a loud commotion had gone unheard. In a dark underground chamber, Orochimaru, with eyes like a snake's, stared at a small piece of flesh the size of a fingernail, soaked in green liquid. This small piece of flesh was naturally the tiny fragment that Orochimaru had bitten off Yoto's body when he was still dead. Immortality. These two words were an irresistible temptation for Orochimaru. Witnessing Youto being resurrected after being sealed for decades, even in a void of nothingness, it was easy to imagine how shocked and ecstatic Orochimaru had been at that moment. What Sharingan, what Senju Hashirama's cells, all were nothing compared to the bloodline limit of immortality. As for his so-called reincarnation ninjutsu, it was even less than a scrap before Yoto's eternal bloodline limit. Thus, upon returning to the Sound Ninja village, Orochimaru set aside everything else and devoted himself entirely to studying Yoto's cells. Orochimaru was more confident in cell research than anyone else. If he claimed to be second, no one in the ninja world would dare to claim first. He could manipulate Senju Hashirama's cells with ease, so he felt confident. However, as he continued his research, Orochimaru began to doubt his own abilities for the first time. He discovered that this cell was not much different from an ordinary ninja's cell. How could this be? Orochimaru naturally did not believe this conclusion. Was it that he was researching in the wrong direction, or was the cell's activity too low? Orochimaru licked his lips, his gaze cold, and his tone carried an inexplicable emotion. The small piece of flesh he had obtained was taken when Youto was still in a state of death, meaning Orochimaru had a pile of dead cells. Thus, Orochimaru speculated that if he had living cells, perhaps he could discover something. However, thinking of the legendary man's power, Orochimaru couldn't help but tremble slightly. His eyes narrowed, deep in thought. That man had been resurrected for some time now, and not just the entire ninja world. Even the surface of the Mist Ninja village appeared calm. It was as if nothing had happened at all. Such a situation could only indicate two possibilities. Either that man's strength had not yet recovered, or he had a greater scheme. If it was the second case, Orochimaru would naturally welcome it. The quieter the ninja world was, the smaller the living environment became for someone like him. If it was the first case, Orochimaru licked his lips and revealed a cold smile. A cautious voice sounded behind Orochimaru. Lord Orochimaru, that man has already entered the Sound Ninja village. Remembering Yoto's terrifying presence, Moya felt a chill run down his spine and spoke carefully. That was a man who could overwhelm all four of them with just his aura. Is that so? You four go ahead first, and let Kimimaro come over as well. Orochimaru replied with a low laugh, turning to coldly regard the four Sound Ninjas kneeling before him. The four of them trembled inwardly, panic flashing in their eyes. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Orochimaru asked with a cold smile, his tone filled with chill. Yes, Lord Orochimaru. The four Sound Ninjas felt a chill run through them and quickly responded. Regarding the legendary man, whether they lived or died was uncertain. But if they did not obey Lord Orochimaru's commands, they would likely be dead soon. In the next moment, the four Sound Ninjas transformed into four afterimages and vanished. Not long after, a light footstep sounded behind Orochimaru. A boy with black and white long hair, adorned with a red dot on each side of his forehead, walked in. Lord Orochimaru. Kimimaro's eyes sparkled with intense fervor as he looked at Orochimaru. You've come. How's your health? Orochimaru asked Kimimaro, the coldness on his face subconsciously lessening. My body is fine, Lord Orochimaru. Hearing Orochimaru's words, Kimimaro was taken aback and quickly spoke. I can give up everything for Lord Orochimaru. Let us go. I'll take you to see someone. Orochimaru licked his lips and smiled gently. Outside, Youto entered the Sound Ninja Village, surveying the surroundings and slightly curling his lips. Compared to a large ninja village like the Mist Ninja Village, he truly looked down on the Sound Ninja Village. Most of Orochimaru's research places were underground. He wondered if a step down would shake Orochimaru out. Youto smiled faintly to himself. Oh, since I'm already here, why hide? Looking at the flat ground ahead, Youto pressed down with his foot. Boom! Accompanied by a loud explosion, the ground before him blew apart. Immediately, four figures emerged from underground, somewhat disheveled. Seeing the familiar four, Yoto's smile widened. Oh, it's you four again. Hearing Yoto's words, the four Sound ninjas trembled, and the one with an implicit leadership role among them, Sakin, gritted his teeth. Forgive us. As soon as Sakin's words fell, four cold, sinister chakras erupted simultaneously, and the four entered their second state. Chapter 39. The destruction of the Sound, a chilling and terrifying chakra filled the bodies of the four. Perhaps due to the influence of the cursed seal, or perhaps because of the sudden surge in power, the originally fearful emotions of the Sound Four began to fade. Attack! Zwajin shouted, and the three figures standing beside him instantly vanished. In the blink of an eye, the four positioned themselves at four corners, tightly surrounding Youto while quickly forming hand seals. Youto quietly watched the Sound Four, his expression emotionless, allowing them to complete their hand seals. Although the Sound Four did not understand why Youto did not stop them, they did not dare to let their guard down. As the final hand seal was completed, all four let out a low shout. Secret technique. Four purple flames formation. A square purple barrier instantly enveloped Youto. Seeing this, the Sound Four let out a slight sigh of relief. Who gave you the courage to attack me? Youto said curiously, looking at the four, fully aware of the gap in their strength, yet they still chose to act. One must admit, Orochimaru's brainwashing skills were maxed out. You four are quite strong. How about joining the Mist Village? Youto blinked, looking at the Sound Four with hopeful eyes. The Sound Four exchanged glances, somewhat stunned, clearly unaccustomed to Yuto's somewhat offbeat comments. After a moment, realizing that the four seemed uninterested in joining the Mist Village, Yuto's expression turned disappointed. Since you want to die, I'll send you on your way. Youto sighed lightly, his tone suddenly turning cold. Upon hearing Yuto's voice from within the barrier, Zwajin and the others felt a jolt in their hearts, but their eyes held a hint of doubt. The four purple flames formation was a secret technique passed down directly from Lord Orochimaru, and they were well aware of its power. Youto extended his palm, and a black-purple chakra rapidly gathered in his hand, forming a tailed beast ball the size of a basketball in an instant. This was, of course, the chakra he absorbed from the six tails. Looking at the tailed beast ball in his hand, Youto grinned at the Sound Four and softly said, "Be careful." In the next moment, he directly threw the tailed beast ball towards the barrier. Boom! A terrifying explosion suddenly erupted, shattering the four purple flames formation the instant it made contact. The Sound Four simultaneously spat out blood, completely overwhelmed by the force of the tailed beast ball's explosion. Step, step! Soft footsteps sounded as Youto slowly walked out from the dust, not a speck of dirt on him. Oh, you didn't die. Youto raised an eyebrow, looking unexpectedly at the direction shrouded in dust. Earth release barrier, Earth prison, Jirubo shouted, enveloping Youto in a prison made of earthen walls. This was Jirubo's signature technique, capable of trapping enemies and absorbing their chakra while restoring his own. However, despite trapping Youto, Jirubo's face showed no joy. Instead, he was filled with deep fear as he shouted toward the back. Hurry up. Doyu also jumped out from the side, forming hand seals while dissatisfiedly saying, "Fatty, shut up." Summoning technique, three demons. Bang! Accompanied by a puff of smoke, three giant figures appeared before everyone. Doyu quickly took out a flute from his waist and began to play. Magic flute. Phantom dance. Swish, swish, swish. Countless spider silk threads shot in from all directions, instantly forming a web-like structure around them. Kintomaru sat in the very center of the web, holding a golden bow that was drawn to its full moon state. You know nothing of power. A slightly pretentious voice came from the Earth prison. Controlling the Earth prison, Jirubo was drenched in sweat, his whole body suddenly trembling. Boom! The entire Earth prison exploded, rocks flying everywhere, and Youto casually walked out as if taking a stroll. Youto reached out towards the three rocks flying in the air and flicked them hard. The three rocks emitted a strong breaking sound as they shot towards the three demons summoned by Doyu. Bang! 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 The three demons, controlled by Doyu, didn't he even have time to react before their heads were smashed to pieces by the rocks. Accompanied by a slight sound of wind, Jirubo fearfully looked up, seeing Youto standing in front of him without knowing when, just as he was about to shout, "Help!" before Jirubo could finish his sentence. He turned into a cloud of blood mist. In a flash, Youto appeared in front of Doyu. Doyu, scared, instinctively took a few steps back, momentarily forgetting to resist. "Since you're a girl, let us be gentle," Youto said indifferently, one hand gripping Doyu's neck and lifting her up. Just then, Kintumru, sitting on the spider web, suddenly brightened his eyes. The bow in his hand, fully drawn, was instantly released. Secret technique, spider war bow, searing tear. The golden arrow transformed into a beam of golden light, shooting towards Youto with a strong breaking sound. Feeling the piercing wind beside his ear, Youto didn't even desire to turn his head. He simply tightened his grip around Doyu's neck. Doyu's eyes bulged as she completely lost her breath. At the same time, Youto raised his other hand and easily caught the incoming arrow. The terrifying force of the arrow disappeared the moment it touched Yudo's palm. Youto turned the arrowhead towards Kintumru and slowly released his grip on the arrow. Swish! The golden arrow shot out from Yudo's hand at an even faster speed, turning into a golden afterimage. Seeing the arrow shooting towards him, Kintumru wanted to dodge. But the arrow's speed was simply too fast. A thought flashed through his mind. 100 hit rate. Bang! A strong breaking sound mixed with terrifying force instantly created a large hole in Kintumru's chest. He fell directly from the spiderweb. 1, 2, 3. Just one more to go. Youto chuckled, turning to look at a hidden position behind him, originally hiding in the shadows, ready to ambush. Zwajin stood frozen in place. "Run, or you will die." Zwajin turned and tried to flee towards the direction of the sound village. But Youto had already appeared next to him first. "Ah, found you," Youto said lightly and with a muffled sound. Zwajin's entire body turned into a puddle of blood and mud. At that moment, a head rolled out from beneath Zwajin's body. Seeing the head that still bore signs of life, Youto suddenly remembered that Zwajin had two heads, one named Zwajin and the other named Eugene. This head, named Eugene, rolled frantically towards a certain direction in the distance, shouting, "Lord Orochimaru, save me!" Chapter 40. Meeting Junro. The battle between the Sound Four and Youto did not take long. Therefore, when Orochimaru emerged with Junro, aside from seeing that Doyu still had a relatively intact body, the other three had already turned into a pile of mush. Of course, there was also the terrified head of Yukon rolling at Orochimaru's feet. "Lord Orochimaru, save me!" Yukon's head cried in fear. Without another body to parasitize, Yukon's head, even with the power of the curse seal as support, could not hold on for much longer. Looking down at Yukon, Orochimaru's expression was so dark it could drip water. In such a short time, merely a moment, the four individuals he had painstakingly trained had perished, even in their cursed sound state. Facing Orochimaru himself would have posed some trouble. This was why Orochimaru had confidently sent out the Sound Four. Originally, Orochimaru merely wanted to test Yuto's strength to see if he had recovered. But he did not expect the Sound Four to be completely wiped out in the blink of an eye. "Youto, you kill my people on my territory. Shouldn't you give me an explanation?" Orochimaru emitted a chilling aura as he looked at Youto approaching, his tone somewhat somber. Standing beside Orochimaru, Junro crouched slightly, clearly prepared for battle. "An explanation? Do I need to give you an explanation?" Youto replied with a faint smile, walking up to Orochimaru. Although the Sound Four were merely side characters in the original work, they were not just ordinary extras. In the plan to collapse Konoha, Orochimaru was able to kill the third Hokage, and the Sound Four had played a part in that. But now that they had died prematurely, it would undoubtedly affect the plot of Konoha's downfall. However, that had nothing to do with Youto. The one who should be worried was Orochimaru, not him. The so-called plot, in Yuto's view, could be understood as a kind of trend. Even if the Sound Four were dead, Youto believed that with Orochimaru's methods, he could definitely find someone to set up the Four Purple Flames formation. Speaking of trends, a hint of contemplation flashed in Yuto's eyes. If in the past, Youto would have absolutely not believed in such a theory of trends, since encountering Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha, a small part of him had begun to believe. Just take his resurrection timing, which coincidentally aligned with the start of the plot. Based on the information obtained from the Mist Village, calculating the time, the current Naruto Uzumaki had probably just recently become a genin, still doing D-rank tasks like weeding. Originally, Yuto's plan was to resurrect during the Second and Third Shinobi Wars, and he had even made some preparations for that time. Unfortunately, plans often fall short of reality. Upon opening his eyes, he had unexpectedly arrived in this era. The Water Moon clan, which was meant to be a backup, had already been exterminated. If Youto had resurrected earlier, these things would not have happened. But it seemed that there was an unseen trend preventing his early resurrection. Whether it was the countless years of Kagaya Otsutsuki, the sage of 6 paths existing in a spiritual form, or the Shinigami with his sealing techniques, and even the prophetic toad from Iaboka Mountain. All of these factors indicated that this ninja world was not simple. Thinking of this, a slight smile appeared on Yuto's lips. It was getting more and more interesting. Lifting his leg, Youto stepped forward and disappeared from his spot, reappearing a short distance in front of Orochimaru. Oh, there's still half of him. Glancing at Yukon on the ground, Youto raised his foot to step on Yukon. Orochimaru's pupils contracted. He had just raised his arm, but lowered it again in an instant. His face expressionless. At this moment, it would be unwise to fall out with Youto, even if he held the trump card of Hashirama Senju, unless absolutely necessary. Orochimaru would not use this trump card. He knew better than anyone the consequences of doing so. Moreover, it would mean that there would be no room for reconciliation between the two sides. Orochimaru did not intend to take action, but Junmaro, standing beside him, drew a bone blade from his palm. For Junmaro, the insult to Lord Orochimaru was something he could not tolerate. Whoosh! Junmaro crouched slightly, and then his whole body sprang forward like a spring, charging towards Youto with the bone blade in hand. Seeing this scene, Yuto's movements paused slightly. As the last bloodline of the Take-Torai clan, Youto had already noticed Junmaro from the moment he appeared. Watching Junmaro suddenly attack, Orochimaru's expression remained unchanged. If it were anyone else recklessly attacking Youto, the outcome would be predictable. However, Junmaro was different. Orochimaru knew very well the status of the Take-Torai clan in Yuto's heart. The sound of air being cut filled the air as Junmaro's bone blade aimed for Yuto's heart. When the blade was just a few centimeters away from Yuto's heart, a hint of surprise flashed in Junmaro's eyes. The opponent showed no intention of dodging or even blocking. A fierce glint flickered in Junmaro's eyes, and he involuntarily accelerated the speed of his thrust. In the next moment, Junmaro's entire body stopped in place. Although the bone blade had pierced into Yuto's body, it had not even broken the surface of his clothes. Not only that, no matter how hard Junmaro tried, the bone blade could not advance an inch. The speed and force were good, but unfortunately, the follow-through was lacking. It seems that the bloodline limit of the Take-Torai clan has already affected your body this much, Youto remarked as he looked at Junmaro, whose pupils had contracted. As soon as Yuto's words fell, Junmaro's body stiffened, and a hint of shock flashed in his eyes. His condition was known only to Orochimaru and a few others from the Sound Village. How did this man know? Meanwhile, Orochimaru, standing on the other side, had a glint of excitement flash in his snake-like pupils. Orochimaru's face revealed a hint of exhilaration, unable to help but lick his lips. He had tried countless methods regarding the bloodline limit disease on Junmaro, but unfortunately, none of those methods had worked. This disease was rooted in the bloodline limit of the Take-Torai clan. Unless the bloodline limit was erased, this disease would not disappear. Orochimaru looked up at Youto in the distance. If there was anyone in this world who understood the Take-Torai clan's bloodline limit, it would be Youto, the original first Mizukage. Orochimaru had researched quite a bit of information. The powerful Take-Torai clan member, Kitsuya, did not have the condition that Junmaro currently did. Neither legends nor records mentioned any issues with Kitsuya's body. Chapter 41: The Man Who Revives the 7 Ninja Swordsmen, while Orochimaru was deep in thought. Kimimaro made his move again. Seeing that the bone blade in his hand was ineffective, Kimimaro swung his body backward while raising his hands toward the direction of Rado. Corpse bone path. 10-finger puncture. Whoosh, whoosh. The 10-finger bones shot out like bullets, not only at incredible speed but also with astonishing power. Witnessing this scene, Rado showed a helpless expression, allowing the attacks to hit him. The moment the finger bones touched Rado's body, they seemed to lose their power, sliding off his clothes. Seeing that Kimimaro's attacks could not harm Rado at all, Orochimaru's eyelids twitched slightly. All right, Kimimaro, stop. Accompanied by Orochimaru's command, Kimimaro, who had initially intended to attack, paused slightly. Although a hint of unwillingness flashed in his eyes, he still stopped. Without waiting for Rado to make a move, Orochimaru lifted his leg and stomped down. Blood splattered out. In Rado's surprised expression, Orochimaru crushed the head of Rado's subordinate underfoot. With no value for use, there was naturally no need for him to exist. Orochimaru calmly spoke, then raised his head to look at Rado, with a hollow smile on his face. Lord Rado, I assume you didn't come here today just for these useless subordinates of mine. Reito smiled lightly, glanced at Kimimaro, and softly said, I want 2 people. Orochimaru's eyelids twitched slightly, and a look of curiosity and expectation crossed his face. Kimimaro's identity was not a secret. As long as the Mist Village wanted to investigate, they could still find out who Kimimaro was. This was also why Orochimaru brought Kimimaro out. It was clear that Orochimaru had guessed that Reito had come for Kimimaro today. However, now that Reito said he wanted 2 people, it made Orochimaru curious about who the second person was. Who? Orochimaru's pupils deepened as he licked his lips. Kimimaro. And Hozuki Suigetsu. Reito said with a light smile, slightly squinting his eyes at Orochimaru, questioning, by the way, I'm curious about what your Sound Village intends to do by capturing people from our Mist Village. Kimimaro was one thing. After all, Mist Village had brought this upon themselves, and Orochimaru was merely taking advantage of it. But Hozuki Suigetsu had indeed been captured by Orochimaru. Hearing Reito's words, Orochimaru slightly lowered his head, letting out a low laugh. I happened to encounter someone from the Hozuki clan a while ago, and was curious, so I invited them over as guests. The 2 people you want, Lord Reito, can leave with you at any time. With his head lowered, a trace of indistinct killing intent flashed in Orochimaru's eyes. The Hozuki clan had a significant status in the Mist Village. Naturally, when Orochimaru captured Hozuki Suigetsu, he did so very secretly, aside from those in the Sound Village. No outsider should know about it. It seemed that it was time to clean up the internal affairs of the Sound Village. Orochimaru thought to himself. While Reito rolled his eyes at Orochimaru's lies, he couldn't be bothered to respond. Upon hearing the conversation between the 2, Kimimaro stiffened, filled with disbelief. Lord Orochimaru, you no longer need me. Before Orochimaru could speak, Reito looked at Kimimaro and said seriously, You are Kimimaro of the Mist Village's Take-Torai clan, never Kimimaro of the Sound Village. After Reito finished speaking, he noticed that Kimimaro's attention was not on him at all, and a hint of helplessness flashed across his face. Orochimaru's brainwashing skills were too exaggerated. Reito believed he had no skill in verbally manipulating others' thoughts easily. Therefore, Reito fixed a threatening gaze on Orochimaru. Feeling Reito's stare, Orochimaru's eyelids twitched wildly, but his expression remained unusually calm as he blandly looked at Kimimaro. As a vessel, you no longer have any value. No value? Feeling Orochimaru's indifferent gaze, Kimimaro trembled all over, muttering to himself with empty eyes. After speaking, Orochimaru turned away, no longer looking at Kimimaro, and formed a seal with his hand. A small snake quickly slithered away from Orochimaru's body. While Kimimaro was still in a daze, a hand gently patted his shoulder. Kimimaro mechanically lifted his head to see Reito's warm expression. A person's value is never determined by others. The key lies within oneself. Mist Village needs you. And I need you. Reito's gentle voice entered Kimimaro's ears. Upon hearing that he was needed, a glimmer of brightness flashed in Kimimaro's previously vacant eyes. With that, Reito stopped. Changing Kimimaro's mindset was definitely not an overnight task. However, Reito was not in a hurry. He had all the time in the world. Step, step, the sound of footsteps echoed from distance. Hozuki Suigetsu, curious, wondered what had gotten into Orochimaru today, as he had completely removed the shackles that had confined him and even sent 2 people to bring him out. Glancing at the 2 who were holding him and leading the way, he saw that they were just ordinary ninjas from the Sound Village, not particularly strong. Even though his body felt weak from prolonged confinement, Hozuki Suigetsu was confident he could easily take them down. However, recalling Orochimaru's terrifying strength, he felt a slight tremor in his heart and decided to obediently follow. It didn't take long before Hozuki Suigetsu saw Orochimaru in front, along with a casually standing young man across from him. After bringing Hozuki Suigetsu over, the 2 Sound Village ninjas looked at Orochimaru with fiery eyes and said, Lord Orochimaru, we have brought Hozuki Suigetsu. Orochimaru nodded slightly and casually waved his hand at the 2 Sound Village ninjas. The 2 ninjas quickly bowed and turned to leave. All right, Lord Reito, the people you wanted have been brought to you. Orochimaru looked at Reito, his expression carrying a hint of respect. Hozuki Suigetsu's eyes widened in disbelief, completely unable to grasp the current situation. Did Orochimaru just say he was letting him go? Hozuki Suigetsu found it hard to believe and momentarily overlooked the respect in Orochimaru's tone. What are you dazed about, kid from the Hozuki clan? Reito looked at Hozuki Suigetsu and said blandly. Hozuki Suigetsu was slightly taken aback, looking at Reito, who was not much older than him, and pouted in dissatisfaction. You don't seem much older than me, kid. Rado was momentarily stunned. Since his resurrection, it was the first time he had been called a kid by someone else. Thinking of this, an inexplicable smile appeared on Rado's face. Good. I like your tough character. Of course, I'm the man who will revive the name of the 7 ninja swordsmen. Hozuki Sujitsu proudly pointed at himself with his thumb, answering with a proud expression. Chapter 42. You were never a weapon after Gue Dang Shui you finished speaking. He suddenly felt the atmosphere turn a bit cold. He cautiously glanced at the expressionless Orochimaru. At the same time, he raised his head to look at the side, where Youto stood, his eyes flashing with intense curiosity. Gue Dang Shui Yu felt a genuine sense of apprehension toward Orochimaru. Because of this, he was quite interested in Youto, who seemed able to converse with Orochimaru on equal terms. Let me go with you, where to? Gue Dang Shui Yu quietly asked Youto. Of course, back to the Mist Ninja Village. Otherwise, do you think anyone else would come looking for you? Youto looked at Gue Dang Shui Yu with a gaze that seemed to say he was foolish. Of course, this statement wasn't entirely accurate. In 3 or 4 years, some idiot would also take Gue Dang Shui Yu out of there. Back to the Mist Ninja Village. Gue Dang Shui Yu was taken aback, and his expression darkened. Compared to being soaked in Orochimaru's tank, he was far less willing to return to the Mist Ninja Village. He had taken the clan's scroll and snuck out, now being forced to return. Gue Dang Shui Yu feared he would be beaten to death by others from the Gue Dang clan. Just as Gue Dang Shui Yu was about to speak, a calm voice came from Yudo's mouth. You do not have the right to refuse. Hearing Yudo's words, Gue Dang Shui Yu pouted and did not speak further. Although Gue Dang Shui Yu's personality was somewhat impulsive, it did not mean he was foolish. The only reason someone could speak to Orochimaru on equal terms was because of their strength. As for status, no matter how high it was, it probably held no value in Orochimaru's eyes. I have already met Lord Yudo's request. I wonder if you would be interested in participating in one of my plans? Orochimaru suddenly spoke, licking his lips, his gaze flickering with excitement. A plan? A glimmer of interest flashed in Yudo's eyes, but he spoke calmly. A plan regarding Konoha. Orochimaru's tone carried a hint of excitement. Yuto smiled. I'm very interested. Youto had come to Orochimaru not only to take away Junma Liu and Gue Dang Shui Yu, but also for the Konoha collapse plan from the original story. With such a good opportunity to weaken Konoha, Yuto naturally would not let it slip by. However, the original Konoha collapse plan was too poorly conceived. Aside from the third Hokage's death and the destruction of some buildings in Konoha, it hardly caused significant damage to Konoha. In fact, Orochimaru had even tricked the Sand Ninja Village, losing a Kazekage and signing a compensation agreement, with the only thing missing being the land being ceded. But even if the land from the Sand Ninja Village was given to Konoha, Konoha might not even want it. As for the Konoha collapse plan, Youto held a cold smirk in his heart. Even if he couldn't destroy Konoha without revealing his identity, he would at least make Konoha half-crippled. As for when Yudo's identity spread throughout the ninja world, it would signify the beginning of war. Youto and Orochimaru didn't talk for long before Youto took Junma Liu and Gue Dang Shui Yu and left. Both Youto and Orochimaru didn't need to discuss the plan in detail. In Yudo's view, there had never been a flawless plan in this world. So the two just needed to outline the general direction. Youto was quite satisfied with personally coming to the Sound Ninja Village. It had gone much smoother than he had anticipated. Orochimaru had many good things, but those were merely valuable to ordinary ninjas. Besides the Edo Tensei Jutsu, which had some use for Youto, everything else Orochimaru had was of no interest to him. Unfortunately, Edo Tensei was essentially Orochimaru's lifeline at this point, the basis of his negotiations with Youto and his trump card, so he naturally wouldn't teach it to Youto. On a somewhat uneven dirt road, Youto walked ahead with a bored expression, closely followed by the expressionless Junma Liu and the fidgeting Gue Dang Shui Yu, who seemed to be thinking of some bad ideas. So, are we really going back to the Mist Ninja Village? Gue Dang Shui Yu cautiously looked at Youto ahead and spoke softly. Youto didn't even turn back or bother to respond. Gue Dang Shui Yu was just a chatterbox, having asked countless times along the way. Seeing that Youto wouldn't reply, Gue Dang Shui Yu didn't mind either, glancing sideways at the roadside, seemingly looking for an easy escape route. I advise you not to entertain any thoughts of escaping, otherwise, your legs might not be able to keep you safe. Yudo's indifferent voice reached Gue Dang Shui Yu's ears, making him shiver. In contrast to Gue Dang Shui Yu, Junma Liu was much quieter, having not spoken a word so far. A weapon without a master. Do you think it still has any reason to exist, Junma Liu? Youto continued without stopping, not turning back. Any reason to exist? Junma Liu was slightly taken aback, confusion filling his eyes. Since the moment he was taken by Orochimaru, he had lived for Orochimaru, becoming the strongest weapon in Orochimaru's hands. Now that Orochimaru no longer needed him, what could he do? As a weapon, do I still have any reason to exist? Junma murmured to himself in a daze. In this world, there are indeed fools who see themselves as mere weapons. Don't they have even a friend or family? Gue Dang Shueyu glanced at Junma Lu and muttered softly. Although it wasn't the first time he had seen Junma Lu, they weren't familiar. After all, Gue Dang Shueyu had spent most of his time locked up by Orochimaru. Although Gue Dang Shueyu only muttered softly, both Youto and Junma Lu could naturally hear him. Friends? Junma Lu softly repeated the word, and an image involuntarily surfaced in his mind. Chongwu. Junma Lu spoke softly. If they're friends, then you can't be considered a weapon. Gue Dang Shueyu said casually, showing a troubled expression. Youto glanced at Gue Dang Shueyu in surprise. This guy inadvertently helped him out. Youto suddenly stopped, turned around, and looked at Junma Lu. In Junma Lu's bewildered expression, Youto smiled gently and said, "Who says you have no family? Speaking of which, you are also a junior of my old friend, so you could be considered my junior as well. Therefore, you are never a weapon." Junma Lu was momentarily stunned, clearly processing what Youto had just said. The term family felt both strange and distant to him. Although Yudo's words seemed a bit forced, Junma Lu did not feel that Youto was lying. Youto smiled gently and reached out to ruffle Junma Lu's hair. Junma Lu's body stiffened, and he instinctively drew a bone blade and thrust it forward fiercely. The bone blade struck directly at the spot on Yudo's chest, but unfortunately, just like during their previous battle, it didn't even pierce the surface of his clothes. At that moment, Yudo's hand also landed on Junma Lu's head, gently ruffling Junma Lu's dark white hair. Youto chuckled and said, "I'll take you home." Junma Lu's body was somewhat stiff, suddenly flooded with a sense of familiarity. It felt just like the first time he met Lord Orochimaru, when Orochimaru took his hand and led him away. An inexplicable sense of security washed over him. But this feeling now was even stronger than when he was beside Lord Orochimaru. Chapter 43. Gathering 5 ninja blades. Junmaru continued to follow Youto expressionlessly. But compared to the beginning, the look of confusion in his eyes had faded somewhat. Kirigakure Suigetsu looked curiously at Yuto's back. Naturally, he had heard the conversation between Youto and Junmaru just now. The Take-Torai clan had long been exterminated, which Suigetsu was well aware of. A hint of contemplation flashed in Suigetsu's eyes as he thought that Yuto's words didn't seem to be lies. "Who exactly are you?" Suigetsu couldn't help but whisper to Youto. "You will soon find out who I am. Also, you have the summoning scroll for the 7 ninja blades, right?" Youto glanced at Suigetsu and spoke. Suigetsu placed his hands behind his head, a hint of pride flashing in his eyes. "Of course, this is the summoning scroll passed down through the Kirigakure clan. We, the Kirigakure clan, have always been the leaders managing the 7 ninja blades, responsible for keeping the scroll safe. However, currently, there are only 3 blades on the scroll: the long blade, sewing needle, the dull blade, dagger, and the explosive blade, splash. As for the other blades, they should each have their own owners, and the summoning scroll hasn't recorded them." Suigetsu shrugged and casually spoke, as these things weren't even secrets. He naturally didn't need to hide them. Youto nodded slightly. If things went smoothly on Ringo's side, along with the 3 here with Suigetsu, there would now be 5 ninja blades in Kirigakure. Only the Great Blade, Samahata, and the Decapitating Blade, Executioner's Blade, would still be unaccounted for. Youto wasn't too concerned about the current user of the Executioner's Blade, Itachi, but the real trouble would be the user of Samahata, Kisame, the Akatsuki organization. Yuto's eyes flickered slightly as he thought to himself. Suigetsu looked at Youto with a hint of suspicion. "You're not just here for those 3 blades, are you?" "Not entirely. After all, you are also one of the candidates for the new 7 ninja blades," Youto said flatly without turning his head. "The new 7 blades?" Suigetsu was stunned at first, then his face revealed a look of excitement, and he quickly said, "Are you saying that Kirigakure is going to re-establish the 7 ninja blades?" Youto glanced at the excited Suigetsu and nodded. Seeing Youto nod, the surprise in Suigetsu's eyes was completely undisguised. The reason Suigetsu had left Kirigakure was that the 7 ninja blades had been killed or defected. For someone like Suigetsu, who was determined to revive the name of the 7 ninja blades, this was naturally unacceptable. Moreover, at that time, Kirigakure showed no intention of rebuilding the 7 ninja blades. So Suigetsu left secretly. If it weren't for the fact that the Kirigakure clan was a prominent family in Kirigakure, and Suigetsu had not caused any losses to the village. He would have long been treated as a rogue ninja and hunted down. Hee, it's time for me to shine. I want the name of the 7 ninja blades to resound throughout the ninja world. Suigetsu let out a wild laugh. Having confidence is good, but have you thought about which blade you want? Yuto looked at Suigetsu with a condescending gaze and said, Our Kirigakure clan is proficient in the 7 ninja blades. Moreover, I am a genius, any blade in my hands. Suigetsu spoke proudly, but halfway through, he happened to meet Yuto's indifferent gaze. Suigetsu shivered slightly, and his tone quickly softened. He grinned, revealing sharp teeth, and cautiously said, I still prefer the term decapitating. The executioner's blade is quite good. And of course, the dull blade, dagger, which can break through all defenses, is also not bad. Upon hearing Suigetsu's words, Yuto turned his head back and said, If you can defeat Zabuza, the executioner's blade will be yours, and you will have that opportunity soon. Suigetsu's eyes brightened, and he couldn't help but murmur, Zabuza-senpai? Suigetsu had a hint of respect for Zabuza, but respect or not, when it came to the ninja blades, he wouldn't back down. In a ruined area, lightning flickered in the air, making the already dilapidated ruins even more shattered. 2 figures moved rapidly at high speed. At the same time, the sounds of weapons clashing could be heard from time to time. Foam glanced at Ringo Yuri, who was engaged in combat with Kurozai Raya. Feeling somewhat relieved, this battle was about to come to an end. What a powerful bloodline limit. Thanks to the information warning, otherwise, it would have been quite troublesome. Foam looked at a huge bubble floating beside him and softly spoke. Inside the bubble lay a petite figure, blinking and watching the ongoing battle. This child named Lamoureux was the small ghost mentioned in the intel, who was with Kurozai Raya. At first, neither Foam nor Ringo had paid attention to this boy, but who would have thought that they nearly fell into a trap set by this child named Lamoureux? This boy named Lamoureux possessed a bloodline limit called the Red Eye, which not only allows him to see through objects, but also sense danger. Because of this, the 2 of them almost fell into Kurozai Raya's trap. Fortunately, both of them were quite skilled, and Foam directly separated Lamoureux from Kurozai Raya. The reason Lamoureux lay in the bubble was not because he was injured, but because his physique was too weak. He couldn't even walk properly. For safety's sake, Foam had placed Lamoureux in the bubble he created. Will Lord Kurozai die? Lamoureux, lying in the bubble, suddenly asked. Yes. After a while, Foam replied. You won't kill me. Where are you taking me? After a moment, Lamoureux continued to ask. To one of the 5 great shinobi countries, Kirigakure. A lord wants to meet you. Foam said softly, but his eyes remained focused on the battle ahead. Boom! At that moment, a muffled sound suddenly came from the front, and then the sounds of battle ceased. Cough! A light coughing sound rang out. Although Ringo Yuri had various injuries on his body, his face showed unreserved excitement as he walked over, holding the Raikiri teeth. I won. Ringo Yuri grinned at Foam. Foam quickly glanced at Ringo's injuries, and, seeing that there were no fatal wounds, he felt a slight sense of relief in his heart. If I had made a move, it could have been faster, Foam said. Hearing Foam's words, Ringo Yuri pouted. Chapter 44. The Hidden Thoughts of the Ghost Lantern Clan Leader on the Way. Thinking about the upcoming battle with Momochi Zabuza, Ghost Lantern Suigetsu was full of excitement. Yuto didn't want to dampen Suigetsu's enthusiasm, hoping that he would still be able to smile when the time came. To be honest, Yuto was somewhat interested in the confrontation between Momochi Zabuza and Ghost Lantern Suigetsu. Although Suigetsu was quite talkative, he didn't make Yuto feel bored during the journey, especially since Kimimaro was completely silent. If you didn't ask him, Kimimaro would never speak. The trio traveled quickly, and Yuto occasionally sped up the pace for the 2. Therefore, in just a few days, they found themselves standing at the entrance of the Mist Ninja Village. Mist Ninja Village, what a nostalgic feeling. Suigetsu couldn't help but sigh as he looked at the gate of Mist Ninja Village. At this moment, Kimimaro also raised his head to look around. His memories of Mist Ninja Village only lingered from his childhood. Whoosh, whoosh. 2 gusts of wind came from the direction of the gate. Soon after, 2 men wearing Mist Ninja Village uniforms appeared in front of Yuto. Elder, you have returned, the 2 ninjas said respectfully upon seeing Yuto. Have Ringo and Yuri returned? Yuto asked curiously, nodding slightly. Not yet, Elder, one of the ninjas quickly replied. Yuto nodded. It seemed that Ringo and Yuri had encountered some trouble. Lamoureux's bloodline limit was indeed very strong in terms of support. However, both Ringo and Yuri were not weak, so Yuto naturally wasn't too worried. Watching Yuto and the others gradually disappear, the 2 ninjas let out a sigh of relief. Who were those 2 people following the Elder? One ninja asked curiously. I don't know the one in white, but the other one seems to be from the Ghost Lantern clan. Oh, I remember now. It's Ghost Lantern Suigetsu. No wonder he looks familiar. It seems the village is going to be lively for a while, the older ninja said, suddenly relaxing his furrowed brows and chuckling. In the Mizuki's office, Mei blinked her big eyes, looking at the slightly intimidated Ghost Lantern Suigetsu and the expressionless Kimimaro standing in front of her. After a moment, Mei turned her gaze to Youto, who was lazily sitting on the sofa beside her, and said, Are you saying that these two guys, one is the long-lost Ghost Lantern Suigetsu from the Ghost Lantern clan, and the other is the last surviving descendant of the now-extinct Take-Torai clan? Suigetsu is one thing, but what about Kimimaro? Didn't they say that his clan was wiped out long ago? Mei felt a bit confused. She brought back two people just from stepping out for a bit, and both had somewhat special identities. The Take-Torai clan's residence should still be there, right? Youto shrugged and suddenly asked. Yes, it's still there. The Take-Torai clan is known for being combative, so their residence is not located within the village, but rather in a remote area near the entrance of Mist Ninja Village. Mei replied, slightly taken aback, then nodded. In that case, I'll leave Suigetsu to you. Kimimaro, let's go check out your Take-Torai clan's residence, Youto said with a gentle smile, standing up and calling to Kimimaro. A glimmer of color flashed in Kimimaro's eyes. The residence of my Take-Torai clan? Deep down, everyone has a root, unrelated to experiences or situations. Especially for Kimimaro now, he needed a place to anchor his feelings. Youto could learn from Orochimaru and become a support for Kimimaro, but he despised doing so. It wasn't just because Kimimaro was the descendant of his old friend. It was also because people like Kimimaro and Haku were among the few remaining blank spaces on the dark gray paper of the ninja world. Living in such a world was a kind of tragedy for people like Kimimaro and Haku. Mei watched as Youto took Kimimaro away, her eyes flashing with a hint of urgency. Lord Youto seems to value that boy named Kimimaro quite a bit. However, that's only natural. The survivors of the Take-Torai clan? I wonder if there are still survivors from the Mizuno Kuni clan. Mei thought to herself, her eyes flickering with contemplation. Mizukage-sama, can I go with you to the Take-Torai clan's residence? Suigetsu looked at Youto, who had unhesitatingly left him behind, his expression bitter. Hearing Suigetsu's words, Mei glanced at the three ninja swords placed on the table, a smile unconsciously appearing on her face. No need, it will save trouble later. Mei waved her hand and said with a light laugh. Seeing the smile on Mei's face, Suigetsu couldn't help but feel a chill down his back, suddenly realizing that returning might have been a wrong decision. Zong, zong. At that moment, a knock sounded from outside the door. Soon after, a middle-aged figure slowly walked in. Seeing the person who entered, Suigetsu trembled all over, a look of fear washing over him. Ghost Lantern Clan leader, I greet you, Mizuki. I apologize for the trouble regarding Suigetsu. The Ghost Lantern Clan leader respectfully addressed Mei, his tone carrying a hint of gratitude. Mei slightly squinted her eyes and shook her head with a smile. The Ghost Lantern Clan leader was not thanking her as an individual ninja, but rather on behalf of the Ghost Lantern Clan, which clearly indicated that this was more than just a simple thank you. I didn't contribute much to this matter. If there's anyone to thank, it should be Lord Youto. Her voice lightly reached the Ghost Lantern Clan leader's ears, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. Although his eyes remained unchanged. Before coming here, he had already understood most of the situation, knowing that Suigetsu was brought back by Lord Youto. However, knowing was one thing. He still had to show the appropriate expression, or how could he establish a connection with the Mizuki in front of him? The Ghost Lantern Clan had always kept to themselves, but the current situation in Mist Ninja Village was different from before. And the Mizuki Mei before him was no longer the one everyone could control. Now, behind Mei stood Lord Youto. The fact that Lord Youto was living with Mei was no secret in the entire Mist Ninja Village. With his insight, he could easily see that Mei was still pure and untouched, but just because it was so now didn't mean it would always be. Although Lord Yuto's seniority was intimidating, if you were to count his age, he was actually not that old, as the time he was sealed was essentially a blank period. Given this, it would be better to invest early. Compared to Lord Youto, the Mizuki Mei in front of him was much easier to approach. Chapter 45. Believe in your strength. Jur, the leader of the Zuki clan, maintained a steady expression, his tone laced with a hint of respect. This matter must be credited to Lord Y2 and Lord Mizuki's assistance. If the Zuki clan is needed in the future, please do not hesitate to let us know. Kagura Mei smiled lightly. She could easily guess the leader's underlying intentions with just a moment's thought. However, this was exactly what she wanted. Speaking of which, there was indeed something that required the H-Zuki leader's help. A charming smile appeared on Kagura Mei's face as she looked at the H-Zuki leader. The leader was taken aback for a moment, but his expression remained unchanged. He glanced at the 3 ninja blades on the table, a thoughtful look flashing in his eyes. The village planned to re-establish the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, and after much consideration, it seemed appropriate for the H-Zuki clan to oversee this matter. After all, members of the H-Zuki clan had been part of the 7 ninja swordsmen throughout history, and no one in the village understood the research on these 7 blades better than them. Kagura Mei spoke softly, looking at the H-Zuki leader. After finishing her words, she didn't wait for the leader's reaction and gently clapped her hands. Whoosh! A shadow appeared next to Kagura Mei in an instant. Call Ch-Jur over, Kagura Mei said. The shadow nodded slightly and disappeared. The H-Zuki leader slightly drooped his eyes, pretending not to see the shadow. Although Kagura Mei seemed to be discussing things with him, it was merely a notification. However, for the H-Zuki clan, this matter posed no drawbacks and instead offered some hidden benefits. After a moment of contemplation, the H-Zuki leader reached a conclusion. Standing beside him, H-Zuki Sujetsu's eyes darted around. Being next to these 2 big shots, he felt a lot of pressure. The man who brought him here seemed to have an extraordinary identity. Even the clan leader referred to him as Lord Youto, and it appeared he was also an elder of the village. Aren't elders supposed to be former masters? He had been away for just a few years, and the entire Mist Village had changed so much, even the elders had changed. However, the name Youto sounded familiar to H-Zuki Sujetsu, but he suddenly couldn't recall where he had heard it. Wait, the first Mizukage was also called Youto. Suddenly, recalling stories he heard as a child, H-Zuki Sujetsu's eyes widened in shock. H-Zuki Sujetsu couldn't help but exclaim. But the next moment he realized something and quickly covered his mouth with both hands. Unfortunately, it was too late. The previously quiet office was suddenly filled with his exclamation, which was impossible not to attract attention. 2 gazes turned towards him, causing cold sweat to break out on H-Zuki Sujetsu's forehead. Kagura Mei raised an eyebrow. Looking at the flustered H-Zuki Sujetsu, a glint of amusement in her eyes, as if she saw another figure, a genius named H-Zuki Mangetsu. A prodigy known for being favored by the ninja blades, capable of skillfully wielding all 7 ninja blades. Unfortunately, the ninja world has never lacked geniuses, and dead geniuses cannot be counted as true geniuses. The H-Zuki leader glanced at H-Zuki Sujetsu and spoke in a calm tone. We'll talk a lot when we return to the clan. Upon hearing the H-Zuki leader's words, H-Zuki Sujetsu gulped nervously, his face displaying a look of despair. Knock, knock. Not long after, a knock on the door sounded. Ch-Jur walked in with a puzzled look in his eyes. When he saw the H-Zuki leader and H-Zuki Sujetsu in the room, he was slightly taken aback, and the look of confusion in his eyes deepened. Lord Mizukage, Ch-Jur greeted respectfully as he approached the desk. Now that you're here, let's discuss the plan for the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist in detail. After all, these people will be your teammates in the future, and the assessment of their strength will be up to you, Kagura Mei said, nodding and smiling at Ch-Jur. Can I? Ch-Jur expressed concern, his face showing worry. Regardless, you're already a veteran of the 7 ninja swordsmen. You should have confidence in your strength. Those who can earn your recognition must have good strength, Kagura Mei said, looking at Ch-Jur with a relaxed expression. With the Mizukage's approval, the worry on Ch-Jur's face gradually faded. Lord Mizukage, regarding the number of ninja blades. The H-Zuki leader spoke softly at that moment, but before he could finish, Kagura Mei's voice interrupted. There is no need for you to worry about the ninja blades, H-Zuki leader. I've already received word from Ringo Aim Yuri and the others. They should be back soon. With the lightning fong they have, the Mist Village already has 5 blades. This number should be sufficient to re-establish the 7 ninja swordsmen, right? Kagura Mei said, resting her chin on one hand as she looked at the H-Zuki leader. The H-Zuki leader's expression tightened, and he quickly replied, of course, there is no problem. Lord Mizukage, that's good. The remaining specific matters will be left to you. By the way, Ch-Jur, you stay behind. Kagura Mei glanced at the H-Zuki leader and then spoke to Ch-Jur. Hearing Kagura Mei's words, the H-Zuki leader understood that it was time for him to leave. A hint of helplessness flashed in his eyes as he gently bowed to Kagura Mei, then turned to H-Zuki Sujetsu, saying, let's go. H-Zuki Sujetsu shivered all over, looking defeated and lowered his head, following behind the H-Zuki leader. At the location of the Take-Torai clan, there was no sign of the expected ruin. The entire site was overgrown with weeds. However, considering how many years had passed, it was likely that everything had been cleared away. I thought there would still be something here, but it seems there's nothing left, Waito remarked, surveying the surroundings with a sense of helplessness. Kisame stood quietly in place, and, after a while, suddenly looked up at Waito and said, "Thank you, Lord Waito." "Oh, you know who I am?" Waito said, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes, as it seemed Kisame knew him. Kisame nodded. "Lord Orochimaru mentioned you to me." Understanding dawned on Waito. It appeared Orochimaru had anticipated that he would come to find him after being revived. "Lord Waito, my body is nearing its limit. I may not be able to assist you," Kisame said, his eyes dim with sorrow, his tone heavy. "Who says you're about to die? Just because others can't save you doesn't mean I can't," Waito said confidently, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "However, before I save you, I need to remove the cursed seal Orochimaru left on you. This thing is too corrosive to the body," Waito said, placing his hand over the area of Kisame's cursed seal. A cold, sinister chakra suddenly emanated from Kisame's body. However, the next moment, this chakra was rapidly absorbed by Waito. Chapter 46, Does Lord Youto Need Eyes? The power of the cursed seal was absorbed very quickly. Junmaru only felt a sharp pain, and then everything went dark before he fainted. The reason Junmaru seemed fine on the surface was entirely due to the power of the cursed seal. Losing the cursed seal so suddenly was unimaginable. It's worth noting that the 4 members of the Sound Ninja were physically much stronger than Junmaru, yet when they had their seals absorbed by Youto, they still fainted due to the loss of that power. Gently supporting Junmaru, Youto shook his head. Junmaru's condition could be said to be in the late stages, much worse than Ketsuya's at the time. To completely eradicate Junmaru's illness, one would have to eliminate the bloodline limit. Otherwise, the illness would never fully disappear. However, Youto was confident he could suppress it. While Youto was thinking, a familiar voice came from ahead. "Lord Youto, you are indeed here." Jur ran over, slightly out of breath. "Jur, what is the matter?" Youto looked at Jur with a surprised expression. "Ringo Yuri and F10 have returned. An F10 brought back child. Lord Mizukage wants to ask Lord Youto how to handle this child." Jur said respectfully, taking a deep breath. Yuto's heart stirred. If nothing unexpected had occurred, this child was likely Lamuru from the original story. With the ability to counter the Byakugan, such power could not be wasted. "Have F10 take the child directly to where I live," Youto said with a light smile. Then, as if remembering something, he asked Jur, "Do you know where F10 lives?" Jur nodded mechanically, and just after that motion, Junmaru, who had fainted, was handed over to Jur by Youto. "Let us go. You lead the way." Youto looked at Jur with a smiling face. Jur, holding the unconscious Junmaru, reflexively replied, "Yes, Lord Youto." After that, Jur carried Junmaru and led the way toward F10's residence. However, they hadn't walked far when Jur suddenly realized why he had come here. Lord Youto, about what you just instructed, I still need to go back and inform the Mizukage." Jur said quietly. "That's not necessary. Just find someone to tell them on the way back." Youto waved his hand dismissively. Jur, feeling helpless, could only continue carrying Junmaru toward F10's direction. It must be said that F10's residence was quite remote. The further they walked in that direction, the scarcer the population became. If it weren't for Jur leading the way, Youto wouldn't have known there was such a place in the Mist Village. Half an hour later, Jur, with slightly trembling arms, placed Junmaru inside F10's house. Rubbing his sore arms, Jur breathed a deep sigh of relief. As he stepped out of the house, he spotted Youto leaning against a large tree in the distance and quickly walked over. "Thank you, Jur." Youto spoke softly upon seeing Jur approaching. Jur quickly shook his head, but a hint of worry was evident on his face. "What is wrong? Did something happen?" Youto asked curiously as he looked at Jur. Jur scratched his head and briefly explained the situation regarding the 7 ninja swordsmen to Youto. "Have a bit of confidence in yourself. Although your strength is slightly lacking, your efficiency in handling matters is quite good." Youto patted Jur on the shoulder, speaking comfortingly. Jur forced a wry smile, feeling that he couldn't sense any comfort in that. Many preparations were needed regarding the ninja swords, so Jur excused himself first. Not long after Jur left, F10 appeared in Yuto's line of sight, bringing along the bubble containing Lamuru. F10 looked at Youto expressionlessly and pushed the bubble in front of him, saying, "I brought the person you wanted." After speaking, F10 turned and walked back to her house. Honestly, that personality is quite unlikable. Seeing this scene, Youto shrugged, looking curiously at Lanmaru inside the bubble. At the same time, Lanmaru cautiously looked at Youto from within the bubble. F10's expression earlier seemed to indicate some fear of the man before her. It's worth noting that F10 was the strongest ninja Lanmaru had encountered so far. A hint of curiosity appeared on Lanmaru's face, and his originally dark brown pupils began to slowly turn red. Boom! In the next moment, Lanmaru felt as if his head was about to explode, a strong sense of danger engulfing his entire body. In Lanmaru's view, Youto was completely different from normal ninjas. A person's strength, while not entirely determined by the amount of chakra they had, was still a key factor in perceiving a ninja's strength under normal circumstances. For instance, when Lanmaru first saw F10, he knew that Kirakura Rega would undoubtedly be defeated. This was also the first time Lanmaru experienced someone with such terrifying chakra in this world. However, at this moment, in Lanmaru's view, Yuto's body seemed like an invisible black hole. He not only saw no chakra, but even his line of sight began to distort. The sense of danger heightened to the extreme, giving him a feeling close to death. Lanmaru's red-eyed state quickly faded, and he held his head with both hands, his frail body trembling uncontrollably. In Yuto's view, Lanmaru merely had his eyes turn red briefly before they quickly returned to a gray-brown color. Then he held his head, appearing frightened. Youto blinked slightly, a smile appearing on his face, and he reached out his finger to lightly touch the bubble, causing it to dissipate. Lanmaru, who had been in the bubble, fell to the ground. Little one, it's best if you don't use your red eyes against me. Otherwise, be careful, your little head might explode. A faint voice entered Lanmaru's ears. As the voice sounded, Lanmaru felt his body relax, and he was lifted by Youto. Youto carefully examined Lanmaru, who had gray-black hair and a somewhat cute appearance, looking like a little Shota. Sensing that Youto meant no harm, Lanmaru's trembling body gradually stopped, and he cautiously looked at Youto, nervously asking, "Who are you?" "My name is Youto, and I am currently an elder of the Mist Village." Youto replied with a gentle smile. Realizing that Youto seemed to have no ill intentions, Lanmaru's previously tense emotions slightly eased, though he still looked at Youto cautiously. His eyes filled with a hint of hope. Does Lord Youto need eyes? I can become Lord Yuto's eyes. Chapter 47. The Cursed Seal of Lanmaru. Lanmaru looked at Ryuto with hopeful eyes, for this was the meaning of his existence. Ryuto was slightly taken aback, then gently shook his head and said, "Your strength is too weak. If you want to become my eyes, you're not qualified yet." Lanmaru's body was inherently weak, and in Ryuto's eyes, even the members of the Onma clan in Konoha were much stronger than him. Too weak? Lanmaru was momentarily stunned, his face revealing a look of disappointment. However, in the next moment, his eyes lit up. Ryuto-sama did not reject him. He simply thought he was too weak. If he became stronger, could he not become Ryuto-sama's eyes? "Ryuto-sama, I want to become strong." Lanmaru looked at him with wide eyes, his tone filled with determination. Become strong? Ryuto was slightly taken aback. He did not expect such a response. However, upon reflection, it was within expectations. In the original work, it was because of the talkative Naruto Uzumaki that Lanmaru's thoughts changed. Currently, Ryuto did not believe that Bubble and Ringo Yuri could enlighten Lanmaru, though it was possible that the death of Kurobana Rega had given Lanmaru new ideas. If he wanted to become strong, it would be quite difficult. Ryuto looked at Lanmaru with an indifferent expression. Lanmaru nodded vigorously, his eyes filled with resolve. Seeing this scene, Ryuto felt slightly interested. Lanmaru's bloodline limit had strong support abilities, which could play a significant role in future battles. However, Lanmaru's body was too weak, making him a likely target for enemies during combat, and it was also impossible to divert attention to protect him. Thus, the first thing to change was Lanmaru's frail constitution. A glimmer of thought passed through Ryuto's eyes. Changing a person's constitution might be quite difficult for others, but for the modern Ryuto, it was not too challenging. One was the Sage Chakra of Senju Hashirama, and the other was the power of the Cursed Seal. The Sage Chakra of Senju Hashirama had strong recovery abilities, but Lanmaru's body was inherently weak, not caused by later factors. Unless Ryuto used Sage Chakra for an extended period to adjust Lanmaru's body, it would be impossible to change his constitution in a short time. As for Cursed Seal transformation, a thought struck Ryuto. It was effective quickly and had a significant impact on strength. As for the so-called side effects, most of them had been eliminated through Ryuto's transformation, as long as the Cursed Seal transformation state was not maintained for long periods. Its impact on the human body was not significant. Just as Ryuto was deep in thought, Bubble walked out of the house with a grim expression. Can you tell me who that person lying on my bed is? Bubble approached Ryuto and spoke in a stiff tone. I thought you wouldn't notice, Ryuto said with a light laugh, raising the Lamuru in his hands. The one lying on your bed is called Kimimaro, and their S also Lamuru. I've noticed that the personalities of the three of you are quite similar. Since that's the case, they LL be living here from now on. Upon hearing Ryuto's words, Bubble's face darkened, and without hesitation, he refused. I do not agree. Is that so? What a pity. Ryuto gently shook his head, displaying a look of regret on his face. Suddenly, Ryuto shook his wrist and looked at Bubble with a light smile. I've been feeling a bit restless lately. My body is almost rusting. As Ryuto's voice fell, the six tails, Saiken, within Bubble suddenly awakened. Little brat, agree to his request. Saiken's tense voice echoed in Bubble's mind. Bubble's mouth twitched violently as he looked at the smiling Ryuto in front of him, angrily flicked his sleeve, and turned to leave. Seeing this scene, Ryuto shrugged and let out a small sigh. Today's youth. After resolving the matter with Bubble, Ryuto turned to Lamuru and said seriously, the first thing we need to do is help you walk normally. It might be a bit painful. Lamuru's eyes widened, his face showing disbelief. Walk. For Lamuru, these two words were nothing short of an impossible dream. Having been unable to move due to his weak body since birth, one can imagine how much he longed deep down to walk normally. And now, the Ryuto-sama in front of him actually told him he could help him walk normally. Seeing the astonished and joyful expression on Lamuru's face, Ryuto was not surprised. For someone with a physical disability, no one wished more than they did to become a normal person. Ryuto gently placed Lamuru on the ground, feeling a slight stirring in his heart, and quickly mobilized the cursed seal chakra within him. A cold aura began to rise from Ryuto. Although Ryuto could reduce the side effects of the cursed seal transformation, he still couldn't change the nature of the chakra. Ryuto extended his finger and pointed at Lamuru's forehead, and the cursed seal chakra surged quickly into Lamuru's body. The cursed seal chakra, both in level and quality, far surpassed the chakra within Lamuru's body, and thus, the moment it entered Lamuru, it began to rapidly invade his body. Oof. Lamuru let out a small grunt, biting his lip tightly to suppress any sounds of pain. As the cursed seal chakra continued to flow in, a black diamond-shaped symbol the size of a fingernail began to appear on Lamuru's forehead. With the emergence of this symbol, Lamuru's vision darkened, and he fainted. Seeing this, Ryuto let out a gentle sigh. This was basically the end. Although this was the first time he had delivered cursed seal chakra to someone else during this process, Ryuto discovered that the power of the cursed seal varied from person to person, specifically based on the desires deep within each individual. For instance, the Sound 4 and Sasuke. Each of them had different manifestations of the cursed seal, each with their own characteristics, and once this change became fixed, it could not be altered. Even if the cursed seal was modified by Ryuto, it still bore this characteristic. However, Ryuto was an exception, perhaps because Kurihiko possessed the ability to manipulate energy at will. The way of changing the cursed seal was entirely determined by Ryuto's inner thoughts. Ryuto could change it as he wished, without any reservations. Suddenly, Ryuto was taken aback, realizing that Lamuru was still absorbing his cursed seal chakra. Given Lamuru's state, the amount of cursed seal chakra he had just absorbed should have saturated his body. A look of intrigue appeared on Ryuto's face as he looked at the unconscious Lamuru, muttering to himself, even after fainting, you still have such strong desires and will? Since that's the case, let me see how much more you can absorb. As Ryuto's words fell, the cursed seal chakra within him surged again, flowing into Lamuru's body. Chapter 48. The selection of the 7 ninja swordsmen begins in the past couple of days. The hidden mist village has been quite lively. The news about the selection of the mist ninja swordsmen spread throughout the entire ninja village in less than a day. The 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist are synonymous with strength, both in the village and throughout the history of the ninja world. According to the usual selection process, the 7 swordsmen are typically predetermined. However, this time, the selection was open to anyone, and this news came directly from the Mizuki's office, with Lady Terumi, Mei personally confirming it. The selection is co-hosted by C.H. Jur, the holder of the twin swords, and the Kirigakure's H-Zuki clan. For a moment, the entire Hidden Mist village was in an uproar, especially for the civilian ninjas, as this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to gain fame. In the place where Ruri resides, she looked helplessly at the figure of Ranmaru bouncing around in front of her. Although 2 days had passed, Rimuru was still excited, jumping up and down on the ground. He never imagined he could walk freely without any concerns. This was the power granted to him by Lord Youto. Every time she thought about it, admiration sparkled in Rimuru's eyes. Although Lord Youto had said he didn't need eyes, Rimuru firmly believed he could become a great help to Lord Youto. Ruri observed Rimuru as he moved back and forth, a hint of curiosity flashing in her eyes. As the one who brought Rimuru back, Ruri was quite aware of his physical condition. It was precisely because she understood that she couldn't figure out what kind of ninjutsu could restore Rimuru to a normal state. With this thought, Ruri glanced at the black diamond-shaped symbol in the center of Rimuru's forehead, sensing it might be related. Moreover, the 6 tails within her hinted that there seemed to be a powerful chakra hidden within Rimuru. Ruri withdrew her gaze from Rimuru and continued to lazily lean against a large tree. Although she was curious, it was merely curiosity. If Rimuru weren't jumping around in front of her, she would prefer to close her eyes and sleep against the tree. 2 soft footsteps approached from distance. Ruri didn't need to open her eyes to know who it was. Junmaru's face was slightly pale, and he could still feel the weakness within him. However, his eyes were bright. The pain his body had grown accustomed to had noticeably diminished thanks to Lord Yuto's treatment. Junmaru could clearly sense that his illness was being gradually suppressed. During this time, he was advised not to use ninjutsu, and it was best not to use chakra at all. Furthermore, if he were to use the Shikatsumiyaku in the future, he must throw away all the bones extracted from his body and not return them inside. Lord Yuto looked at Junmaru, whose face was pale, and spoke gently. Yes, Lord Yuto. Junmaru respectfully replied upon hearing Yuto's words. Lord Yuto. At that moment, a similarly respectful voice came from ahead. Yuto turned to see Rimuru running towards him, a smile appearing on his face. If there was anything that surprised him after his resurrection, it was Rimuru, who had so far been the only source of delight for him. Given Rimuru's initial condition, Yuto never expected him to absorb a sealed chakra far exceeding his body's limits by 5 or 6 times. Now, Rimuru appeared to be an ordinary child on the surface, but once he entered the sealed state, his strength could increase to the level of a Jainin, especially with the power of the Red Eyes bloodline limit. Most ordinary Jainin would not be his match. This was a delightful surprise for Yuto, but was likely a rare case. Rimuru's determination to walk and his strong willpower exceeded Yuto's imagination, which was key to his perseverance. Yuto reached out to pat Rimuru's small head and softly asked, How well are you mastering the power? Lord Yuto, Rimuru can now enter the seal state anytime he wants. I never expected the bloodline limit to help me master it even better, Rimuru said happily while enjoying Yuto's touch. Yuto's eyes brightened. The abilities of the Red Eyes could be considered a version of the Byakugan and were even stronger in some aspects. However, they were incomparable to the Rinnegan. I knew you would be here, Lord Yuto. Just then, a slightly alluring voice came from behind. Yuto's eyes flashed with surprise as he turned to see Terumi Mei walking towards him. TSK, Mizukiage, it's surprising to see you taking the time to come out today. Yuto teased as he watched Terumi Mei approach. Terumi Mei rolled her eyes and shrugged, saying, Did you forget today is the selection day for the 7 ninja swordsmen? Most of the ninjas in the village are here, so I naturally have some free time. Terumi Mei glanced at Junmaru and Rimuru beside Yuto. When she saw Rimuru, her eyes lit up, and she walked over to pat his head with a playful expression. Looking at Yuto, she said, So this is the child you told me about, the one who even surprised you. Feeling Terumi Mei's touch, Rimuru blushed and took 2 steps back, feeling a bit shy as he stood behind Yuto. Yuto smiled gently and nodded, but a hint of seriousness flashed in his gaze. It seems the people from the Maki clan can't hold back any longer. Terumi Mei smirked. You guessed right, Lord Yuto. They spent a lot of money to personally invite you. Huh, it seems you really took them for a ride. Yuto couldn't help but laugh, speaking to Terumi Mei again. Let us go. The show is finally about to begin. Watching the Mizukiage and Lord Yuto gradually walk away. Rimuru blinked, recalling the mention of the selection of the 7 ninja swordsmen in their earlier conversation, a glimmer of curiosity crossing his face. He ran toward the large tree, looking at Ruri, who was leaning against it with her eyes closed, seemingly asleep. Rimuru hurried over and gently shook her. Ruri, do you know what the 7 ninja swordsmen are? Ruri opened her eyes with a slightly helpless expression. She naturally understood what Rimuru wanted to ask. To prevent him from disturbing her peace further, she said directly, If you can become one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, you will definitely be able to help Lord Yuto. As soon as Ruri's words fell, Rimuru's eyes lit up, and he ran straight towards the center of the hidden mist village. Watching Ramaru finally leave, Ruri closed her eyes again, muttering to herself, "What a troublesome little brat." In the center of the hidden mist village, at a large training ground surrounded by a crowd, it could be described as a sea of people. Most of the ninjas from the entire village had gathered here. However, most of them came with a mindset of merely watching the spectacle. After all, this was the first time in the history of the Hidden Mist Village that the selection of the 7 ninja swordsmen was unrestricted. Chapter 49. The appearance of Ringo among the 7 ninja swordsmen of the Mist not only represent the elite combat strength of the Mist Village, but also signify a special honor. To become a member of the 7 swordsmen, one generally falls into 2 categories. One is akin to inheritance, where family members have previously been part of the 7 swordsmen, thus possessing specific training methods for certain ninja swords. The most famous family associated with this is the Hozuki clan, which has knowledge of the training methods for all 7 swords. This is also why the Hozuki clan has been represented in every generation of the 7 ninja swordsmen. The other category is pure talent, where an individual has a natural affinity for a specific ninja sword. Each of the 7 swords not only has unique characteristics, but also distinctive combat styles, and such individuals are born to wield these swords. Although the selection for the 7 swordsmen is open, the 2 criteria mentioned above have already eliminated a significant number of candidates before the process even begins. The remaining ninjas are generally strong, and they usually have their own established combat styles. Recklessly using a ninja sword to change their fighting method could be dangerous for them. Therefore, the 7 swordsmen are truly looking to select only a small portion of the remaining candidates. At the center of the training ground, for ninja swords, the exploding blade, splash, the dull blade, dagger cut, the long blade, needle, and the lightning blade, fong, are placed on a special stand resembling a sword rack. Several ninjas from the Hozuki clan stand beside the rack, responsible for the initial selection process. 5 chairs are set up at the back. And the middle chair is already occupied by Chujuru, the wielder of the twin swords, Flatfish. Feeling the numerous gazes around him, Chujuru, who is naturally a bit shy, feels slightly uncomfortable and has a faint blush on his face. You have all heard the rules. Each person can choose only one ninja sword for testing. If you fail, there will be no second chance. All rules have been explained, so you may begin, said a cold-faced Jounin from the Hozuki clan. As soon as the Jounin finished speaking, 4 figures dashed out from the crowd. After exchanging glances, each picked up a ninja sword from the rack. Watching the 4 choose their swords, the Jounin from the Hozuki clan lightly clapped his hands. In the next moment, 4 ninjas from the Hozuki clan appeared in front of the sword bearers. Begin, the Jounin said coldly. Bang, 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 bang. The 4 pairs of figures instantly clashed, and the training ground echoed with the sounds of fierce collisions. The Mist Village has always been based on strength. To take a ninja sword, one must demonstrate corresponding power. The 4 Hozuki ninjas are not particularly strong, merely at the level of elite chunin, but each understands the characteristics of the ninja swords. Battling against these 4 Hozuki ninjas not only tests the sword bearer's strength, but also reveals whether they are suitable for the chosen sword or possess any innate talent. As for the possibility of cheating, that is nearly impossible, as the battle takes place under the watchful eyes of everyone present. Do the spectators really seem like mere decorations? This battle did not last long, and with the sound of weapons hitting the ground, 4 simultaneous voices rang out. Unqualified. The Jounin from the Hozuki clan did not show any surprise on his face, nodding slightly as he looked at the crowd and said, "Continue." It seemed that the defeat of these first 4 ninjas caused the atmosphere to quiet down considerably compared to the earlier excitement. Clearly, this selection process was not as simple as it appeared. The fact that they started fighting immediately after picking up a ninja sword left most of the ninjas with little chance to adapt. As time passed, the sound of unqualified echoed repeatedly in the training ground, with only occasional announcements of qualified being heard. So far, only 5 qualified candidates had appeared, but all of them were defeated by Chujuru. Without the acknowledgement of Chujuru, the wielder of the twin swords, Flatfish, they naturally could not become the new 7 ninja swordsmen. It wasn't that Chujuru's test was too difficult. Rather, this group of ninjas was simply too weak. Even the numerous spectators watching from afar displayed solemn expressions. When did the strength of the Mist Village decline to such a level? One ninja who had chosen the long blade, Needle, had not been injured by Chujuru during their battle, but instead nearly got hurt by the blade's wire. It's worth noting that this ninja was from the family of the previous wielder of the long blade, Needle. Moreover, such occurrences were not isolated. How could Chujuru possibly acknowledge such sword bearers? In the crowd of spectators, in a position that was not particularly noticeable, Haruna tugged at Ringo Amain's sleeve and whispered, "Sister, I see they're not as powerful as you. Why aren't you going up?" Ringo Amain gently patted Haruna's head, saying, "There's only one chance. I don't want to fail, so I've been observing Chujiru's fighting style. Now, there are no problems. Haruna, wait for your sister's name to echo throughout the Mist Village," Ringo Amain said with a smile, giving Haruna's head a firm pat despite her discontent. With a slight movement of her feet, Ringo Amain leaped onto the training ground. The Jounin from the Hozuki clan glanced at Ringo Amain and then withdrew his gaze. Ringo Amain didn't mind and directly approached the rack to take the lightning blade, Fong, holding one in each hand. As the two blades lightly clashed, sparks of electricity flickered. With Ringo Amain's appearance, there was a slight stir in the crowd, as she was considered a well-known genius in the Mist Village. Naturally, once she entered the stage, she attracted the attention of most people. A Chunin from the Hozuki clan approached and nodded at Ringo Amain. "Excuse me." Ringo Amain slightly crouched and dashed forward. The lightning blades collided in her hands, and the lightning blade, Fong, was instantly enveloped in a glow of electricity. The expression of the Hozuki Chunin changed as he saw her movements. He seemed quite familiar with the lightning blade, Fong, and quickly dodged while preparing to attack with a kunai. The injuries suffered from battling against the Black Lightning Fong were not in vain. Ringo Amain had a solid grasp of the basic attack methods of the lightning blade, Fong. Ringo Amain tightened her grip, channeling the lightning power from the blade into her body. In the next moment, her speed surged, and in the blink of an eye, she appeared before the Hozuki Chunin. Seeing the lightning blade, Fong just inches from his throat, the Hozuki Chunin couldn't help but break into a cold sweat and stammered, "Qualified." Most of the spectators displayed expressions of surprise. Ringo Amain was the first to resolve her battle so decisively. So impressive. No wonder Lord Black Lightning Fong was defeated by this big sister. An astonished voice exclaimed from beside Haruna. Haruna turned to see a younger boy who was half a head shorter than her, standing next to her. Chapter 50. Jur versus Ringo Amiri. Haruna looked curiously at the child who appeared beside her, but still wore a proud expression as she said, "My sister is naturally amazing, but you actually know my sister. Who are you?" "My name is Lamoureux." Hearing Haruna's question, Lamoureux felt a bit nervous and spoke softly. It was Lamouroux's first time facing someone his own age. After all, due to his physical condition in the past, he had no so-called friends. Additionally, after being taken away by Kurosai Raya, he had even fewer opportunities to meet peers. Lamoureux? A thoughtful expression flashed across Haruna's small face. And then her eyes lit up as she reached out to pat Lamouroux's shoulder, which was half a head shorter than hers. "I remember now. My sister once told me that she brought back a little ghost named Lamoureux during a mission. That little ghost can't be you, right?" Haruna's face was filled with excitement, completely unaware that she was also a little ghost. Lamoureux nervously pinched the hem of his clothes and nodded woodenly, while Haruna and Lamoureux were chatting enthusiastically. Jur and Ringo Amiri had already confronted each other in the training ground. In fact, Miss Ringo Amiri was already qualified to become the wielder of the Raikiri, having defeated Kurosai Raya, which proved her capability. "I don't think so," Jur said softly as he looked at Ringo Amiri. Having defected for so many years and relying on the power of a child, someone like that has long lost the awareness of a strong person. As long as a slight flaw that is unfavorable to him appears during the battle, it will basically be over. Not to mention that the last mission didn't just involve me. Holding the Raikiri, Ringo Amiri's eyes flickered with excitement. After spinning the Raikiri between her fingers, she looked at Jur and said again, "Compared to Kurosai Raya, I hope to gain the recognition of you, Jur, senpai. Moreover, I want to prove to everyone that I, Ringo Amiri, am the true wielder of the Raikiri." Upon hearing Ringo Amiri's words, a hint of helplessness appeared on Jur's face, indicating that this battle was unavoidable. Jur slowly unsheathed his dual swords, Hiramiki, and gripped them in both hands. Although he still wore a shy expression like a big boy, his eyes were filled with seriousness. Ringo Amiri's gaze sharpened. Hiramiki could grow in size based on the amount of chakra it absorbed, and was also the only long-range weapon among the 7 ninja swords. Only by closing in would this battle be advantageous for her. Ringo Amiri positioned the Raikiri across her chest, clamping the hilt with both arms, while quickly forming hand seals with her hands. Lightning release, lightning Fong. A stream of lightning flowed between Ringo Amiri's hands and then transformed into a bolt of lightning, rushing towards Jur. Jur remained unfazed as he raised Hiramiki to block in front of him. At the same time, as Jur made his move, Ringo Aimuri sprang into action, her body shooting forward like an arrow, her legs crackling with electricity. Clearly, she was using the Raikiri's properties to stimulate the chakra in her legs with the power of lightning, doubling her speed. Whoosh! In an instant, Ringo Aimuri had passed by Jur and appeared behind him, thrusting the Raikiri towards his position. Bang! Before the Raikiri could stab, Jur's entire body transformed into a stream of water and vanished. Water clone? Ringo Aimuri squinted slightly. Did he make the hand seals while blocking with his weapon? Hiramiki, release. A faint voice came from side ahead. Jur held in his hands the now enlarged Hiramiki, which was over 2 meters long, and swung it fiercely towards Ringo Aimuri. A light cannon made entirely of chakra shot out from Hiramiki. Seeing this, Ringo Aimuri quickly crossed the Raikiri, letting out a low shout. Lightning release, lightning ball. Lightning attribute chakra surged rapidly into the Raikiri, gathering at the tip to form a lightning ball made entirely of lightning attribute chakra. Boom! The basketball-sized lightning ball shot out, colliding with a light cannon fired from Hiramiki in midair, producing a massive explosion. At this moment, numerous observing ninjas turned their gazes toward the scene, their faces revealing expressions of interest. Even the wielder of the sword, who was preparing to test in the training ground, stopped and looked towards the center of the training ground at the two figures engaged in battle. Interesting, the two were going all out. The eyes of the Jonin from the Hozuki clan also turned toward the scene. Water release, great waterfall technique. In the arena, Ringo Aimuri did not stop her movements. After completing her hand seals, she suddenly opened her mouth wide, spewing a massive flow of water towards Jur. Jur frowned slightly. This technique consumed a lot of chakra, but posed little trouble for him. With Ringo Aimuri's strength, she should understand this. Jur held Hiramiki and struck down fiercely at the oncoming torrent of water, unleashing a light blade from Hiramiki that cleaved the water in half, dispersing it to both sides. Whoosh! Ringo Aimuri's figure rushed forward again, the Raikiri crackling with electricity in her hand. Hiramiki, flank attack. Jur pulled hard, transforming Hiramiki into 2 blades. Hiramiki was originally 2 symmetrical swords combined into one. Holding one in each hand, Jur charged forward as well. Although Hiramiki was a long-range attack ninja sword, it did not mean Jur was weak in close combat. At the level of Jonin, one should not have weaknesses. They merely display their strengths. It was like a person taking an exam. Scoring 100 in math, but only 90 in language does not mean they are poor in language. They would still be top tier among ordinary people. Seeing Jur charging in, Ringo Aimuri's lips curled up slightly, and her body suddenly halted. With a slight twist of her wrist, Ringo Aimuri launched one of her Raikiri like a javelin. Whoosh! Jur swung Hiramiki, directly knocking down the incoming Raikiri, which fell to the side. Got it! A joyful expression appeared on Ringo Aimuri's face as she drove the remaining Raikiri into the ground. Raikiri technique Tundoget. Lightning attribute chakra surged instantly into the Raikiri that was embedded in the ground. Crack! Crack! Jur's body suddenly stiffened. The Raikiri he had just knocked down suddenly erupted with a massive discharge of electricity. The power of this lightning was not particularly strong, but Jur's expression darkened. This is Raikiri technique. From another direction, the observing Jonin from the Hozuki clan's eyes lit up, murmuring, using the moisture created by the Great Waterfall technique, and utilizing the unique properties of the 2 Raikiri to form a special stance that restrains Jur's movements. This is quite a clever strategy. Looking at Jur, who was temporarily unable to move, Ringo Aimuri revealed a charming smile and said, "I'm sorry, Jur. Senpai. Raikiri technique, lightning strike." The special stance composed of electricity quickly gathered towards the Raikiri beside Jur. In the next moment, a massive column of lightning erupted explosively. Chapter 51, King Kong Barbie. Lamoureux, the terrifying thunderous power erupted at the center of the training ground. However, with the thunder knife as the coordinate, the thunderous power did not spread outwards but was all concentrated in the center. The many ninjas watching nearby changed their expressions slightly. With just this move, most of the people present could not withstand it. It seems that the new generation of the Mist Ninja 7 Swords has appeared. The J-Nin of the Kirigakuru's Hozuki clan looked at Ringo Yuri and spoke softly. Fugu release continuous / A low roar came from the center of the raging thunder. Immediately after, several light blades directly cut through the center of the thunder, and CH's somewhat disheveled figure burst out from middle. Seeing this scene, Ringo Yuri showed a look of surprise. As expected of the previous generation of the 7 ninja swordsmen, their strength was far stronger than she had imagined. Ringo Yuri quickly pulled out the thunder knife that was stuck in the ground, and just as she was about to make a move, she saw CH raise his hand. "No need to fight anymore. You have qualified," CH quickly said. Hearing CH's words, Ringo Yuri showed a regretful expression and lowered the thunder knife in her hand. CH breathed a sigh of relief, put the dual swords Fugu back on his back, and walked to Ringo Yuri's opposite side, patting her head. "That move was impressive. You won. I didn't win. You didn't even use the Fugu sword technique. At most it's just a tie," Ringo Yuri said, her eyes wide with anticipation. CH showed a hint of helplessness in his eyes. Why did he always feel that, apart from him, the previous generations of the 7 ninja swordsmen were more combative? By the way, you haven't learned the Thunder Blade technique. How did you do that? Remembering the 2 strikes earlier, a curious look appeared on CH's face. If he had known that Ringo Yuri could use the Thunder Blade technique, he would not have so easily fallen into an absolute disadvantage against her. "I learned it by watching how Heko Raiga used it a few times during our battles," Ringo Yuri said, showing her sharp teeth as she chuckled. CH was taken aback and suddenly remembered the village's evaluation of Ringo Yuri, a genius ninja of lightning release. As expected, she was indeed a suitable holder of the thunder knife. CH nodded towards the Jainin of the Hozuki clan not far ahead, then turned around and brought Ringo Yuri to the position of the 5 chairs placed not far ahead. "Now, there's a place for you here," CH said, scratching his head. It is now announced that Ringo Yuri has become the holder of the Thunder Knife Fong and is one of the members of the Mist Ninja 7 Swords. The Jainin of the Hozuki clan showed a serious expression and announced to the crowd around. A commotion arose among the crowd, but no one objected. "Lamra, look. ISNT my sister amazing." Haruna's excited little face turned bright red as she clapped incessantly. Lamra nodded vigorously, his eyes shining. "Can becoming a member of the 7 Swords really help Lord Youto?" "Of course. The Mist Ninja 7 Swords are the strongest. They can help anyone." Haruna shot Lamru a glare, thinking he didn't understand the power of the 7 Swords, and spoke seriously. On the other side, as soon as the Jainin of the Hozuki clan finished speaking, a ninja walked over from the side, holding a scroll, placed it in CH's hand, and quickly turned to leave. This scroll contains detailed training methods for the Thunder Knife, as well as insights recorded by previous holders, and of course, the complete Thunder Knife technique you just used, CH said with a light smile, then handed the scroll to Ringo Yuri. "Thank you, CH senpai." Looking at the scroll in her hand, Ringo Yuri's eyes sparkled with excitement. She had long yearned for the unique Thunder Knife technique of Thunder Knife Fong. "Don't mention it. Any new member of the 7 Swords will receive a scroll about their held ninja sword. But these scrolls cannot be taken out of the Mist Ninja Village, and after reading, they must be returned," Seichijur shrugged and said softly. In the training ground, the selection continued, but since Ringo Yuri's success, no one else had appeared. The Jainin of the Hozuki clan frowned. Although they hadn't expected to select all 4 holders of the ninja swords, they didn't think that only one had appeared so far. And what is that guy Hozuki Suigetsu doing? Why hasn't he come out yet? This time, the Hozuki clan had several candidates for the 7 Swords. But in the end, the clan leader still chose Hozuki Suigetsu to become the next member of the 7 Swords. But why hadn't he come out yet? A trace of displeasure flashed in the eyes of the Jainin of the Hozuki clan. Meanwhile, Hozuki Suigetsu was lying on a thick branch outside the training ground, looking utterly bored. The ninja sword he wanted was the decapitating sword. He naturally wouldn't participate in that selection, since once a ninja sword was chosen, it couldn't be changed. In the crowd watching from the outside, Lamoureux's eyes flashed with determination as he lifted his foot and walked towards the training ground. Seeing Lamoureux's actions, Haruna was slightly taken aback and asked in confusion, "What are you going to do?" "I also want to become one of the 7, Lamoureux said, his face showing a hint of shyness, but his tone was firm. "You idiot. How could a little kid become one of the 7 Swords?" Haruna puffed her cheeks and looked at him with a look of disbelief. Lamoureux shook his head, not saying anything further, and walked toward the training ground with big strides. As Lamoureux moved, people began to look over. At first, everyone thought he was just a little kid brought by some ninja, but as Lamoureux got closer to the training ground, everyone reacted. "What is up with this little kid? Are you kidding me? Haha, what an interesting little guy." A chorus of teasing voices came from the crowd. The J-nin of the Hozuki clan also turned to look when he saw Lamoureu's figure, his brows furrowed slightly. Lamoureux walked shyly into the center of the field, looked at the remaining 3 ninja swords, pondered for a moment, and then walked towards the largest one in the middle. Explosive sword spray. A J-nin from the Hozuki clan jumped out from the side, trying to stop him. This isn't a place for playing ninja games. I'm not here to play games, Lamoureux murmured softly as he reached for the handle of the sword, exerting force with his hand. Lamoureux's face turned bright red, but he found that he couldn't lift it at all. Ha ha, you're killing me. Seeing Lamoureux's appearance, the crowd erupted in mocking laughter. Lamoureux didn't pay any attention and softly said, "Curse Seal 1. Boom. A terrifying chakra suddenly erupted from Lamoureux's body. Immediately, Lamoureux's originally small body began to visibly expand at an incredible speed. In the blink of an eye, a figure over 2 meters tall, with bulging muscles and a black-gray appearance, resembling a fitness enthusiast, appeared before everyone. The only thing that hadn't changed on this incredibly strong body was Lamoureux's little head. Chapter 52. The terrifying Lamoureux. As Lamoureux entered the cursed seal, everyone present stared in astonishment at the scene before them. A body over 2 meters tall, with exaggerated muscle lines and skin that looked as hard as rock in black and gray. Not only that, a chilling aura like that of a wild beast emanated from Lamoureux, spreading outwards. The entire training ground fell into an eerie silence, where not a single sound could be heard. This is really that little ghost from just now. In this incredibly quiet environment, a voice of disbelief suddenly rang out. Haruna, standing in the crowd, had her mouth turned into an O shape, unable to close it for a moment. No matter what, Haruna never expected that the little ghost who was half a head shorter than her just moments ago could transform into such an exaggerated figure. The Chunin who wanted to step forward to intervene could not help but take a few steps back, his tone filled with shock. Why you? Who are you? My name is Lamoureux. Lamoureux raised his massive arm, habitually reaching for his small head, feeling a bit shy to speak. Now, one of Lamoureux's hands was 2 to 3 times the size of his head, and as the onlookers watched his movements, many ninjas felt their eyelids twitch, fearing that Lamoureux might accidentally twist their heads off. Nearby, Jur and Ringo Yuhi, who were watching from not far away, were also wide-eyed and wore exaggerated expressions. Is that really the child you brought back? Jur looked at Ringo Yuhi, stuttering slightly as he spoke. It's him. What on earth did Lord Wida do? Ringo Yuhi nodded stiffly, with a frozen expression. At this moment, she sensed an extremely dangerous aura from Lamoureux. If Lord Wida were here, he would probably helplessly shrug his shoulders. Lamoureux's current state was due to both coincidence and unexpected circumstances. Even Wida did not anticipate how deeply Lamoureux's obsession with a healthy body would be, perhaps because he had been unable to move for years. Combined with an extreme desire for others to acknowledge him, Lamoureux's fixation on his body exceeded Y2's imagination. The cursed seal not only significantly enhances chakra, but can also cause certain mutations in the body based on each person's deep-seated obsessions. If the seal on Lamoureux was Orochimaru's cursed seal, then when Lamoureux entered the first cursed seal state, he would at most undergo a mutation in his body or legs based on his obsession, resulting in a deformed body. This is because the energy provided by Orochimaru's cursed seal is limited. In contrast, Wida completely allowed Lamoureux to absorb the chakra from the cursed seal until Lamoureux's body could no longer absorb it, under such immense cursed seal chakra. This is what caused Lamoureux to currently have a perfect physique similar to a Barbie doll. Unfortunately, up until now, Lamoureux had only mastered the first cursed seal state. The so-called second cursed seal was something he'd been unable to enter for some reason, much to Y2's regret. The Jonin from the Hozuki clan, after a moment of daze, shifted his gaze towards Jur. No matter how one looked at it, Lamoureux did not seem like a person from a mist village. Feeling the Jonin's gaze, Jur's eyes flashed with thought. He was now feeling a bit hesitant. He glanced at Ringo Yuhi beside him, and suddenly remembered that standing behind Lamoureux was Lord Y2. Lamoureux came to participate in the selection of the 7 ninja swordsmen. Could this be under Lord Y2's intention? Thinking of this, Jur gently nodded at the Jonin. Seeing Jur's action, the Jonin from the Hozuki clan made a secret gesture with his hand. Several ninjas hidden among the crowd gradually dispersed. Lamoureux's small face revealed an excited expression as he effortlessly lifted the explosive blade, spray, which he had struggled to lift moments ago. He was completely unaware that he had just narrowly avoided an ambush. The Chunin who had retreated several steps couldn't help but swallow hard and walk back in front of Lamoureux, looking up at him and saying softly, If you're sure about choosing the explosive blade, spray, then let us begin. With the Chunin's words, everyone's gaze turned towards them. There was no way around it. Lamoureux's current physique was too eye-catching. The explosive blade, spray, is a blade that perfectly combines with explosions, possessing explosive attack power and tremendous lethality. Compared to the other ninja blades, the difficulty of using the explosive blade, spray, is only slightly lower than that of the long blade, needle, but in terms of danger, this blade ranks first among the 7 blades. This is true for both the user and the enemy. The entire blade is divided into 2 parts. One side is a regular blade, while the other side has explosive scrolls similar to explosive tags. The user of the explosive blade, spray, not only needs to control the number of explosions, but also must master the timing of the explosions. Otherwise, the worst-case scenario is blowing themselves up while leaving the enemy unscathed. This is also why it is known as the most dangerous ninja blade among the 7 ninja blades. Begin. The Chunin fixed his gaze on Lamoureux and suddenly spoke. Bang! The ground emitted a dull sound as Lamoureux's seemingly muscular body erupted with a speed beyond everyone's imagination. Before the dull sound of the ground could fade, Lamoureux's figure had already appeared in front of the Chunin. Holding the explosive blade, Lamoureux did not use the edges of the blade, but instead used the blade's body to slap towards the Chunin. The Chunin felt a flash before his eyes, and the next moment, the blade's body of the explosive blade was already in front of him. When the blade was just a few centimeters away from the Chunin, it stopped right in front of him. This direct confrontation with death made the Chunin break out in a cold sweat. Whoosh! As if a beat was missed, the gust of wind created by Lamoureux's slap blew the Chunin away, crashing him into a large tree behind him. The entire scene fell silent once again. What terrifying speed and power! Lamoureux didn't even use the blade. He could easily take down a Chunin with just his physical strength and speed. For a moment, everyone looked at Lamoureux with a hint of caution. Facing such a guy could only be restrained with ninjutsu or jinjutsu. Otherwise, once they got close, defeat would be inevitable. Lamoureux showed a shy expression on his face. He had not had this power for long and still could not fully control it. See, could I be qualified? After a long while, a broken voice came from the direction of the blown-away Chunin. Chapter 53, Explosive Blade Splash. The most suitable user, Jur, looked at the figure over 2 meters tall in front of him, tightening his grip on the explosive blade slightly. There was no way around it. Such a size and height made one feel a lot of pressure. Although he didn't want to say it, he still reminded, the explosive power of the explosive blade is very strong. If you're not careful, you might hurt yourself. The J-Nin from the Kirigakure clan beside him glanced at Ranmaru and warned him. Thank you, senior. Upon hearing the J-Nin's words, Ranmaru showed a flustered expression and quickly bowed. After that, Ranmaru turned back to Sage Jur, silently thinking, for Lord Yud, I must become one of the 7 swordsmen. Start. A slightly deep voice came from the side. Boom. Sage Jur quickly retreated explosively while forming hand seals. Water release. Water barrier. A torrent of water, like a waterfall, erupted from Sage Jur's mouth, forming a circular, rotating water wall that surrounded him, creating a seemingly impenetrable defense. Without pausing, Sage Jur formed more hand seals. Water clone. An identical figure appeared in front of Sage Jur, and the 2 of them spread apart, cautiously observing the scene outside the water wall. Boom! A loud crashing sound echoed outside the water barrier. Due to the excessive speed, Ranmaru's figure crashed directly into the water wall, causing it to shake. Seeing this, Sage Jur's eyelids twitched slightly. As expected, at that speed, ordinary offensive ninjutsu couldn't hit the opponent at all. Ranmaru looked at the wall of water in front of him, steadied himself, raised the explosive blade, and struck down with the ordinary blade side against the water barrier. Boom! Without any hindrance, under Ranmaru's fearsome strength, the water barrier was directly slashed open, revealing Sage Jur's figure inside. A look of joy appeared on Ranmaru's face, but he froze for a moment upon seeing 2 figures of Sage Jur inside. However, the next moment, Ranmaru's originally gray-brown pupils turned red. The 2 figures of Sage Jur immediately distinguished which was the real body and which was the clone in Ranmaru's eyes. Is this the red eye that Ringo Yuri spoke of? Sage Jur mused as he recalled Ringo Yuri's words. Water release, splashing strike. A stream of water appeared beneath Sage Jur's feet, utilizing the water flow to quickly glide across the ground with the water ninjutsu. Just as he finished forming the hand seals, Ranmaru's figure directly leaped over the water clone, appearing in front of Sage Jur, bringing down the heavy explosive blade. Water release, great water arm technique. Jur shouted lightly, and his originally slender arms suddenly expanded more than twice their size, gripping the explosive blade to block the heavy strike. Bang, bang, bang. The dull sounds of impact continued to ring out in the training ground. Even with the support of ninjutsu, Jur was still pressed down by Ramuru's violent strength, unable to lift his head. No wonder this kid is a trusted aide of Lord Mizuki's. He has mastered the great water arm technique. Unfortunately, without the Kirigakure clan's secret technique, water transformation, this technique won't last long. However, this battle will soon be over. The Nin from the Kirigakure clan looked on with a hint of astonishment, softly speaking to Jur. Not just this Nin, but the many observing ninjas around, with keen eyes, had already grasped the direction of the battle. Although Jur appeared to be on the defensive, if nothing unexpected happened, he would win this battle. That kid named Ramuru had too little combat experience. In battles between ninjas, unless you possess overwhelming strength, even if you're stronger than your opponent, you might not win. Feeling the pain in his arms, Jur knew that the great water arm technique would probably not hold much longer. However, this position should be about right. Jur glanced at Ramuru's red eyes from the corner of his vision. If Ringo Yuri hadn't generally explained the abilities of the red eye to him, he might have already lost this battle. Explosive blade, release. The two struck each other again, and Jur directly activated the explosive blade's ability, forming a massive light cannon that blasted towards Ramuru. The light cannon did not inflict any damage on Ramuru, but forced him to take a few steps back. It was at this moment, the water clone that Ramuru had been ignoring had somehow appeared behind him. Water release, water prison technique. Before Ramuru could react, a massive water sphere had enveloped his entire body. Inside the water sphere, Ramuru felt the heavy water flow and the sensation of suffocation, blinking his eyes slightly. What a powerful technique! He exclaimed in surprise, but before he could finish his sentence, a surge of water rushed into his mouth, choking him. Jur let out a light breath. Trying to break free from the water prison technique, it wasn't just about having strength. Watching the scene from a distance, Ringo Yuri's eyes lit up. Relying solely on a bit of information, had Jur Senpai already devised a strategy before the battle even began? The ability of the red eye can see through all disguises, meaning that so-called techniques to distract the enemy's attention were completely useless in Ramuru's eyes. Moreover, due to Ramuru's lack of combat experience, he would directly bypass the water clone to attack Jur's real body. This strategy, while simple, showed a clear understanding of Ramuru's psychology and abilities. Just as Jur thought the battle was over, a massive explosion shattered the water sphere along with the water clone. The onlookers all widened their eyes, staring at the direction of the explosion. That little brat didn't just make the explosive blade blow up, did he? He was right in the explosion's range. As the smoke cleared, Ramuru appeared before everyone unscathed. Jur, Ringo Yuri, the Nin from the Kirigakure clan, and the surrounding observing ninjas all narrowed their eyes in shock. What tough skin! The explosive blade is called the most dangerous blade precisely because its explosive attacks do not distinguish between friend or foe. So powerful, almost drowned, Ramuru said, holding the explosive blade splash in one hand and lightly patting his chest with the other, a look of fear on his face. Jur was momentarily stunned, watching Ramuru, who still wanted to continue fighting, and quickly stopped him, saying, "It's over, no need to continue." Feeling the trembling and somewhat sore arms, Jur thought to himself, if we keep fighting, someone will really get hurt. Did I pass? Ramuru looked at Jur with eager eyes, looking quite pitiful. However, his muscular build made everyone feel a chill in their hearts. You are not a qualified user of the explosive blade splash, but you are indeed the most suitable user. Jur spoke softly, his eyes carrying a hint of seriousness. Once Ramuru fully mastered the use of the explosive blade, his strength would probably be on par with that of the former #1 rogue ninja among the 7 swordsmen, Kisame Hashigaki. With Ramuru's physical strength, he wouldn't need to worry about the explosion's power. Engaging him in close combat would likely result in the enemy being blown to pieces, while he himself would remain unharmed. Chapter 54. Kirishima Kicher's choice with Jur's announcement. The wielder of the explosive blade, Hibiki, Ramuru, undoubtedly became one of the new members of the Mist Ninja 7 swordsmen. Ramuru returned to his harmless childlike appearance, wearing a happy smile on his face, tightly gripping the hilt of the explosive blade, trying to drag it towards the 5 chairs. Watching this amusing scene, the onlookers no longer showed the mocking smiles they had at the beginning. Strong individuals earn respect wherever they are. Beside him, a Nin from the Kirigakure clan quickly approached, with a respectful expression on his face, looking at Ranmaru and saying, "Lord Ranmaru, this is the sealing scroll. You can temporarily place the explosive blade in the scroll and retrieve it when you need to fight." Lord Ranmaru, hearing the Nin's words, Ranmaru's face instantly turned bright red, and he couldn't help but feel nervous. It was the first time in his life that someone had referred to him as Lord. Sensing Ranmaru's nervousness, the Nin said nothing more. The title was not inappropriate. The moment Ranmaru inherited the title of Mist Ninja Seven Swordsman, his identity had already changed. The Mist Ninja Seven Swordsman represented the entire Mist Village. This title was not just proof of strength, but also proof of status. The Nin formed 3 hand seals, seemingly worried that Ranmaru might not remember, and formed 2 more. After finishing, he placed the scroll in Ranmaru's hands and slowly retreated. After receiving the scroll, Ranmaru nodded somewhat understandingly, placed the scroll on the explosive blade, and then followed the Nin's actions to form 3 hand seals. Bang! With a soft sound, the explosive blade vanished, and a large character for sword appeared in the center of the scroll. Ranmaru's face showed a look of surprise as he quickly stored the scroll away in his arms, fearing that someone might take it away. Standing aside, Jur felt a bead of cold sweat form on his forehead. He couldn't help but think, it seems that Ranmaru doesn't know some basic common knowledge at all. I need to find a time to catch him up. Little brat, I didn't expect you to have such power. It truly is surprising, said Ringo Aim Yuri, who had appeared not far from Ranmaru, her face filled with excitement. Ranmaru couldn't help but take a few steps towards Jur, slightly moving away from Ringo Aim Yuri, as he still felt a bit scared of the big sister who had defeated Kurozai Raiga. The selection for the 7 swordsmen continued, but unfortunately, apart from Ringo Aim Yuri and Ranmaru, no one else could pass. As for GD Sujetsu, he was naturally found by the members of the GD clan. However, GD Sujetsu insisted on wanting to behead the Great Sword, and unless he was defeated by Zabuza, he would never choose the dull blade, Kabutawari. The Nin from the GD clan felt a bit helpless, but when he looked at the remaining 2 ninja swords on the stage, a hint of relief flashed in his eyes. Whether it was the lightning attribute Thunderblade or the explosive capability Explosive Blade, neither matched the attributes of the GD clan, so they didn't care if these 2 swords were chosen. As for the remaining Long Blade, Shin, and Dull Blade, Kabutawari, they did not affect the GD clan much. Regardless, the GD clan must have a seat among the 7 swordsmen. If it weren't for GD Sujetsu being personally brought back by Lord Youto, and the clan leader specifically requesting GD Sujetsu, there would only be 1 ninja sword left now. In the Mizuki's office, as the selection for the 7 swordsmen was about to end, Youto and Terumi Mei were also basically finishing up. An elder from the Kirishima clan slowly stood up from his seat and bowed to Terumi, Mei, and Youto, saying, "Since the matter has been settled, then I, as a humble one, will take my leave first." After speaking, the elder from the Kirishima clan sighed lightly and turned to walk out the door. Once the elder from the Kirishima clan was far away, Terumi Mei gently clapped her hands. The next moment, 2 Umbu ninjas came in, holding Kirishima Kitcher by both arms. Upon seeing the ashen-faced Kirishima Kitcher, Terumi Mei said coldly, "You must have heard what we discussed earlier, and I assume you have no objections." Kirishima Kitcher numbly nodded. From the moment he failed, he had already known he would eventually die. It was just a matter of when and how. You now have 2 paths to choose from. One is to refuse, and the other is to agree. Although both lead to death, I assume you understand the different outcomes represented by these paths. Terumi Mei said expressionlessly, looking at Kirishima Kitcher. Youto, sitting beside her, also curiously watched Kirishima Kitcher, eager to see the choice of the former leader of the Kirishima clan. One path was to end his life as a rogue ninja. The other path could potentially represent a hero's identity as the end of his life, though that was merely a possibility. If he failed, Kirishima Kitcher would still be executed as a rogue ninja. As for whether he could succeed, that depended on the abilities of this former clan leader. Kirishima Kitcher fell into silence. For a normal person, there would be no hesitation between the 2 obvious choices of dying as a rogue ninja or as a hero. However, if he chose the first path, he would merely die as an ordinary rogue ninja. Perhaps it would have some impact on the Kirishima clan, but not too much. On the other hand, choosing the second path, if anything went wrong, the Kirishima clan might never have hope of rising again. Of course, if he succeeded. Thinking of this, Kirishima Kitcher glanced at Lord Youto from the corner of his eye. If he succeeded, the Kirishima clan would become the first noble clan in the Mist Village. After a long silence, Kirishima Kitcher slowly raised his head, his eyes shining with determination and brilliance, as the aura of a clan leader seemed to return. I have no choice left, do I? Kirishima Kitcher looked at Terumi, Mei, and suddenly smiled, speaking lightly. Truly worthy of being a former clan leader. Terumi Mei remarked with a small sigh, reaching out to take out a scroll and tossing it into Kirishima Kitcher's hands. She continued, "This contains some information you can review. After reading it, destroy it directly. Also, you have 10 minutes to prepare." Kirishima Kitcher took the scroll directly, and when he saw the contents, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, but his face remained expressionless. 2 minutes later, Kirishima Kitcher closed the scroll and, in front of Terumi Mei and Youto, directly destroyed it. "The land of waves, huh?" Kirishima Kitcher murmured, and, the next moment, he jumped out the window, quickly disappearing from the sight of Youto and the others. 10 minutes later, clap, clap. Terumi Mei's face showed a serious expression as she clapped her hands twice. Whoosh, whoosh. A gust of wind sounded as 10 Umbu figures appeared in the room simultaneously. Issue a bounty throughout the ninja world. The leader of the Kirishima clan is missing. Anyone who can provide information on Kirishima Kitcher can receive a reward for S-rank rogue ninja. A faint voice echoed in the Mizuki's office. Chapter 55. Setting the fuse with all the members of the Umbu of the Mist Village leaving, the Water Shadow's office fell silent once again. After a while, Terumi Mei couldn't help but curiously glance at the lazily seated Ryuto on the sofa and asked, "Lord Ryuto, why not directly issue a bounty for the rogue ninja, Muku no Shida Jichiru, but instead choose to release a missing person notice? An S-rank rogue ninja's bounty would surely attract a lot of attention." Ryuto stretched lazily, smiled lightly, and looked at Terumi Mei, saying, "Among the other 4 great ninja villages, which village do you think poses the greatest threat?" "Threat?" Terumi Mei was taken aback, then fell silent for a moment before replying, "The Cloud Village." Upon hearing Terumi Mei's answer, Ryuto showed no surprise. This was not only her understanding, but likely the perception of most people in the ninja world. Noticing that Ryuto remained silent, Terumi Mei continued, "Though the Rock Village and the Leaf Village are also strong, there is some difference due to their respective kages. The stubborn personality of Inoki from the Rock Village means he rarely makes mistakes, but likewise, he is always cautious and will never act unless he is absolutely certain. As for Sarutobi Hiruzen of the Leaf Village, known throughout the ninja world as a moderate, it is probably the Leaf Village that least desires to start a war." Ryuto looked surprised, glancing at Terumi Mei. He hadn't expected her to analyze the situation so thoroughly. Seemingly sensing Ryuto's astonishment, Terumi Mei raised an eyebrow in pride. Ryuto smiled lightly and, seeing Terumi Mei's smugness, countered, "I suppose the village's archives must contain the reasons and results of every ninja world war. Although each ninja village has its victories and losses, have you seen the losses of the Leaf Village?" Terumi Mei couldn't help but be taken aback, and her expression turned serious as she softly replied, "In every ninja world war, the Leaf Village has always suffered the least losses among the 5 ninja villages." Seeing the change in Terumi Mei's expression, a glint flashed in Ryuto's eyes as he said, "So, I really want to see if the Leaf Village can withstand the attacks from the 4 ninja villages, and Muku no Shida Jichiru is the fuse I've set." At this point, Ryuto paused, leaving unspoken words hanging in the air. If the Leaf Village were destroyed under the attacks of the 4 ninja villages, then Ryuto would no longer have any reason to hide. However, if the Leaf Village managed to survive the onslaught, then the situation would become quite intriguing. The other 3 ninja villages were merely test subjects for Ryuto to experiment on the Leaf Village. Knock, knock. A soft knocking sound came from outside the office. Ryuto and Terumi Mei exchanged glances and smiled lightly. "It seems the selection for the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist has concluded. I wonder who will come in?" Terumi Mei said with a smile, directing her voice towards the door. Creak. As the office door opened, Chujuru entered alongside Ringo Yuri and Ranmaru. "Lord Ryuto, Lady Mizuki." The 3 figures greeted simultaneously. Seeing Ringo Yuri, Ryuto was not surprised, but when he saw Ranmaru, a look of astonishment appeared on his face.
What's going on with Ranmaru? Ryuto couldn't help but ask curiously, and Terumi Mei beside him shared the same look of curiosity.
Sensing the attention from Ryuto and Terumi Mei, Ranmaru became nervous. "Ui, Noticing Ranmaru's stammering, Chujuru quickly stepped in to explain what had happened. A flicker of realization crossed Terumi Mei's eyes as she scrutinized the small figure before her, then turned to Ryuto. If she wasn't mistaken, the power within Ranmaru was likely related to Lord Ryuto. She remembered the four subordinates of Orochimaru. This power was somewhat similar, but how much stronger it could become depended on the individual. Ryuto shrugged and spoke softly. As soon as he finished speaking, several piercing gazes turned towards him. Such a curse that could directly enhance one's power was something most ninjas would find hard to refuse. However, this power had side effects. Ranmaru was fine because his bloodline limit had a certain suppressive effect. Moreover, this power could alter a person's body and shape. If you have no concerns, then I don't mind, Ryuto said, raising his hands and shrugged. Upon hearing about the alteration of bodies and shapes, Terumi Mei and Ringo Yuri immediately averted their gazes. They certainly didn't want to become monstrosities. As for Chujuru, he seemed less interested. Cough. Although only 2 people have been selected for the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, this is how it is for now. Chujuru, you will be responsible for the training of Ringo Yuri and Ranmaru with their ninja swords during this time. Terumi Mei said lightly, clearing her throat. Chujuru's face darkened. Both of these individuals were quite strong, but seeing Terumi Mei's gaze, he could only nod helplessly. In a dense forest, Muku no Shida Jichuru leaned against a large tree, panting heavily. After escaping from the mist village, he had not taken a moment's rest and was continuously fleeing toward the outer regions of the land of water. Muku no Shida Jichuru knew that apart from Water Shadow Terumi Mei, Lord Ryuto, and a few people within the mist village, no one else was aware of what he was doing. Even the elder of the Muku no Shida clan only had a vague understanding. Still half a day's journey to leave the land of water. Muku no Shida Jichuru gasped a few breaths and quietly apologized to himself. Whoosh! A sound of something cutting through the air came from a distance, and a kunai shot at Muku no Shida Jichuru from a tricky angle. Bang! Accompanied by a puff of white smoke, Muku no Shida Jichuru transformed into a block of wood. His real figure appeared on another large tree. Damn! How could the Umbu of the mist be so quick? They usually aren't this efficient. Muku no Shida Jichuru couldn't help but curse under his breath as he stood up and fled into the distance. Just moments after Muku no Shida Jichuru left, several masked figures from the Umbu of the mist appeared at the spot he had just vacated. One Umbu member picked up the kunai that had just been thrown and silently observed the direction Muku no Shida Jichuru had fled. Eagle. The Umbu member standing at the front said. A man wearing an eagle-shaped mask stepped forward, and despite his confusion, he quickly formed hand seals. Water style. Water dragon jutsu. Boom! A loud rumble echoed throughout the dense forest, and the ground was smashed into a large pit by the water dragon. Chapter 56 Reactions. The Umbu member wearing the eagle mask completed a series of hand seals and then retreated again. They had created several similar battle scenarios on their way here. Although most of the Umbu members present were somewhat puzzled, no one questioned it. Obedience to orders was the principle of Umbu members. The captain of the Mist Umbu, seeing the large pit created by water release on the ground, nodded slightly. Chase! With the sound of a low voice, all the Umbu members immediately disappeared from their spots and rushed forward to pursue. As time went by, the bounty on Kinoshita Jiro spread throughout the ninja world in less than 2 days. This was not only due to the temptation of the S-rank rogue ninja bounty amount, but also because the Mist Village was secretly fanning the flames. Land of Earth Iwagakure. The third Suchikage, Anoki, looked expressionlessly at a piece of intelligence placed on the table. Despite his hair having turned gray, Anoki still exuded a vibrant energy. Karatsuchi, what do you think about this? Anoki asked after a moment of silence, glancing at a tall girl beside him. Such a high-level bounty is indeed rare, especially since it only asks for information rather than Kinoshita Jiro's life. It seems that he must possess some important information or items related to the Mist Village, which is why this situation has arisen. But speaking of which, do we need help? Kuratsuchi casually placed her hands behind her head and spoke. Help? Why should we help? Anoki's entire body floated up from the chair as he spoke coldly. Land of Lightning, Kimogakure. The Mist Village's strength is getting weaker and weaker. They can't even keep their own ninjas in check, and actually have to rely on bounties like this. A middle-aged man with bronze skin and a robust physique scoffed. Lord Rakage, this Kinoshita Jiro should possess important intelligence regarding the Mist Village. It might be worth investigating. Mabui, who stood beside the table, said thoughtfully, No need. There's a fire country in between. By the time our people arrive, that guy will probably have fallen into the hands of those from Kanagacore. The fourth Rakage, waved his hand dismissively, speaking indifferently. Land of Fire, Kanagacore. In the Hokage's office, looking at the intelligence on the table, Sarutobi Hiruzen took a few puffs from his pipe, and a contemplative look crossed his eyes. Knock, knock. A sudden knock on the door interrupted Sarutobi Hiruzen's thoughts. He frowned slightly and said, "Come in." With a creak, the door opened, and Danzo entered, wielding his cane. Danzo glanced at the piece of intelligence on the desk and spoke in a flat tone. "You must have received the information about the Mist Village. Kinoshita Jiro must be hiding some secrets. I plan to send someone to make contact." Hearing Danzo's words, Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned, but his expression showed no change as he replied blandly, "This matter seems a bit suspicious. It doesn't seem like the Mist Village's style. Hiruzen, you're being too cautious. Given the current strength of the Mist Village, what can they do even if they have some thoughts?" Danzo let out a disdainful snort and continued, "I've already sent someone to scout the borders of the water country. Although they didn't go deep, there are indeed signs of battle nearby. Your concerns are unnecessary." Upon hearing Danzo's words, a glimmer of sharpness flashed in Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes, but he remained silent. Seeing that Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't speak, Danzo naturally understood that his previous statements had received tacit approval. Danzo no longer wasted words and turned to walk out of the Hokage's office. Once Danzo had completely left, Sarutobi Hiruzen let out a soft sigh, muttering to himself, "Recently, the Sand Village has been making too many small moves, and now the Mist Village. I hope I'm overthinking things." Mist Village not far from where Foam lived, in a training ground. Youto watched with great interest as 4 people engaged in fierce combat in the center. Ringo Yuri, Ramuru, Kimimaro, and Hozuki Suigetsu. The 4 of them were engaged in a heated battle, like a chaotic melee. With Yuto's assistance, Kimimaro's illness had been completely suppressed. Originally, Youto had not planned to place another cursed seal on Kimimaro, but ever since Kimimaro had seen Ramuru transform, he had approached Youto 7 or 8 times. Helpless, Youto could only tell Kimimaro to wait until he was fully accustomed to his current body before reapplying the cursed seal. The current melee was originally a fight between Kimimaro and Ramuru, but later, seeing the 2 of them getting into it, Ringo Yuri directly joined in. Hozuki Suigetsu, on the other hand, had suffered an undeserved disaster and was thrown into the mix by Youto. In such a chaotic battle, everyone was an enemy. Naturally, Hozuki Suigetsu, who had been thrown in, had no chance to explain and was instantly attacked by the other 3. Even if Hozuki Suigetsu didn't want to fight, he could only endure against the attacks from the other 3. "Lord Youto, will Hozuki Suigetsu be okay?" Chojuro, who was watching the dangerous situation of Hozuki Suigetsu, cautiously spoke. After all, Hozuki Suigetsu was someone he had brought along, and if something happened, Chojuro would have a hard time explaining to the clan leader of the Hozuki clan. "Don't worry, he won't die. Plus I'm here." Youto waved his hand and chuckled. Chojuro was originally a trusted aide of Terumi Mei, but he was also one of the 7 ninja swordsmen. Now, the 7 ninja swordsmen had been directly placed under Yuto's command by Terumi Mei. This meant that the Mist 7 swordsmen would now be directly under Yuto's jurisdiction, only obeying his orders. Hearing Yuto's relaxed tone, Chojuro felt a bit relieved internally. "Chojuro, do you want to join the fight?" Youto suddenly looked at Chojuro and asked. Chojuro was taken aback, just as he was about to refuse. He suddenly found that Youto had already disappeared from beside him. When he reappeared, Youto was holding Hozuki Suigetsu, whose clothes were tattered and who was in a half-watered state. The next moment, Chojuro realized he had already soared into the air, and by the time he reacted, he was already in the training ground. Boom! With a loud bang, Chojuro directly joined the melee. "Really, it seems like your strength is the weakest right now. I'm thinking about whether I should look for other members of your Hozuki clan as alternatives." Watching Hozuki Suigetsu, who had yet to recover from the earlier melee, Youto gently shook his head and spoke. Chapter 57. The story begins. Right Do had a smile on his face as he looked at the ghost lantern, Shui Wei, in his hand. Hearing Right Do's words, the ghost lantern, Shui Wei, who was originally in a semi-liquid state, shivered all over and immediately returned to normal. "This isn't good." "Lord Right Do," Ghost Lantern Shui Wei said awkwardly, now that the Mist Ninja 7 swordsmen completely belonged to Lord Right Do. If Right Do truly deprived him of his qualification to be a candidate for the 7 swordsmen. After considering the consequences, Ghost Lantern Shui Wei felt a chill down his back. He felt that he would never be able to leave the Ghost Lantern clan for the rest of his life. Moreover, his dream was to revive the 7 ninja swordsmen. "What do you say?" Right Do raised an eyebrow and looked at Ghost Lantern Shui Wei. Ghost Lantern Shui Wei immediately showed a serious expression and said earnestly, "I didn't react just now. Now I will let them see my methods." After saying that, under Right Do's indifferent gaze, Ghost Lantern Shui Wei rushed back into the melee. The sounds of metal clashing and the roar of ninjutsu continuously echoed in the training ground. The few people in the melee were not weak, and each had different fighting styles. Such high-intensity battles not only increased each person's combat power, but also enhanced their combat awareness, especially for Lan Wan and Ghost Lantern Shueisha. As for Ringo Aimuri and Kimimaro, their fighting styles had basically solidified, and what they needed to do was hone their skills and adapt to various types of enemies. As for Chojuro, his strength might be somewhat lacking, but in terms of combat intelligence, none of the people in the melee could compare to him. Chojuro's ability to reach the position of Mizukage might be due to this point. Just like Jiraiya's battle against Pain, one could say that although Jiraiya died in the end, he analyzed Pain quite thoroughly. Of course, combat intelligence is only effective under corresponding circumstances. If the opponent's strength is too strong, what good is it to analyze intelligence? Right-Do stretched lazily. Aside from Kimimaro, the real purpose of the melee was to help the members of the Seven Swordsmen establish a basic understanding of themselves, familiarizing themselves with each person's fighting style, knowing when to provide support and when to take the lead in order to avoid being completely wiped out later. Days passed quietly, and the entire ninja world remained as calm as usual. Right-Do was focused on training the new Mist Ninja Seven Swordsmen and discussing combat techniques with the bubble, or more precisely, the Six-Tail Saiken. Konoha Village, in a hall dedicated to issuing tasks to ninjas. No, I don't want to do this kind of task. I want to undertake a more powerful task. A slightly loud voice echoed in the hall as Naruto Uzumaki, with a few whisker-like marks on his face and golden hair, shouted in dissatisfaction. Fool, you're just a beginner. Everyone starts with simple tasks to accumulate experience. Hearing Naruto's words, Irika, who was sitting next to Sarutobi Hiruzen, quickly stood up. Naruto, it seems I need to explain to you that different levels of tasks require different levels of ninjas to execute, and you genin can only undertake rank tasks now. Sarutobi Hiruzen exhaled a puff of smoke and said indifferently, Old man, you always lecture me like this. I'm not a kid anymore. Don't always think of me as that little brat who only knows how to pull pranks. Naruto puffed out his cheeks and looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen with dissatisfaction. Sarutobi Hiruzen was taken aback. A hint of a smile appeared on his face as he glanced at a task scroll on the table and suddenly said, Since you say so, I'll give you a C-rank task. Crack. Accompanied by the sound of the door opening, a drunken old man slowly walked in. Mist Ninja Village. Lord Right-Do, Kakashi Hatake from Konoha Village has left the village with 3 genin, accompanied by client. As for the specific task, we cannot ascertain it yet. A Mist Ninja, Umbu Ninja, suddenly appeared beside Right-Do and respectfully said, Oh, is this good show finally about to unfold? Right-Do revealed a faint smile and spoke softly. I understand, you can leave now. Right-Do waved his hand at the ninja and chuckled lightly. Clap, clap. Right-Do looked at the fighting crowd ahead and gently clapped his hands twice. Swish. The people who were in a melee on the training ground, including Ringo Aimuri and others, all stopped and looked at Right-Do in surprise. Today, as training had just started for a short while, how could it end so quickly? Ghost Lantern Shueisha let out a sigh of relief. The training during this time had exhausted him. For whatever reason, as long as there was no training, it was a good thing for Ghost Lantern Shueisha. Ringo Aimuri and Ghost Lantern Shueisha, come over here, Right-Do called softly to the two. Upon hearing Right-Do's words, Ringo Aimuri's face lit up with joy, and he hurried over. After this period of training under Lord Right-Do, Ringo Aimuri clearly felt his strength steadily increasing. On the other hand, Ghost Lantern Shueisha had a bitter expression. Whenever Right-Do called him, it usually meant trouble. Prepare yourselves, we are leaving the village soon. Looking at the two who had walked over, Right-Do spoke directly without any small talk. Leaving the village? Is there a task? Ringo Aimuri asked in confusion. It's not exactly a task. I'm taking you to meet one of the former 7 ninja swordsmen, the wielder of the decapitating sword, Zabuza Momochi. Right-Do's lips curled into a smile, a hint of mischief on his face. Zabuza Momochi, Ghost Lantern Shueisha exclaimed, his eyes widening with excitement. Weren't you always wanting the decapitating sword? Now the opportunity has come. Whether you can obtain it depends on your ability. Just don't get killed by Zabuza. Right-Do teased as he watched the suddenly spirited Ghost Lantern Shueisha. Hee, I am Ghost Lantern Shueisha. Ghost Lantern Shueisha smirked, his excitement unabashed. Meanwhile, Ringo Aimuri looked at the proud Ghost Lantern Shueisha, raising an eyebrow slightly and placing the Raijin sword against Ghost Lantern Shueisha. Rip! Accompanied by a burst of electric sparks and a piercing scream, Ghost Lantern Shueisha collapsed to the ground, convulsing all over. Is Lord Right-Do going personally this time? Ringo Yuri turned his head, a hint of doubt in his eyes, and respectfully looked at Right-Do. Such an interesting event, it would be a shame not to go, especially since this is a grand performance. Right-Do's eyes narrowed slightly, a mysterious look on his face. Chapter 58. Ambush at the Roots of Konoha, Water Release. Great Waterfall Technique. A clear shout echoed through the forest. Zabuza looked at the rushing water, his face showing disbelief. Boom! Accompanied by a loud bang, Zabuza was directly hit by the massive water sphere. Just like in the original story, Haku appeared and took Zabuza away, while Kakashi collapsed to the ground, and Naruto and Sasuke brought him to the bridge expert Tezuna's home. After both teams left, three figures suddenly appeared at the spot where Zabuza had fought Kakashi. Zabuza-senpai really embarrassed himself, getting played like that by that guy, named Kakashi Hitaki from Konoha. Ringo Yuri sneered, her voice carrying an undisguised killing intent when she mentioned Kakashi's name. Although Zabuza was a rogue ninja from the Mist Village, he had once been one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the Mist. If it had been a straightforward battle, Yuri might not have been so angry about Zabuza's defeat. However, the fact that he was simply outmaneuvered by Kakashi's tactics was a humiliation to the title of 7 ninja swordsmen of the Mist. Right-Do yawned in boredom. Zabuza's defeat was completely unjustifiable. The Sharingan was quite famous in the ninja world, and while the abilities of the ordinary 3-tomo Sharingan might not be entirely clear to other ninja villages, their general capabilities could still be analyzed. Moreover, Zabuza also knew that Kakashi was the man known for copying over 1,000 jutsu. In this context, what was there to be surprised about when Kakashi made the same hand seals as Zabuza? Was it the so-called protagonist's halo suppressing him? Right-Do thought with a sense of dark humor. Ms. Wiro, you seem a bit quiet today. Ringo Yuri glanced at the side, where Suigetsu was, raising an eyebrow. That black-haired kid was quite annoying, as was the Yumbu who took Zabuza away. There were some issues there. Suigetsu pouted and spoke softly. Kid, aren't you just a kid yourself? How dare you say that to others? Ringo Yuri looked Suigetsu up and down, mockingly replying while quickly recalling some scenes that had just occurred. Then, she suddenly sneered. Looks like you're in cahoots with Zabuza. Right-Do observed the expressions of Ringo Yuri and Suigetsu, suddenly breaking into an amused smile, compared to Zabuza's issues. I'm more curious if you two felt the urge to kill Kakashi when he collapsed. Kill Kakashi? Suigetsu was taken aback. He hadn't thought of that. Ringo Yuri also paused slightly. While she had considered killing Kakashi, she had held back. After all, if Kakashi died at their hands, Konoha would likely put pressure on the Mist Village, possibly even triggering a war. Suddenly, Ringo Yuri seemed to realize something, her eyes widening. Right-Do smiled faintly, gently patting Ringo Yuri's head, and spoke softly. That's right, we came to provoke a war, but it's not a war between Konoha and the Mist Village. It's a war between Konoha and the other 4 ninja villages. His soft voice echoed in the ears of Ringo Yuri and Suigetsu. Feeling Right-Do's gesture, Ringo Yuri's face slightly flushed, but her eyes sparkled with excitement as she boldly said, a war? Sounds like an interesting affair. I've never been to Konoha, but it seems I'll have a chance to go now. Suigetsu suddenly grinned widely. Seeing the excitement on the two faces, Right-Do was a bit surprised, his tone carrying a hint of astonishment. You two don't seem worried at all? If it were the old Mist Village, we wouldn't dare to go to war with a village like Konoha, but with you here, Lord Right-Do, what do we have to worry about? Suigetsu chuckled, looking completely confident. Ringo Yuri nodded in agreement. Not just the two of them, but the entire Mist Village likely had absolute confidence in Lord Right-Do. Seeing their expressions, Right-Do felt he had worried too much and shrugged. Let's go, we should kill a few people before the main event starts. Who? Suigetsu asked curiously. Of course. People from Konoha. Ringo Yuri rolled her eyes as if looking at an idiot, staring at Suigetsu. In the next moment, the three figures had vanished from their spot. Near the border of the Land of Waves, four masked ninjas in specially designed black uniforms from Konoha cautiously scanned their surroundings. After confirming there was no one around, one ninja spoke softly. If I'm not mistaken, Kijiro has already entered the Land of Waves. Although the Land of Waves was an island nation, if Kijiro really wanted to hide, it would be a bit troublesome to find him. As the ninjas spoke, the four fell into a brief silence. Lord Danzo didn't give them much time, and the longer it took, the more unstable factors would arise. In that case, let us split up. Once you find Kijiro's whereabouts, notify me immediately using the signal. If a battle occurs, you know what to do. One ninja, seemingly the leader, suddenly spoke coldly. The other three nodded slightly. For now, this was the best plan. Just as the four were talking, the mist around them began to thicken. Not good. This is a mist technique. One root ninja, wearing a mask, quickly warned. The other three were startled and quickly stood back to back, facing 4 different directions. Wind release. Great breakthrough. One root ninja quickly formed hand seals and opened his mouth to unleash a massive whirlwind toward the front, trying to blow away the thick mist with the power of wind release. Too late. Water release. Water iron cannon technique. Hidden in the thick mist. Suigetsu let out a cold laugh, raising his hand in a gun shape and shooting forward. You talk too much. Ringo Yuri shot a glance at Suigetsu, and the Raijin in her hand instantly crackled with raging lightning as she dashed forward. 2 enemies. They don't seem to be Kajiro, one of the root ninjas. Sensing the chakra coming from 2 directions, spoke in a flat tone. Chapter 59, you can call me Jiro. Hearing the words from Jinbu, the other 3 felt a slight sense of relief. As long as it wasn't Yumino Jiro, they didn't have much to worry about. Quick and decisive. Captain Jinbu spoke coldly, raising his head and shouting in the direction from which the chakra was coming. We are ninjas from Konoha on a special mission. Is there some misunderstanding? Konoha ninjas? A faint voice came from within the thick fog. Upon hearing this, the 4 Jinbu ninjas showed a hint of a smile, and one of them whispered, "We've found the position." However, before this Jinbu ninja could finish speaking, a chilling voice echoed in the ears of the 4. It's you Konoha ninjas who will be killed. Ringo Yuri had appeared not far from the 4 of them, raising the Raikiri in her hand and throwing it forward. At the same time, Ringo Yuri quickly formed hand seals and shouted, "Raikiri technique, Thundergate. Raikiri technique, lightning strike." Dazzling electric light shone from the thrown Raikiri, with countless arcs of electricity shooting out towards the 4. Earth style, earth flow wall. One of the Jinbu ninjas shouted, slamming his hands onto the ground, causing a wall of earth to rise instantly and block their path. Whoosh, whoosh. After the earth flow wall rose, the 4 Jinbu ninjas scattered in 4 different directions. At the same time, the Jinbu ninja running east shouted angrily, "Are you trying to start a war?" War? Ringo Yuri smirked slightly, jumping onto the earth flow wall and grabbing the Raikiri that had not yet landed. "You want to lure me over? Then so be it." Ringo Yuri looked towards the east, slightly crouching her body. Instantly, arcs of electricity wrapped around her feet, and in the next moment, she transformed into an afterimage, chasing towards the east. Meanwhile, the Jinbu ninja, heading west, cautiously surveyed his surroundings while carefully moving forward. The fog was too thick, leaving no room for carelessness. However, this ninja did not notice that not far ahead of him, a stream of water was slowly moving towards him. Smack! The moment this Jinbu ninja stepped onto the stream of water, Hozuki Suigetsu emerged, pinning him in place, while he reached for a kunai and stabbed it into the Jinbu ninja's heart. The Jinbu ninja's eyes widened in shock, blood oozing from the corners of his mouth, and in the next moment, he had already lost his life. As long as you are in this thick fog, it's our mist ninja's home ground. Hozuki Suigetsu gently laid the body on the ground and transformed into a stream of water, vanishing from sight. In contrast to the silence on Hozuki Suigetsu's side, Ringo Yuri was surrounded by flashes of electric light in the thick fog. A scream echoed through the fog, and the next moment, the sound abruptly stopped. Following that, a bolt of lightning quickly darted off in another direction. Outside the thick fog, the Jinbu captain was the first to rush out. Upon hearing the scream from within the fog, his face turned grim. Damn it. Who is it? It seems we can only retreat for now. Just as the Jinbu captain was about to move, his body suddenly froze. Not far ahead of him sat a young man, observing him with great interest. The Jinbu captain quickly pulled out a kunai, preparing for battle. Oh, one actually managed to escape. A faint voice came from behind the Jinbu ninja. When did this happen? In an instant, the Jinbu ninja was drenched in cold sweat, and the young man in front of him had already disappeared. Youto watched as the Jinbu ninja quickly turned around, ready to fight, and shook his head slightly. He raised a finger and gently flicked the Jinbu ninja's forehead. The Jinbu ninja hadn't even reacted before he felt a tremendous impact to his brain, and in the next moment, he lost consciousness. Youto reached out and removed the Jinbu ninja's mask, revealing an ordinary-looking middle-aged ninja. Although he had been struck by Youto, this ninja was not dead. He had merely sustained severe brain trauma and had become a fool. Whoosh, whoosh. 2 gusts of wind came from the fog, and Ringo Yuri and Hozuki Suigetsu appeared in front of Youto. 2. Ringo Yuri had a proud expression on her face as she glanced at Hozuki Suigetsu. Hozuki Suigetsu shrugged, not speaking, as he had only killed one. Lord Youto, what is this? Ringo Yuri asked curiously upon seeing the dazed Jinbu ninja beside Youto. To prevent him from committing suicide, and if he becomes a fool, he is easier to manipulate with Genjutsu. Youto smiled faintly as he looked at the dazed Jinbu ninja. At the Dasna residence. Thank you, uncle. If it weren't for your help, we wouldn't know what to do. Sakura's voice softly chimed in. It's no problem. Just a small favor. After all, I've been staying here for a while. As a ninja invited by Mr. Dasna, I should help. A gentle voice replied, followed by a puzzled tone. Did you suffer an attack from other ninjas? That's right. Yes, a very powerful ninja named something like Ghost Man, but I still defeated him. Naruto's slightly proud voice chimed in. That's impressive. The gentle voice spoke again with a hint of surprise. In a daze, Kakashi, who had been listening to this conversation, slowly opened his eyes. Kakashi-sensei is awake. Sitting next to Kakashi, Sasuke's face lit up with joy upon seeing him open his eyes. Kakashi supported his somewhat dizzy head and slowly sat up. Have I overused the Sharingan? Kakashi-sensei, you're finally awake. Excited voices from Sakura and Naruto rang out from the side. Oh, sorry for worrying you. Kakashi nodded slightly, his tone carrying a hint of apology as he looked around the environment. When he saw a middle-aged man in ordinary clothes next to their mission client, Dasna, Kakashi's pupils involuntarily shrank. Who was that? Kakashi maintained a calm expression as he asked the middle-aged man. Hello, ninja. You can call me Jiro. The middle-aged man, Ueno Jiro, wore a gentle smile as he looked at Kakashi. Chapter 60. The Uzumaki clan is truly a great surname, listening to Mikashi Jiro's words. Kakashi's expression remained unchanged as he turned his gaze to Dasna beside him. This Mr. Jiro was injured some time ago, so he has been recuperating at our home and has helped us quite a bit. Dasna's daughter came over and spoke lightly. Is that so? Kakashi's eyelids drooped as he softly replied. Remembering their conversation when he had just woken up, Kakashi glanced at Naruto and the others. Aside from Sasuke being somewhat cautious, Naruto and Sakura probably had no guard up against the man before them. You must be a ninja, right? Kakashi's calm voice echoed again, and then the entire room fell silent. Uchiha Sasuke, standing next to Kakashi, was taken aback and immediately pulled out a kunai, looking cautiously at Mikashi Jiro. Naruto and Sakura were also momentarily stunned by Sasuke's action, but still maintained a fighting stance. Kakashi was unable to act, and if other ninjas attacked, they would be in danger. No need to be nervous, esteemed ninja of Konoha. If I had any ill intentions, I would have acted already. Mikashi Jiro gently shook his head and spoke kindly. Kakashi nodded slightly. He understood this point well. Otherwise, he wouldn't have pointed out the man's identity on the spot. Mikashi Jiro still wore a gentle smile, but he knew it was impossible to make this Konoha ninja completely believe him. However, he thought he could still convince these three kids. Thinking of this, Mikashi Jiro opened his clothes to reveal the injuries covering his body. Sasuke's pupils constricted sharply, and his face showed a look of shock. Naruto also displayed a shocked expression, while Sakura covered her mouth, fearing she might scream. All over Mikashi Jiro's body were various wounds, including burns from flames and injuries left by other ninjutsu attacks. Surviving such severe injuries was nothing short of a miracle. If it weren't for Miss Tsunami saving me, I might have already died. Mikashi Jiro closed his clothes again, looking at Dasna's daughter with deep gratitude in his tone. No need to thank me. I was just about to bury you when you woke up by yourself. Moreover, your injuries haven't healed yet. So if you move around and collapse again, I won't help. Dasna's daughter spoke expressionlessly. Mikashi Jiro scratched his head, showing an apologetic expression. Mr. Jiro, were you also attacked by other ninjas? Naruto asked curiously, looking at Mikashi Jiro. Naruto, some questions shouldn't be asked casually. Sakura quickly tugged at Naruto's clothes and whispered. Mikashi Jiro merely smiled and did not speak. Although he wanted to gain the favor of these kids, he couldn't overact. If everything was laid bare, it would lose its mystery. I wonder which ninja village you belong to, Mr. Jiro? Sasuke looked at Mikashi Jiro with curiosity. With Sasuke's question, the others also turned to look. I guess I should be considered a wandering ninja now. Mikashi Jiro smiled lightly, but a hint of sadness appeared on his face. What is a wandering ninja? Naruto widened his eyes in confusion. Idiot. Sasuke shot Naruto a look of disdain. You jerk, Sasuke. Who are you calling an idiot? Naruto instantly jumped up, glaring at Sasuke and shouting in dissatisfaction. Enough, stop fooling around. Kakashi covered his face with his hand, speaking helplessly. Who told you not to pay attention in ninja school? A wandering ninja refers to a ninja who has lost their village for some reason or doesn't belong to a fixed village and wanders around. Sakura pulled Naruto back, speaking helplessly while thinking, "You idiot." Mikashi Jiro smiled gently and scratched his hair. "Although I know you all came here for a mission, I still want to ask if you have any other purpose for being here." Sasuke's mouth twitched. Were they being suspected? And to be asked face to face. Even if there were really any intentions, no one would probably say anything. Sakura also had a black line on her forehead, looking at the gentle Mikashi Jiro and then at the dazed Naruto beside her. Why do these two guys look so foolish? Don't worry, Uncle, we have no ulterior motives. By the way, my name is Uzumaki Naruto, and I will become Hokage in the future. Naruto patted his chest and spoke boldly. Naruto felt quite favorable towards Mikashi Jiro since he was one of the few who didn't look at him with disdain. Uzumaki? What a truly great surname. Upon hearing the words Uzumaki, Mikashi Jiro showed a surprised expression, but his eyes revealed a hint of sadness. A great surname? Sakura looked at Naruto in surprise. She didn't see how this surname was so great. Sasuke also cast a curious glance at Naruto. He had always thought Uzumaki was a small clan surname, but it seemed to be more complicated than that. Kakashi, on the other hand, glanced at Mikashi Jiro but did not speak. "Uncle, do you know something?" Naruto suddenly became excited, his eyes shining with a light he had never had before. No one had ever told him what the Uzumaki surname represented, and he even thought for a time that it was just an ordinary surname. Now that someone told him it was a great surname, how could Naruto not be excited? Perhaps he could find out about his parents. Seeing Naruto's expression, Mikashi Jiro looked puzzled. "Didn't anyone ever tell you?" As he spoke, Mikashi Jiro raised his hand and pointed at Kakashi's Jonin outfit. All the high-ranking members, or Jonin of Konoha, wear clothing that bears the Uzumaki clan symbol. This symbolizes the friendly relationship between the Uzumaki clan and your Konoha. Back in the day, the head of the Land of Waves, Uzumaki Ashina, signed a friendly agreement with Konoha's first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. This matter is quite famous in the history of the ninja world. At this point, Mikashi Jiro let out a sigh. Sasuke and Sakura exchanged glances. As Konoha residents, they had no idea about this matter at all. Regarding updates over the next few days, this book will temporarily enter a one-chapter per day state starting today, the 6th, likely until this Sunday. The reasons are twofold. First, I've been a bit busy these days, though that's secondary. Second, everyone can probably feel that the plot might undergo significant changes. Until this Sunday, I plan to save up 10 chapters to prevent any plot holes that might arise from changes. Unfortunately, that's the limitation of fan fiction. If nothing unexpected happens, next week we'll see a burst of updates. Nothing much else to say, and I wish everyone a happy Singles Day in advance. Chapter 61. Resolving Kado compared to the surprised expressions of Sakura and Sasuke. Naruto's whole body trembled slightly from excitement. However, before Naruto could be too excited, the voice of Mukuhira Jiro echoed again. Unfortunately, the land of whirlpools has already been destroyed. Mukuhira Jiro slightly lowered his head, his voice carrying a hint of melancholy. Destroyed? How was that possible? The excited look on Naruto's face suddenly froze. The so-called joy and sorrow were the best descriptors for Naruto at that moment. He had just thought he might learn about his parents, only to have that hope shattered in an instant. Yes, it was destroyed many years ago. Mukuhira Jiro nodded and spoke softly. Already destroyed? No wonder there are no records of a land of whirlpools in the ninja school. Sakura nodded, murmuring softly as if trying to find a suitable reason for herself. Sasuke glanced at Naruto with a complex expression, thinking to himself, "Is it a similar situation to mine? I've said too much today. My injuries haven't fully healed yet. I should go back and rest." Mukuhira Jiro let out a bitter laugh, slowly getting up and walking toward the door. Naruto remained frozen in place, as if digesting the information Mukuhira Jiro had just shared. Kakashi did not interrupt, quietly observing the scene, contemplating the man's true intentions. Although Mukuhira Jiro had shown no hostility from the beginning, Kakashi felt a lingering unease deep down. Kakashi glanced at the dazed Naruto and sighed softly. What Mukuhira Jiro had said was not really a secret, but for Naruto, who had never known these things, it was likely too much to process in a short time. Kakashi's eyes narrowed slightly. He needed to recover quickly, and that man who claimed to be a wandering ninja was worth paying attention to. Was his target Naruto, or was it merely a cover? As for the conversation among the few people, Dasna, standing aside, naturally did not understand, nor did he care. In any case, this matter was finally coming to an end. Having defeated such a powerful ninja, he believed they could finally relax. Dasna wore a happy expression as he looked at Kakashi. Hearing Dasna's words, Kakashi's expression fell silent. Although I don't want to dampen the mood, Zabuza might not be dead. Dasna was taken aback, panic appearing on his face as he looked at Kakashi. Impossible. The others were also taken aback. Even Naruto, who had been dazed, came back to his senses and looked at Kakashi with an expression of disbelief. Next, Kakashi analyzed his suspicions and, due to his own physical condition, prepared to enhance Naruto and the others' abilities to prevent any unexpected events. In a somewhat dark room, Kato wore a mocking smile as he looked at Zabuza, who was lying on the bed. So this is what they call a demon, huh? I didn't expect you to return empty-handed. The ninjas of the Mist Village are truly useless. Sitting beside Zabuza, Haku's expression turned ugly upon hearing Kato's taunts. Just then, a cold voice suddenly echoed in the room. Insulting the Mist Village will cost you your life. Accompanied by a splash of blood, Kato clutched his severed arm and let out a piercing scream. Who is it? The two samurai, standing behind Kato, changed their expressions wildly, quickly drawing their swords to guard in front of Kato, cautiously scanning the surroundings. Crack! With a flash of lightning, a red-haired girl suddenly appeared in front of Kato. The two samurai blocking Kato's way clutched their gushing necks, unable to emit a single scream, and fell to the ground stiffly. Oh dear, that was quite brutal. The teasing voice of Kirigakure Suigetsu came from behind Kato. Kato was so frightened that he collapsed to the ground, stammering, "Don't kill me. I have a lot of money, a lot of money. Is that so? After killing you, your money will be ours." Ringo Yuri grinned, raising her lightning blade to strike down. Blood sprayed everywhere. Kato, a wealthy man who could even control a country, died just like that. Suigetsu couldn't help but take a few steps back, fearing that Kato's blood might splatter on him. Who are you? Haku stood protectively in front of Zabuza's bed, looking nervous. Cough, cough, that was a lightning blade. It seems that guy, Kurozai, is already dead. Zabuza coughed lightly twice, sitting up in bed and staring coldly at the lightning blade in Yuri's hand. Zabuza Momochi, you have two paths now. One is death, and the other is to become my tool. A faint voice came from the corner of the room. Zabuza's expression changed, quickly looking in the direction of the voice, where a young figure leaned against the wall. If it weren't for that person speaking, Zabuza wouldn't have even noticed their presence. Two paths, huh? I choose the third. Zabuza sneered. Although his body hadn't recovered yet, he could still manage basic movements. With that said, Zabuza jumped off the bed and reached for the beheading sword beside him, slashing towards the right. At the same time, Haku moved as well, charging at Yuri to block her and Suigetsu, creating an opportunity for Zabuza. Crack! The next moment, a crisp shattering sound echoed in the room. Looking at the beheading sword that had been broken in half, Zabuza stood frozen in place, momentarily unable to react. Too slow. Rado stood behind Zabuza and casually slapped him, sending Zabuza flying, crashing through the wall in front of him. Zabuza! Haku's face showed panic as she wanted to chase after Zabuza, who had been sent flying. Rado pressed Haku gently down. No matter how hard Haku struggled, she found herself unable to break free. Your name is Haku, right? Rado smiled faintly. Looking at the terrifying young man before her, Haku gritted her teeth, her tone serious. Who are you? What do you want? My name is Rado. Rado still wore a faint smile as he looked at Haku. Let go of Haku. An angry roar and a shadow came from the direction of the large hole created by the crash. Zabuza, holding the remaining half of the beheading sword, charged directly at Rado, swinging down at him. Seeing this, Rado casually raised his finger, lightly tapping the descending blade. Chapter 62. Zabuza's return. There were no screams, nor was there any scene of blood splattering. Yuta's expression was calm as he effortlessly held back Zabuza's full-force strike with a single finger. No matter how hard Zabuza tried, the beheading sword in his hand did not budge an inch, unable to descend even slightly. Youto flicked his finger, and Zabuza's body jolted violently, directly spitting out a mouthful of blood and staggering back several steps before collapsing to the ground. Zabuza! Bye! Seeing Zabuza injured again, shouted with a voice full of concern. Youto placed a hand on Bai's shoulder and gently pushed him forward. Bai rushed out, appearing next to Zabuza with a worried expression. You damn bastard, I'm a demon. Zabuza let out a hoarse roar, and even the weak chakra within him surged slightly. Whoosh! Accompanied by a flash of lightning. Ringo Yuri had instantly appeared in front of Zabuza, daring to disrespect Lord Youto. Have you thought about how you want to die? Ringo Yuri revealed sharp teeth, pressing a lightning blade firmly against Zabuza's neck. while another blade was positioned over his heart. Any movement from Zabuza would likely result in immediate death. Seeing the scene, Bai was about to make a move when Kirigakure's Sujetsu appeared behind Bai, pressing a kunai against Bai's neck. He said softly, "This pretty lady, please don't move." "I'm a guy." Bai gritted his teeth and spoke in a low tone. Sujetsu blinked, and the body that had been pressed closely against Bai moved slightly back. "Have you thought about your choice?" Youto said to Zabuza, speaking in a light tone. Zabuza, with blood at the corner of his mouth, took a deep look at Youto. Just through the brief exchange, he already realized that he was definitely not a match for the young man before him. It wasn't something that could be achieved through desperation or cunning. It was a difference in quality and quantity. The new holder of a lightning blade. And a brat from the Kirigakure clan, you're not part of the Umbu. Who exactly are you? Zabuza sneered. I once assassinated the 4th Mizukichi. Are you prepared to be hunted by the Mist Shinobi? Do you think that person is? Youto said, his tone becoming colder. If you continue to speak so disrespectfully, I might just kill you. Ringo Yuri's fingers twitched slightly, and a thin line of blood was easily drawn across Zabuza's neck by the lightning blade. If you must know, my name is Youto. Is that enough? Youto stroked his chin and spoke softly. Zabuza was slightly taken aback. Why did the name Youto feel so familiar? You are the first Mizukichi Youto. Zabuza's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Youto. If there is no one else in this world with that name, then it must be me, Youto shrugged. After a moment of silence, Zabuza suddenly burst into laughter, his tone filled with an unprecedented sense of relaxation. I knew it. The legends of the Mist Shinobi are true. If it's Lord Youto, then becoming your tool is no problem at all. In the original story, Zabuza attempted to stop the situation within the blood mist by assassinating the 4th Mizukichi. After failing, he fled the ninja village, becoming a rogue ninja. But he did not give up. While evading the Umbu-es's pursuit, he was plotting his next coup, hiring anyone willing to pay a high price until he encountered Kakashi and met his end in the land of waves. Looking at Zabuza's expression now, Youto recalled Kakashi's evaluation of Zabuza at the time of his death. He was just a man fighting desperately to survive. It would be a shame if such a person died. Of course, if he could recruit Zabuza, Bai's problem would be easily solved. As Zabuza opened his mouth, Ringo Yuri let out a light snort and slowly retracted his dual blades. Suigetsu also withdrew the kunai from Bai's neck. Bai hurried to Zabuza's side, extending a hand to help him up. Finally resolved one matter. And Bai, from today onwards, you are a ninja of the mist, Youto smiled, looking at Bai, who stood beside Zabuza. Bai was momentarily stunned. Although he didn't understand why the young man treated him differently from the start, he nodded nonetheless. By the way, it seems Lord Youto is quite concerned about that one called Bai. Suigetsu whispered to Ringo Yuri. What? Suigetsu? Are you planning to challenge Zabuza and take back the beheading sword from him? Ringo Yuri seemed to ignore Suigetsu's words and called out loudly to Zabuza. You want the beheading sword? Little brat from the Kirigakure clan, do you intend to forsake your life? Zabuza exuded a faint murderous intent, enveloping Suigetsu. I don't want to fight someone who is heavily injured. Suigetsu's expression stiffened as he spoke in a hard tone. Is that so? Weren't you always swearing that you would take back the beheading sword? When Zabuza recovers, I'm quite curious to see how you plan to get it back. Zabuza, if you accidentally kill Suigetsu, you need to take responsibility for that. Youto said with narrowed eyes, chuckling lightly. Currently, while Suigetsu's strength was decent, it still fell short compared to Zabuza. In Yuto's eyes, Suigetsu was also a genius, no less than Uchiha Sasuke. It should be noted that in the original story, Suigetsu spent most of his time trapped in a container by Orochimaru, leaving him little time to train. In contrast, Sasuke was cultivated personally by Orochimaru, and although Suigetsu's strength appeared inferior to Uchiha Sasuke's, during the battle with the Eight Tails, Suigetsu had shown strength that was by no means weak, as he could withstand a tailed beast bomb, something ordinary ninjas could not do. The reason Sasuke was strong was entirely due to his bloodline superiority. If we simply talk about talent, anyone in the Akatsuki, except for Haiden, could easily defeat Sasuke. If the environments of both sides were switched, Suigetsu's strength would likely be much stronger than in the original story. Glancing at Ringo Yuri's malicious smile, and then at Zabuza, who was staring at him, Suigetsu forced a stiff smile. Lord Youto, I believe you're already aware of the situation on the Konoha side regarding Hitaki Kakashi and the others. Is there anything else that needs to be dealt with? A hint of bloodthirst flashed in Zabuza's eyes. He certainly remembered how Kakashi had plotted against him. Chapter 63. Kinoshita Jiro begins to act hearing Zabuza's words. Youto waved his hand casually. No need. You don't have to worry about Konoha for now. Also, Kato is a well-known merchant. Although he is already dead, his money won't disappear. You are responsible for clearing out Kato's influence. After speaking, Yuto's gaze shifted from Zabuza to Haku, and he softly said, Haku, you should assist Zabuza for the time being. Haku was slightly taken aback and replied excitedly, yes. Lord Yuto. At this moment, Haku did not realize that even if Yuto hadn't said this, he would still follow Zabuza. Yuto stretched lazily and chuckled to himself. The situation here has been resolved. I wonder how Kinoshita is doing? On the other side, Kakashi and the others were completely unaware that Zabuza would no longer attack, and as in the original work, they were engaged in tree climbing training. For the past 2 days, Kinoshita had not made any moves, but the only change was that Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura had let their guard down against him. During this time, Naruto had asked Kinoshita several times if he knew any information about the Uzumaki clan. However, Kinoshita casually found an excuse to dismiss Naruto. As a result, although Kakashi still harbored some caution, he was no longer as vigilant as he had been at first. However, to Kinoshita, Kakashi's level of vigilance was not that important. He only needed to make those kids believe in him. As the head of a family, one might lack certain abilities, but 2 things were essential: acting skills and an understanding of human nature. After spending 2 days, Kinoshita had thoroughly grasped Kakashi and the others' personalities. Mr. Jiro, Kakashi and the others are done training and will be back soon. Could you please help bring the food from the table? The voice of Dazna's daughter came from the kitchen. Okay, Kinoshita replied with a gentle smile as he walked toward the kitchen. However, his eyes were exceptionally indifferent. After wasting 2 days, he knew it was time for him to take action. At the dining table, Naruto and Sasuke seemed to be in a competition, continuously shoveling rice into their bowls. Seeing this scene, the others at the table showed helpless expressions. Clearly this was not the first time. You too. If you can't eat anymore, then stop. Sakura couldn't help but comment while watching the two. No, I want to eat. Naruto and Sasuke replied simultaneously, then exchanged glances before returning to their rice-eating competition. Seeing you all train so hard, I feel a bit embarrassed after all. I've just been here eating and living for free. If there are any issues in your training, I can help. After all, I'm also a jonin. Kinoshita said with a hint of guilt in his tone and a light laugh. Upon hearing Kinoshita words, Naruto and Sasuke's eyes brightened. Really? Kakashi-sensei has been teaching us chakra control, but it doesn't really help with combat, Naruto said excitedly as he looked at Kinoshita while muttering softly. Sasuke, although he didn't speak, clearly slowed down his eating, evidently dissatisfied with Kakashi's focus on basic tree climbing. Compared to that man, the speed at which he was getting stronger was too slow. Sasuke's fists clenched slightly. Sitting beside them, Sakura perked up her ears, clearly interested in Kinoshita's suggestion. Stop making a fuss, Naruto, Kakashi said with drooping eyelids, speaking lightly, while his peripheral vision couldn't help but glance at Kinoshita, who was sitting across from him. No problem, we wandering ninjas have fewer restrictions. However, let's skip the ninjutsu part. Even if I could form combat power in a short time, I wouldn't want to embarrass myself compared to your Konoha ninjas. However, regarding combat techniques, I do have some insights, and I believe it won't be a problem for survival. If Lord Kakashi doesn't team mind, we can do it together. Kinoshita said as he scratched his head and laughed heartily. Upon hearing that there would be no ninjutsu to learn, disappointment flashed in Naruto and Sakura's eyes. Meanwhile, a look of expectation appeared on Sasuke's face. Even though the other party was a wandering ninja, something like ninjutsu wouldn't be easily taught. Moreover, the Uchiha clan didn't lack ninjutsu, but a Jonin's combat skills would greatly help improve his current strength. Since that's the case, if the 3 of you want to learn, I have no objections. Kakashi glanced at the expressions of Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura and understood that his objections would be meaningless. Furthermore, this wandering ninja, named Jiro, was becoming increasingly difficult to read. It would be safer to keep such a person close rather than letting him stay in Dazna's house. And Kakashi also wanted to see what Kinoshita was up to. The next day, in a forest, Kakashi leaned against a large tree, his gaze fixed on a small book in his hands. Occasionally, Kakashi's peripheral vision would glance at Kinoshita in the center of the woods, who was instructing Sasuke and the others. Naruto, you have too many unnecessary movements. Naruto, reduce your movement range. Sakura, you're doing well. Naruto, you should learn more from Sakura. Sasuke, you're great. You've memorized everything I told you so quickly. Serious voices came from the center. making Kakashi feel like an outsider, while Kinoshita was the real instructor. Kinoshita wore a faint smile as he watched the three individuals training. Although it hadn't been long, Kinoshita had easily discerned the talents of these three lower ninjas. Sasuke and Naruto had the highest talent, while the one with the lowest talent was the girl named Sakura. However, under Kinoshita's careful guidance, the one who appeared to have the least talent among the three was actually Naruto. There is a saying, the more you do, the more mistakes you make. If each action required an average of one teaching for Sasuke and Sakura, then for Naruto, Kinoshita would teach him 2 or 3 times. On the surface, Kinoshita appeared to be teaching very seriously, but inadvertently, he instilled in Naruto a sense of inferiority, a feeling that he was not as good as the others. What Kinoshita needed to do now was to continuously undermine Naruto's self-confidence, causing Naruto's psychological defenses to collapse. Chapter 64, Nine Tails. Long time no see. When a person's psychological defenses collapse, that person becomes the easiest to invade and the most likely to believe others. Of course, achieving this is not as simple as it sounds, especially in a short period of time. However, for Munoshita, dealing with these few little ghosts is not difficult at all. The same action, with just a few subtle differences, can lead to completely different results. Munoshita's guidance for Sasuke and Sakura's movements was entirely correct, while his guidance for Naruto, although it appeared identical on the surface, was actually incorrect. Over time, this would directly widen the gap. Under Munoshita's personal instruction, even Hatake Kakashi, standing beside him, could not discern the differences. A day passed in the blink of an eye, and before they knew it, everyone had trained for a whole day. Leaning against a large tree, Kakashi closed the small book in his hands and glanced in the direction of the center. The strength of Sasuke and the others had indeed increased somewhat, especially Sasuke, whose improvement was the most noticeable. Kakashi's gaze then shifted to the clumsy Naruto in the field, his face revealing a look of helplessness. As expected, with Naruto's boisterous personality, remembering these movements or attack methods was somewhat challenging. Thinking of this, Kakashi looked at Munoshita. This person indeed held no hostility, but he was definitely problematic. In the field, watching the three of them drenched in sweat, Munoshita spoke with a gentle smile. All right, the training will stop here for now. Everyone take a short break and prepare to head back. Hearing Munoshita's voice, Sasuke paused after taking a few heavy breaths. Clenching his fists tightly, a look of surprise appeared in Sasuke's eyes. Although combat skills seemed to have little effect on strength improvement, the actual gain was unexpectedly high. Remembering his previous fighting styles, he realized how childish he had been. Thank you, Mr. Yashiro, Sasuke said respectfully as he looked at Munoshita. Sakura, standing nearby, also spoke up. Although her strength improvement was not as significant as Sasuke's, she still gained a lot. Mr. Yashiro, I want to train a bit more. Naruto, wiping the sweat from his forehead, smiled as he spoke. Is that so? But don't train for too long, Munoshita replied, slightly taken aback, then gently patted Naruto's head. Then let us head out first. By the way, Kakashi, would you like to join us? Munoshita smiled at Sasuke and Sakura, then turned to Kakashi. Having stayed here for so long, it was indeed tiring, and they should head back. Naruto, be careful while training on your own, Kakashi said, stretching lazily. In any case, keeping Munoshita within his sight was currently Kakashi's strategy. Deep down, among the three, Kakashi was most concerned about Uchiha Sasuke. He felt uneasy about letting Sasuke leave with Munoshita. Of course, the distance to Dazuna's home was not too far, and even if something special happened, he could quickly rush over to provide support. Watching Kakashi and the others leave, Naruto's gaze flickered slightly as he continued practicing the techniques taught by Munoshita. Not long after, Naruto, panting heavily, fell back on the ground. The gap between me and Sasuke is one thing, but even Sakura is learning faster than me. A hint of unwillingness appeared on Naruto's face as he recalled Munoshita's gentle demeanor. Perhaps he could seek Mr. Yashiro for some one-on-one advice. Mr. Yashiro should not refuse, right? A gentle breeze blew from the horizon, causing the leaves to rustle softly. Feeling the breeze, Naruto's already fatigued body began to feel drowsy, and he could not help but slowly close his eyes. A very faint voice sounded, but Naruto was completely unaware that a figure had quietly stood beside him. Seeing Naruto with his eyes closed, seemingly asleep, Uchiha smiled slightly. As expected, compared to the son of my former teacher, Kakashi cares more about his best friend's clan. The teacher, Namikaze Minato, really was a failure as a parent. One was already dead, and the other became a villain, not only causing the Nine Tails incident, but also indirectly leading to the deaths of himself and his wife. As for the other one, Obito shook his head with a chuckle. He didn't believe Kakashi was unaware that Naruto was his teacher's child. Obito reached out and placed his hand on Naruto's stomach, applying a slight pressure. And a surge of chakra directly entered Naruto's body. Accompanied by Obito's action, Naruto, who was in a semi-conscious state, sensed something. Just as he was about to open his eyes, a wave of intense drowsiness washed over him, and without even opening his eyelids, he fell completely asleep. Tick-tock, tick-tock. The sound of dripping water echoed in Obito's ears. Dark, damp, and spacious. Obito curiously surveyed the tunnel before him, resembling a sewer, a smile appearing in his eyes. A massive iron cage occupied most of the space, and within the cage, a huge figure was concealed in the darkness. 9 gigantic tails swayed freely behind, and the 9 tails lay lazily on the ground with its eyes closed. This aura, the 9 tails, originally meditating, slowly opened its eyes and looked toward the outside of the iron cage. When the 9 tails saw the small figure standing at the cage's entrance, its 2 enormous eyes suddenly narrowed. "Long time no see, 9 tails," Obito said with a smile as he looked at the 9 tails. "As expected, it's you. That guy Uchiha Madara was right. Even if you were thrown into another space, you would eventually come back to life," seemingly confirming Obito's identity. The 9 tails lay back down and coldly replied, but its eyes were filled with caution. "First Hokage, Uchiha Obito." As a creature that had fought against Obito before, the 9 tails was well aware of the terrifying power contained within this young man. After all these years, they could be considered old friends, so this coldness was not good. Seeing the 9 tails' indifferent demeanor, Obito shrugged his shoulders, revealing a helpless expression. However, recalling the 9 tails' earlier words, a hint of contemplation flashed in Obito's eyes. Others might not be aware, but he knew that Uchiha Madara had only faked his death during the battle with Senju Hashirama. This guy had survived for quite some time through the Outer Path Divine Tree, with so much time at his disposal. Coupled with Madara's cautious nature and Kagaya's schemes behind the scenes, it was impossible that he had not left any backup plans. Chapter 65. Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki Kushina. After a brief moment of contemplation, Youto regained his focus. Uchiha Madara had his own schemes, but for now, they had nothing to do with him. When the soldiers come, block them. When the water comes, cover it with earth. Even in life, Uchiha Madara was not his opponent. And after death, what could his schemes accomplish? "What brings you here?" The 9 tails fixed its gaze on Youto, speaking in a low tone. "Oh, I plan to borrow some of your chakra." Youto looked up at the 9 tails' enormous eyes and chuckled softly. Boom! A violent chakra erupted from the 9 tails, causing its entire body to thrash wildly, with its massive tail swinging behind it. "Since you're locked up, there is no need for such intimidating displays." Youto walked up to the giant iron cage and mocked the 9 tails, which seemed ready to attack at any moment. After saying that, Youto ignored the 9 tails' furious expression and turned to look at the ceiling symbol stuck at the center of the cage. "Before borrowing your chakra, there are 2 problems I need to deal with." Yuto's figure flickered and he appeared directly in front of the ceiling symbol, raising his hand to tear it down. As Yuto's hand was about to touch the ceiling symbol, a lightning-like attack burst forth from it. Sizzle! A strong current instantly enveloped Yuto's hand, producing crackling sounds. Yuto's expression remained calm, as if the electrical attack were non-existent, and he continued to reach for the ceiling symbol. When he touched the ceiling symbol, a fierce flame materialized out of nowhere, igniting the entire talisman. "These attacks are indeed meant for outsiders," Youto remarked as he observed the dual attacks of lightning and fire. Unable to suppress his sarcasm, he remembered that Naruto didn't face any attacks when tearing the ceiling symbol. Under the dual assault of the ceiling symbol, Yuto's palm showed no signs of change, and he directly grabbed a corner of the ceiling symbol and started to pull downward. Inside the enormous cage, the 9 tails widened its eyes at the scene, a hint of confusion appearing on its previously fierce face. Is this little brat trying to kill that Jinchuriki? This thought crossed the 9 tails' mind for a split second before it was dismissed. With Yuto's strength, killing that Jinchuriki would probably be no different from squashing an ant. As for letting it go, the 9 tails was even less convinced. Setting it free wouldn't benefit Youto, and it was in a hostile relationship with this guy. To be precise, Uchiha Madara, Senju Hashirama, and the current Youto were all people the 9 tails wished to crush. Just then, a golden light suddenly appeared in the dark environment. The Nine Tails squinted, looking towards the source of the golden light, and in the next moment, it erupted, letting out an angry roar. Namikaze Minato, it's you. Seeing that the ceiling symbol had only been torn halfway, Youto smiled and said, "Oh dear, I've only torn it halfway. And you come out already?" With a beaming smile, Youto turned to look at the golden-haired, sunny man standing not far behind him. The fourth Hokage, Namikaze Minato. Who are you? Seeing the ceiling symbol that had been torn halfway, Minato's expression turned serious. The ceiling symbol's attack had no effect on this person at all. When did such a powerful individual appear in the ninja world? Who I am is not important. Youto spoke softly, but before he could finish, a golden light shot towards him. Not even a greeting, just attacking right away. That is not a good habit. Youto moved his body and left his original position, commenting on Minato's attack. Minato didn't stop his movements. He only had residual chakra left and didn't have much time to waste with this man. Minato scanned the surroundings with peripheral vision. Realizing that there was no sign of Naruto, a look of both relief and regret flashed in his eyes. He had hoped to see that kid Naruto. In the next moment, Minato's aura turned sharp, and his already fast speed increased once again. In an instant, it was as if countless golden lights were shining in Naruto's consciousness space. Using the flying thunder god technique in the form of chakra, does it not require a so-called medium? Youto stood still, allowing Minato to attack while muttering to himself. Minato's expression grew increasingly grim. He found that no matter how he attacked, he couldn't inflict even the slightest harm on the young man before him. This feeling was similar to facing the masked man who attacked Konoha, but that masked man merely used ninjutsu to evade his attacks, while this young man rendered his attacks completely ineffective. Minato flashed and appeared behind Youto again, striking him with a Rasengan aimed at his head, but unfortunately, it still had no effect. Suddenly, Yuto's eyes brightened, and he threw a punch at a certain angle in front of him, accompanied by a heavy thud. Countless golden lights instantly vanished, and Minato was sent flying by Yuto's punch. Minato's body, which had been somewhat solid, became ethereal under Yuto's punch. There was no pain. How could a body made of chakra feel pain? Looking at his body starting to become ethereal, Minato realized he probably couldn't hold on much longer, and a deep sense of unwillingness flashed in his eyes. Don't think that in your current state you can defeat him. Even in your prime, you wouldn't be able to handle him. Back then, even Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara were nearly helpless against him. The Nine Tails' cold voice came from the side, filled with mockery. Hearing the Nine Tails' words, Minato's body shook, his earlier unwillingness turning into a bitter expression. The first Mizukage, Youto. Although the Nine Tails didn't directly say Yuto's name, there was only one person in the entire ninja world who could make Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara helpless. As a former Hokage, Minato naturally knew that the first Mizukage, Youto, was not dead, but merely sealed away. Was already come out. One more to go. Youto flickered and appeared directly in front of the Nine Tails, smiling as he said, "Hey, Nine Tails, are you angry seeing Minato? If you're not angry, think about how it felt to be controlled by that Uchiha Madara back in the day. You bastard." Hearing Yuto's teasing, especially the mention of Uchiha Madara, the Nine Tails exploded. A surge of violent, hateful negative emotions erupted. The negative emotions quickly filled the entire space in a short moment. And just as this negative energy was about to affect the outside world and Naruto, an orange light suddenly illuminated the area. A woman with fiery red hair suddenly appeared before everyone. Uzumaki Kushina. Chapter 66. Elegy. Kushina, as the red-haired woman, suddenly appeared. The originally fierce face of the Nine Tails became even more menacing, gritting its teeth and saying, "Uzumaki Kushina." First it was Minato Namikaze, and now it's Kushina Uzumaki. The Nine Tails finally realized that these two had both left a backup plan. If it weren't for Reito, it might still be in the dark. Looking at the appearing Kushina, a faint smile appeared on Reito's face. As expected, his guess was correct. The method to summon Minato was naturally to tear the ceiling symbol, while the way to bring out Kushina was to let the Nine Tails' negative emotions influence Naruto. Even in death, these two continued to protect Naruto so thoroughly. Minato was visibly taken aback when he saw Kushina, but his eyes flickered with deep guilt. In an instant, he appeared in front of Kushina. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Kushina raised her head and looked at Minato, tears suddenly streaming down her face. The next moment, in the stunned expressions of Reito and the Nine Tails, Kushina burst into tears like a child. "Minato, Naruto, he is so pitiful." Kushina tightly hugged Minato, her body trembling from the overwhelming sadness. "I'm sorry, Kushina." Watching Kushina cry in his arms, Minato felt as if his heart had been deeply pierced, leaving only profound guilt on his face. In Naruto's consciousness, whether it was Minato's or Kushina's, they could sense Naruto's experiences growing up, even if they couldn't see them. Even so, that child still smiles every day, right? Why did you have to treat him this way? No matter who you are, whether the first Hokage or some great figure, I will never let you lay a finger on Naruto. Kushina, her eyes full of tears, forcefully broke free from Minato's embrace, unleashing all her remaining chakra. Boom, 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 Kong F in. Dozens of chains made of chakra surged toward Reito like a storm. The overwhelming chakra was even more powerful than Minato's. Bang, bang. With a series of muffled sounds, Reito found himself firmly bound in place by the chakra chains in the blink of an eye. Could the remaining chakra possess such power? Reito stood still, feeling the strength contained in the chakra chains, unable to help but exclaim, "Minato, use the sealing technique." Kushina quickly called out to Minato, looking at Reito, who was restrained by her. She had naturally seen the battle between Reito and Minato earlier. If ninjutsu and taijutsu were ineffective against Reito, then sealing techniques were the only option. Just as Kushina spoke, Minato had already moved, accompanied by a flash of golden light. He appeared beside Reito. However, at that moment, the Kong F and suddenly began to move on its own. To be precise, it was being absorbed by Reito. Kushina stumbled, almost falling to the ground. And as Reito continued to absorb the Kong F in, Kushina's body began to grow increasingly ethereal. She had no choice but to quickly sever the connection with the Kong F in. What a pity, if you were alive. The Kong F in might have truly troubled me. Reito looked up at Kushina, his tone tinged with a hint of emotion. Boom! With a loud rumble, an even more powerful Kong F in surged out from Reito's body, piercing toward Minato and Kushina. Due to Reito's earlier absorption, with the chakra Kushina had left, she was so weak that she couldn't even dodge, only able to watch helplessly as the chakra chains attacked her. Minato quickly dodged Reito's attack, and a beam of golden light appeared directly in front of Kushina. He tightly embraced Kushina, tears streaking down his face, revealing a radiant smile as he looked down at Kushina and said, "You've suffered." Puff, puff. The Kong F indirectly pierced through the bodies of Minato and Kushina, suspending both of them in midair. Kushina struggled to lift her head, tears on her face, but still feigned anger, weakly raising her hand to lightly tap Minato on the head. Men shouldn't cry. Otherwise, people will look down on you." The tears that had been in Minato's eyes suddenly burst forth. Kushina slowly turned her head to look in Reito's direction, her voice extremely weak as she spoke. Can you not hurt Naruto? I really want to see that child, and remind him to eat well." Reito fell silent for a moment. He didn't speak, or rather, any promise made at this moment would have no meaning. Under Reito's control, the Kong F in suddenly trembled. Before Kushina could finish her words, the chakra of Kushina and Minato completely dissipated before Reito's eyes. Watching the dissipating figures of Minato and Kushina, Reito's expression was somewhat blank. If before, unifying the ninja world was merely a task from the system, now Reito suddenly felt that this task wasn't so bad. At least the ninja world wouldn't be filled with so much turmoil, right? Senju Hashirama, your decision back then was wrong. I'm sure Uchiha Madara thinks the same way. Minato was indeed a qualified Hokage. Every decision he made was the right one for Konoha at the time, but he was definitely not a qualified father. As for Kushina, she was a qualified mother and wife. With the strong physique of the Uzumaki clan, if Kushina hadn't willingly chosen to die with Minato, she could have lived for some time longer. During that time, Kushina could have arranged Naruto's identity properly before dying. Moreover, when Minato sealed the Nine Tails, he could have sealed half of the Nine Tails in Naruto's body and the other half back into Kushina's body. This method was not unfeasible. When Naruto was almost dead after being extracted of the Yang Chakra from the Nine Tails, Uchiha Obito resealed the In Chakra of the Nine Tails back into Naruto's body. And Naruto survived. Just this point alone proves that this method is viable. Though standing on opposing sides, Reito admired Kushina more than Minato. If Kushina were still alive, those in Konoha would dare to bully Naruto, and Kushina would probably tear Konoha apart. After a brief silence, Reito looked up in the direction of the Nine Tails and softly said, "Next, it's your turn. Roar." The Nine Tails suddenly felt a chill run down its spine. Although there was a sealing cage between them, The Ninetales unexpectedly felt a sense of security from that cage. Its massive body suddenly stood up, glaring menacingly at the small figure ahead. Chapter 67, Vajra Lock, Ninetales Chakra Mode. Originally, Youto was still pondering how to seize the chakra of the Ninetales. Who would have thought that Kushina would give him a surprise? By absorbing Kushina's chakra, and after Youto absorbed the Vajra Lock, he was now able to completely replicate it through the power of the Black Emperor. The Vajra Lock not only serves to attack and defend, but also has a certain sealing effect. It can be considered a perfect ninjutsu, and for Youto, who has relatively few offensive techniques, it is quite a good ninjutsu. Fortunately, the Vajra Lock is only related to the chakra of the Uzumaki clan and not a special bloodline limit. Otherwise, Youto would not have been able to replicate it. Go! Yuto's expression was cold as he let out a soft hum. In an instant, 6 Vajra Locks erupted from Yuto's body, rushing towards the Ninetales. Upon seeing this, the Ninetales let out an angry roar, but unfortunately, being trapped in a seal, it was unable to resist and felt more like a turtle in a jar. Now, the only hope for the Ninetales was that the seal before it could withstand Yuto's attack. Clang! The sound of chains echoed as the Vajra Locks touched the seal, causing a slight pause. However, before the Ninetales could feel relieved, it saw the locks directly penetrate through the seal. The 4-symbol seal that trapped the Ninetales originated from the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan, and since the Vajra Lock also carried a sealing effect, it could be said that both techniques shared the same origin. Bang! Bang! With Yuto's enhanced strength and the robustness of the Vajra Lock itself, no matter how the Ninetales resisted, it was utterly futile. 5 chakra chains secured the Ninetales' head and limbs in place, while another chakra chain pierced directly into the Ninetales' body and then yanked back forcefully. A mass of illusory Ninetales chakra was pulled out, and the chakra chain was retracted back into Yuto's body. The moment this Ninetales chakra entered Yuto's body, he easily took control of it. Whoosh! A pale golden light burst forth from Youto, enveloping his entire body in a flame-like chakra, and at the same time, black markings and patterns appeared on his body. This is the Ninetales chakra mode. Youto looked at his current state, momentarily stunned. The chakra of the Ninetales was indeed somewhat special compared to the other tailed beasts Youto had seen. In his previous life, he had explained why the Ninetales mode was so different from the tailed beast forms of other Jinchuriki. The chakra of the Ninetales is closer to the Ten-Tails compared to other tailed beasts, and the Ten-Tails is the source of all chakra in the world. This is why the Ninetales mode is more powerful than other tailed beast transformations. P.S. This explanation comes from the official sources, no arguments allowed. Youto shook his head slightly, his heart stirring as he canceled the Ninetales chakra mode. For Youto, the Ninetales chakra mode was completely useless, as its enhancement was not as great as that of Senjutsu mode from Hashirama Senju. If it were the Kaibai mode, Youto might have valued it a bit more, but just the Ninetales chakra mode was not worth it. Moreover, Youto was not the Jinchuriki of the Ninetales to maintain this power. He could only rely on the ability of the Black Emperor to convert it, which was not only useless but also troublesome, totally unnecessary. The reason Youto aimed to seize the chakra of the Ninetales was to collect the chakra of all 9-tailed beasts, merge to gain the power of the 10 tails, and enter the true 6 paths mode. As for the current 9-tails chakra mode, Youto completely disregarded it. Roar! Youto! An angry and hateful roar came from the direction of the Ninetales. The Ninetales glared with its blood-red eyes, fixating on Youto, but unfortunately, its gaze could not kill. Looking at those 2 massive red eyeballs, Youto rolled his eyes. What was the use of yelling so loudly when it didn't even dare to utter a harsh word? Stupid Udu, no, it should be the stupid Ninetales, hate me. The sealing talisman was already half torn. Perhaps the Ninetales' negative emotions and chakra had begun to influence Naruto's judgment. Youto thought cheerfully. Although Kushina's situation moved Youto somewhat, being moved did not hinder what he needed to do. Having lived in such an environment since childhood, he speculated that Naruto Uzumaki's innocence could be attributed to 3 points. First, the influence of Ashura's chakra. Second, the third Hokage's conscious teaching of the so-called will of fire to Naruto, which could also be understood as a form of brainwashing. Third, the chakra left behind by Minato Namikaze and Kushina had a certain subconscious influence on Naruto. Among these 3 points, the most important was the third one. As mentioned in the anime, a parent's love had already filled Naruto long before the Ninetales was sealed. And such a Naruto Uzumaki, no matter how confused he became, or even if he were to turn dark, would probably dissipate upon seeing the essence of Minato and Kushina within him. No one could reject a parent's love, especially since it was what Naruto lacked the most. As consciousness returned, Youto slowly opened his eyes. Looking at Naruto lying on the ground, still fast asleep, with a complex expression flashing in his eyes. Although you're merely a piece in my game, in the end, whether you're a companion or an enemy depends on you. Youto spoke softly, revealing a hint of the chakra he had just absorbed from the Nine Tails. In the next moment, Yuto's figure had vanished without a trace. At Dazna's home, just shortly after returning, Kakashi and Konoha's Jujiro raised their heads simultaneously at the moment Youto revealed the Nine Tails chakra, exchanging glances with each other. Kakashi immediately stood up and quickly headed towards Naruto's location. Seeing Kakashi's swift departure, Jujiro's eyes glinted with a calm light, and he smirked, also heading in Naruto's direction. Whoosh! A rush of wind sounded. Kakashi was the first to arrive beside Naruto, and when he saw Naruto lying on the ground, a look of tension appeared on Kakashi's face. He hurriedly crouched down to check Naruto's condition, and after a long while, Kakashi finally breathed a sigh of relief. It was just overtraining. However, why was there a leakage of the Nine Tails chakra? A hint of confusion flickered in Kakashi's eyes. Thinking of this, Kakashi quickly looked at the seal on Naruto's abdomen, and when he saw the clear four-symbol seal, the look of confusion in Kakashi's eyes deepened. Could it be that overtraining allowed the Nine Tails to find an opportunity? Kakashi pondered thoughtfully. Not long after Kakashi finished checking Naruto's body, Jujiro arrived late, wearing a worried expression. Chapter 68. Let me carry you. Mizuki Jira looked at Naruto, who was lying on the ground, with a worried expression on his face. Lord Kakashi, what happened to Naruto? Nothing. He just overtrained, Kakashi replied calmly, his expression unchanged. By the way, Jira, did you feel that chakra just now? Kakashi suddenly remembered something and turned to ask Mizuki Jira. Although his words were phrased as a question, his tone carried a sense of certainty. Mifukafe hiranadi, samwit based. I did feel a special chakra. Could it be related to Naruto? He suddenly stopped. On his face, as he scratched his head. The matters of the great ninja village are too complicated. I, as a wandering ninja, don't want to get involved. Hearing Mizuki Jira's words, Kakashi nodded slightly, just about to say something when suddenly, he froze, a serious expression appearing on his face. Mr. Jira, could you please take Naruto back? After speaking, Kakashi didn't wait for Mizuki Jira to respond and directly used the body flicker technique to move away. As expected of Lord Youto, he has accounted for everything. Watching Kakashi leave, Mizuki Jira squinted slightly. He raised his hand and gently nudged Naruto, who slowly opened his eyes. Mr. Jira, what happened to me? Naruto's voice carried a hint of fatigue. For some reason, he vaguely felt that he had lost something extremely important. You can't ignore your body while training. Look, you're so tired that you fell asleep, Mizuki Jira said gently, his expression warm. Realizing that he had intended just to lie down for a moment's rest, but ended up falling asleep, Naruto felt embarrassed and hurriedly prepared to get up. However, before he could stand, a wave of weakness surged through him, causing him to sit back down on the ground. It seems I overdid it in training, he said with a smile, scratching his head. Come on, let me carry you, Mizuki Jira said, turning his back and squatting down, smiling at Naruto. Hearing Mizuki Jira's words, Naruto was momentarily stunned. Looking at Mizuki Jira's back, he suddenly felt a bit emotional. The bright moonlight fell from the sky, accompanied by twinkling stars, casting faint shadows of the trees on either side. Mizuki Jira carried Naruto on his back and walked slowly towards Dazna's house. Mr. Jira, thank you, Naruto said, feeling a bit at a loss despite being on Jira's back. You're welcome, Mizuki Jira replied with a light smile, unconcerned. Mr. Jira, you seem to know a lot about the Uzumaki clan. Could you tell me more about it? Naruto asked softly. After a while, noticing that Mizuki Jira didn't respond, a flicker of disappointment crossed Naruto's eyes, but he was not surprised, as this was not the first time he had been refused when asking. Since you want to hear it so much, I'll tell you a story. The reason I know about the Uzumaki clan is that my wife is from the Uzumaki clan. Mizuki Jira spoke softly, a hint of sadness in his tone. Meanwhile, Kakashi was sprinting in a certain direction. It wasn't until he had walked several hundred meters that he stopped, looking at a masked figure not far away. When he recognized the animal on the mask and the special clothing the person was wearing, Kakashi was slightly startled. An Umbu member? No, while they looked similar, there were subtle differences. Kakashi Itaki, what brings you here? A stiff and emotionless voice came from the masked man. Hearing that emotionless voice, Kakashi's spirit shook. The resemblance to Umbu attire was striking, and aside from the stiff voice, it was completely characteristic of those guys from Root. It seemed that Naruto's display of a nine-tailed chakra had attracted the attention of Root. "What are you Root members doing here?" Kakashi asked, his expression unchanged but his eyes narrowing slightly. The Root ninja didn't respond, his eyes behind the mask coldly staring at Kakashi. Then, he raised his hand to make two hand signs before turning to leave. It wasn't until the Root ninja completely disappeared from Kakashi's sight that he let out a gentle sigh of relief and muttered to himself, "It seems they really are from Root." As a former member of Umbu, Kakashi understood the meaning of those two hand signs. Simply put, it was to not meddle in their affairs. Why would Root members appear in the Land of Waves? Was there some important mission? A hint of contemplation flashed in Kakashi's eyes, but then he brushed it aside. Considering Root's mission style, it likely wouldn't have anything to do with him. With that thought, Kakashi turned and headed towards Dazna's house, disappearing in just a few leaps. "Oh my, Mizuki Jira, I've created an opportunity for you. The rest depends on your own abilities." Youto, who had appeared at the spot where Kakashi had just stood, said with a light smile as he watched Kakashi leave. Meanwhile, the previously mentioned Root ninja stood quietly beside Youto, on the road not far from Dazna's home. There were many rumors about the destruction of the Uzumaki clan. Some said it was because they possessed powerful sealing techniques that other villages viewed as a threat. Others claimed that the Uzumaki clan had a special constitution that could seal certain monsters, leading other ninja villages to hunt them down. "My wife was one of those who fled back then. That's when I met her," Mizuki Jira said. "We mentioned his wife." A happy smile appeared on his face, but his tone grew increasingly sorrowful. Naruto, who was being carried on Mizuki Jira's back, trembled slightly at the mention of sealing monsters. For a moment, he recalled his experiences of being called a monster and thought of the words his teacher Mizuki had said to him. As Naruto's memories surged, it seemed like the sealing symbol that Youto had partially torn away was no longer functioning as before, and the negative emotions of the Nine Tails began to emerge. However, at that moment, scenes in Naruto's mind suddenly shifted. Iruka's smile, the third Hokage's concern, and moments of friendship with his companions began to flash in his mind. Chapter 69, The Final Flaw. As these scenes appeared, Naruto's originally negative emotions in his mind completely dissipated. At that moment, Yashiro Mukinika gently reached out and patted Naruto's head, saying, "Don't worry, the hair of the Uzumaki clan is red, but your hair is golden. Maybe you just accidentally have the Uzumaki surname." Yashiro Mukinika said with a smile, squatting down to let Naruto down, and softly added, "We're almost at the Dazna's house now. You should have regained some strength, right?" A hint of sadness flashed in Naruto's eyes, but he still nodded vigorously and revealed a bright smile, shouting, "I'm going to become Hokage. This little fatigue is nothing." Seeing Naruto's appearance, Yashiro Mukinika raised his eyebrows slightly, thinking, this Uzumaki Naruto really has a strange way of thinking. "Mr. Yashiro, where is your wife?" Naruto couldn't help but ask when he noticed that every time Yashiro mentioned his wife, there was a look of sorrow on his face. "She went missing, along with our newborn child," Yashiro Mukinika replied in a flat tone, but the pain on his face could not be concealed. Sighing softly, Yashiro Mukinika turned to Naruto with a hint of bitterness in his voice. "If that child were still alive, he would probably be about your age now." As they walked, Naruto's body trembled involuntarily as he looked at Yashiro Mukinika's brilliant golden hair, his mouth slightly quivering. Just as he was about to say something, Yashiro Mukinika's voice rang out again. "The reason I'm in the Land of Waves is that someone told me there's news about my son and wife. I'm waiting for them to come for a trade. This matter must not be told to anyone. I have only told you." Naruto, Yashiro Mukinika said softly, seemingly unaware of Naruto's expression as he looked ahead. "So Mr. Yashiro came here to find his wife and son, and there is already news." Hearing Yashiro's words, the thought that had just risen in Naruto's heart was extinguished once again, and a hint of disappointment appeared on his face. "All right, Naruto, training should be done in moderation. You should rest early today." Standing at the door of Dazna's house, Yashiro Mukinika gently spoke to Naruto. "Thank you, Mr. Yashiro," Naruto said, startled, realizing he had already reached the door and hurriedly expressed his gratitude. "You're late. I thought you weren't coming back tonight." Sasuke leaned against the door, coldly mocking Naruto, but the tension in his eyes had disappeared. After all, Kakashi and Yashiro Mukinika had left at the same time, so it was impossible to hide it from Sasuke and Sakura. They both thought something had happened to Naruto. Yashiro Mukinika smiled gently, nodded slightly to Sasuke and Sakura, and then walked toward his room. Behind him, the sounds of Sasuke and Naruto's bickering reached Yashiro Mukinika's ears. With a soft click, Yashiro Mukinika gently closed the door. and his warm smile instantly vanished, replaced by a cold expression. Kakashi had already begun to suspect him. If it weren't for Lord Youto creating opportunities for him today, it would have been nearly impossible to spend time alone with Naruto. However, it seems that the opportunity given by Lord Youto was not wasted after all. He had done everything he needed to do, and throughout, Yashiro Mikinika spoke very vaguely, which was naturally intentional. Although Naruto now appeared to be just a child, the fact that he garnered such attention from Lord Youto indicated he was not an ordinary ninja. Yashiro Mikinika had long placed Naruto on the same level as himself, and every word he spoke had a corresponding purpose. As a former clan leader, Yashiro Mikinika understood better than anyone that no one in the world would fully believe what another person says. Even if that person speaks sincerely or wholly for the good of others, the person listening will still harbor a degree of suspicion. This is human nature. To make someone believe what you say, it is not about telling them how things are, but rather letting them think about it themselves. What others say may be doubted, but what one thinks for oneself is rarely questioned. The things Yashiro Mikinika said to Naruto, although most seemed unrelated, constantly reminded Naruto in his subconscious. When Naruto finally settled down to think, Yashiro Mikinika's goal would be achieved. Those who express their intentions directly, in Yashiro Mikinika's view, are extremely foolish. No matter how meticulous the plan, there will always be flaws. This seemingly proactive handover of control to others is what Yashiro Mikinika excels at. Just like the former Umbu vice-captain, Sachida Masakazu, there were some things Yashiro Mikinika never said, nor did he take action. Yet, Sachida Masakazu managed to say everything Yashiro Mikinika wanted to say. Unfortunately, Yashiro Mikinika underestimated Lord Yuto's influence and also underestimated the determination of Genji. Time was still too rushed, and there were still a few flaws. However, it was just right to handle the second matter assigned by Lord Youto at the same time. Yashiro Mikinika's eyes were calm as he spoke to himself in a voice only he could hear. The next morning, countless beams of light poured down from the sky, and the warm sunlight fell on Naruto's face. Naruto slowly opened his eyes, looked at the ceiling above, and fell into a moment of silence. Why do I have the Uzumaki surname? Is it because my parents originally had this surname, or is there another reason? But Mr. Yashiro said that the Uzumaki clan has red hair, while mine is golden. Could one of my parents have golden hair? Then who is my father? Who is my mother? And why do the people in the village all know I am a monster? Naruto touched his stomach, and many questions he had never thought about before surfaced in his mind one by one. Bang! Bang! A heavy knocking sound came from outside the door. Naruto, you guy. Hurry up. Today, Mr. Dazna insists on going to build the bridge, and we have to protect his safety. Sakura's dissatisfied voice reached Naruto's ears. Lying on the bed, Naruto was slightly stunned when he heard Sakura's words, and then he jumped up from the bed, holding his head and shouting, "What am I thinking?" Naruto shook his head vigorously. The previously somber expression on his face disappeared, and he returned to his usual cheerful self, shouting to Sakura outside the door. "I'll be ready soon." Chapter 70. The deal with the roots of the land of waves resembles a place near the docks. It hasn't been long since dawn, and already dozens of people are busy around the docks. Building this great bridge is the only way for the entire land of waves to escape poverty, and it is also the hope of the entire country. Master Dazna has arrived. A respectful voice came from the crowd. As the voice rang out, everyone looked in the direction where Dazna was coming from. "Good morning, Master Dazna. You're here quite early today, Dazna." Voices filled with respect and cheerfulness came from the villagers on both sides of the street. "This old man Dazna seems quite popular," Naruto remarked as he watched the villagers' gazes and smiles directed at Dazna. Bang! A fist hit Naruto's head directly. Sakura raised her fist, speaking with dissatisfaction. "What old man? Mr. Dazna is the only bridge expert in the land of waves and also the hope of our country." Compared to Naruto and Sasuke, who spent most of their time training, Sakura had been diligently gathering information about the land of waves. Unlike the prosperity of Konoha,
The poverty of the land of waves made Sakura realize what building a great bridge represented for the country. If at first,
Sakura felt some dissatisfaction towards this drunken and stubborn client. Now she had developed a sense of admiration for Dazna deep in her heart. Naruto rubbed his head, seeing Sakura's fierce expression, and quickly shrank back. Not far from Sakura, Sasuke was cautiously surveying the surroundings. At this moment, there was still some mist around, and if Zabuza were to launch a surprise attack now, it would be the best opportunity. Behind Naruto, Sakura, and Dazna, Kakashi and Kijaru were following closely. "Mr. Kijaru, why did you come along?" Kakashi glanced at Kijaru beside him and spoke in a calm tone. Lord Kakashi's body should be almost recovered, and I believe Zabuza's body should be the same. We've been troubling Dazna's family during this time, so we ought to help a bit. If Zabuza really attacks, I might still be able to help, Kijiru said with a bright smile. Is that so? Kakashi, with his hands in his pockets, glanced at Kijiru, with Dazna joining. The entire bridge construction started to operate rapidly. Kakashi and the others stood in different positions to prevent Zabuza from attacking. Recently, Kato had been plotting something in the dark, and surprisingly, he hadn't caused any trouble during this time. I didn't notice it until you mentioned it. Kato indeed hasn't caused any trouble for several days. A quiet murmur arose among the working civilians. Unbeknownst to them, as the sun continued to rise, the mist in the land of waves began to slowly dissipate. By noon, Zabuza had still not appeared, and the originally busy civilians returned home for lunch. Only Dazna remained in a corner of the docks, conducting various measurements. Kakashi frowned. Logically speaking, with Zabuza's strength, he should have fully recovered by now, and his absence was puzzling. Given Zabuza's character, he would likely seek revenge immediately after recovering. After all, his scheming against Zabuza wasn't particularly sophisticated. It seems Zabuza won't be coming for a while. Kakashi muttered to himself as he surveyed the surroundings. Whoosh, whoosh. At that moment, 2 gusts of wind suddenly came from afar. As the sounds of the wind arose, Kakashi quickly turned to look in the direction of the sound, preparing for battle. The bored expressions on Naruto and the others' faces vanished as they turned to the source of the noise. However, in the next moment, Kakashi was stunned, for the 2 individuals who appeared were dressed in root attire. One of them was the root ninja Kakashi had encountered the previous night. The 2 root ninjas passed Kakashi without acknowledging him and walked straight ahead. Kakashi couldn't help but frown, but chose not to speak. He preferred to avoid contact with these root individuals whenever possible. Who are these arrogant guys? Naruto frowned and glared at the 2 root ninjas. This time, Sakura did not take action against Naruto, as even Sasuke showed signs of discontent on his face. Kakashi quickly appeared beside Naruto and the others, seemingly concerned that they might make any unnecessary moves. These 2 are assassination ninjas from Konoha. When you see them, avoid doing anything unnecessary, Kakashi explained. He glanced at Naruto, seemingly worried about his potential reaction. But, Kakashi-sensei, those 2 seem to be heading to find Mr. Kijiru. Naruto pointed towards the direction the root ninjas were going. Kakashi was momentarily taken aback, quickly looking up to see that the root ninjas were indeed heading towards Kijiru. What was going on? How could Kijiru be connected with the root? Kakashi's eyes flickered, revealing an expression of surprise. Meanwhile, a voice from Kijiru's side reached them. You guys are late. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Kijiru looked at the 2 individuals standing before him, a hint of realization flashing in his eyes, as if he understood something, and then he spoke coldly. Did you bring the items? A somewhat stiff and emotionless voice came from one of the root ninjas. Without hesitation, Kijiru pulled out a scroll from his pocket, gripping it tightly while stepping back a few steps, his tone revealing nervousness. I brought the items, but you must tell me about my wife and son, otherwise, I absolutely won't trade with you. Kakashi and the others, standing not far from Kijiru, understood the situation from their conversation. No wonder Mr. Kijiru had been staying here. It turned out he was making a deal with people from the village. Sakura's eyes flickered with realization, and she spoke with some surprise. However, what did Mr. Kijiru mean by mentioning my wife and son? Were they? Sasuke began to speak softly, but before he could finish, Kakashi's voice interjected. Village matters shouldn't be casually discussed. Besides, it may just be related information. Despite saying this, Kakashi's expression darkened. If it were the root, they might indeed do something like this to achieve their goals. Chapter 71. Elegy. Kinoshita Jiro compared to Sasuke and Sakura's speculations. Naruto, who stood aside, although still wearing a bright smile, was surprisingly silent compared to his usual boisterous self. It turned out that Mr. Jiro was indeed telling the truth. Such a gentle person like Mr. Jiro would surely be very happy if he could find his wife and son. If the 3 of you do not wish to return to the ninja school, then forget everything you saw today. Kakashi looked at Sasuke and the others, his tone carrying a hint of warning. Generally speaking, even if the root's actions were not classified as secret missions, they were still quite important and needed to be kept confidential. As for the other civilians from the Land of Waves, they had already gone back to have lunch, leaving only Tazuna, who was not from Konoha. However, Tazuna was still under the partially constructed bridge, measuring various data, and he probably couldn't see what was happening above. Mr. Kinoshita Jiro, you do not have the qualifications to negotiate with us. A low and cold voice came from another root ninja. With the words of this root ninja, the entire scene fell silent. Under the gaze of everyone, Kinoshita Jiro's face turned pale as he tightly gripped the scroll in his hand, as if making some important decision. Kinoshita Jiro? No wonder. Hearing this name, Kakashi's expression changed slightly, as if he had recalled something. At the same time, he also understood some questions that had puzzled him before. Kakashi-sensei, what's wrong? Sakura couldn't help but whisper upon seeing Kakashi's expression. Sasuke and Naruto also turned their gazes to Kakashi upon hearing Sakura's voice. The so-called Mr. Jiro you were talking about is not some wandering ninja. He is the head of the Kinoshita clan from the Mist Village. About half a month ago, the Mist Village issued a bounty for Kinoshita Jiro, with a reward amount equivalent to that of an S-rank rogue ninja. The content of the bounty was not for assassination, but merely to provide information about Kinoshita Jiro. Kakashi spoke in a slightly low tone. Due to his mask, Sasuke and the others could not see the shocked expression on Kakashi's face. Could it be that Mr. Kinoshita Jiro is a rogue ninja? Naruto exclaimed in surprise. Idiot, Kakashi-sensei made it very clear, and you still don't understand. Sasuke shot Naruto a look of disdain and said, Naruto, Kakashi-sensei, means that Mr. Kinoshita Jiro is very important to the Mist Village. So important that even if Mr. Kinoshita Jiro goes missing, the Mist Village can only offer a high bounty to find his whereabouts. Sakura helplessly explained. Moreover, the issuance of such a high bounty also indicates to other ninja villages that Kinoshita Jiro is still a part of the Mist Village, and other ninja villages cannot take action against him. Sasuke looked at Naruto with a mocking gaze, but also seriously explained to him. Naruto blinked in confusion, staring blankly at Sasuke and Sakura, wondering why they could understand so much from the same information. Although Naruto still didn't fully comprehend, he at least understood that Mr. Kinoshita Jiro was not a rogue ninja. In contrast to Naruto's relaxed demeanor, Kakashi's expression was grave. Sasuke was indeed correct. But there was one point that Sasuke did not realize: the darkness between each ninja village. The issuance of such a high bounty by the Mist Village also indicated one thing. Kinoshita Jiro possessed extremely important information. For all the ninja villages, Kinoshita Jiro was a piece of prime meat. At this moment, the previously tense atmosphere began to dissipate. It seemed that Kinoshita Jiro had made a decision. Gritting his teeth, he raised the scroll and said seriously, I hope you Konoha people keep your word. After saying this, Kinoshita Jiro handed the scroll to the root ninja. The root ninja opened the scroll, nodded slightly upon seeing its contents, and then rolled it up again. Following that, the root ninja made a gesture to another root ninja. Not good. Kakashi's expression changed drastically upon seeing this gesture. They're going to kill Kinoshita Jiro. Whoosh! Kakashi suddenly pushed off the ground and charged forward. Kinoshita Jiro's identity was too sensitive. If he died at the hands of Konoha, it would likely cause huge trouble. This group from Root was truly too reckless. At the moment Kakashi moved, one of the Root ninjas had already dashed out, blocking Kakashi's path, and said in a low tone, Just do your job and don't meddle. As this ninja blocked Kakashi, another Root ninja directly attacked. Puff! Blood splattered. Under Kinoshita Jiro's incredulous gaze, another Root ninja thrust his hand through Kinoshita Jiro's chest. Blood, mixed with internal organs, splattered everywhere. Kinoshita Jiro stared blankly at the Root ninja, blood gushing from his mouth as he weakly asked, Why? Tell my wife and son. Puff! More blood sprayed out as the Root ninja pulled his hand out from Kinoshita Jiro's chest. How could this happen? Sakura watched this scene in disbelief, her whole body unable to help but take 2 steps back. Sasuke's pupils also constricted. This had happened too suddenly, and apart from Kakashi, he and the others were completely unprepared. Mr. Jiro! Naruto was momentarily stunned, then let out a loud shout and rushed forward. Naruto! Kakashi's expression changed, trying to pull Naruto back, but the Root ninja opposite had already locked onto him with his chakra, leaving Kakashi unable to make any move. Naruto reached Kinoshita Jiro's side and trembled upon seeing the massive wound on his chest. What have you done? Naruto looked up at the Root ninja, letting out an angry roar, but before he could finish, a blood-stained hand gently grabbed Naruto. Mr. Jiro! Feeling Kinoshita Jiro's movement, Naruto quickly spoke up. Kinoshita Jiro knelt weakly on the ground, struggling to lift his head to look at Naruto, his voice intermittent as he said, You are not. There, opponent. I'm sorry. I deceived you, Naruto, but I never got to see my wife and son before I died. As he said this, Kinoshita Jiro slowly raised his hand, gently stroking Naruto's head, the blood on his hand seemingly dyeing Naruto's golden hair a shade of blood red. Lord Youto, my mission is complete, and there are no flaws left, right? The next moment, Kinoshita Jiro slowly closed his eyes and collapsed directly into Naruto's arms, lifeless. Chapter 72. The appearance of the mist ninja Mizukage Kirigakure Jiru died in Naruto's arms. A large amount of blood stained one side of Naruto's body as he stared blankly at the lifeless body of Kirigakure Jiru in his embrace. Mission accomplished. A root ninja raised the scroll in his hand and spoke in a low tone to the root ninja, blocking Kakashi. Kakashi's expression was exceptionally grim. Kirigakure Jiru was an extremely important figure from a mist village. The death of such a person at the hands of Konoha would definitely cause significant problems. Stop right there. Naruto slowly laid Kirigakure Jiru's body on the ground and shouted angrily at the two root ninjas. At the same time, a violent chakra began to surge from Naruto's body. The two root ninjas, who were about to turn and leave, suddenly froze. One of them. The other quickly turned around to look at Naruto, whose body was now emanating crimson chakra. Kakashi did not notice the small movements of the two root ninjas, because at the moment the Ninetales chakra leaked out, he had already appeared beside Naruto. One hand pressed down on Naruto's head, while the other hand held his shoulder to calm down. Naruto, calm down. Kakashi's voice rang in Naruto's ears. Hearing Kakashi's words, the violent aura around Naruto began to slowly dissipate. Kakashi-sensei. Naruto's face still bore an angry expression. His fists clenched as he spoke, his chakra somewhat unstable. Seeing that Naruto had not transformed into the tailed beast, Kakashi let out a slight sigh of relief. Root ninjas were different from other ninjas in Konoha. If a conflict occurred with them, it could be a headache for the third Hokage. However, Kakashi raised his head, his face cold, and spoke in a deep tone to the two root ninjas. I will report what happened today to the Hokage. The two root ninjas, upon hearing Kakashi's words, showed no concern at all and turned to leave. In the blink of an eye, the two root ninjas had disappeared from everyone's sight. Mr. Jiru. Sakura walked over at this time, looking at the lifeless Kirigakure Jiru on the ground, covering her mouth slightly. Sasuke, standing beside her, was somewhat silent, suddenly looking up at Kakashi and asking, "Are those two Konoha ninjas really from Konoha's Umbu?" Kakashi's expression remained unchanged. The existence of Root was a secret to ordinary ninjas, and he naturally wouldn't tell them. This was not only to protect Konoha's secrets, but also for the safety of Sasuke and the others. Some things were safer the less they knew. It was fine for Sakura, but both Sasuke and Naruto had two sensitive identities and absolutely could not have contact with Root. On the other side, the two departing Root ninjas stopped only after they had left Kakashi and the others at a distance. One of the Root ninjas lazily twisted his waist, casually tossing the mask off his face on the ground and stepping on it. Oh dear, that was really thrilling. I didn't expect that kid to be a Jinchuriki from Konoha. If it had come to blows, it would have been exposed. Kirigakure Suigetsu muttered while rubbing his neck. Bang! With a light sound and a puff of white smoke, Kirigakure Suigetsu dispelled his transformation jutsu. But speaking of which, Kirigakure Jiru is truly impressive. He erased all his flaws at the cost of his life. Suigetsu spoke with a tone of admiration as he opened the scroll that Kirigakure Jiru had given him. The contents of the scroll were completely blank. Suigetsu stuffed the scroll back into his pocket and turned to the Root Ninja standing next to him, who remained motionless. This Root Ninja's identity was fake, but the one beside him was real, just under an illusion's control. Thankfully, they were all wearing Konoha Root masks, and last night, they had made sure this Root Ninja had met Kakashi. Otherwise, given Kakashi's caution, he would have probably suspected something. Your mission is over. Looking at this Root Ninja, Suigetsu slightly grinned, and in the next moment, a kunai pierced through the Root Ninja's heart. After arranging the surrounding scene to simulate a fight, and after destroying the evidence of this Root Ninja, Suigetsu turned and vanished. Kakashi-sensei, what will happen to Mr. Jiru's body? Looking at the somewhat silent Naruto, Sasuke, and Kakashi, Sakura hesitated for a moment before speaking helplessly. Sasuke can be quiet, but what are these two guys spacing out for? Sakura couldn't help but complain in her heart, though her face showed no change in expression. Hearing Sakura's voice, Kakashi's eyes flickered as he returned from his thoughts. For some reason, Kakashi felt that there was something strange, but he couldn't pinpoint what was odd at the moment. Kirigakure Jiru was indeed somewhat strange, but he was already dead. The Root people were also a bit odd, but they always operated this way. Kakashi sighed gently. It would be better to leave this matter to the third Hokage to handle. Let us bury Kirigakure Jairu's body here. Kakashi pondered for a moment before speaking. Although Kirigakure Jairu had died, his body still held considerable value. However, it was important to note that Kirigakure Jairu was after all from the Mist Village. As the head of the Kirigakure clan, he would likely have set up seals regarding his memories in his mind before dying. Even if they took the body back, they probably wouldn't obtain any crucial information. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura's faces showed a somber expression, although they had only known Kirigakure Jairu for a few days. They all felt a fondness for him, especially Naruto, who seemed to sense a fatherly warmth from Kirigakure Jairu. Suddenly, two sets of footsteps gradually approached from a distance. Kakashi and the others quickly raised their heads to look in the direction of the sound. They saw two very young figures appear before Kakashi and the others. One had chestnut red hair, carried two double-bladed swords on her back, and had a cold expression. She looked to be around 17 or 18. The other had long black hair, wore blue-black clothing, and had a gentle smile on his face. These two were none other than Akiyama Yu and Haku. Akiyama Yu glanced at Kakashi, her eyes flashing with excitement. She was quite interested in defeating the legendary Hatake Kakashi, who had once defeated Zabuza Momochi. On the other side, seeing the forehead protectors on these two, Kakashi's eyes narrowed slightly. Mist Village Ninjas. Chapter 73. Denial. Taking action, seeing the two Mist Village Ninjas. Kakashi felt a bit of headache. It was clearly just a C-rank mission, which had already escalated to a B-rank task. But the events that had unfolded were completely beyond Kakashi's expectations. Mukinashita Jairu was dead. Although it was done by the root, it had nothing to do with them. However, to be fair, they were all from Konoha, and besides, they were the only ones present. If Kakashi didn't know that this mission was personally issued by the third Hokage, and that the bounty for Mukinashita Jairu had been released for half a month, he would truly suspect this was part of a conspiracy, as some aspects were just too coincidental. With the appearance of Ringo Yuri and Haku, Naruto and Sasuke's gazes lingered slightly on Haku. She was even more beautiful than Sakura. Naruto glanced at Haku and couldn't help but mutter softly. Sakura's forehead twitched. If there weren't outsiders present, her fist would have already been imprinted on Naruto's face. Konoha ninjas, we have been informed by our Jonin leader that we already know about your situation from Kato. As for Kato and Zabuza, we Mist ninjas have already dealt with it. Ringo Yuri said to Kakashi and the others, her tone flat. Zabuza has been dealt with. Sakura was taken aback, unable to suppress her gasp. Kakashi was equally stunned. He recalled the comments among the commoners in the Land of Waves. No wonder Kato and Zabuza hadn't appeared during this time. After Ringo Yuri spoke, she didn't wait for Kakashi's reaction and turned to leave. Ringo, doesn't that person look like the one from the bounty issued by the village a while ago? Haku, standing next to Ringo Yuri, suddenly spoke in a low voice. Ringo Yuri feigned a look of confusion and turned back to look towards Mukinashita Jairu's direction. It's the clan leader of the Mukinashita clan. Ringo Yuri's expression changed drastically, her body tensing as she assumed an attacking stance, glaring angrily at Kakashi and the others. Haku also took a corresponding attacking stance, but compared to Ringo Yuri's fluid movements, Haku's actions appeared somewhat flustered. Seeing the actions of the two Mist ninjas, Kakashi let out a small sigh, knowing it would come to this. I think this matter could be explained. Kakashi stepped forward, his expression serious. Explain? Ringo Yuri scoffed, lowering her body. She had no intention of listening to Kakashi's explanation. Just as she was about to make a move, a lazy voice rang out in both Ringo Yuri and Haku's ears. Suddenly, a young man appeared between Ringo Yuri and Haku. I also want to hear your explanation regarding Mukinashita Jairu's death, he said, one hand resting on Ringo Yuri's head and the other on Haku's, gently ruffling their hair. Originally, Youto didn't intend to appear so early, but he forgot that Ringo Yuri was a bit combative and, given Haku's personality, he feared Kakashi would see through the ruse. So he had to show up ahead of time. Who are you? Kakashi looked at Youto, his body involuntarily tensing up, a chill running down his spine. The countless battles he had fought told him that this man was quite dangerous. I am there guiding Jonin, Youto replied casually, but his gaze was fixed on Mukinashita Jairu's corpse, his eyes flickering slightly. Well done, Mukinashita Jairu. Regarding this matter, Kakashi's expression was serious. If the situation was not handled well, it could escalate to the level of war. Although Konoha wasn't worried about the current strength of the Mist Village, if war broke out, the other three ninja villages would not just watch. Unfortunately, halfway through Kakashi's words, Youto directly interrupted him. You just need to tell me whether it was you Konoha who killed him. The unusually domineering voice made Kakashi's face darken. Since when did mist ninjas have the confidence to speak to Konoha ninjas like this? No, Kakashi coldly replied, as long as there was no evidence. He would not admit to it. Naruto, standing next to Kakashi, was taken aback, about to speak when Sakura quickly pulled on his clothes, tugging hard a few times. Naruto's expression was complicated, and he swallowed the words he originally wanted to say. On the other side, although Sasuke's face showed no change, a hint of disappointment flashed in his eyes. Youto raised an eyebrow, a hint of a smile in his eyes. Kakashi's denial was completely expected. Some things can only be done once denied. Isn't that right, little Ringo? Youto looked down at Ringo Yuri. With a strong push off the ground, Ringo Yuri, wielding her Raikiri, charged directly at Kakashi. At the moment Ringo Yuri made her move, a shadow rushed out from behind Kakashi, and Sasuke, holding kunai, met her head-on. Seeing this scene unfold, Kakashi's eyes flashed with helplessness. It seemed they couldn't avoid a fight, after all. This kind of mutual display of strength could be said to be a consensus in the ninja world. Kid, you're no match for me. Ringo Yuri sneered at the charging Sasuke. You're only a few years older than me. Although you're a woman, I won't hold back. Sasuke also let out a cold laugh, holding a kunai in each hand, throwing them forcefully forward. Whoosh, whoosh. The two kunai shot at extremely tricky angles towards Ringo Yuri's neck and heart. At the same time, Sasuke, who had been rushing forward, suddenly increased his speed. And with a few large strides, he was already very close to Ringo Yuri. Seeing Sasuke's actions, Ringo Yuri's sharp teeth couldn't help but show. The Raikiri in her left hand crackled with electricity as she casually waved it in Sasuke's direction. Under the influence of the electricity, the two kunai that were originally aimed at the heart and neck seemed to be attracted by the Raikiri, abruptly changing direction, even folding in mid-air, and shooting back toward Sasuke. Sasuke's face changed as he quickly retreated, simultaneously forming hand seals rapidly. Bang! With a muffled sound from the ground. Ringo Yuri had already appeared in front of Sasuke, lifting her leg and kicking him hard in the chest, forcibly interrupting his hand seals. Ringo Yuri twisted her body, grabbing Sasuke's head and forcefully slamming it to the ground, while stepping on his head, looking at Kakashi with a light smile. Is this what your Konoha ninjas are like? What? Naruto and Sakura's faces changed drastically. They were well aware of Sasuke's strength, yet he had been defeated so quickly, without even a hint of resistance. Chapter 74. Kakashi's choice. Hearing the disdainful tone of Ringo Yuri, Sasuke let out an unwilling roar, his eyes instantly transforming into the single Tomo Sharingan. However, unfortunately, as the lightning blade surged with electricity, Sasuke's body shook a few times and immediately wilted. Sasuke! Naruto shouted loudly and charged forward. Seeing Naruto's movement, Haku, who was standing next to Youto, quickly stepped forward and formed a one-handed seal. Water release. 1,000 killing water flight. Swish! Swish! The water in the air instantly solidified into thousands of projectiles, making a series of whooshing sounds as they shot towards the ground in front of Naruto, blocking his advance. I don't like to fight, so don't come any closer. Also, I'm a guy, Haku said to Naruto with a hint of indifference. Naruto didn't care whether Haku was a guy or a girl. He raised his fist and charged at Haku while shouting, "Get out of my way." Haku said lightly, moved his feet, and his entire body instantly disappeared from the spot, reappearing beside Naruto in the blink of an eye. With a muffled thud, Naruto didn't even see the movement clearly before he was kicked back. These two are so strong. Sakura trembled as she watched Naruto and Sasuke fall one after another. Seeing Sasuke being stepped on by Ringo Yuri, Sakura gritted her teeth and pulled out a kunai from her ninja pouch, preparing to rush forward. Just then, a voice filled with anger came from the side. How could we let a girl charge ahead? Multi-shadow clone jutsu. Naruto got up from the ground and yelled at Haku again. Boom! Boom! A cloud of white smoke erupted, and over 20 Naruto clones appeared from the ground, all charging towards Haku. I already said, don't come any closer. Haku sighed lightly. His figure flickered, and he was already among the many Narutos. Haku's speed was so fast that even without using ninjutsu, Naruto couldn't withstand it. In no time, all of Naruto's shadow clones disappeared. At this point, Naruto was in a similar state to Sasuke, but compared to Ringo Yuri, Haku's movements were noticeably gentler. At least he wasn't stepping on Naruto's head. Damn it! Sasuke and Naruto's faces were filled with unwillingness and anger, but no matter how hard they struggled, they couldn't break free from the control of Ringo Yuri and Haku. Seeing their predicament, Sakura, holding the kunai, was about to charge forward when a hand blocked her path. What do you mean by that? Or is the Mist Village planning to become enemies with Konoha? Kakashi stepped forward, looking at the indifferent Youto not far away, his tone filled with anger. The Mist Village is a peace-loving ninja village, and Konoha's Yoshikawa is an important figure in the Mist Village. But now, the head of the Yoshikawa clan has died under mysterious circumstances, and the Mist Village needs an explanation. Hearing Kakashi's words, Youto spoke righteously. Then what do you mean by an explanation? Kakashi narrowed his eyes slightly, his body tense, clearly prepared for battle. Youto smiled lightly, revealing a charming smile. Some things need to be accounted for, so I plan to invite one of your Konoha ninjas to the Mist Village as a guest. What do you think? Of course, the choice of this person will be left to you, Kakashi Hitaki. What? As Yuto's words fell, Sasuke and the others were all taken aback. Kakashi's pupils shrank sharply, and his mind raced. Could this be the Mist Village's goal? No. Exchanging the life of a clan leader for a hostage didn't need to be done like this. Or was this just the Mist Ninja in front of him trying to quell the turmoil caused by Yoshikawa's death? Countless thoughts flashed through Kakashi's mind, making it impossible for him to remain calm. But on the surface, there was no change in his emotions. You want to leave it to me? Then I refuse. Kakashi's firm voice rang out, and in the next moment, he pulled down his forehead protector, his left Sharingan spinning wildly, and charged towards Youto. Boom! A terrifying pressure suddenly erupted from Yuto's body. I haven't seriously made seals for a while, Youto said with a hint of nostalgia in his tone. Back in the day, he had become Mizukage because his ninjutsu was very strong. The reason he didn't use much ninjutsu when fighting Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara was simply because those two were ruthless types who would attack as soon as they clasped their hands. Compared to those two, using ninjutsu was less practical than taijutsu. Youto stretched out both hands, and to Kakashi's shock, he simultaneously formed different seals with one hand. Water release, water dragon bullet technique, 5 dragons emerge. Roar, 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 roar. 5 massive streams of water gathered in the air, transforming into 5 gigantic water dragons about 10 meters long, bearing their fangs and claws behind Youto. He forming seals with one hand. Sakura couldn't help but fall to the ground in panic. Hearing Sakura's words, Youto curled his lips, showing an expression of ignorance. You've probably never seen someone form seals with their eyes. Kakashi, who had been charging forward, froze in place. Once such ninjutsu attacked, even if he wanted to dodge, it would be quite troublesome, and more importantly, Sakura behind him would definitely not be able to escape. Now, Kakashi Hitaki, make your choice after all. Maintaining this technique is quite exhausting. Youto wiped the non-existent sweat from his forehead, speaking sincerely. My choice is. Kakashi stood in place, slowly beginning to speak. But halfway through, he suddenly transformed into a stream of water that splashed onto the ground. Water clone. Boom! Boom! At the moment when Kakashi's water clone shattered, a muffled sound suddenly came from underground where Ringo, Yuri, and Haku were located. Immediately after, a hand full of lightning shot up from the ground. 2 Kakashis burst out from underground, attacking Ringo, Yuri, and Haku. Both were startled and quickly tried to block, but unfortunately, Kakashi had already planned ahead and did not engage in any entanglement. After disrupting their movements, Kakashi swiftly grabbed Sasuke and Naruto, quickly retreating to Sakura's side. Kakashi quickly formed seals with both hands and shouted, Earth release. Multiple earth flow walls. Several earth walls, each half a meter thick, instantly rose from the ground, firmly surrounding Kakashi and the other 3, forming a quadruple layer of earth flow wall defense. Each earth wall even had a few dog heads hanging from it, making Youto raise an eyebrow. Boom! As Kakashi rescued Sasuke and Naruto, Youto naturally had no intention of stopping. The 5 massive water dragons came crashing down. The faint dragon roars mixed with the sounds of roaring as they descended, easily smashing through the first layer of the earth flow wall. Chapter 75. Summoning technique, a loud rumble, and dust erupted in the place where Kakashi was. Youto looked calmly at the scene before him, while Ringo, Yuri, and Haku had already appeared beside him. Lord Youto, I'm sorry for not keeping an eye on the enemy Chunin, Haku said softly, filled with guilt, while Ringo Yuri also lowered her head in embarrassment. Don't worry about it. I wasn't planning to kill those 2 brats anyway, Youto said with a smile, shaking his head nonchalantly. He then made a simple hand sign and suddenly waved his hand, creating a small wind technique that blew away all the dust in front of him. As the dust settled, it revealed that the area where Kakashi and the others had been was now empty, save for some broken stones. Seeing this, Yuto's expression remained unchanged. and so did Ringo, Yuri, and Haku, clearly indicating that this situation was already within their expectations. Kirigikure Suigetsu. Ringo Yuri squinted her eyes, looking towards a certain direction in front of her, speaking with an annoyed tone. Not far ahead, a small puddle rippled, and then Suigetsu emerged from it. Seeing Ringo Yuri's expression, Suigetsu couldn't help but retract his head slightly. Youto found Suigetsu's reaction amusing, but it was indeed convenient for him to arrive. Help me carry the body of Kinoshita Jiro back. After that, you don't need to show your face, Youto said, glancing towards the direction of Kinoshita Jiro's body. Yes, Lord Youto, Suigetsu replied respectfully. He couldn't wait to get as far away from Ringo Yuri as possible. This wielder of the Thunderblade not only had a temper and attributes that countered him, but also outmatched him in strength. Lord Youto, what should we do next? Ringo Yuri asked, looking at Youto with a respectful expression. Naturally, we pursue them. The fact that they killed our Mist Village comrades won't be easily forgiven, Youto said, a brilliant smile appearing on his face as he watched Kakashi's escape route. Meanwhile, in a forest not far from the border of the Land of Waves, four disheveled figures rested against a large tree, breathing heavily. Kakashi-sensei, are you all right? Sakura asked, supporting Kakashi with a worried expression. Kakashi glanced at the bloodstains on his chest and shook his head lightly. Although he had blocked Yuto's ninjutsu, the residual force had still injured his internal organs. He compared the notable ninjas from a Mist Village with the young man he had just encountered and found no resemblance. Kakashi frowned. When had such a powerful figure emerged from the Mist Village? However, the Mist Village was always the most mysterious among the 5 great ninja villages, so it was expected that there would be hidden, powerful ninjas. Kakashi-sensei, why are we running? Mr. Jiro's body is still there, Naruto said, clenching his fists, unwilling to accept the situation. Damn it, how could that woman be so strong? Sasuke, standing beside Naruto, felt the same frustration as he recalled Ringo Yuri's disdain. As someone who had always been called a genius in the Ninja Academy and as a descendant of the Uchiha clan, Sasuke felt an immense pride. However, this mission had brought him a stark realization. First, he was faced with Zabuza's formidable strength, which made him fully aware of the gap between a genin and a jonin. Then, Kakashi's chakra training and Kinoshita Jiro's combat techniques had a combined effect that suddenly made Sasuke understand. If he continued like this, he stood no chance against the man he needed to take revenge on. The mission from Tazuna has been completed. My task now is to ensure your safety, Kakashi said calmly, observing the expressions of Sasuke and the others. We can't stay here for long. We need to get to the border of the Land of Fire as quickly as possible to be safe. With Sakura's support, Kakashi straightened up and carefully surveyed the surroundings. But Kakashi-sensei, Mr. Jiro's body, Naruto said, struggling with his emotions. Although they had only spent a few days together, Kinoshita Jiro had left an indelible impression on Naruto, especially thinking about those 2 root ninjas made Naruto's anger flare up. Naruto, now is not the time to worry about that. Kakashi interrupted him directly. After saying that, he seemed to realize his tone was a bit harsh and softened it. Kinoshita Jiro was from the Mist Village. They will take his body back to the village. You don't need to worry about that. After that, Kakashi turned to Sasuke, who seemed to be affected. Next, there's no time to dawdle here. It won't be long before they catch up to us, and with my current injuries, I may not be able to protect you in a fight. Hearing Kakashi's words, a hint of gloom appeared on the faces of Sasuke and the others. It was their weakness that had caused Kakashi-sensei to get injured while trying to protect them. The 4 of them paused briefly on the branches before heading towards the Land of Fire again. Unfortunately, they hadn't gone far when Kakashi's ears twitched slightly, and he said gravely, "They're coming." Swish, swish, swish. 3 sounds of breaking air came from behind. Youto looked at Kakashi and the others ahead, chuckling. Did you all hurry a bit too much? Ringo, Yuri, and Haku stood on either side of Youto, their expressions calm as they watched the figures ahead. It seems this matter won't end well. Sasuke, Naruto, Sakura, attack. Kakashi exhaled slowly, halting their escape while issuing a soft command. As Kakashi's voice fell, Sasuke and the others seemed to be prepared. They turned and faced the incoming threat. Fire style, fireball jutsu. Sasuke quickly formed hand signs and opened his mouth, unleashing a massive fireball towards the front. Multiple shadow, clone jutsu, as countless white smoke billowed up, compared to the dozens of Narutos that appeared earlier. Now, there were thousands of clones before everyone. Not only did Ringo, Yuri, and Haku pause in surprise, but even Sasuke, as a companion, was momentarily stunned by the sight. The weakest among them, Sakura, unwilling to fall behind, quickly pulled out a kunai with an explosive tag and shot it towards Ringo Yuri. An intense battle seemed poised to erupt at any moment. Just then, Kakashi suddenly slapped the ground. Summoning technique. Several large dogs were summoned by Kakashi. As soon as these dogs appeared, they picked up Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura on their backs and turned to flee into the distance. Chapter 76. The prelude to war has begun. After doing all this, Kakashi obviously let out a sigh of relief, raised his head, and faced Youto directly. Clearly, Kakashi intended to sacrifice his life to buy time for Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura to escape. Seeing the scene before him, Yuto's face showed a rare expression of surprise. Sure enough, someone who plays by their own rules can lead to many unexpected outcomes. Youto raised his hand to touch his forehead, quietly lamenting that he had taken things for granted. Originally, Yuto's plan was to pressure Kakashi into making a choice. As both Naruto and Sasuke were relatively important figures for Konoha, with Kakashi's strength, he could only forcibly take two of the three, leaving behind the background-less Sakura. If Kakashi did this, Sasuke and Naruto would be completely disappointed in him, leading to a subsequent disappointment in Konoha. Normally, ninjas who have experienced war should make the choice designed by Youto, as it maximizes benefits for both themselves and the village. Unfortunately, Kakashi did not take that route. Instead, he resolved his current predicament in this special way. However, upon closer thought, it was somewhat expected for Kakashi to act this way. Fortunately, I made preparations. Watching Kakashi, who was ready to fight not far away, Youto smiled lightly and formed several hand seals with one hand. At this moment, Naruto, who was riding on the back of a large dog, suddenly stiffened. Inside him, the Nine Tails, sealed in its prison, suddenly opened its eyes and let out a roar. Youto! Intense negative emotions erupted from the Nine Tails, which had already torn off half of its sealing symbol, although a large part was still blocked. A small portion of its chakra leaked out. The red chakra cloak quickly enveloped Naruto's entire body, and his pupils transformed into beast-like shapes. Boom! With a swipe, the large dog Naruto was sitting on was instantly dispersed. The other two large dogs quickly halted, nervously watching the transforming Naruto in the middle. Naruto! Sakura couldn't help but cover her mouth at the sight of Naruto now. This chakra, how is this possible? Looking at the layer of red chakra surrounding Naruto, Sasuke swallowed hard. Roar! A beast-like roar erupted from Naruto's mouth. In a short time, the single chakra tail behind Naruto suddenly became two. With the emergence of the second tail, the last trace of clarity in Naruto's eyes was completely overshadowed by violent emotions. Boom! Naruto suddenly stomped the ground, his entire body turning into a red blur as he charged toward Sasuke. Sasuke activated his Sharingan, but could only see a blurry red figure. It was too fast. In the next moment, Naruto appeared before Sasuke in shock, and his red chakra claws slammed down. Sasuke was sent flying by Naruto's blow, crashing into a nearby tree, while the large dog summoned by Kakashi was also dispersed by the strike. Sasuke, what are you doing, Naruto? Sakura shouted at Naruto, seeing Sasuke injured. As Sakura's voice rang out, Naruto abruptly turned to look in her direction. Run! Sasuke, clutching his chest, hoarsely shouted at Sakura. At this moment, the large dog under Sakura also reacted and quickly turned to carry her away in the opposite direction. Boom! Naruto's speed was too fast. Sakura didn't have time to react and felt a sharp pain as she was slammed to the ground. Chaotic, violent chakra continuously emanated from Naruto, and in his two-tailed state, he was not someone Sasuke and Sakura could handle at this moment. The Nine Tails chakra continued to pour out, if not stopped. It wouldn't be long before Naruto would sprout a third tail. On the other side, feeling the extremely familiar chakra not far away, Kakashi, who was confronting Youto, changed his expression drastically. How could Naruto suddenly become tailed beast-like? Kakashi could no longer afford to hold Youto and the others back. He quickly turned to head towards Naruto. Lord Youto, should we go over now? Ringo M. Yuri looked towards the direction Kakashi had left, her tone carrying a hint of regret. Although the expected effect was not achieved, the result should be similar. Given Kakashi's current condition, facing Naruto, who was nearing his three-tailed state, he would be seriously injured or even unconscious. Looking down at the regretful expression on Ringo M. Yuri's face, Youto reached out and patted her small head. Don't worry, Konoha has plenty of opponents. You might be overwhelmed later. Ringo M. Yuri's face flushed, but her eyes sparkled. The prelude to war has begun. Konoha, let me see your foundation. That guy Uchiha Madara must have left behind a contingency plan to deal with me. But what about you? Senju Hashirama? Have you also left behind a means to counter me? A rare look of excitement appeared on Yuto's face as he gazed towards Konoha in the distance, softly speaking. As one of the top figures in the entire Hokage, Senju Hashirama is definitely not just a fool. After a while, the excitement on Yuto's face faded, and he turned to Ringo, Amuri, and Hakuto. This show is over. Let's go. A gentle breeze blew by, and the three of them had vanished. Boom! A massive rumble and violent chakra filled the surroundings. Cough! Kakashi directly coughed up a mouthful of blood, but there was no time to wipe the blood on his mouth before he quickly left the spot. Boom! The place where Kakashi had just stood exploded, and Naruto's figure had already appeared there, letting out a massive roar. A large amount of blood had stained Kakashi's clothes red as he held the unconscious Sasuke and Sakura. While attracting Naruto's attention, he continued to retreat towards the borders of the Land of Fire. At this moment, Naruto had entered his three-tailed state, and even a fourth tail was beginning to show. Under Kakashi's constant luring, they were getting closer to the borders of the Land of Fire. At the same time, Naruto's unrestrained chakra was rapidly drawing the attention of Konoha's ninjas within the borders of the Land of Fire. Sweat mixed with blood made it difficult for Kakashi to keep his eyes open, but he dared not stop for even a moment. His chakra was running low. If he slowed down even slightly, not only would he be in danger, but so would Sasuke and Sakura in his arms. Would release Great Whirlwind. Suddenly, an extremely familiar voice reached Kakashi's ears. With a dull thud, the tailed beast Naruto was kicked away by a sudden appearance of a green figure. A smile appeared on Kakashi's face, and in the next moment he fainted. Chapter 77, Memorial Tablet, Kirigakure. The weather was slightly gloomy, accompanied by a light drizzle falling from the sky. Such weather was all too common for the village of Kirigakure, located in the Land of Water. In a special clearing in the northern part of the village, a few figures stood sparsely. Although there were not many, each person could be considered quite important in Kirigakure. In front of this group of people stood a huge stone tablet, the Memorial Tablet of Kirigakure. Naturally, although the tablet was large, it was ultimately limited, and ordinary ninjas could not ascend this Memorial Tablet. The existence of this Memorial Tablet was to honor the heroes who sacrificed their lives in war or ninjas who made special contributions to the village. At the forefront of this group stood two figures. Ding, ding. The crisp sound of a hammer rang out on the Memorial Tablet, and with the final hammer strike, a clear name appeared before everyone's eyes, Kinoshita Yashir. Watching the newly engraved name on the Memorial Tablet, Yuto's expression remained calm. Ascending the Memorial Tablet in the manner of a hero was an honor for both Kinoshita Yashir and the Kinoshita clan. Standing alongside Youto was Terumi Mei, who spoke softly. Maybe. Yuto's expression was still calm, but his tone carried a hint of melancholy. Sensing Yuto's slightly downcast mood, Terumi Mei turned to him and quietly asked, "Are you regretting Kinoshita Yashir?" Regretting? Hearing Terumi Mei's words, Yuto shook his head with a gentle smile and replied, "Seeing the Memorial Tablet before me just suddenly reminded me of past companions." After saying that, Yuto turned to Terumi Mei, raised an eyebrow, and teasingly said, "Are you worried about me, beautiful lady?" Looking at the smile on Yuto's face, Terumi Mei quickly turned her head to look ahead, resolutely stating, "No." Although the rain was light, it showed no sign of stopping. However, neither Yuto nor Terumi Mei got wet. This was because behind Terumi Mei, Ao was holding an umbrella for her, and similarly, behind Yuto was Zabuza Momochi, also holding an umbrella. At this moment, both Ao and Zabuza were staring straight ahead, seemingly unaware of the conversation between Yuto and Terumi Mei. Soon, the few people originally present around the Memorial Tablet finished their offerings and bowed to Yuto and Terumi Mei before leaving in succession. Finally, only the elder of the Kinoshita clan and Yuto's group remained standing in place. "Lord Yuto, Lord Mizukage, I didn't expect both of you to be present." The elder of the Kinoshita clan said respectfully, a hint of anxiety on his face. "Any contributions made by a ninja to the village will be remembered. Kinoshita Yashir is no exception." Terumi Mei glanced at the elder of the Kinoshita clan and said solemnly. Hearing Terumi Mei's words, the elder of the Kinoshita clan quickly agreed, his face filled with gratitude. Seeing the scene, Yuto found it somewhat amusing. Terumi Mei was still a bit inexperienced. Looking at the elder of the Kinoshita clan, Yuto said flatly, "There's a very famous shipping company in the Land of Waves. The owner is called Kato. Do you know him?" The elder of the Kinoshita clan was slightly taken aback, not immediately understanding the meaning behind Yuto's words, but still nodded. Kato was one of the few wealthy tycoons. and the elder of the Kinoshita clan had naturally heard of him. The village plans to take over Kato's shipping company during this period. You will handle this matter, Youto said casually to the elder of the Kinoshita clan. The elder of the Kinoshita clan was first stunned, then a look of great joy appeared on his face, and he quickly replied to Youto respectfully, Lord Youto, rest assured, I will take care of it right away and ensure it is done well. After saying that, the elder bowed to Youto and Terumi, Mei before turning to leave. This old guy. Terumi, Mei raised an eyebrow and muttered softly. It's just a bit of money. Moreover, as long as the Kinoshita clan remains in Kirigakure, their possessions are the village's possessions. Youto said, nonchalantly with a smile. Terumi Mei's eyes brightened. Yuto's words seemed to give her a whole new perspective. Glancing at the memorial tablet, Youto turned and walked toward the exit, while Terumi Mei quickly turned to follow. How was the preparation for pressuring Konoha going? Yuto's voice suddenly rang out. As for simply pressuring, Kirigakure has plenty of candidates. After all, we don't plan to gain any benefits from Konoha, and besides, we need a reason to start a war. Terumi Mei licked her lips and said with a smile. Hearing the conversation between the two, Zabuza, standing behind Youto, showed a hint of excitement on his face. It wouldn't be long before the name of the 7 ninja swordsmen would resound throughout the ninja world once again. The light drizzle continued to fall, and the figures of the 4 gradually disappeared into the hazy rain. Konoha Village. Hokage's office. Sarutobi Hiruzen sat quietly at his desk. Although his expression was calm, anyone could sense that his mood was quite poor. Even his favorite pipe was set aside at this moment. The entire office gave off an extremely oppressive feeling. In front of Sarutobi Hiruzen on the desk, there was a document, but the information on it was minimal. Many things were merely snippets, insufficient to clarify what had occurred. Knock, knock. A soft knocking sound came from outside the office. Sarutobi Hiruzen raised his head, a gentle expression returning to his face, and said to the door, Come in. The office door opened, and Irika entered with a solemn expression, respectfully addressing Sarutobi Hiruzen. Third Hokage. How's the situation? Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded, his tone somewhat heavy as he spoke. Irika gently shook his head and sighed. Kakashi-sensei's injuries are quite severe. He is currently in a comatose state and may not wake up for a while. Fortunately, Gai-sensei happened to be nearby with his team on a mission. Otherwise, Irika did not continue, but the meaning was clear. Sensing the atmosphere in the office was somewhat oppressive, Irika smiled and said to Sarutobi Hiruzen, However, Naruto, Sakura, and Sasuke have all woken up. Their injuries are not serious, and they just need some time to recover completely. At least there's some good news. Hearing Irika's words, a faint smile appeared on Sarutobi Hiruzen's face. Chapter 78. Tense atmosphere in the Hokage office. Hearing the only good news so far, Sarutobi Hiruzen finally felt a sigh of relief in his heart. He reached out to pick up the pipe that was resting beside the desk, placing it back in his mouth. After a brief moment of silence, Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke again. Have you confirmed the news with Naruto and the others? Irika nodded, a serious expression on his face. The general situation is clear. From her descriptions, it seems that a Konoha Umbu ninja killed Kirigakure's Kinoshita Jiro. Then, Kakashi's team was attacked by the ninjas from Kirigakure, and Kakashi-sensei held back the Kirigakure ninjas, creating an opportunity for Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura to escape. At this point, Irika's voice paused slightly before continuing. After that, Naruto somehow caused the Nine-Tails chakra to leak out, and the 3 of them don't know what happened next. Konoha Umbu? Hearing these 4 words, Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyelids twitched slightly. He naturally knew that it couldn't have been done by Konoha Umbu, which meant there was only one possibility. In his earlier conversation with Danzo, he had only mentioned contacting Kinoshita Jiro, not killing him. Danzo, you are too reckless. A trace of displeasure flashed across Sarutobi Hiruzen's face. If they had killed him without anyone knowing, it would have been one thing, but now it seemed that the people of Kirigakure were already aware it was them. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a gentle puff from his pipe. Although the information he received was incomplete, he still felt something was subtly off. Unfortunately, Kakashi was still in a coma. If he woke up, he would probably clarify everything that had happened. Hokage-sama, Naruto definitely didn't mean to do that, Irika said, looking at the silent Sarutobi Hiruzen, quickly speaking up. After all, even though the tailed beast transformation had caused Naruto to lose consciousness, the fact that he harmed people from his own village was still true. And Irika was very worried that Naruto would face punishment from Sarutobi Hiruzen. Seeing Irika's tense expression, Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled and spoke lightly. Don't worry, Irika. This matter is not Naruto's fault. I won't punish him. By the way, Irika, how are Naruto and the others feeling? Irika shook his head, his tone carrying a hint of melancholy. After this incident, Naruto and the others are a bit down, especially Naruto. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded, not showing any surprise on his face. After all, in a life-and-death situation, it was unlikely anyone would be in high spirits. However, since Sarutobi Hiruzen had watched Naruto grow up, he understood Naruto's personality well and believed he would recover soon enough. Therefore, Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't worry too much. Kakashi is temporarily unconscious, so please take care of them for a while. After all, you're also their teacher and familiar with them. I'll trouble you to help Naruto adjust his emotions during this time. Also, for the matter of injuring Kakashi, let's not tell Naruto for now. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Irika with a serious expression. No problem, third Hokage. Irika quickly replied respectfully, knowing that even without Sarutobi Hiruzen's instruction, he would do so. Watching Irika exit the Hokage office, Sarutobi Hiruzen's smile slowly faded. He tapped his fingers on the desk, deep in thought. Just then the office door suddenly swung open, and Danzo strode in with a grim expression. I've already mentioned the matter of the Jinchuriki. The Jinchuriki is an unstable factor that must be managed by root. Also, the last survivor of the Uchiha clan, Hiruzen, you should know what his existence means for Konoha. If something happens to Uchiha Sasuke, you should know the consequences. Danzo entered the office and went straight to the point without any preamble, looking at Sarutobi Hiruzen with fervor. Uchiha Sasuke was one thing. After all, he had a tough supporter behind him, but the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki was something Danzo had been eager to bring under Root's control. This time, the leakage of the Nine-Tails chakra was a golden opportunity for Danzo. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Danzo expressionlessly. After Danzo finished speaking, Sarutobi Hiruzen coldly replied, Kinoshita Jiro is dead. Danzo was taken aback, momentarily at a loss for words. Regarding the events in the Land of Waves, no one knew what happened except for Kakashi's team. And once Kakashi and the others returned to the village, the Umbu took over everything. Therefore, Danzo had limited information other than knowing about the Nine-Tails chakra leakage. Kinoshita Jiro was killed by Root's people, and it was witnessed by Kakashi's team at the scene, even clashing with the ninjas from Kirigakure. You didn't know about this, did you? Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Danzo coldly. Hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, Danzo's expression changed slightly. He had indeed given orders in secret. If Kinoshita Jiro was found, he was to be brought back dead or alive. However, all of this was supposed to be under the radar, and according to Root's operational guidelines. Such a blatant mistake shouldn't occur. Moreover, the Root ninjas he had dispatched had yet to return with any news. Could it be that? Danzo's expression changed as he looked directly at Sarutobi Hiruzen and asked, Do you believe that I am not aware of this matter? Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned, but did not respond. While Danzo's methods could sometimes be underhanded, he typically wouldn't make such an obvious mistake. Of course, there was also the possibility that Danzo had done it on purpose. But that was a less likely scenario. However, one thing Sarutobi Hiruzen could be sure of was that Naruto and Sasuke would not lie. Bang! The office door, which had just been closed, was suddenly pushed open again. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo both frowned and looked toward the source of the sound. Two elderly men, not much younger, walked in directly. In the entire Konoha village, those who could freely enter and exit the Hokage office could be counted on one hand. These two were the highest officials of Konoha's administrative department, akin to elders, Mito Gate Inn and T-Rune Kamaru. The administrative department was a relatively unique institution in Konoha, typically not interfering in the village's internal affairs. However, once this department intervened, it meant that something had happened that could impact the entire Konoha. As soon as these two men entered, they noticed the tense atmosphere between Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo and paused slightly. Since we're all here, that's even better. Mito Gate and glanced at Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo, smiling lightly, though his voice was somewhat somber. Chapter 79. Sarutobi Hiruzen's unease hearing Mito Minion's words. Sarutobi Hiruzen exchanged a glance with Danzo. Now was not the time for them to argue. The two advisors had come personally, indicating that the matter was serious. Sarutobi Hiruzen fell silent for a moment before smiling and speaking. Of course it's serious. The Mist Village is demanding an explanation from us. If it weren't for their inquiries, we wouldn't even know what had happened. A clan leader has died at the hands of Konoha. Such a significant event. Why wasn't it reported to us? Mito Minion looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo with dissatisfaction, his tone somewhat unfriendly. It's just a mere mist ninja. You two advisors are making too much of it. Danzo let out a low grunt and spoke in a deep voice. Hearing Danzo's words, Mito Minyan turned his head directly, his gaze fixed on Danzo as he coldly said, "Don't tell me you don't know about the bounty that the Mist Village issued half a month ago. Just the content of that bounty proves the importance of Konoha Yashiro to the Mist Village. Danzo, do you think I don't know that root members have left the village recently?" Standing next to Mito Minyan, the previously silent T.N. Koha spoke with a stiff tone. "We inquired about the situation with Irika on our way here, and we have a general understanding. Our relationship with the Mist Village, while not exactly good, has been peaceful. If this incident causes a deterioration in the relationship between Konoha and the Mist Village, who will take responsibility for that?" Feeling the gaze of Mito Minyan and T.N. Koha, Danzo's face darkened. Even if he didn't want to admit it now, he had to say that the likelihood of him being behind this incident was quite high after all. It wasn't the first time he had done such things. However, none of the root ninjas he dispatched had returned, so Danzo didn't have much information and couldn't make a basic judgment. Until Kakashi woke up, it would be difficult to draw conclusions about the situation. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes flickered slightly as he took a few hard puffs from his pipe, looking at Mito Minyan and T.N. Koha with a smile. The few people present had known each other for most of their lives. They could probably tell what was on each other's minds at a glance. Danzo pressed down on his cane firmly and looked at Mito Minyan and T.N. Koha, speaking in a cold tone. "Although the Mist Village's issue is troublesome, it shouldn't pose much of a problem for you too, so there's no need to beat around the bush." Having been pointed out by Danzo, Mito Minyan showed no signs of embarrassment and replied calmly, "As far as I know, Konoha Yashiro handed a scroll to someone from your root before he died. I wonder if it can be retrieved?" "What?" Sarutobi Hiruzen's face revealed a look of surprise. He didn't know about this matter. Before coming here, he had made a special trip to the hospital and obtained quite a bit of useful information from a CH named Haruno Sakura. Irika was indeed a good teacher, but he wasn't very skilled at gathering intelligence. Seemingly noticing Sarutobi Hiruzen's surprise, T.N. Koha smiled and said, after hearing what I just said, "I can tell that you're somewhat displeased." Before Sarutobi Hiruzen could respond, Danzo's voice interjected, "The scroll is not with me. Whether the root ninjas have returned is not difficult to investigate, but it seems they have already perished." Danzo's eyes narrowed slightly. Although it was just a few words, he had already analyzed the general situation. For a moment, the entire Hokage office fell silent. "Who did it?" Mito Minyan asked in a low tone. "Sand Ninja, Cloud Ninja, Rock Ninja, or another small ninja village." T.N. Koha's tone was somewhat unfriendly. Danzo's words did not sound like lies. If that were the case, then the root ninjas had been attacked by other ninja villages. As for the Mist Village, the four people present immediately ruled them out. After all, who would use a clan leader as bait? The bounty for Konoha Yashiro had already been issued for more than half a month, and Kakashi's team's mission was also temporary. Unless someone from a Mist Village could foresee the future, the chances of the Mist Village being involved were almost negligible. More importantly, the Mist Village's strength could now be said to be on par with the Sand Village. With such strength, even Sarutobi Hiruzen did not believe that the Mist Village would dare to provoke Konoha. Kakashi was likely the only one who had a clearer understanding of this matter. Until Kakashi woke up, the negotiations with the Mist Village would need to be handled by the two advisors for the time being. A trace of worry flashed in Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes. For some reason, he always felt a deep-seated unease. Mito Minyan and T.N. Koha exchanged glances. They had already heard the implicit dismissal from Sarutobi Hiruzen's words. Before this matter is completely clarified, Hiruzen and Danzo, you two need to take responsibility for this. T.N. Koha said coldly, then turned and left with Mito Minyan. Just a mere Mist Village has made these two feel so constrained. They really seem to be getting old. Watching the two leave, Danzo let out a dissatisfied cold grunt. It had been so long since the Third Shinobi World War, and each ninja village's strength had mostly recovered. In Danzo's eyes, the next Shinobi World War could break out at any time. Before war erupted, continuously weakening the strength of other ninja villages was the right path. During this period, Root should not make any moves, and the matter of Jinchuriki should not be mentioned again. After a moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen, with a pipe in his mouth, spoke in a flat tone. Hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, Danzo's expression darkened. He knew that Sarutobi Hiruzen was using the Mist Village's situation to negotiate with him. Regardless of whether Konoha Yashiro was killed by someone he sent, Danzo was already shouldering the blame, as he was the one buried underground en route. "All right, but Hiruzen, you're still too soft-hearted," Danzo said coldly before turning to walk out the door. Watching Danzo leave, Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed lightly. He understood the meaning behind Danzo's words. Given the Mist Village's demonstrated strength over the past few years, they were simply no match for Konoha, which could completely disregard the pressure from the Mist Village. However, Danzo's actions behind the scenes were becoming increasingly reckless. It seemed that this incident was something Danzo had also wanted to do. He just didn't know which ninja had thwarted him in the end. Was it really right to leave Root in Danzo's hands? Moreover, the ninja world seemed somewhat unsettled recently. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed, his face marked with worry. Chapter 80, Three Tails Isabu, for Sarutobi Hiruzen. What Konoha needs now is stability, not unstable factors. Unfortunately, the existence of Root is necessary, and Sarutobi Hiruzen does not have the determination to completely eradicate it. Soon, in response to the questioning from the Mist Village, Konoha struck back, not only denying that Konoha had killed Moku no Shitajiro, but also questioning why the ninjas from Mist Village had attacked Konoha's ninjas. It must be said that Mito Gate Tensei and Uzumaki Koharu were completely familiar with handling this situation, quickly turning the unfavorable factors to their advantage. However, for some unknown reason, the Mist Village showed a notably tough attitude, and for a moment, the two great ninja villages engaged in a war of words. Any action from the 5 great ninja villages attracts the attention of the entire ninja world, and the confrontation between Mist and Konoha naturally drew the attention of most forces in the ninja world, although the specifics of the matter were unclear to many forces and ninja villages. The recent bounty issued by the Mist Village and their current tough stance suggested that Konoha was likely the one benefiting from this situation. What intrigued many ninja villages and forces was what information Konoha had obtained from Moku no Shitajiro. Konoha could not make any explanations regarding the speculations from other ninja villages. Whether they admitted it or not, this situation brought no benefits to Konoha, and they could only swallow this loss. At the same time, a large number of Umbu members began to investigate other ninja villages besides Mist, looking for signs of recent activities to find out who dared to plot against Konoha. However, if they were wrong about the direction of the investigation from the very beginning, then no matter how much time they spent, they would not uncover anything significant. In the vast desert area, sand and dust flew everywhere. Compared to the fertile lands of Konoha, this place could be described as harsh. In a hidden location among the sand dunes, a torrent of sand fell from the sky like gold dust. A large amount of blood dripped down, splattering the sand beneath into a blood-red color. The fourth Kazekage Raza lowered his head, looking at the Kusanagi sword that pierced through him from behind, his eyes filled with disbelief and unwillingness as he collapsed to the ground. Cough! Orochimaru couldn't help but cough, blood spilling from his mouth as if it were free, dotting his gray-white robe with countless blood-red spots. Licking the blood off his tongue, Orochimaru casually pulled out the Kusanagi sword embedded in Raza's body, not even sparing a glance at Raza's corpse. Dead people do not need attention. Is my body reaching its limit again? Orochimaru muttered to himself, unconcerned about his injuries. He reached out and took the straw hat with the wind shadow emblem from Raza's head and placed it on his own head before turning to leave. The actions of the Mist Village are indeed quick. As expected of ninjas from the old era, they have yet to show any signs of weakness. A faint voice escaped Orochimaru's lips, drowned in the wind and sand. In a slightly dark cave, a gigantic humanoid demon statue sat cross-legged on the ground, its height reaching several dozen meters despite merely sitting. The statue had 9 eyes on its head, all tightly closed at the moment. Behind the statue were dozens of pillar-like structures that appeared to be broken. The entire body resembled dry wood, but anyone could feel the powerful vitality contained within it. So far, the plan has been progressing smoothly. The first phase has been completed. The second phase can now begin. A cold, emotionless voice echoed throughout the empty cave. Pain stood atop the outer path demon statue, his expression blank as he gazed at the various Akatsuki members standing on the statue's fingertips. Except for Zetsu and Konan, who stood not far from Pain, the other Akatsuki members appeared as phantoms on the statue's fingers. Clearly, this was a special secret technique. This boring life is finally coming to an end. Lord Evil God can no longer wait for my sacrifice. Kakuzu, can you not wait either? A man with gray hair and light blue pupils spoke excitedly. Shut up, Kakuzu replied coldly without raising his head, although the other Akatsuki members appeared as phantoms. Apart from Haiden, who seemed somewhat excited, the others wore indifferent expressions. Noticing that no one was paying attention to him except for Kakuzu, Haiden revealed a bored expression. Uchiha Itachi, Kisame Hashigaki. During this time, keep an eye on the situation between the Mist Village and Konoha. If necessary, you can intervene. Pain said indifferently, turning his gaze toward Uchiha Itachi and Kisame Hashigaki. Pain was very interested in anything that could weaken the 5 great ninja villages. Uchiha Itachi nodded coldly without speaking. Meanwhile, the phantom of Kisame Hashigaki made a gesture as if he was holding his big sword, Samahada, on an island some distance from the Mist Village. Youto walked leisurely on the island, casually surveying his surroundings. This place is within the territory of the Water Country and naturally falls under the jurisdiction of the Mist Village. After a short while, Youto arrived at the center of the island. It was a large lake, and the water was relatively clear, allowing one to see fish and shrimp swimming on the surface. This would definitely be a great vacation spot, but unfortunately, Youto was not here for a vacation. Finally found you. Looking at the calm surface of the lake, a faint smile appeared on Yuto's face. He extended his palm towards the largest lake in front of him, quickly mobilizing the chakra of the 6 tails within him, gathering it towards his palm. A red-purple chakra appeared at the center of Yuto's palm, and in the blink of an eye, a tailed beast ball the size of a soccer ball formed in his hand. With a flick of his fingers towards the lake surface, the soccer-sized tailed beast ball transformed into a red beam of light and shot into the lake. Boom! A tremendous roar erupted throughout the lake, creating giant waves that reached dozens of meters high, and for a moment, half the island seemed to be drenched in a downpour. Beneath the water at the bottom of the lake, a giant turtle covered in spikes and sporting 3 tails suddenly opened its eyes. 6 tails, Saiken? Sensing the chakra of the 6 tails, 3 tails, Isabu, flashed a look of confusion. But more than that, it was anger. Anyone disturbed from their sleep would likely be furious. Roar! 3 tails, Isabu let out a roar, its massive body suddenly thrashing, and with a massive wave, it burst forth from the surface of the lake.